TV shows, he was that generation, like maybe a 1.5 generations before us. And he's a regular at the store. And the first time Tommy sent me to do La Jolla, used to feature. But then Tommy booked me to headline La Jolla and I don't know if this guy knew he was supposed to feature, but when he got to the club, like first of all, I brought a date. So you're supposed to get you're staying in the condo and you're supposed to get the headliner bedroom. Shit was in there. So I had to take
You said his name.
Ah, shit. I didn't say his last name.
I know who it is.
Please bleep it out.
Bling.
So
Let's call him Bling.
Bling. Let's call him Bling. So Bling shit was in the headliner bedroom. Mm-hmm. And then when we went to the store that night, and he found out, like the host was on, or the comic that they booked before, and then he walked out.
Oh no. He
walked out, he said, I'm headlining. So then the guy that ran the store, I think it was Ryan at the time, I don't know if he was there, he was like, just go up and we'll pay you the headline. And I was like, fine, I'll feature, I don't care, and you pay me the headline. And then Gary went and came back in and went up all weekend, that's how it was. But it was like that bitterness that,
that's so crazy.
And I feel, I feel bad, but that's why I stay on stage. I'll be like, I am not going to let that happen to me. You feel me?
Yeah, a lot of people slack off, man. They lose their enthusiasm. I think he had a lot of other problems too, though.
Yeah.
Right?
And he's also from the era where they don't write the material. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Do a lot of cocaine. There was an era where those dudes cooked their brains.
Yeah.
So, things pass you by if you don't keep up.
Yeah.
Or you have to let them pass you by. If you say, yeah, I'm good.
Right.
I had a good time. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like those guys that go and get regular jobs, maybe they're better off than the guy who's now middling for you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that guy's probably been phoning it in for a decade and a half. He might not have the juice left to like reignite what made him funny in the first place.
Yeah. That's when I feel like I'll just leave. I still got like a competitive spirit. I feel like I haven't gotten to where I want to. And I also like that space I was just talking about, like where you just stream of consciousness space. Mm-hmm. Like I'm kind of want to get to that where you can just like go on stage and watch the tape afterwards. I said that, I did that,
right?
That works. That just clicked. I just want to get to that.
You know where that comes from?
Where?
Massive stage time.
Yeah.
Massive amount of stage time. The guys who have the best timing, but the best like David Tell, perfect example. That dude's got so much stage time under his belt.
Yeah.
So much stage time. In so many different places. One of the things about Dave is he was doing that New York thing where you get in a cab and you go from one club to another club. So he's doing like 5-6 sets a night. At one point in time, I forget who had the record of the most sets in a night, but dudes were up to like 11, 12 sets a night. I don't even know how you manage it.
I did 7 one time in the city, and I barely made any of them. And I was like, I'm going to get fired. They're not going to book me again. I was like, I don't want to do this. It's too stressful.
Well, I think the guys who could do it are guys like Louis that could just sort of show up and just do a set and just put him on anytime he shows up.
Which beats me like for my 5 sets.
Exactly. That's always what happens. But that's always why there's always in New York clubs, there's always a guy or two hanging around and somebody fucks up. And that happens to a lot of I've got spots that way before where guys didn't show up. There's always that kind of a situation.
That's how I got in the cellar the first time.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I forgot his name. Something Schaefer. He used to wear blazer and used to bark for the Boston. You might have been in LA by then. Yeah, Louis Schaefer, I think.
Okay.
And so then he used to get people into the Boston.
Oh, he used to bark like in front of the. What you're saying is like bringing people in off the street.
Yeah, and he was really good.
I thought you were saying.
He was a comic too.
I thought you were saying bark on stage. I was so confused.
Nah.
It's a barker.
Don't expect me to complete most of my sentences. That's asking too much. It's asking too much.
So, So what were you saying about him?
So he was at the cellar doing the same thing, and he already worked at the Boston around the corner. And then I was just going over to the cellar to hang, and he was like, "Somebody's missing. Do you want to go up?" And I was like, "Bet." And I went up, and then he told SD, I don't know if they were recording back then, but she just started getting these spots.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That was the good thing about New York was that there was a ton of spots.
Right.
You could get in, and you started getting spots, and you started getting a name, and people knew that you were an up-and-coming comic. You could you get some work. And then you get work on the road, too. You can do Long Island.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gigs in Long Island.
Yeah.
New Jersey. You do Connecticut. Everything's kind of close.
Everything's kind of close. But here's the thing. Once I got in the city, I didn't want to go anywhere else. I just wanted to do the city spots. The Carolines, the stand-up New York, the cellar, the Boston. Sometimes the strip once in a while. Because then you could just hang out in one place afterwards and kick it. Everybody just laugh.
Right.
So then I have like a college that paid way more money. And I'd be like, fuck, I ain't gonna be in the city. This is a terrible weekend. And no matter how the gig went, you're just like, well, sometimes it just do the upstate, tri-state, whatever gig it was, and then just head back, storm right back to the city.
You missed the hang. You missed the hang. That was everything.
The hang was everything.
You remember Harris Pete?
Yeah.
So I did the improv, and then I drove from the improv on Melrose after the show to hang out at the comedy store afterwards. And he goes, "That's the way to do it. You get your check somewhere else, and you come back home." And it just like felt like that there. Like we were all hanging. It was fun. If I had a great gig somewhere on the weekend, it was fun because I would bring guys like you, or Joey, or Ari. We were all together having a good time.
Right.
So it's like, the idea was like, you got to bring at least a little bit of that out on the road with you.
Yeah.
Going on the road by yourself sucks.
Yeah, starting to make it sucks. Because you can't afford to bring who you want with you yet. You're just still trying to establish yourself, and you're away from your comedy family.
Yes.
And so you're making a little money, but like the camaraderie and the hang.
It's the opposite of camaraderie. You might be doing combat comedy. Some dude might step on all of your premises if it's your middle act on purpose. A lot of dudes did that. It was different. It was like, oh, you're not my friend at all. Like,
you're trying to come up too.
Not just trying to come up, but trying to come up in a dark way.
Right.
There was a lot of fees back then. Guys would steal your bits and do them before you. That were like your middle act that saw you on Thursday nights, and they do your bits on Friday. You gotta pay attention. They're like, "What are you doing, man?"
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Because they were in like some nowhere town, and they didn't have a real comedy community, and they just saw some guy coming in from Boston and New York, and they just, "I'm gonna fuck him up," And it's just comedy when you have a group of people like it was in New York or like it was in Boston or in LA. It's always so much more fun. If you're starting out and you're in like Pittsburgh, like how big's the scene in Pittsburgh?
Right.
You know?
You know what I did love about New York? How brutally honest all the comics were to each other.
Yeah.
So even like Patrice, like he had just dropped his special, but then he just went on this thing of like, I forgot the type of material he was doing, but we confronted him about that shit. Like, hey man, that shit is hacky. And he was just doing it for a minute, just fucking around.
Probably just trying to get some material.
Just trying to get something.
Just dropped a special.
Yeah, just trying. Yeah. But he didn't get upset on nothing. And then we tell each other shit. I remember I had too many black and white jokes, and we did a gig out of town, and there's a bunch of black comics who come back in the van, and they were killing. You talk about black people cook like this, white people cook like this. Because they were like, you got a lot of black and white jokes. I was like, no, I don't. And they was like, yeah, you do. And they started naming them. And I was like, oh shit. I never wanted to have black people this, white people that joke.
You know, the real problem is if you do short sets and then you got to piece it together and do a long set.
Yeah.
I brought this one dude on the road with me once, and he had so many jokes about being a Mexican. Because he was used to doing 5-minute sets, but he had to do 20. I'm like, bro, you can't keep saying it. You're saying it over and over and over again. One thing I love about being Mexican, and then there's another. One thing I love about being Mexican, like, bro, Like you gotta add some spice to this soup. This is crazy. This is one flavor.
That's how weird comedy is. It's like there's levels to. Like first, you gotta get your first 5 minutes.
Right.
You get your first 5 minutes, you feel like I can kill. I can go from beginning to end and kill. But then now you gotta get 10. And then you're gonna start like you're watering down your solid 5. You know what I mean? You're not getting that exhilaration that you work so hard for in a 5. But then you get to 10. And then by the time you get to 15, you could like host somewhere on the road. And then you might go out of your state, 2 miles out of your state, and realize, oh shit, these jokes were dependent on where I live.
Yep.
They do not work here.
Yep.
I had all these Jamaican because there's so many Jamaicans in New York. And I was comics to do Temple. And it was it might have been where they play basketball. Like Terry Hodges was on the show, a bunch of strong black comics. And my opener was a joke about being Jamaican. My clothes that killed in New York. And I did the first joke. And people had been killing before me. Then I went on. I did the first joke. More quiet than this. In a stadium full of people.
Oh no!
And then I started panicking on the inside, which definitely showed on the outside. And then I was like, let me go for my middle joke. You know, which is my second strongest joke. That didn't work. I was like, I got to do 15 minutes. I'm on my closer by the third joke.
Oh no!
That bombed, and it was bad. But thank God they booed. I didn't have to struggle, so they booed. I was the only one that bombed that night, and I bombed because, like I said, I moved here when I was 17, so I didn't have enough like American shit,
Right?
To like the Jamaican shit about me growing up in Jamaica just started working, but there was a radius to that shit, you know. That shit would work in Florida. That shit would work in DC. And that shit would work in New York. And maybe one other place where there's a concentration of like Jamaicans or West Indian people.
Right.
And American people that grew up with them.
That's a rough feeling. How many people in that audience?
Yeah. I would say at least 2,000. Yeah, they moved. And these assholes like, yo, we go to the after party. You want to go? Like, no. But I stayed in the hotel room and I had a great night. I watched Dumb and Dumber for the first time and laughed my ass off.
Well, shows like that report, they suck a fat dick, but they teach you, like, oh, I can't just rely on, like, regional stuff.
Yeah, then I realized, like, oh, you're only going to kill in town. Now you got to, like, figure out, like universal truths of comedy.
Well, that's why the real G's travel all over the world. You know, the Jimmy Carrs. That guy goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, there's something to that. There's something to going everywhere. Because I've done comedy in other places. I took Tony Hinchcliffe once to Sweden. We did a comedy in Stockholm. And he's like, dude, I think I'm bomb. I go, no, they're laughing, and then they stop laughing. It's just different. They're different in Europe. They're laughing. Like, I listen to your set because I never got a flow going. I go, first of all, it's a big place, so you're probably not used to doing a place that's this big. And then on top of that, you're in Europe.
Right.
And their English is pretty good,
but
it's not perfect. So it probably takes a couple seconds for them to figure out, oh, very funny, Tony Hinchcliffe.
So hilarious. I mean, what you told him is only true if you didn't get a flow going. Did you get a flow going?
I got a flow going.
So then,
but there was also they were there to see me, and they didn't know he was going to be there, and they probably didn't even know what a comedy club was.
Right.
You know, these are all just people that came out to see me because I was famous.
Right.
You know, this is like, if you know, like, this was probably more than 10 years ago, at least. But if you know comedy now, though, I think because of YouTube, I think it kind of, like, all you need now is to have a really good set, and you could tour the whole world. Like James McCann, you know that dude from Australia? Very.
If I see him, I might know.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Very funny. So funny that Shane Gillis worked with him in Australia and convinced him to move to America, and then brought him to the mothership. Curly hair, glasses.
Yeah.
Very fucking funny and very smart and really nice guy, like super nice guy. But he's one of those guys who's like if Shane didn't find him,
Right.
Shane found him in Australia. He was like ready to quit comedy.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
He's like, what am I doing? I can't do anything over here. It's like, it's hard. You have to be part of these festivals. And these festivals, a lot of these festivals, like every year the artists will write like a new hour, you know, and it'd be like about a subject.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They do those hours, and after a year, they don't record those hours.
Right.
There's so many comics in Europe, England, Australia, because I've been to those festivals, that do their hour and then retire it after the last big festival. And I said, did you record those? Because you could have like have a backlog of shit to like put online,
right?
To catch people up with you, to create views.
Right. They probably forgot how it works too.
But they weren't doing that back then. But how do you retire something without at least having like one big record of it?
Well, they have a weird system over there. Like I was talking to McCann about what the festival system is like. Because like the festivals are kind of like the only thing in comedy. There's a few clubs. Like there's a really good club in Melbourne. What is that club called? The Comics Lounge in Melbourne. Is that the name of it? I worked there with Ari Matty. Crazy enough. And Hinchcliffe and I did that like 9 years ago, I think. So there's some comedy clubs. I'm sure there's some in Sydney. But
I did one in Sydney.
When you're traveling, you're doing like these comedy tours.
Right.
And so it's festival-based stuff. Like there's a bunch of different festivals that people go to. And when they go to festivals, like that's one of the things about like Scotland, when they do that Edinburgh, those guys, the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, those guys, they create a new hour every year.
Yeah.
And you're going to come back and talk about trauma or talk about, what it's like to be whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever stage of life they're in, whatever stage of politics they're in.
And that's what people expect, which is interesting. Because it's not really American-style stand-up the way you and I do it, or the way, it's traditionally done. They're doing, like, story-based stand-up. So it's just, it's great. It's not a knock on it. It's just a different thing. If you try to do that in America, you probably get steamrolled.
Yeah, I've seen somewhere that they look kind of one-man showy or one-woman showy. So
absolutely.
So there's gaps of talking, and then
which is great.
Which is fine because like
it's just a different thing.
It's just a different.
You're doing a different thing. Like when I'll say things that I don't believe at all, just because it's funny. It's like it's a ridiculous thing to say, and also I want to get you thinking that I'm saying things that I don't believe at all. Like this is just for fun. Like the whole thing is supposed to be for fun. This idea that comedy is supposed to be. I mean, it can be anything, right? It can be this like educational experience for taking people on a journey through your life and how you come to this, to who you are right now. Okay, and you celebrate because you're non-binary, whatever the fuck it is, right? Like, or it could just be silly. Let's have fun. Let's be silly. Let's say some stupid shit that you probably shouldn't say because it's fun.
I need to do more of that. I hold back from that
because you live in LA.
Nah, I think it's just me. You know what I mean? Like I see you say some stuff. I see other people say some stuff, and I'm like, I don't even wonder how I'm not like that, but it's making me think now. Just if I'm to get to this flow state that I want to get to the last dragon phase, when you're on stage and the glow is around with you, like. I might have to like step on that plank a little bit. You have to see what it feels like. You do when we're hanging out. You talk bad shit when we're hanging out. That's true. It's wild shit. No, you just take it down a notch when you get on stage. You just gotta treat those people the same way you treat your best friends. I don't trust people like that. So I don't either, but that's why I have to take their phones away. That's why they all have their phones behind your back. But also the phones of the behind your back. So look, it's hard for me, man. I get it. It's hard for me to not check my phone. I want to see if anybody texts me. I get bored for 3 seconds. I'm like, what's in the news? 3 seconds.
I get it, but sticking that phone in a bag is good for everybody. It's good for us because we get a chance to fuck around and we get a chance to come up with new stuff that like. There's a bunch of times you say something the first time, you're like, "Ooh, that did not sound good."
Right,
I got to figure out a softer way to say it. Like, I can feel people tighten up.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it that way. It just I'm trying to figure out the right way to say it. And
that's just the way it came out.
It comes out bad.
Right.
Patrice had a great line about that. He's like, you got to realize that a bad joke that offends everyone and a great joke both come from the same place.
Right.
Is I'm just trying to make you laugh.
Right.
It's not I'm a devious person that's gonna sneak through some agenda to
Yo!
ruin your mind.
Right.
No, you just try
How
to
are
make
you?
people laugh.
Right.
But sometimes people think something.
Yo, Bruno, can you hear me? Bruno. Doug. Yo, can you hear me? Bruno. Bruno. Yo, can you hear me?
Hello.
How are you?
No comprendes. No comprendes.
Oh, okay, buddy. Well, you don't sound 18, big man, so we're going to let you be on your way. So just one moment.
Eu joga Rabbi Rothschild.
Doug, no one knows what you're saying. Anywhere. Not 18. Peace, Doug. Shout out to Jay from Australia. Oh, what is this bullshit?
Something is gonna be funny, and it's just try it, give up on it, or you can figure out a way to make it work. Like there's been, like Chris Rock had that iconic bit. I love black people. I hate them. So he takes that bit and he said it is wrong. Like the longest time. Like he knew there was something in there, but it was wrong. Right. How long is it? Like a year. Like a year. And it became iconic. He just figured it out. And sometimes there's bits like that. They just like you gotta take the chance of offending people. You don't need to offend them.
I don't mind doing that. Like I do have bits. have things that offend people that shouldn't even offend you. They're not going hard enough now. They always ask. But there are things where I'm like, all right, I'm going. Why does he have to say that? But there is like, I still have these rules about offending. It's that thing that one says when somebody's telling a story. Not that I don't. Some things that I think are ridiculous, I'm gonna go for it. Right. But they cannot be a paper trail back to me. Where I have to apologize. Right. So I'm like a careful protagonist or a careful antagonist. You know, like I do want to antagonize, I do want to say some shit, but I'd be like, I can't say it that way. So I don't know, maybe I have to take more risk. I gotta figure this out. Like you know how we talk about naturally, like we talk about Joey, we talk about Cat and all these, and Cam. I feel like there's a gear that's just right. Yeah, that I'm having trouble accessing. Well, and I don't want to be like that, but I feel like there's a freedom in my version of me. Right. Yeah, no, I know exactly. I know exactly what you're saying, and I know you can get there quick. It's not like outside of your reach, right? And I think it's numbers. I think that's a lot of it's intention. Like putting your attention on that, really working hard on that, and then it's numbers. A lot of it is doing numbers. You know, one of the things I found when I was doing at my club, I was doing 3 nights a week, 2 sets a night. It was too much. It was like 6 hours of comedy, but it was pretty fun. It's like a guy who's training for a fight, but you can't train the way you train for a fight all year round because your body will break down. Some fighters do it. So they peak for a competition, and then they get into the last week, and the last week they coast, so their body gets a chance to recover. So they go into the fight. They're basically almost killing themselves, but in that almost killing themselves, they recover for that week. So strong. And so I think I was doing that for like, I was good at that for about 6 months, which is like a fight camp. And then it was like my voice started going, and I was like, dude, 6 hours of comedy is a lot. But there's a freedom that comes from doing that on sets, like freedom of like exploring thoughts. There's a lack of tension, which holds us back. And most things that people do that are difficult, one of the key things that holds them back is attention. It's tension. It's fear. It's like you're tight. You don't feel loose and relaxed. And you know you can feel loose and relaxed. It's very frustrating. Like, what is that? Where is that loose thing? I know it's in there. I gotta find it. Yeah. I remember the first time I killed. Dude, fuck this guy. And it's nothing now. But at that moment, it's nothing now. It's always something. But when I see like Jerry Seinfeld at the same club kill for an hour on a weekend, right. In his prime, I just really kill. But the first time, like, getting a great response from beginning to end. After like you're struggling, you barely got one joke at work, and then I went on that night, and everything just hit. But not only did it just everything just hit, I watched it. Like it was a real out of body experience. Like I was watching the audience, but I was on stage. And then when I was done, and the applause and the laughter, I felt it. And then I was thinking, that's what I got high on stage. I never even done drugs then, but this is what drugs feels like. And I recognize that. You got it from the passenger ride. Yeah, the passenger ride is when you almost feel like you're a passenger girl now. You're so in it that you're so not getting in your own way. That you're like, the other part of you is like, you got this, let me take care of this. Like, oh, this is so much fun. Let me sit back and watch this shit work. And you don't get in the way. That other person gets in the way.
like if you're driving with someone, they're a backseat driver, like, you guys fucking see him, man? Relax. I'm not blinker on you. You know, there's people like that, and they make you tense.
Yes.
Right? That guy is in your head. That person that makes you tense when you're driving, that fucking backseat driver, that is in your head. That fucks with you all the time. Like, you might think it does,
Yeah, it doesn't, because I don't even hear it or see it. I just know it's there. That something must be there. But if you get a backseat driver,
if you can control that, then there's that. And you get to that Zen place, and you know you can get to that Zen place, and you've done it a bunch of times, then it's the most frustrating you can get there.
yeah, because I did it that night without trying.
Right.
Like, I walked on stage just like that night, just like any other night. So what was the difference with that night? That I had this.
Would you record it right after?
Nah.
I got lucky that I met this guy, Mike Donovan, who was a big comic in Boston. He was a big headliner in Boston, very funny guy. And he recorded all the stuff. He didn't record
He's like working for the deep state.
Yeah, that became a whole
fucking thing, yeah, press and shit. And he goes, you never know. He goes, there's one thing you might say that is like the best thing you've ever said, and it comes off the top of your head. And it might be like the best part of your bit. You might have a completely new tagline that comes to your head moment, and it kills, and it becomes like the main punchline of the bit. Like,
This is called,
if you don't record
you
those, you never get
kidding me?
I recorded all my sets
Like
now.
materialistic things,
And then
also does
I
it
do
on
have
social
those
media,
moments
post my
where
successful
I
capital
didn't
to
even remember saying that.
17.
This is
I mean, my
the
girl's like
best
me
thing
for the
I've
most
said
part.
in
Like, I don't
months.
Yeah, so it's like, you don't do that extra work. It's sit down and do yourself after you already done the other way.
Right. I know.
Gross.
It was tough for me to get myself to listen to myself.
It's hard, yeah. But, you know, this is like, I think one of the things that we're dealing with,
Well, that's
and
good.
this is what we try to
I mean,
address in
he's
the
not.
club,
He's never been
is that
down to
there's
the
never been like a
materialistic thing, right? Like,
curriculum
it's
of how
really
to do
flashy
shit.
cars or
And
anything
there's
like that.
no one can really tell you how to do it,
Yeah, he gets a
because
nice truck.
everybody has a totally different way of doing
Yeah,
it.
he doesn't care what
But
it
at least
Yeah.
we can give you like an honest framework of how we did it and what we did wrong and why we think we did that, why it comes out clunky. And then at the club, the thing we try to do is just set it up where there's a bunch of spots. Like, so there's 2 days of open mic nights. They have 2 nights. Those open mic nights. And then you have the door people who are real comics who audition for the job with their act. So Adam has to watch their act and say, okay, you know, you've been doing this for X amount of years, there's real potential. It's like, you get a chance to watch Alan Flynn, you get a chance to watch Neil Edwards, you get a chance to watch Shane Gillis, all these great, you know, Jimmy Collins, all these great comedians there all the time. It's like the greatest education in stand-up you could ever do. And everyone's cool to you. Everyone's going to be friendly. Everyone's going to answer questions. Everyone's going to, and then you get Phil Tillman, which is the #1 place where comedians break down in America today. The #1 place to break down. If you have one fucking minute and you can just walk the house for 1 minute, it's the course of your whole life.
Yeah, that gave me chills because I've seen that.
Changes the course of your whole life forever and ever. You're at that stage where you don't come in 5-6 years. You don't know if you know, you live in Seattle, the scene's not that good. You say, fuck it, I'm going to go to Austin. Ratch up some fucking money you made as a waiter. You get in your car, you drive all the way to Texas, you put in for 1 minute, you don't get up. You stay there, I'm going to stay on Monday. You come back next Monday, you don't get up. You're like, oh my God, I'm running out of money. You start thinking, I'm trying to get a job. And then you get that 1 minute, and boom, you fucking kill. You fucking kill, and then you go home and you're like, oh my God, I'm doing it. Actually happening. And then next thing you know, you're a professional comedian, you're touring all over the world. Pretty crazy.
Because some people, they'll just top of that one night or that one day.
They should. That's all they can do.
And see if they can get up. If they don't get up, it's a drag. do get up and just be mediocre, that's not good either.
That's a soul crusher. That's Bono Jones. That's a soul crusher.
Then you gotta not try to come back. Yes, it's just
Well, these have gone on stage for the first time in their life. Madison Square Garden. Do a sold out show.
I remember the old clip. I forgot about the last clip that we.
It's like the first time he laced up the gloves, he's like Mike Tyson when he was 20.
they deserve that. They fucking deserve that.
Oh my God.
As you said, it's a picture of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it's like fighting Mike Tyson when he was 20 the first time you ever laced up the gloves.
You take one practice, and your first opponent is Mike Tyson in his prime. Afterwards, just be Trevor Burber.
Right.
Good luck.
Or even before he beat Trevor Burber, he was better. Madison Square Garden, Trump Castellano was left. Madison Square sold out show, Killstone. If you're on the Bills, Dice Clay is there. Big J. Okerson, David Tell's there. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
Why would you do that? Because I feel like some of those people are not.
Remember the time Papa
Well,
Cross
some
got
people are
this
just
totally happened. Really,
You know, it's like, you ever watch fight videos? Like, why fight it? You don't know how to fight at all. It's so crazy. And they're starting it. And all of a sudden, they're out cold. People are crazy.
I know, I watched some of those backyard fights.
Yeah, I watch a lot.
Yeah. Like, that's the one that I watched. But it's pretty popular. They got like
Taters and things around it. Yeah.
and they try to make it official.
Right.
But I'm like, I'm watching this more than I watch UFC because there's something about it. There's something, what is it about that I won't watch Division 2 soccer. I'll watch Premier League. You feel that?
Yes,
That's a good point. Like, do you watch the other professional theologians sometimes? You do?
How does he do this?
Like, for me, I'm a soccer snob, so I want to watch. There's too many of the best guys playing.
I think soccer is a different thing, right?
P. Diddy of
I think it's a more gradual acceleration of progress. And then there's a thing about fighting where there's a lot of prodigies out there. So it's like a lot of dudes that you just hear about. Or like, I'll hear about it through the grapevine, like this guy trained with this guy, he tells me that, and then he's fighting for LFA. And this is like a debut fight, and I'm watching, oh shit, here we go. Because there's guys out there that you never even heard of. They're at like one FC and the PFL, other organizations that are broke. They're like elite fighters. So I have to pay attention to as many organizations as possible. There's always a bunch of people like that come over, bunch of Russians, damn, there's a lot of Russians, a lot of these guys from Dagestan, and these guys from all those fucking people from that part of the world are hard ass people.
I want to ask you about this one time. I stumbled on. They say he's the best fighter. He was in the UFC, so he started out when he was 19. In this thing where it's like flat, but kind of like a little slow.
Yo, Omar.
No, but this was.
Omar, how you living, big? Can you hear me? Omar, what's up, son? Yo, hello? Omar, go fuck yourself. Yo, Omar, dog, go fuck yourself, Omar. Yo, if you're watching me on Pump Fun, come to my Discord, dog. Let's talk. We got bitches in here. We got pimps in here. We got hoes in here. We got all kinds of... What up, baby?
No,
What?
we're not bitches.
I'm not talking about you, and I'm making a joke. No, that person who just spoke is the queen of this Discord. And she's definitely not a bitch and definitely not a hoe. She is a pimp, though. I'll say that. We've got lots of people in here. Come on in. We had Omar in here. Omar's a bitch. There's no doubt about that. And I'm a hoe. So come on in. Say hello.
You're not a hoe, Rabbi. You're a king of this.
this I know.
Discord.
I'm just trying to get people in here any way possible. So come on in, have a good time. The water's fine. Enjoy yourselves. And we will, again, reiterate Miss Aquarius is the princess of the Discord. And no offense was meant to be communicated to her. I wasn't even looking to see who was in here at that time. I was just talking to talk because I saw that we had a huge uptick in people here. So that's great. But Omar sucks dick.
And then he had a kid that became a cop, and then maybe like when he's like 30.
Where you at, Rabbi? You're on the crypto?
Yeah. So there are like a bunch of people in there.
Crypto at the Discord?
Yeah, it's kind of just like it's like how would I describe it? Like Twitch, but it allows you to live stream. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's like Twitch, which allows you to live stream, but there's money connected to it. So like
Oh no.
yesterday, people made $10,000 off of me.
Oh, for you?
Yeah, I made like $50, so that was okay.
Oh. Where do you make money?
It's a cryptocurrency, so basically people find you interesting and they invest in you, and then they either buy your coin or hold your coin or sell your coin, just depending.
Real money?
Yeah, real money, 100%.
Oh no. Where is it? I want to see.
Okay, so go to pump .fun.
Hold on. I didn't even know my thing was.
You're a good girl.
You said it's you said PUMP?
Yep. Pump.fun.
Okay.
Pump.fun.
Okay.
And then let me know when you're there.
Is this pump fun? That's it?
Yeah, pump.fun.
Oh, pump that fun. So the pump that fun. Oh, okay. I see how it was. They went to crazy. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. That's cool. Okay.
And then in the search, my name, Rabbi Rothschild. And you should see like a yellow square.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Do you see it?
I see something about 10 producers. A lot of them got one for $10 for an okay. A lot of them.
I'm not sure.
I don't know which one.
I'll be right back, Mr. Aquarius. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah.
That means for at least a few more days, millions of federal workers remain in limbo, unsure when they'll get paid or even if
She says Democrats want to reverse health care cuts that were passed by Republicans earlier this year. A senior Israeli official says the halt in offensive operations in Gaza is to allow Hamas
Okay.
to start organizing hostages.
So if you go to,
That is an official ceasefire. ABC's Ian Pannell says officials
can you hear me?
in direct talks with
I'm
Hamas.
listening. Just eating up breakfast.
You're good. All right. So, and Pump Fun.
He says indirect talks between Israel and Hamas are expected to happen in Egypt. It's going to crash in the 110.
Okay. Do you see it says search?
I already searched.
Okay.
But I don't. You got so many, so I don't know which one.
Right. Okay, so in search, just type Rabbi, Rabbi.
I did that.
Okay, so the first thing you should see is Year of Rabbit. Do you see that?
Now the search is Rabbi, right? Rabby.
No,
Rabbi.
correct.
Okay. And then I put it, okay, rabbit. It's a year rabbit.
Year of Rabbit, then it's Iridescent Rabbit Shark,
Yeah.
then Crazy Rabbit Coin.
Don't see that.
Okay, what's it say next for you?
It says rabbi.
Okay, there should be a picture of me. It's actually not that one.
Okay, I'm put Rothschild.
No, don't do that. Just type in. Let's see if how I can find it better.
Okay, I see something. It's a yellow circle. Is that you?
Yeah, click it.
That's what one came 19 hours ago.
Yeah, click it.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll see. Okay, he's live already.
Yep. I don't know why it's so dark.
Yeah, you know, it's like, okay. Nice. You're the only one live?
No, there are other people live, but
Okay. Cool.
there you go.
Hey, okay. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Have fun with that.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Lord. You know.
All right, did it bring me back? Yep. It seems to be brighter now. Maybe not though. I don't know.
Get out my nose.
Boy, this is like translating ancient language. How do I not know who this guy is? You don't know? You should have remember
I know.
one fucking name. I tell you exactly what it is. The one organization. Best fighter of all time.
But then,
Who's saying he's the best fighter of all time?
it's a person video. Yeah, it's a YouTube video. They put the compilation together. But let me tell you something. I'm not an expert. I've been to some fights with you, and I've watched this nigga was
I'm sure.
like I remember like the first time I saw Israel. I saw his compilation and stuff before, and this is before UFC. And then I said, hey man, is this guy real? And you were like, yes. So this guy,
See, he's a perfect example. I had my eyes on this.
Let's see here. This is
Right.
called
Kickboxing
Cheese
fucking people up with style points.
yes, this guy too.
Okay. And
Let's see here.
you don't remember his name?
Let's try Mike something Jr. That's all I got.
Good for you. How long ago was this? Was it a YouTube video you were watching?
It was a YouTube video. Like,
Is it how long ago?
he's probably got 50,000
Jamie can't even find it. He's like, that's not enough information. You can put that in the chat GPT.
He was a
Alright,
cop.
let's go to this one, dude.
He was he's married to like a fighter now. But he was like, his style was like, you know, the type of
This is driving
stream of consciousness, type of comedy. He would do the thunder kick on the regular.
Okay, Rolling Thunder.
Rolling thunder kick on the regular. That was just like standard. Like his feet were his hands. And his hands were like feet too. And he's just very explosive. And he hit one time, the few times, like two guys he did go to the UFC for a little bit towards the end of his career, and he did fight K1 he fought in Mexico. But I wish I had more exposure. Because I want to know. Like,
if you tell me that this is, I tell you everything about that.
Right. Being taken advantage
Like, I'm trying to figure out through this puzzle.
This is like highly
society, the races of society, dude.
I think there's too many keywords in there.
That's funny, boys. That's what Carol 217.
Jamie's
Thinks he's 5'8", 200 pounds.
Jamie usually is pretty excited about this kind of shit. With your amount of information, like I would think if you're as a suspect, right? If you're a witness, I'm like the way this guy describing the scene, I don't like it. I told the other detective aside, I think we got our guy. Detective's full of shit. He's trying to throw kids. He works for the other team.
Never mind.
I should have talked this guy. I should have bookmarked this guy. I was like, I need to know this guy.
That'd be awesome.
His really narrative is sick, but he fought in all of it.
Are you sure that this was one real person that you put together with that little thing? Did you get by some AI?
He was born in how about that? Had a low flat top. How about that? Light skinned black guy.
Posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. My brain has left me, dude. I'm trying
How
to
long
read
ago?
it.
Yeah, what year are we talking
I
about?
would say
And then I just want everybody to know I hate training, but I don't actually like it. But I do it because I just don't want to be, as I
I
go
gotta start
over,
watching
I
George
don't want to
Michael,
be a
then it got
rock.
to
I want to at least have a bit of an answer if there's a situation. And
it's like he's tired like
I want to feel like I can surprise a guy.
Listen, there's a lot of guys that unfortunately that are really
I love it.
good. And then you watch them like one or two fights, and you go, "Oh my God, this guy might be the best in the
Yeah,
world."
like it
It's
gets
just
me every time. It's so awesome. But it's, I want to.
Using your body to try to break another person's body. And the most effective way down, or take their legs out so they can't walk anymore.
I remember one time we went to a fight.
I want to be able to be
I was like, Joe, why they, they walk to the ring together with the whole crew.
so funny. Yeah.
And then right before they
Are there more Nickelodeon references that you can? Oh no, slime is like a gangster.
They gotta be right there.
In my mind, I was like,
outside of the
they get slime
octagon.
like the green stuff.
And they're gonna be
They
yelling
get slime, I
instructions,
think it's to get
and they were in the locker room together.
Oh,
But
really?
right
But
before
it's
the
also
person
like,
gets
there's
the
like,
ring,
this is my slime.
it's almost like a good
Shit,
vibe.
look at you, Chicago.
Because
So you're
mine
like,
might not
Chicago's
exit your ring the same way I
Alright,
exit.
I think it's more of an
Or
Atlanta thing. I could be
not exit at
wrong.
all.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
You know, so that's
I don't know.
what
Is that
fight
young
is to
stuff?
me. Like, that's how it's interesting. Like when you're like,
Okay, then I do know what you're talking about.
yeah, get by.
We're
What's
already
the
saw
last
this is the last one for the day. It's post by Beck, but different. Reminder, Brendan Schwab thinks he played in the NFL.
It's
Shout out
real
to
hard
Chicken
when you watch
Bob
your
Lee.
friends.
I got this clip from him.
It's real hard when you watch your
So
friends.
back from the 80s, you can see
Yeah,
stuff like
real
this.
hard.
There's no way people were
You know, it's real hard when you watch Columbia.
Hashtag things cheese. Let's see.
Right.
That was hard. Steve Babel was hard.
Pro football.
Yep.
Especially when
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
Coffee is not the same thing as scoring a touchdown.
because you know them,
Cappuccinos
know them as human
may
beings.
taste real good, but it's
You know,
nothing
that's
like
gonna do
being on the field with
It's fucking devastating.
Yeah, an
It's like
interception is
it's like a
different than a
loss. It's like
fucking
you lost a family member,
explosive
you lost a
deal.
dog.
There you go.
Yeah, you
So
know,
it's
it's just,
affecting you right now. Just thinking about
All right, that's our show.
That's
Thank you,
like-
Steve.
it's hard.
it.
But like for me, the hardest one was Shaw, because Shaw did want to quit. And
Also, you know, Mr. Man for business cards. But did you know
The thing about Brendan that most people don't know is how many concussions he took outside of the fight. So you see the fight, but and this is probably Shane Carwin, man. Shane Carwin was the interim heavyweight champion, the biggest fist ever registered in the UFC. He had like 5 XL fists. Bro, he's so big, it was ridiculous. He was like in the Avengers, like he would be like the Hulk. He doesn't look like a real dude. Like all the other people there, and there's Shane Carwin. He's a freak. He's a freak. And Brendan Shaw is all the time. And he gets knocked out all the time.
That's crazy.
You get concussions all the time. All the time. He got a concussion like days before he fought Ben Rothschild. He got a concussion days before he fought Nogueira. Like he was getting concussions all the time, like in the gym.
That's crazy.
So I knew about all that shit too, and I was seeing the effects, and I was like, you gotta get out now. If you don't get out now, there's no happy ending. There's no happy ending for the guy who gets knocked out. Right. It's terrible. I was watching a video the other day that video on Mike Tyson when he when he got out of jail. Remember when Mike Tyson looked like a bodybuilder almost?
Right. Was it a white guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
That dude, I found the video because I sent it to my friend. I was like, bro, right there, just really fell out because it's just unfortunate. Like, you watch a guy talk, you go, oh, okay. This is just how it goes.
Like turns.
Yep, all the greats. You know, Sugar Ray seems to have kept together pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of these guys. That's right. This is the guy that fought. He fucking went after him. Went after Tyson, which is crazy. But he pushed him away. He's trying to get after him. But Eddie's got some movement. He headbutted him there. But Tyson was phenomenal. He was like physically phenomenal. Like, look how good he took him apart.
Actually, much worse.
Just that knockout alone. How's the rest of your life?
Because
he's not even.
But if you want to see what we really thought, check out the
It
Patreon.
was cornered up to me.
You make sure to look. May
You know where
29th,
this
the Paradise
fucking
Room
story ends.
in San
That's a big
Diego.
one.
Bay already, right? Yeah.
Yes, you did.
June
It
at
was the
San
guy who
Diego,
fought Muhammad Ali
mic drop.
when Muhammad Ali
And he said,
had
well,
just
show
got
sold out. So quickly they,
his license back. So
so
took
you're going
3
on
years,
now.
wouldn't fight
But
Vietnam.
anything else, and that's
And
not why
they
you're
took
here.
away his
Start the
championship,
timer,
which
play
is
the
what his
tape.
license box.
Alrighty, so
Couldn't make a living for
we're
3
doing
years.
this job. You forgot to see that.
And then he bought this
So
Jerry Quarry.
this is
And
posted
it looked
by,
like
let's see
he had
here,
been on the couch. Ali
Jabronified.
didn't look like Ali.
It's all
It didn't
Nicky
physically look like Ali. It wasn't
Did you
ripped.
get to see any
He
of this
didn't
roast?
look fat. He
No, I
looked
haven't seen
kind
it.
of like.
Well, I've seen some clips.
Physique.
But
I
he's changed the way he fought.
If this
Like,
gets
look at that.
produced on YouTube, it'll be
He looks good.
Let's
But
see.
Still a little bit.
yeah, but not like
He's
it's
a
a
fast
right.
person.
So this was the first fight back. Jerry Quarry, so he's just really tough Irish guy. And him and his brother were like notorious for having like horrific gym fights. He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter, but he died young and he had terrible dementia before he died. And so did his brother. His brother only had a few professional fights. See, Corey had a bunch of pro fights. He fought guys like Frazier. He might have fought like Ken Norton. He fought like big time heavyweight power punchers and legends. But that was good.
You don't know. You didn't count them out of bar fights.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But the thing is, forget how good Ali was when he years off. But now I want to show you something different. But first of all, take care of those strings.
He looks like the kind of guy that would teach you how to like the ring toss. He looks like the guy that came up with
Show
that
me
idea. Making the thing so that the ring won't stay or the hoop's too small, you know?
If anybody's never saw Ali before, I said you gotta see Ali before they made him retire. And then you gotta realize we lost 3 years of this Ali, who was different than anybody who had ever boxed before. Anybody. So this is prime Ali. Like, look at the difference right away in the movement, right? The one fight Jerry Quarry was kind of standing in front of him, you know, and he was boxing him and looking good, but he's like, good luck hitting him. Good luck.
This is awful. Like, how do I stop this from moving so I can get it?
And this guy who he's fighting, even Big Cat Williams, was a killer. He had vicious power, man. Look at his build. Like, Cleveland was a dangerous puncher. Dangerous puncher. You couldn't let him hit good because Ali was a you gotta let him get him. And bro, like, scooch along so you can see, because he cooks him.
It's called Brian's on the verge of a nervous breakdown as the pod circles the drain.
No. Excuse me. I was thinking of
We're spending your life. There is a short side dish at the end if you want to skip this beast.
He listed when the time was. This is after G. This is when he was already out. when you think
skip over a 10-second balcony.
Alright. I'll let that guy do it.
Okie doke.
they retires. This is like 19.
What do you mean? And then the roast. Now I wasn't asked to do it, which is weird. I'm not a roaster. Not a roaster.
And it's so
I am
pretty.
looking at
There's
all
no
my
wind
friends
up,
who seem to
man.
have grown up
It's
since
just
COVID.
boxes.
Sometimes
You
you
should watch
want to
and you should watch a little bit of Big Cat Williams before that. It's a slugfest.
Alright.
Where he's fucking people up, and you know how dangerous it was for our
It's just my baby. Well, not a whole thing, but that's a little bit.
It's a beautiful man.
Ari took it to his world. It's like, this is a moving man sport. Exactly. We're not just standing in front of each other and just have a slugfest.
And this is the first guy in the heavyweight to ever move like
Trying to get more like
nobody moves like this back with that
It's
combination. Woo! And he stands over with his hands up.
It's extra embarrassing when you do this stuff.
Okay.
You have your hands up, bro.
There you go.
Like, you have the confidence, you have some women fixing it up. So you can go out afterwards.
Alright.
I never wanted to see that sport to go with that hairstyle for the after party.
Yeah, well, it just reminds me of some things that have gone bad, and
That's crazy. Let that guy fight on the ground.
Song 1.
Okay.
Song 2.
Sounds like a plan.
Song 1. Song 2. Song 3. 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 Song 1. Song 2. Song 3.
So this is at the bell, right? So they get him in the corner, they get him smelling.
Song 1. Song 2. Song 3. 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 Song 1. Song 2. Song 3.
The myth is that he had intentionally cut the glove. Respectfully, he probably did. Right. Because if the glove all of a sudden was torn right after a knockdown, how many other times in his career has he had a torn glove where the fighter was winning? Yeah. 0 times.
How do you think it was with yo-yo?
If he was in Henry Cooper's corner and they found that cut, you think he
Are you
would
fucking serious?
He wouldn't say a fucking thing.
Right.
Like, it's bullshit.
Yeah, you're not
But
on it, but it has nothing
I
to do
get
with
it. He bought some time.
It's just because he's
Smart
out.
move.
You should never have been
1
on the
second
other
in
things either.
boxing. It's a
Woo! The
That
face.
wow.
Cool story, bro.
The face was busted up. I think he stopped the fight.
That's just the way it is. And I will tank a podcast. That's all. I will tank
I used to watch all these little fights, but it's so long.
We've
I
had some
can't
great
remember
podcasts
the
before. Yeah,
full
that's
details. Like, I knew who you're talking about. Before you could remember his name.
Yeah, I was saying. I was thinking of Bob Foster. So I watched this whole piece on Bob Foster last night. He was Bob Foster. He was the light heavyweight champion when Ali was the heavyweight champion. And I believe I know he fought Ali at least once. He tried to go up to heavyweight. Just didn't carry over because he was a weirdly shaped guy. Like, he was tall, but he was not muscular at all. Give me a Bob Foster KO highlights. I got a whole rabbit hole the other night because I watched this one video of where they're talking about Bob Foster and how receptive his punching power was. And then I'm like, oh my god, I forgot. And then I went down a Bob Foster rabbit hole. And it was also the confidence in this video. He's talking about taking 1 or 2 rounds and then just knocking him out.
Is he the black guy or the white guy?
Black guy. No, Foster had. Look at this, bro.
Brian's the blower.
Bro.
Shab is the fucking
This
demon
is like a mother
engine.
beating a
Ken
child.
is the
Bro,
steering
he
wheel.
had tremendous power, man. Like the whip in his punches.
You need it all.
It's like very similar in a lot of ways to Tommy Hearn. It's a lot bigger. He's a 175 pounder. But it's that whip to the punches that Foster has. Like, look at the turn, like the amount of torque he gets when he throws his punches. And Bob Foster, he fucking flatlined a lot of dudes, man. He took a lot of dudes out of this dimension. Boom!
I like that.
Yeah.
You know,
the arms
it
that
didn't land this time.
Yeah, Foster fucked a lot of guys up.
Oh, yeah.
Last thing he said was,
He did.
that's one of the
He just wasn't quite big enough to beat Ali, you know? Ali was a solid 35, 40 pounds heavier. That's just too much. Oh, that's Super versus Corey at heavyweight?
That I missed a second.
Just showed you
I
how many
missed
guys
it, but I'm
Corey
glad that you
fought.
got
Fuck,
like the Kobe
man.
thing.
These guys need to
I
stop
do want to
putting
know
it
who
out.
said he
No,
count as
no.
the good. He said another
Corey
comedian
did
said it
not
count as the
because
good.
of it much
Another
earlier.
comedian said it count as the good. I'm
That
just
was,
looking
it
up.
doesn't look good.
During
That's what it says.
somebody called Joe Rogan to
Okay.
go.
Shocker that Joe Rogan said this. I mean, who else would he
No, you're wrong. That's not Joe Rogan talking. That's Brian Council.
He just went to sleep.
Foster versus Dick Tiger. This is a good one. Because he said about Dick Tiger, like Dick Tiger was a champion at the time, I believe. And he said about Dick Tiger, he was taking 1 or 2 rounds to hit him and knock him out. Boom!
a guy saying that
He
Brian
had
Callen is the
this
greatest of all
power
time.
that was just undeniable, man. There's some dude who can look at that. When he throws it, like everybody who like is a young boxer learning from this guy. Like the whip.
This is unfair
Just
to
continue scrolling. You like
the reaches are ridiculous.
Yeah, see, that's all Mike Tyson's elements about.
I know. But that's why I like Mike Tyson. Like, wasn't it 6 feet tall? Wasn't it 6 feet tall? And he get inside.
Oh my god, like a tornado.
Yeah. And sometimes he stays really down low.
Yeah.
He'll be throwing up his head. And they have to come up with it.
Yeah. Oh, he would have fun. He was playing with his kids back in those days, you know? He was having fun with guys. He was having fun. It was different things. We've never seen a heavyweight move like that before, right? So there was Ali. Never seen a heavyweight so agile, so fluid on his feet. He looked like a better version of Sugar Ray Robinson at heavyweight.
Right.
You believe it?
Right.
which is crazy. But also, he wasn't fighting caliber fighters. Well, I guess he was. When he became the champ, the second time around, he definitely did. When he got into like Frazier and Foreman. But I always wondered, man, if he didn't miss those 3 years, I don't know if any of those dudes had touched him. If he kept that up, like what he was versus Cleveland Big Cat Williams, and you add 3 more years, because I think Frazier became the champ after he retired. I don't think they beat that version of Ali, and we don't get the Jerry Corey version if this Ali's not sitting on the couch for 3 years.
But it also saved the brain damage for way later than it would have happened.
Maybe it did. Because maybe he wasn't agile anymore. It took more brain.
So he took more blows when he came back.
He had to rely on his chin. He had a tremendous chin. But it's just, I always, as a person who sees guys in their prime, because I think, what year was Ali when he took his license away? How old was he? I want to say he was 27.
And comes back at 30.
He comes back at 30.
Which is near quickly.
For a lot of fight.
For 5
Yeah, it gets near there.
Yeah.
It gets near quick. 3 years is, the thing is, like, he wasn't a guy that was like Bernard Hopkins, who just stayed in the gym and kept running every day. He wasn't that guy. And he was always involved in a lot of political things because he was an activist. He was a very outspoken anti-war activist. And they took away his livelihood because of it.
Bernard Hopkins has the most.
This is the worst thing they've ever seen.
He was 25 when he retired, when they took him to the license.
There's like caveats in there.
And he came back at 28.
Okay, so there's obvious evidence that he's the GOAT.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad we looked that up.
I'm surprised because Shop doesn't even read comics.
Yeah, it's true.
I think Cleveland Big Cat Williams is the last fight that we have before they strip away his title. Because they wanted to fight in Vietnam, which is just
Last time I checked, it was 250. I was like, oh, dude,
So Fight the Century is, so he comes out in 70, he gets torched, it's almost 40 years, right?
now, so there's a good chance I see it. You see a car wrapped around a train, it was me, it was the white Tesla.
It was 3 years and a few months. So 67, and from the time he fights Cleveland Big Cat, what, that was 66?
Oh my god, those fucking dishes at the end.
So those are prime years, you know, and but the big thing is not training those. That's the big thing.
I know how I
So
feel.
this week you laugh earlier, I'm not playing the whole
Yeah,
thing.
but you don't know what it's like to have your
But,
muscles
it's
deteriorate.
posted by Austin here.
His back
Towards the end.
Consider
he didn't come out and just move around. He just didn't.
I was looking at it was a heavy shift to move around too, because he was heavier. Yeah, he get heavier after 30.
Also, you're going through training camp and you're not in shape at the beginning. Like, that's a different thing. I don't know how much time you had to prepare with Jerry Corey, but I mean, I would imagine it's not more than a few months. So you can imagine you're saying, hey, Muhammad, you gotta get ready. Like, and he's like, I'll get ready. I was born ready. Why are you trying to get ready?
Around.
Yeah.
Come on, Mom, take it seriously.
I'm ready right now. Stop putting on those clothes. Because he would talk shit to people. He didn't say anything.
Right.
So if you're managing him or if you're training him, like, good luck getting hurt. He's the greatest of all time. I am the greatest.
They'll have you trained.
I remember he was talking to Howard Cosell, and Howard Cosell said, you sound very truculent, champ. He goes, whatever truculent means, if it's good, I'm that.
I'm in.
And he said it with zero hesitation.
I remember one time he said, I'm so fast, I'll turn off the light and get to bed before it gets dark.
Nobody had been like that. Nobody talked like that. Nobody moved like that. He was a totally different thing.
He was stand-up comedy fun.
Yeah.
He was that. Like when I watch his old videos, like nobody was watching fight. Yeah. I watch Muhammad Ali talking comedy.
Yeah.
That's how fucking entertaining this motherfucker was.
Yeah, he was so entertaining. Yeah, he was so entertaining. And because of his refusal to fight the Vietnam War, he represented the generation.
Yeah.
He represented young people that were like, yeah, this is fun.
Weird though. Your shot.
You know, and people had him, called the trainer, but at the end, they all kind of realized what
very well. So like his best he doesn't he crushes.
People don't know back then because the only war they had remembered before that, I mean, there was Korea, but really people remember World War II.
Right.
World War II, we got to fight the bad guys, we did our thing, we stood up for our country, and that's why we got the greatest country in the world right now. So you're not going to do your part, man. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And then during the Vietnam War, it was like, believe in it.
Something's
This
a little
might be
wrong.
a drug running operation. We might be like fighting in the jungle because someone wants to control drugs.
Is that what Vietnam War was? I believe
I believe there's a lot of factors, but I believe one of the major factors was control of opium trade.
That is why.
Well, I mean, I want to say that about Afghanistan as well.
Yeah.
Because the production of heroin out of Afghanistan ramped up after we were there, and we were guarding the poppy fields.
And it was still opiate prices that they put in the hospital.
It's the same thing. It's like it's all just heroin. It was at one point in time, I think it was 90-something% of the world's heroin supply coming out of Afghanistan. That's why we were over there. We were over there guarding those fields. I said we, not me. We were there. What Americans did. And Geraldo Rivera fucking went over there to visit them and talk to a guy, this military guy, who explained why they have to guard the poppy fields.
It's
like basically saying, you know, we have to protect these people from Al Qaeda. Like, listen,
Al Qaeda, we saw
do
this.
you know how gaslighting that is? Just think how gaslighting that is. We have to protect these kind and humble heroin growers. We have to protect them from these other people who are just terrorists, who live here, and we're here. We invaded this place to keep these people from stopping these people from selling heroin. And we're the good guys. What?
And especially the word Al Qaeda. When I watched, was it Rambo 3, which was Rambo in Afghanistan, and then you watch the credits. And thank you for the great fighters. Al Qaeda. It's in the credits too. Wow. It's in the credits because Rambo 3 was him helping Afghanistan fight the Russians. That's right. So that we were funded Al Qaeda. You ever seen the movie Charlie Wilson's War? You ever seen Charlie Wilson's War? Frank Tom Hanks, and he's a congressman or senator that figured out a way to fund on money. He knew Congress was going to give, like, you know, like he did his vote package for Israel. So they weren't going to vote to get package to like help us fight.
That is true. So why is he saying that? He should have all people should know. It takes years to
fight
sometimes to get out one episode of Toontown.
during their
What
war.
is that if not
So
talent?
then
It's working
he figured out a way how to get
TV
funding
shows is like they
and
film it
circumvented
without policies.
to Al Qaeda so that they can fight the Russians. Because it's all a part of the Cold War.
Right.
And it's like, in Vietnam, Russia fought us, but through the Vietcong, and in Afghanistan, we fought them back.
What TV shows you watch?
But that's what's going on in Ukraine right now, too.
So what's the deal with the Ukraine? Because I kind of know what's going on, but I'm kind of confused.
Well, we fund this. Right. We, along with other European countries, funded. You know, and it's kind of the same thing. It's in similar ways. But this is what they really want control over is the resources. It's the soil, extraordinary amount of soil, but the real thing is the amount of rare earth minerals.
the computer stuff.
They're sitting on an enormous amount of rare earth minerals. They also have natural gas. So this is part of the real controversy with why was running for Russia, who is Ukrainian company, like why what is the deal there? What they're trying to do is control energy, control the market for that, and had access to his dad. But there's enormous resources, and the war is partly over that, right?
why I like
Partly
that.
over
That
crossed
the
NATO,
poor man's
NATO
copyright.
crossed the
I already
line,
put it
they
out
weren't
there, dude.
supposed to cross.
Sure,
Like, we're
imagine
not
if I didn't
supposed to
talk about it.
to
It's
harm
I
them
would
and
be
have
just in the
nuclear
prison of my
weapons
own
right
mind.
next to Russia.
But
Exactly.
right.
It's not
Put a shirt in his butt and say
obviously
that my dick
they are a part
I
of
want
the
Shaq and Goose.
and NATO promised at the end of the Soviet Union that they wouldn't move the arms close to Russia. And you know, the idea is that if they wouldn't do that, Putin would probably take over everything, go to Poland or lead NATO. So I see both arguments. And obviously, the person who invaded a country is the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. Went into a country and hundreds of thousands of people are dead.
Very much like the Great Poppy because
But you don't know
go back
what
to
the
the
real
first time when we
motivations
first
of
watched the
war
Great
are
Poppy
until
special.
like the fog of war settles
Is
and
that,
dust settles and the war's over, and 10 years later someone writes a book and you go,
what he's
oh
gonna say.
God.
So he constantly
It
is
was
like,
that.
how you doing, Dallas?
Guys just wanted-
I fucking love
You guys
Texas
just wanted
because
to
he's
control
trying to
the
buy
world.
himself
You guys just
time
wanted to
to
make
remember
sure they
his
stay
act,
on
which
the
is
US
only
dollar.
25
You guys
minutes.
just wanted to
So he's doing like the
we're
same thing
pretending
with
that
this.
there's this
He heard
this
this
noble
from
cause.
Luke, and he's trying to regurgitate, and he's like remembering, like, okay, so the script
They
thing,
put that
he's
boat.
Yeah, they
forgetting.
made up
And it
an
just,
attack.
Right.
And then everybody's like, oh my God, they attacked us. They fucked around, and now they're going to find out. We're going to set that boys. And how many hundreds of thousands of people died, and how many hundreds of thousands more lives were ruined forever. How many guys just back, just with the horrific memories that they could never shake out of their head. They wake up in the middle of the night screaming.
Yeah.
They see people die, they see their friends die, they maybe have to kill people.
Yeah.
Trauma. And then Muhammad Ali said, fuck you. And everybody's like, oh my God, he's a traitor. You are not supporting him in like half the country. Just like anybody today. Half the country's mad at you, and half the country loves you.
Right.
And after a while, before the whole country loves you, they don't realize it's right.
Is there ever going to be a point where there'll be one person that the whole country loves?
Jesus.
like it felt like it was like that back in the day. Like,
Yeah,
there were some people like that, but
that
now,
was before social media.
yeah,
Because even people like that back in the day, where the whole country loved on television and in the newspapers, in real life, there was always some guy at the gas station talking shit about that guy. You know, there was always someone at the gym talking shit about that guy. People always talk shit. They just didn't have a public forum.
but if somebody talks shit about that guy,
It's like
you
when
know,
you're trying to have
he's
dinner with your
talking
mom.
that
She's
shit
like,
to
oh my
everybody.
God, that's the
What is wrong with you? Right. This is a great guy. Right. That's very good. That's yeah. How dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because you beat you in high school, let's go.
Oh, this is what happens all the time.
Right.
Chin second knocking me again, that username.
Yeah.
Yo,
The chicken stream.
what up, Mr. Matey? How you living, pimp?
You know, giving voices to people that maybe really didn't earn a voice. Nothing. It's bad. I don't think it's bad.
I don't think it's bad.
I think it's good. And I think, even the chaos of that, people that shouldn't get all that attention getting attention, it's like bad for them. It's bad for everybody. But it's better net. Like if you look at like the overall amount of good it does, it's way better than it is bad. But it's just a new thing that everybody has to deal with. One of the things is the impulse to get cut.
Right. But also, like, just as a black person growing up and watching the movies, right? It always felt slanted and against us anyways. And then somebody, either Neil Brennan said this or Chris Rock said this. Neil Brennan, like, a lot of white people are finding out now that shit that black people always, you know, about like not trusting the cops all the time, or the FBI all the time, or pharmaceutical drug companies all the time, or yeah, they will drop a shipment of drugs and guns off in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
And fuck it up and ruin it. On purpose. Because shit, they started talking
He's like, damn.
on another continent. Where you think that shit is gonna go?
No, that's true. Ricky Rothschild a bunch of times, right? He was selling coke for us. He was selling coke for the United States government and had no idea. And they were left, and he was doing it for the Iran-Contra. That was the Contra. Yeah, Iran-Contra. They were funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
I didn't even know.
I don't know which side we were funding, but we were funding one of them.
Yeah, the anti-communist side. The guerrillas who were fighting against the communists. Now, the other thing, there's a
those dudes that are just playing war games. They're playing war games, and they get to do it back in the 80s. Back then, they got to do it without any oversight. Right. They just play war games, and they're live. And then, you get,
Okay, like, just tell them this.
I remember Jimmy Tingle, very funny Boston comedian, he had a joke about Ronald Reagan, because they brought Ronald Reagan to trial, and they said, did you ever sell arms to Iran? He's like, I don't recall. And he goes, Mr. President, he goes, next time you sell arms to people who hate us, jot it down. He goes, make it a note, put it on the refrigerator. But that's where, Reagan was falling apart at that time. People didn't believe it. They're like, come on, you can't remember, but... And then it goes,
that was just his defense. Because you know it's just defense, and you're not perjuring yourself.
CIA was a contract. Okay, the CIA recruited, funded, and trained contracts, which included remnants of Somoza's National Guard. I think he was playing it off, but then I don't know because he did get dementia. He got Alzheimer's real bad. At the end of his life, he couldn't remember shit.
But I feel like he got the Alzheimer's like 20 years later. I could be wrong. I don't remember years no more.
So this one's
But
money
I
long,
remember years.
1864.
I feel like towards the end, though, his
Zoot, how you living, pimp?
What the hell?
Zoot.
Guys in their 70s, right?
Zoot, how you living? What up, big dog?
You're gonna be happy with me.
All right, what'd you do, big man?
I bought a ticket to Singles Night.
Oh, like to pick up chicks?
Yeah.
That's great, man. I am happy with you. When is that?
The early bird tickets for the males and the females are already sold out, so it's probably gonna be a big event.
All right, when is it?
Thursday night.
It's on Thursday night. There you go. Why don't you ask out Chelsea?
Nah.
Why not, dude? She's amazing.
Nah.
I mean, why don't you just ask her out for coffee?
So I could have said it last night, but I didn't.
Why didn't you?
I could have got stand up last night, but I didn't.
Why didn't you?
Too far away.
What do you mean it's too far away? Couldn't you take a train there?
Yeah, but next time I will. So I got 3 gigs.
Okay. What are your 3 jokes?
I got 3 gigs in next month. I'm going 3 gigs in 1 week.
All right, but none of them are paid. What are the 3 jokes you're going to do? Zoot, let's hear your first joke. If you don't remember it, I'll tell it to you.
I'm going to do the drink about not having Down syndrome.
No, that joke sucks.
Why does that joke suck?
Okay, do the joke that you did a week ago Monday.
Why does that joke suck? Actually, what's a good joke about Tourette's?
Dude, this is a funny joke about Tourette's. All right, so you can say, when I was a kid, there was a person in my class who really liked to holler at chicks. And what he would do is whenever he'd see a hot girl walk by, he'd say, "Damn," or "titties," or "boobies." And the teacher would say to him, "You're not allowed to say those things." And he said, "Oh, I have Tourette's." 6 months went by, and it was mid semester before his mom was called in to talk to her about her son's Tourette's. And she questioned the teacher. He doesn't have Tourette's. That's just a story that I heard, but I think it's funny.
That's just me in high school.
All right. Would you do that?
I got something funny.
All right, tell me it. What's your joke, Zoot?
You ever seen someone masturbate with Tourette's?
Not to my knowledge.
You ever seen someone take their clothes off because they have Tourette's?
Not to my knowledge. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's happened to me once.
You just randomly took off your clothes?
Yeah, I had Tourette's.
How is that a Tourette's thing?
I was on a train and I forgot people were watching and I was having a tick and I started taking my clothes off.
Zoot, you got to get this taken care of, man.
There was no one on the train, thankfully, and there was no. I was just like, holy shit, this could have like ended with a court case if there were like children or people around.
Yeah, dude, and you'd lose because you don't have a diagnosis.
How would I lose?
Because you don't have a diagnosis.
Alright, I punched someone in the face with Tourette's once and I got arrested.
Did you get away with it?
Yeah. Because I'm Tourette.
But you don't have a diagnosis, do you?
They believe me.
Zoot, why don't you get a diagnosis? I don't even know what to think of what you tell me anymore.
This is in my report.
What?
ADHD and autism that I had tics.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that you have Tourette's.
How do you get a diagnosis of Tourette's?
Dude, you do what you said you did like all last week or 2 weeks ago, where you were like, oh no, I went to the doctor, and you straight up lied. And you lied multiple times about it. And I mean, that's just not cool. So
Why do I need one?
because they can give you medication to stop you from having tics.
No, they cannot.
Dude, you're so full of shit. They make it. You should try it for a week and see if it helps. Instead, you just think it's instead you're in denial. You think it's funny to punch people and to take your clothes off on the train and to just annoy the shit out of people, and you don't realize you live in your own world and you don't realize that people don't like hanging out with people who do that.
What if
What if they don't believe they'll have it again?
They will. They absolutely will. All you have to do is tell them, hey, I punched somebody and got arrested for it. I almost took my clothes off in the on the train. And did you know that a girl got blamed when I was in kindergarten for barking? But I'm the one who did it. And did you know that in high school I would sexually harass women? Like, they're going to give you a diagnosis and they're going to give you a medication for you to be able to deal with it. But with that being said, I'm happy that you got your diagnosis, or not diagnosis, you got a ticket to go to the thing, to singles night. So you think a lot of people are going to be there? Okay. What makes you think that? Just because it's sold out? How many people are supposed to go? And what's the location of it?
60.
Oh, 60 people? Okay. And where is it going to be held?
In the city at a pub.
Oh, that's cool. Have you ever gone to something like this before?
Yeah.
And how was it? So why don't you talk when people ask you questions?
I am talking.
Okay, I just asked you a question. And how was it when you went previously?
Never went.
Dude, what the fuck, man? I honestly, dude, I don't mean to be mean, but I a lot of times don't like talking to you because you don't make any sense. I asked you, have you done this before? You said yeah. And then 10 seconds later you say that you've never been before. It's like you waste my time. I like you, but sometimes your social behavior makes you a very frustrating friend. Okay, so you've never been before, but it's going to be at a pub. There are going to be 60 people there, correct?
600 people.
600 people?
Nah, it's like 60.
Okay, I mean, what is it? Is it 60 or is it 600?
60.
Okay, so there are going to be 60 people there. So 30 guys, 30 girls, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Why does it take you so long to answer questions? Because why?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
Rabbi.
What's that, big dog?
I think I have everything.
Yeah, I think you do too. But you're not getting help for the thing that you need. And it's very frustrating. And you may not see it as a problem, but it's the biggest thing holding you back in your life.
So, not ADHD, not autism.
Zoo, you don't have autism. You don't have autism. You just got that diagnosis so you don't have to work and you get a stipend from the government.
What makes you think I don't have autism?
That's not what autism is. What you have is Tourette syndrome. And you need to get it diagnosed and you need to get it.
What's
What's your definition of autism?
Not what you have. You have Tourette syndrome.
Sorry?
Not what you have. You have Tourette syndrome.
Do you know what autism is?
No one knows what that is.
No one knows what that is?
You
Why
cor-
do you think it's being diagnosed so much?
It's a moneymaker for pharmaceutical companies. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but you don't have it. You just got diagnosed with it, so you don't have to work.
How's it a moneymaker for pharmaceutical companies if there's no drugs you can take?
There are drugs you can take for it.
But what?
I mean, I'm not going to look them up. You can look them up. You're the one who has it, allegedly, so look it up. All I know is that you're not seeking help for the thing that you need, and it causes frustration amongst those who care about you.
So is Tourette's a moneymaker for pharmaceutical companies?
Not a huge one, but they do make medicine to be able to help people with it.
Why would I want to cure Tourette's?
Because it makes it so that you can't get a job and you can't get a girlfriend and you're not doing anything with your life because you make awkward comments that cause people to not like you.
Like what?
You would sexually harass girls in high school. You take your clothes off in the train.
I never sexually harassed girls in high school. What the fuck?
You said you did. I said I was telling a story about someone, and you were like, "That sounds like me in high school."
I was joking. I never did that.
Okay, well, I don't get your humor, but you're not addressing the major problem that you have, and it's cool if you don't want to, but it's going to hold you back in life. If anything, you get a diagnosis, and then they can put you on medication that can help you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and I would see it as a major accomplishment if you did that. But I mean, who cares about what I think? I'm telling you that it'll make your life a lot better. You are someone who's not living up to their potential, and you could if you were to get the diagnosis that you need. Instead, you want the easy way out. And you've done that everywhere in your life. You want the easy way out. You don't want to work at things. And that's fine. So instead of addressing the behavioral issue that you have, which is Tourette syndrome, you just go get an autism thing so that you don't have to work. And then whenever anybody presses you on something,
Grandma, I'm gonna go to bed right now.
there you go. All right, big dog. You know the truth. Best wishes, man. I care about you and I want the best for you.
Especially if they don't take vitamins.
Right. And if you're Reagan, do you want to remember everything that you did?
George Jetson on the car.
So
Yeah, definitely not.
Alzheimer's is almost like a blessing.
Yeah, always does. George W. You don't want to remember nothing.
Yeah.
You don't want to remember the Iraq War. People going to Iraq because we got attacked on 9/11 by someone who was funded by the Saudis. What? Why are we in Iraq? Shut up.
Yeah, I feel angry every time I think about that one because
I already saw it 7 days ago, of course. But
I wanted
the Leah's face.
I was like, we gotta go.
He
They gotta go
literally
into some
does
mass
the
destruction. We
fucking,
gotta go stop them.
what's
Like,
that? Not the
like
Simpsons,
they
but the other
think that they
show,
ran on
Fry,
the news.
the Fry face from Futurama, where it's like,
Like, I never questioned it.
Yeah, I didn't question it either.
The Fry face. Does that looks like a fucking Fry face if I ever seen one.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
That's
was
awesome.
like the only way
That's the
to
funniest
people
face
to
I
find
ever seen.
out how
People
dumb
say
people
Leah's not
are.
funny.
The people that run the
But
world.
then people say that Brendan Schaub didn't have a
They
fucking
don't
lawnmower business when he was
they don't
13.
know
You didn't have
exactly how dumb you
Did
are.
I
They
not
know
have?
what
No,
the
I
high
definitely did
school.
not have one. I know friends
The
of
only way
mine
to
did.
find out how dumb people are
Yeah.
is put a
I don't
dumb
think
guy
that's a
in as
crazy
president.
thing to
And
have.
see
But
if everybody
Schaub
freaks
saying it, also,
And then
George
you know,
Jetson
it
on the
was
business
like
card.
after he tricked people
Okay,
into
yeah, that's
going to
maybe.
Iraq,
I mean, maybe
starting
his
the war,
dad
and
did that.
got reelected.
I think my friend did
Like
actually
that
have a
was great.
business
I go, he won it.
card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he won it.
I had one called
Like
Jerry's.
we run the world like.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
When someone
But you
back
had-
at
you
home
hated
goes,
Dude, this is back in the day when I was going by Jerry's. My dad found out.
and
When
he's
my dad
right.
found out I was going by
He was
Jerry,
right.
he was like,
He
hell
was
no,
up.
I need you to get out. Look,
And we all
He
felt
was like,
duped by
listen,
that one.
what did he tell
You know, we all felt duped by a bunch of different things. One was the financial collapse,
I'm like, did he
when
say
the housing
what
market
kind of thing?
collapsed, and then
No, he did
the
not
guys
say
started
I
getting
was the type of
bonuses. They have to get their bonuses. The CEOs have to get their bonuses. What? Wait a minute. You guys, your bank collapsed and you get a bonus?
Your name is Alec.
What are we doing? It's our money, so you're taking our money and you're helping save these banks. And then the CEOs get bonuses because if we don't give them a bonus, they'll leave and go somewhere else. Like, what is this logic?
Right. The thing I don't understand about
You didn't make
2008
any money doing that?
is where the
I wanted
money
to fill up the
goes.
time, dude.
Exactly.
You did it for free. I
Listen,
didn't do it for
so
free, Cootie.
these
But
fucking
the
people
rates
had money,
nowadays,
right?
with
Then they
inflation and
lost
whatnot,
it.
I was getting paid
But when they lost it, they didn't get burned. Somebody else got the money. So then why was everybody broke? Like, somebody else got rich, but what were they doing with the money? Don't they do? Why didn't nobody have money?
See, this is where you and I are regular people, and we're not financially minded at all, right? So we're not the kind of devious market people that would see an opportunity and take advantage of it, right? So what was the biggest transfer of wealth in modern history?
Don't they say that's kind of like
Alexia Narve is called an excellent policewoman, but also an
Biggest transfer of wealth
is often
ever.
called upon to ensure security.
So
in certain
what happened
stadiums.
was all these mom and pop places got shuttered, right? You can't go there. You don't have a. We're in a pandemic. Okay, you can only go to Target during a pandemic. You can only go to McDonald's during a pandemic. You can only go to during a pandemic. You can't go there. It's a pandemic. You can't have your comedy club open. It's a pandemic. You can't have these restaurants. Are you kidding me? That's dangerous. Outdoor dining. What about the optics? Shut it down. And so, where's all that money going? Well, that money goes to all the other businesses that can stay open. Walmart, Target, all these things flourish. The stocks change. 70% plus of all LA restaurants went under. People lost millions of dollars. Where'd that money go? It got legally siphoned into other people's businesses that were allowed to stay open.
And also with the stimulus, like a lot of big companies got
What kind of questions?
stimulus checks. Like we got some dollars, but they got a lot of dollars.
There's been a bunch of those transfers as well, where you won't look, if you ever look at it like a psychopath, a complete sociopath who really understands how the system works, and they'll explain it to you, you go, oh, that's what they do. Yeah, that's what they do. They told you you had to stay home. They told you to do this. Why they extended for so long to crush the economy? Because it didn't crush the economy for them.
Right.
They boosted the more they can keep you from spending money at those places, the more you have to spend money. Amazon and this and that, and anything that's open. So they close the market down.
So let me ask you this: like, how much? And I had this question in my head 20 years ago because I noticed a lot of greed, right? And I was like, 20 years ago, I was like, how much money do people like that money want? And then now, I still had that same question because I feel like those people should have had enough 20 years ago when I asked to be like, all right, let me just chill. It's probably a different set of people who are like they were 20 years ago, but like, how much money do people want? And if you get all the money and nobody has anything, you think you really have money? Because how are you going to get more money from people that don't have money? Because you took it up.
Well, no one's going to get that rich. That's a funny way of looking at it. But there's different kinds of people that make money, right? There's kinds of people that make money because they make a lot of things. That's like Elon Musk. That's his money, right? And then there's kinds of people that make money that are only trying to make money. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to do deals. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. But the whole idea is just to make money. Elon's thing is to make things. Right. Like he's there to make Starlink. He's there to give internet access to people all over the world. He's there to make electric cars. He's there to make electric roofs. He's there to make spaceships that can go up and rescue people and bring them back down and land. He's making things. And because of making things, he's the richest guy on Earth. Right. By the way, that's different than the real world. Right. Like the real world, it might be Putin, it might be some king in the Middle East,
Federal Reserve runs that.
Yeah. Well, that's different too because it's not like individuals, but yeah, it's a good point. But the actual one richest person in the world in America, the Forbes 500 guy, is the guy that makes the most stuff. It's Elon. You know, and then you have the guys that are just trying to make money. That's a different kind of cat. So those guys that are just trying to make money, those are the weird ones. Because they're just number people. They're number people. And so if they're thinking about numbers all the time, then they don't give a fuck about you. They're just trying to make more numbers. And if you get more and more sociopathic as you go down that road.
Right. So my question is there an equation? Right? So prove like our brain can't be could somebody into money? Is there an equation that can help to prove that you could make more money from peace than war?
We're definitely making noise on that mute thing.
For sure.
I got you
And why am I pushing this equation?
Because it's the easiest way to do it. The easiest way to do it is war. It's a trick people into doing it.
What's your name?
Control the entire country.
What's up, big dog?
You know, it's like you're not going to make the same. It's like there's groups of people that will make the most amount of money from war. For sure, military defense contractors. They make the most amount from
my
war.
read on this.
That is their business.
Yeah, obviously it's on the
Like,
phone
and
the
you
whole
can't
time.
fault them.
Not
That's
really
what they do.
paying
You need them.
attention.
Because you need them.
They have a strong board.
Yeah,
They're not the
he is
people.
the
They're like a
CEO
people
of
that
the
wants to
like he's the
convince you
president
to let it off
of
the
a business.
Look,
So he doesn't really have to like do the job.
She is fucking German Shepherd talking shit. They're talking shit.
When the other guys are fucking like just to like figure out.
Every time we walk by here, they bark at me after.
Their business is to make shit, and not only just make shit, make better shit all the time. And I was thinking that the other day, I was like, if they're always making new jets, like what do they do with the old jets? They kind of have to blow up.
Crazy.
They kind of have to go launch the missiles. They have these extra missiles from like that they never kill anybody with. They're just sitting around. They're gonna go bad. Stop trying to use them. That's their business, man. It's like that Nicolas Cage movie. What did Nicolas Cage movie? About the guy who sold arms. That's right. Oh yeah, Lord of War. You're selling weapons, you want a war. You know, and those are the guys that are getting gigantic contracts. And then some guy comes in and he's like, I pledge to double defense spending and make America stronger than it's ever been. And those guys are running the stock market. Buy.
But we as people, why are we buying this? Because we know the deal.
We know the deal, but we're only learning the deal now. Right? Like as a culture, I think it's only been like 10 years. Where people are like, wait, what the fuck is going on? I I think
be on the
10 years
phone
ago,
the whole
most
show
people
and
think
also
Lee Harvey
interact with
Oswald
whoever
killed
was on this
JFK.
Zoom that doesn't even work.
No, I have my doubts, and I'm like the most gullible motherfucker in the world.
You had your doubts?
He's
Yeah.
just
I
evil guy, dude.
knew
But I think that
something
it
up
might
the
be the
story a
seal
long
because
time
he
ago
said
because
he
I
has
read
a
a book.
boardroom.
But
He's the
if
thing.
you're
He
the
may
average
see himself
person
as this sort
20
of
years ago, you're not going to buy
God
these
figure.
conspiracy
That's right. If you were the crazy person who stopped talking to you, you got exiled from society.
Exactly. Now, someone that you're close with sends you a video, and you just watch this. You're like, what?
Yeah, you know, you might be right. I mean, I hope not, but you're probably right. That's what I'm
And
talking
you watch
about.
it,
What we
like,
just saw.
what? And you sit back on the podcast, like, oh my god, they framed him.
He's like, oh no,
What?
and then
Oh my
the
god. Did I ever tell you
actions
what
he
Bill
has,
Murray
like,
said?
now this
No.
is happening.
Bill Murray
Another
came in
thing
here,
is fucking the show.
and
Yeah, every like, dude, you're
the
supposed
same
to
guy,
have fun
Bob
on your
Woodward,
podcast.
who was part of
This
Woodward
fun
and
shit.
Bernstein that took down
Yeah,
Nixon,
that's the thing you can
he
forget sometimes.
wrote a book
It's
on
a
John
show,
Belushi.
but you should be.
And John
The
Belushi,
whole
who
thing
was
is
one
that
of Bill
you're
Murray's
having
best
fun.
friends.
You're not having
So
fun.
Bill said he read the first 5 pages. He was like,
Even
oh
though
my
he's
god,
not
they
having
framed
fun,
Nixon.
we're
No,
still
what?
having fun watching it.
The book was
There's very
so
little he
full
can
of shit.
do where I'm
It was
just like,
so
I can't
made
even
up, like it was this
take this
made up
out. It does
character
happen
from John
sometimes.
Belushi,
There's
who
like
he was
things
with
where we
all the time.
couldn't even do
Like,
that.
we
We
didn't
couldn't
know John
even.
Belushi.
We
John
couldn't
Belushi
watch
died of a drug
or
overdose. He
conflict. We
fabricated
just
this
decided not to do
crazy,
it.
wild thing
But,
and called it Wired.
most of the
And he said
time,
he read 5
whatever
pages
he
of it. He's like, oh
does,
my god, they framed
it draws
Nixon.
us back in.
Yeah.
There's
Isn't that crazy?
One of the most
gonna be another
disgraced
Trump
presidents of all time,
right?
framed.
That's
So was
coming.
he a good
God
guy?
knows what it's gonna be.
Because he got rid of the gold
He
standard.
was not a good guy.
I feel like it's going
This
down
is
to
this
fucking
is not a
fast,
binary
dude.
thing. Nixon
Right.
was
I
not
feel
a
like
good
we've
guy.
been here
Nixon
before.
also
This
passed
is a
that
fucking
sweeping
time
psychedelic
is a flat circle, dude.
that made everything.
You've always been
And
the
he
most
did that specifically to target the anti-war movement
You're a
and
very
the civil rights
serious guy.
movement. Specifically, they wanted to take those people who were involved in the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement and put them in jail. And the best way to do it, they were all smoking grass, they were all eating mushrooms, they were all doing LSD. Just make all that stuff super illegal and then bust them. And that's what they did. They changed the entire the direction of the culture. Like what Nixon did was catastrophic to human civilization. Because who knows where we would be as a culture if psychedelics were legal this entire time from 1974.
Especially with Bob Woodward or because we don't know
No,
the
actually,
shit that he did.
Bob Woodward was intelligent. Agency guy. He was an naval intelligence officer. And his first project as a reporter was one. That's crazy. Why would they give that to a guy with his first project? His first major story is the biggest story in the history of the world, and he just happens to get naval intelligence agent.
Dude, we take 1 month
What?
on the demo.
There's like senior reporters. There's these people that are like feet in the street. They're out there every day.
They must
And the guys who broke into Watergate, they were all FBI. So here's the thing: Nixon didn't have knowledge of it, but then they brought it to Nixon and covered it up. Like, oh, gotcha. And that's how they got rid of him. And they also got rid of Spiro Agnew, who was his vice president. They got him on corruption charges, kicked him out. Including Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford was in the Warren Commission.
Oh.
And then one of the things about Nixon is Nixon couldn't shut the fuck up about going to kill Kennedy and trying to get the bomb on him.
Why did Nixon want to get to the bottom of it? Because he was going to kill him.
He lost to
He lost to Kennedy, so I figured he did right.
John F. Kennedy's not there. He lost to JFK in a previous election. And
I did not like it afterwards because she fucked me like a whore, dude, and she was trying to leave. Yeah,
he
she was
started
like, get the
talking
fuck
about
out.
it.
That's
And
what
now
I'm
we're talking
dude.
about it is they're like,
They're like,
get
dude,
rid of
are you
him.
ever gonna, have you talked to her?
It's like he won at the time.
I can't do what heroes.
Most
I can barely do
popular president
McConaughey, but
of all
yeah,
time.
I mean, that's
He
why we
won
had to
with
keep doing the
the
show. We
most
can't
amount
let
of
something
votes
like that
of
happen.
anybody ever.
I can't cheat on my wife.
And when you look at him like
You,
a
I
crook,
don't want you to relapse.
he was
on
like,
her.
hey, by the way, he probably was.
Keep it up.
At the very least, he did cover up that crime. He didn't say, what? He did what? No, we're gonna make a press conference, and we're gonna fucking find who did it, and we're gonna come clean. Instead, he tried to cover it up.
But to me, like when I think about Watergate, from what I remember of it, wasn't really that big of a deal. Like it's so sensationalized. Like, what was the real crime? Like what was the somebody broke in somewhere?
And they installed the voting equipment so they could listen in on people.
Like who are they listening to?
The Democratic Party. So the Republicans were listening to the Democrats. Or they're getting ready to campaign against them.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of
it's definitely illegal. but it's not that big of a deal because they're doing that to you right now.
Right.
Like, if you have your phone, and you know me. If you know me, your phone is bugged. Right. Ah, shit. Good luck. All those dick pics sent out, those are all on the ether. And, that is something that we had to find out from Edward Snowden. Okay, when that was exposed, we learned that, oh God, there's a mass surveillance program that's secret, that's been around forever, and the NSA's been running it. Like, all that, what Nixon was doing was just a version of that, or not even Nixon, but what the crime was a version of that, listening to their calls. They probably all listen to each other now. Right. They probably all hack into each other's emails. They probably hire hackers to hack into those phones, hack into those emails, shit. They do that, man. That's just, it's a dirty game.
They turn that dirty political game into like you said, if I know you, my phone is hacked, or just is it the NSA?
There's probably organizations.
Oh my God, that's what his shirt says.
We don't even know it.
Right.
Too many people know about
You definitely gotta get a gold chain if you're gonna hit his daddy.
Let's come with something new.
Yeah, and you need intelligence because the world is a dirty, dark place filled with monsters. But they're still monsters. Like, I'm sorry we got monsters, but we have to fucking have a wall. Trump executive order quietly declared that NASA is now a spy agency. What? How?
He has his black belt in buying views.
What?
That makes sense.
They spy from space?
I don't know.
But it means you
Executive order is just the redesignation of NASA. What is that? I don't know.
Did you see the latest on that? Was it really interesting? So they raised $423 million.
They changed the name of it?
It's still called National Guard now.
So yeah, the order stipulates the agency will now have as a primary function intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative or national security work.
So when they went to raise money, from what I understand,
The major departure for the agency was historically focused on space exploration as well as space and earth sciences over its 67-year lifespan. Not to mention that science and exploration stuff, NASA watch founder Keith Cowling, former scientist and agency at the agency now closely follows internal and external politics, wrote a blog post. There are signs that Trump's intentions behind the order were at least partially related to labor concerns rather than spycraft. The order also added that NASA to the Federal Service Labor Management Relations Statute, excluding it from collective bargaining representation. The news that NASA will now be a spy agency was seemingly overshadowed in the media by the president's elimination of union rights for thousands of federal employees mere days before Labor Day, despite multiple lawsuits challenging the change. I wonder if this is because of private space.
Do you guys think Balloon Fart's a real person? You're crazy.
Because they're so far ahead. Like Blue Origin is far ahead of what NASA does. Tesla, SpaceX is very far ahead of anything that they do. It's almost like you leave it in the hands of private companies that do a better job of space anyway.
And then start announcing it this.
Why is that? I think that's more spy for spies.
But I feel like when you turn something into a spy agency, it already was. Right? And you're just like, let's just make it official.
Right, they put satellites in overhead.
Right, and when you watch movies, and they're like looking at parts of other countries to try to track down the villain in the movie. Like, they're giving away kind of what's really happening. Oh, for sure. So it is
so few people
basically
so short-sighted because when you do that,
spy,
you might get that initial,
organization.
Well, if they're launching spy satellites, they're a spy organization, right? If NASA's launching satellites, that's mostly what they're launching. They're not putting anybody on other planets anymore, largely. And they're not doing anything with the space shuttle anymore. So what are they doing? Why not be a spy agency? Because they with them. Yeah, they gotta move around, boys. Can't be Blockbuster forever. Yeah, exactly. I think they took it into Rome. They said, listen, aliens are real. This spaceships we have are all bullshit. We have a couple years left. So, you should just come out. We're not going to travel to the moon anymore. Settle that.
I'm just, even the aliens. Like, I believe in aliens.
Well, that was what
I don't really got a lot of proof.
What's his name? Nadab?
But the the denial of it is my proof.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The harsh denial. It's just like how we talked about back in the day. You didn't like the guy that everybody liked. They ostracize you if you believe in it. They ostracize you.
Oh, yeah.
And everything from the, it's like when they see because you got to drink your phone. Then you realize you know past a certain amount of time, if you keep drinking it, it's bad for you. Like everything that was bad for you is good for you. Everything that was good for you, you find out it's bad.
Also comes around again because the real milk is what you drink is raw milk.
Right.
The reason why milk is not so good for you, especially low fat milk, is because there's not, your body's like, what is this?
Right.
Like you boiled out all the enzymes, you killed all the living organisms in it. It's just like this weird liquid that I'm drinking. It makes you fart and feel weird. You drink real milk, like raw milk the other day. I drank it, like, oh, this is what milk's supposed to taste like. This is so much better. It's way better, and it's illegal. Meanwhile,
why is it illegal?
glyphosate's legal. There's all sorts of shit that's legal, like Roundup. What the fuck is glyphosate? Oh, Roundup. That's the spray on
yeah,
plants.
that gives the people cancer.
Not just people cancer, like anybody who's close to a golf course. There was some study about getting Alzheimer's disease, like that you can get Alzheimer's much more likely if you're within a mile or so of a golf
And
course.
glyphosate was Monsanto before they sold the company to the German company. So then,
Or they
Monsanto,
maybe Monsanto bought there.
or no, they sold it. They awarded, and Monsanto escaped.
Look at glyphosate poisoning.
I can't even remember the order of this shit.
Yeah, that's nuts. Isn't that nuts? And they spray that shit on everything. Not only do they spray that shit on everything, they make certain plants that are genetically designed to be resistant to Roundup. So they can spray more of it on the corn. And then the thing is, they spray it on it at the end of the growing cycle to dry it out, apparently. That's like a lot of the glyphosate you get in your system is totally unnecessary. They just do it to speed up the process.
That's my thing. It's like, why? Like, this shit is so gross. Like, it's gross, right? Like, sometimes, right, the money they spend to buy, right? It's like you could have put that money into making this shit healthy and good.
The problem with corporations as an entity, the way it's been established, the way it's set up, corporations as an entity always want to make more money. Right. When you always want to make more money, you figure out a way to make more money. And it's just bullshit your way to make more money at other people's expense. That's what you do. And you justify it. You have lawyers, court, drag it out, and you accept a small percentage of profits that you pay off people with because they got damaged by your product. And you keep moving because you're a piece of shit and you don't care.
But say you win. Say you make some money.
Yeah.
But you spent some money. You spent so much money, like with the lawsuits, keeping people in court, made more money. But I feel like you made more money than you spent, but the money you spent could have been spent to make a good, healthy product. So you wouldn't need to.
Depends on what you're talking about. Because, like, if you're saying the pharmaceutical drug companies, the way to make the kind of money that they like to make, you gotta do some shenanigans. You gotta do some shenanigans. You gotta mandate medications, and you gotta brainwash people into thinking that they should be on your side, and that and then get them scared and say that if we don't take this medication, it could be literally the end of civilization. Like, whatever it is, like, you come up with whatever fucking. People are gonna die, your kids are gonna die, everyone's gonna be more retarded. Just find a way to get people to believe, and they'll just all climb on board. They'll all climb on board because a lot of people are cowards. And that's what happens in this world. And that's where it gets really weird. Because then they have an enormous amount of money and an enormous amount of influence. And then they start paying for the hats on all the TV shows. Brought to you by Pfizer.
And that makes it look legit.
Exactly. That makes them look legit, it makes the TV show look legit, and you're watching publicly it's an evil union between the truth and money, where money always wins, and money will distort the truth. And they're allowed to do that.
It's crazy because when I was growing up in New York, I got mad.
You know, I don't know what happens to him after things like that.
Nah, I was at the Louisville Mall, and I was leaving.
He's all. You didn't do the act out, dude. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a professional comedian. Shop, 2, Cooney, 0. Look, he's a bigger numbers guy. It hurts my feelings a little bit. You're going to hurt me. You got me, brother.
I was like, could I see it first before I give you $100? He's like, no, I open Ripley and Shots and open the spot. If you don't buy it, then the next person won't buy it because it won't be new.
He's like, ow, deal, ow. I got a microphone problem, bro.
Gave him $100.
That's the best one so far.
Got on the bus. Didn't even have a car. Got on the bus. Drove home.
Why did they make everyone Asian? Unnecessary.
Hey,
The mic was Asian as shit.
But that $100
Deal out.
saved me so much. Yeah. Because I always, like, I was just always on a swivel looking out for, like, where is the trick? And then sometimes I just wouldn't do something. If I didn't see the trick, because I was like, nah, there's something here. But then the Iraq War was like, my PCR, like, recently, like, that shit got me. They got me. They sold me a piece of rock star. September 11th happened, right? Yeah, I was in the That's the thing. I saw it all from the West Coast. But the people that were there, I think they were like, keep them harder. Yeah, they have to. If they actually did, I went back there, which was like a few months later, I felt it. Yeah, it felt different. Yeah, that shit, like, I was living in LA, but I was visiting.
Yeah,
I was so homesick in New York when I go back to New York back then. I'd stay a while.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, and then the night before the Trade Center went down, you know, Will Smith,
I never really got perspective on how big
Jersey City, and I used to live in that apartment in Jersey City. So then he's like, come on, so I took the train and took the World Trade Center, the train, the PATH train. And it's funny because back then when I was living here and going to New York and I moved around, I missed this place. I mean, there's so much shit that I didn't pay attention to before. And so I was in the World Trade Center the day before it went down, like, man, I didn't know this, like, how big the ceiling was and how much detail they put into it. And I got on the train, went to Will's crib, and then I got a ride home that night.
Like, oh, I forgot you wanted food today, but you forgot that I'm not feeding you.
Watching the first time,
Those things are so
with
fucked
a
up.
plate sticking out.
These videos, like, they disturb me so much. Like, when the fucking people get beat up by like the nurse who's just fed up for some reason. Like, oh my god, I hope this is like only this time that this happened. This is cousin.
And then I almost get under the bed.
And I hate when the nurse is Latino or Latina.
How far
like,
were we?
come on, guys. I know she's white,
I
but
was in
still,
Long
you gotta
Island.
feed her. Yeah, dude.
So
you can't just punch her in the stomach.
like an hour drive.
Yeah, it's crazy that they do. Like,
But
yeah, on
I
video
just
it's
like,
insane.
we're under attack.
But that's what's
And you're like, I don't know where these attacks are coming from, and I don't normally feel like a coward. But I was like,
when you're filming yourself beating on an older person,
where are they gonna attack?
that's crazy, dude.
You
And
know?
those nurses are like shit.
So it was
They
just
just
that type
film
of.
everything they do. So
Right,
if they're
but
gonna beat up an
I'm
old
worried
person,
that
they have like a fucking selfie stick and they're just beating up some old white guy.
The danger of that is obviously people are gonna die. Obviously, horrific if something does happen, a terrorist attack does happen. It's one thing the consequences of being overseas. It means something. It does. It's not just a video on your phone.
We're laughing,
It
but dude, like, this is, look at his face. Yeah, dude, what the fuck?
There's
So much fear in those eyes,
There's
dude.
real
There's no
evil.
bag anywhere near that.
Evil's a real thing.
It's
You
so
could not believe in the
embarrassing
devil,
for
you cannot
Cal. Like,
believe in
remember
God,
the
but
cow
evil
thing? It was
actions
like, woo! It was staged. But now he's got this mongoloid just roughing his lap. He has no,
There's only one
he's no
way to
say in the
combat
matter.
evil.
Yeah.
You
But you know what they say, dude.
You have to have
When
a
you're making
strong
a lot of
force of
money,
good.
you
But
like
that
kinky
has
things,
to
dude.
be
Right?
good.
This
It
is how
has
it's
to actually be good. And if
Bro,
it's
you know hard as shit right now.
it's actually
He's into it.
participating in
Okay,
evil,
that changes
and then
everything.
you find out about it, and you're like, well, what the fuck? This was like in
Yeah, okay, that's true.
1933.
Yeah, he's making
This guy,
money, so, and
Smedley
he's also
Butler,
like,
Major General
he's got bored
Smedley
with,
Butler,
this is
wrote
his
a book
kingdom.
called War
And to
is a
put some
Racket.
perspective on it,
1933.
I'm for sure pissed about that, dude. So, like,
1933.
I'm broke as shit.
And he
Remember
broke
what you're
down
doing, dude?
how he thought he
Yeah,
was over
step up
here
from
to
that.
protect
Sharpies
people,
at the
but he was
butter
really
to do it
there
anymore.
to make make it safe for bankers or do whatever the stuff you got to do. Control oil, control whatever minerals or gold, whatever the hell they were doing. And you realize at the end of his career, he still is a racket. Yeah. And this is 33, man. They tried to get him to overthrow the government. They tried to get him to participate in a military coup against the government.
Well, that is the saddest clip of the
was in
week
charge
and the
back
last
then?
one.
We just went over it the other day, right?
Thanks for tuning in.
Jamie will pull
See you
it
next
up.
week. Bye.
This is before our time. So this is, I think this happened prior to that. So 32 maybe, something like that. Some Woodrow Wilson said, some old kind of shit. They just got away with things back then. And now they have to hide it on layers and layers and layers of special interest groups and NGOs and money being floated around. It's all bullshit. And that bullshit is all over the news. And everyone's confused. And everyone thinks it's the good guys versus the bad guys. And the more people get scared, the more people start looking for white hats and black hats. And confusion is the greatest weapon. So here it is, 33. United States, okay. The business plot called the Wall Street Putsch was the White House. Is that Bush?
You said like because it's a German word.
Chug
So it was conspiracy in 33 in the United States to overthrow the government and the president Franklin D. Roosevelt install Smedley Butler as dictator. A retired military corps major general testified under oath that wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist veterans organization with him as its leader and use it as a coup d'etat to overthrow Roosevelt. So they almost overthrew Roosevelt. Imagine if you went along with that. In 34, Butler testified under oath before the United States House of Representatives Special Committee on Un-American Activities on these revelations. Although no one was prosecuted, the Congressional Committee prosecuted. That's wild. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's 90 years ago. The Congressional Committee's final report said there is no question that these attempts were discussed or planned and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. Motherfuckers. These motherfuckers have been dirty from day one. I mean, dirty from day one.
They're dirty from day one. Sadly, God bless him with that face of his trusted buddies. More trustworthy than his face, yet catching shell eyes.
Okay, so
shitty glasses. Shitty glasses.
Shitty glasses. He has a casual talent. That's like juicing. But the more believable.
When you're not telling the truth and you're doing that, it's a problem.
This is
Bro, imagine that job, like you say, I'm going to uncover the truth and get into office and like, this is where the fits with. Oh, where mom lives, this is,
it is shop. Yeah, I saw the original, well, I've seen articles like this before, and so I saw this, I laughed.
And how the web's going to be there. You're going to hear for 4 years, while this guy's the president. As soon as he's out, once we take over again,
you have the promise of something better. So either party, both of them ain't shit.
And you can only switch parties.
Oh, what?
People switch, they've gone from Democrat to Republican. And I think people got from Republican to Democrat.
That's how people fell for it. Someone shared it. I don't know who shared it.
If you're a politician or just if
they were like, wow, or whatever. And then Chop shared it. Man, that's my face.
No, as a citizen,
come on, bro.
Be all you want. You can be a fucking
says he doesn't like that fucking subreddit.
I don't even blame someone who does that because
if you're a public person, like you switch sides, you can only switch sides once.
And it's the Gringo Pop
If you're a politician, but what people do is they don't just switch sides with like big vote they switch their whole ideology. And it's usually what I see recently is from liberal to they get red pill and then they become conservative. But then they go all in conservative. Like all in. They go hard. Like, they might even go to a point why is gay marriage? You know, they might get crazy.
Right.
And then it's hard to take it seriously. Now it's made a 180 shift when you're in your 40s. Really? Change everything you believe in?
I think you have to prove so hard to people that's been the
That
book.
also
Hey,
is
yo,
part
fuck
of
that
it. That
guy.
makes people watching the show.
Overboard. You gotta go hard. You gotta go hard. It's like,
Employee of the month.
like I grew up in Long Island. It was hard pockets of hardcore motherfuckers there. But they were trying to be broken. But they're not in Brooklyn. They ain't gonna get the respect of Brooklyn. They ain't gonna get the respect of Long Island. Because like we gotta wild out down here. Like we gotta go hard. Right? So it's like wine dance. Like
he's like, does he really say LA?
you don't want to go to wine dance.
Wine dance?
Yeah, wine dance. You just I've never heard of it. Yeah, some good rappers came out of it.
Well, Wu-Tang came out of Staten Island, which is crazy.
Yeah. Staten Island was wild.
Yeah, it's just like you don't think of Staten Island as the birthplace of the greatest rap group of all time.
But they had the credit of being so like Long Island, like Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, Staten Island. But Long Island is like what are suburbs. So they're like, no, we get down. We get down. They got good pizza. Like, shut up. It's not the same. It's not borrow. It's not. It's true. It's different. Right? I think it was different. Is it considered a borough officially? Nah, it's not. It's not. Like,
yeah, because people don't know that. Some people don't know what it is.
Were you in Boston? But if you were, what about the parts outside of Boston that felt left out of the notoriety? Right, like they weren't getting street cred. They had zero street cred. Right, you know, Uber,
outside of Boston.
Because you want to, like if they go somewhere, they say they're from Boston. They say they're from Boston. 100%. Yeah. For the regular Boston, look at that. They call you out. Yeah, exactly. New York is like that too. I don't think he cares. I'm from New York. Yes, Westchester. You're not gonna pass the second part of the from
unless you say right off the bat, you know.
That's totally
right. That's real. There's no second question. What's your second question?
Yeah, I'm from the Bronx. Oh, okay. She's Jenny from the Bronx.
Yeah. It's always, you know what? If you're trying to lie, just name, like you said, name the part you're from, right? Where you're from. But if you say New York, right, that's when shit's suspect.
Sarasota. New York. From Albany. Yeah, I used to think it was all one place. Living in Boston, I couldn't tell. I was like, what is the difference between boroughs? Like, yo, you want a 212 area code 2? Like, why? Why do you care? I remember that was a big thing about LA. Like, that was one of the things about Brody Stevens. 818 till I die. But when you lived in the valley, you had an 818 area code and people looked down at you. People would make jokes about it. I don't date people that aren't 310 or 213.
I mean, that's why Brody was funny. Because he stood on it. He stood on it. He stood on the valley. He stood on the valley. Nobody rap for the valley. Like I do. I said I'm from New York. I'm from LA. He didn't say I'm from LA. He said I'm from Reseda. He named the town, named the area code of his phone number, and like stood on that shit. Like, for sure, you know. Dude, I never even tried to live in LA. But the moment I moved there, I was like, I'm not doing this. Look at outside of this thing. Maybe outside of this thing and go with the visit. I don't want to live in that thing. Because I had friends that like lived like in West Hollywood. Like my friend Eddie lived like in West Hollywood, like right busy. Damn, like right where everything is. Yeah, but this is also right where everything is. That's what it felt like. That's what you moved to Hollywood, be in Hollywood, to become a part. That was the thing. Yeah. So even like I've known. Even you saying you never lived there, that's a shock to me. Yeah, my thinking was the opposite. My thing was like, I gotta get outside of this thing. I found that I lived in Bell Canyon for a while, and one of the things that was that. I'm still doing 30 miles outside of LA. That's where I lived most of the time I was in LA.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I haven't really checked.
Yeah, I bought a house out there in 97.
Let's go to Arleta.
That's where an accident has cleared away from Bad Alpha. 5 southbound transition with a 170 southbound was shut down for a fatality accident investigation. That investigation is all over with. About 3:15 this morning, a car ended in the Center Climate area and carried over to the right shoulder and then crashed into a tree. The driver was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, not very far from that corner, problem finds out on the floor of the 174 freeway. Collision on the right side of Southern California for drivers and workers.
Yeah, like when I first started making money, I'm like, I gotta get away from all these people. I wanted to be in like wilderness. First of all, I have dogs. I live in their backyard. So I lived in Encino for a little while. I rented a house in Encino, but that was too close too. Encino was still too close. Yeah, I was like, I gotta get outside of that. I gotta get away. I gotta get out. I wanted to go south. No, I wanted to go way out. I wanted to go where regular people live. Where you can just fucking take a breath. Like I never liked like the party, Hollywood party. No, I was like, every time I go, I felt like I you wanted to run out of it.
I don't want to have to do stand-up.
No one's relaxed. Everyone's fake
maybe
and weird.
Maybe we've been too hard on it.
I was like, I had to live outside of this thing.
We can disagree on camera.
Yeah, I was in it. I lived in Hollywood,
and the wrong camera.
but it was in the club. It's like I-bar, you go I-bar, you get the bottom of the hill, and it's quiet. It's pretty, and then you come out. Right, but it was,
Okay, so
I was like, oh, I like this. But on the flats,
when it comes to BC.
like,
You know what I'm saying? BCEO,
like in Hollywood,
just goes.
like I get what you're saying, but I did feel like I needed to be nailed.
Yeah. No, I get the wanting to be here. And I thought about it for a while, but I just know like I need downtime. Right? I go hard. When I go hard, I need like off time. I need to feel like I don't need off. Sit down, relax, and think about shit. Because I need to know what I think. And the only way I know what I think is if there's not a lot of noise going on. I can't just operate on momentum. I feel like when you operate on momentum all the time, you make shit decisions. You start like going down roads you shouldn't be going down. Like, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing with my life?
So did you plot your life out a lot?
No,
Don't let me catch your big dissing.
Right, just a little bit away from it. Right. Like, you're quiet.
Straight talk wireless, that's what we read.
Porch. Just sit here for chirping. You know, see if I could hear
Dallas,
about
my week is
that's so cool. Yeah, you have to.
If you don't know, we're referencing the Rams. Oh, yeah.
This is a place where you can visit. But it's just my personality, like whatever it is. Like, even when I lived in New York, I couldn't afford an apartment that had rental. I couldn't afford a rental space, but I needed a car for the road. Because I took the total opposite approach with you. I did not do the clubs in the city.
Alright, so this next one's
No,
posted
that's why I
1864.
Yeah.
You just
No, I still did some of them, but most of the road, most of the
I don't
road,
give a fuck
so I
energy.
did a lot
I
of
don't give a fuck
gigs in
anymore.
Long Island, did a lot of gigs in New Jersey, because that paid real money and I could do an hour. You know, I was like, I could get better in the city, but I'm getting better in 5 and 10 minutes spots at any time. I need like real time to get an act. Because when you're in Boston, you always on the road. Everybody did the road, right? So it didn't make sense to me. Like, just doing one 10-minute spot, another 10-minute spot. Like,
I thought the opposite. This is why. So I was doing all those shows that you were doing, like for the hour, for the feature. First I started posting, but then I was like, I need to get on TV so that I can get on the road.
yeah.
And then people book me and come see me. So then I said, let me go to Manhattan, which takes me out of the hour situation. But in these 15-minute spots, they'll see me, put you on this TV show, put you on that TV show, and like as a stand-in, as a, like the improv or whatever, like stand-up show that they were having. Because back then it's like you would have show appearances, and then boom, then you could be on the road. So I went back. And that was my mentality for probably way after the shit changed.
I know, bro.
So I kept all into it too long. Yeah, even living in LA. I remember
Bob just walks in there every time.
I was with Kevin.
It's like, name another Wu-Tang Clan song.
Just moved to LA.
Name another Method Man song.
I
He's
wrote
like,
on his
like
sitcom.
Wu-Tang Clan.
The Big House.
Is it, was that, like, no, a song.
He's a good
He
actor.
pretends like he doesn't know.
When
What
he
they're
walks,
saying.
like
Literally
I've
just
helped him
another
audition
song.
before, but I didn't really help
Country
him audition.
rapper.
He'd just be be like, blah, 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 blah. And he wouldn't say all the words, but he would nail the feeling of shit. And I used to remember everything. And it was an eye-opening experience. And then, but then he said, I want to be on the road like halfway. Why do you do that? Get another TV show. And then, then the fame of the TV show will get you on the road. Thank God I did it. He went on the road for like $1,500, the route to build, and like the email, the complete opposite.
Maybe like 30 times in the show.
Yeah, but he was always very smart about social media. Like a separate business.
The subtitle is
because, like, I remember there was a story about someone wanted access to social media to promote a project they were doing. It was like, no, that's a totally different deal. Like, you got one deal, you got Kevin Hart to act in the movie. Another deal, you get access to Kevin Hart to Instagram. Like, I built this. Right. This is my business. If you want to do that, we can talk, but this is nothing new. Yeah. And I was like, oh, because we did that to a lot of people. We did that to Arsenio. I remember Arsenio Hall was at the Ice House. And you remember the Arsenio Hall show came back there, right? So when it came back, they took over his social media. That was part of the deal. But they didn't give it back to him. Yes. It is a long time afterwards, like months and months and months afterwards. We were hanging out in the Ice House. He said, I can't get my social media back.
And he built that from being on the trenches.
Also from being the original show. Yeah, which was an iconic show. He did everything. And Arsenio Hall was a movies, and they took his back from social media.
I didn't really hear it.
Yeah.
Like, that's like asking if you're wearing soccer now.
But they were trying to make deals like that. When I was doing that show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything, they wanted to do that. That was going to be a part of the deal with my social media.
And what year was that?
2012.
Yeah, it was strong.
It was okay. It was not as big as it is now, but it was big enough to like, it's bigger than you.
Yeah, it was bigger than.
I mean,
it was one of the biggest back. Yeah, no, but it was big. It was big for then. I think.
It was just pretty big, but it was, my point is, like, for me, what they were saying, I'm like, my social media presence is bigger than you. Right. You have a network. Your network social media is not nearly as big as my one person social. Why would I do that? Why would I let you have access to it? And they wanted to be able to promote their other shows on social media.
And then just dive into something. That's great.
Why would that? It was right on it whenever they wanted to. Whatever they said, other artists aren't having a problem with us doing this. There's like their argument. There's like a hang up in the deal. And I was like, absolutely not. So if I post something, even if it sucks, I want people to know that came out of my fat little thumb. Like, I wrote that. That's it. Whether you like it or hate it, you know that it came from me. And when they did that, I was like, oh, so how do I do this? There was a bunch of my friends had to sign off deals like that. It was part of the deal. If you wanted to do this new show, you had to give them access to your social media. Not just access, control of your social media.
That is wild. That's that into perpetuity type shit. Right. Put in contracts when you do like stand-up sessions on something. They're like, what do you plan on doing this material? And then they say, they actually mention space and planets. Don't they? In those contracts?
There's some contracts like that.
And then you're like, whoa, what the fuck do you know that I don't know?
I read about a contract, I don't know if it's true. Some sort of Scientology contract that is into infinity, and to the end of the universe.
Wow.
Talking about covering your bases, not even until you die, like until time runs out. Seymour, here it is.
Wow.
A symbolic billion-year commitment, which functions as a perpetual contract with no expiration date, while other staff members sign employment contracts of varying lengths. Sometimes short-term is just 2.5 years, but potentially extending to 5 years or more. And these agreements may be disguised as volunteer or religious worker contracts to avoid labor laws. So the Sea Org, if I think you click on Sea Org, I think you
that's where they're paying you a week to sign off on that contract.
That's all you need. Nothing, you're happy. You just can't believe you're part of the Sea Org.
I'm going to be in the Sea Org.
So I want you to spot the difference.
That's wild. Wow.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, you know, People have been doing that, taking advantage of young artists in particular for ever. That's why Prince had changed his name to Symbol. You know, because
basically, dude.
they've been
I
doing
didn't
that
remember
forever.
saying
Jared Leto's
stuff
going
doing
through that shit,
comedy.
but you know, he went through that shit with his
Damn, dude, that's fucked up. Yeah.
It's
So
just,
he really is.
there's
that's
always
such a
going to be a
comedian.
business that takes advantage of you and makes it not a big deal.
Why even take out comedy? You're still doing comedy. He still does jokes on Toontown. Dude, I never laughed harder.
Like,
so he keeps
I know this
big
is
goals,
Spotify,
but
there's a lot of people about
That's how much
Spotify.
big goals
What's the big beef?
Yeah,
just artists that get paid. Yeah, the people who get paid to do their own.
Oh, sorry, man, I got to pee this drink of big goal.
That's the. If you own your label or you own your catalog, then you get paid.
I mean, and also take out TRX, let's put trucks, dude.
What contract? That's the thing. Like,
what is it?
If you're an upcoming artist today and you're listening,
yeah, does he only like TRX? I don't think so.
But you don't really need a wide. No one's buying records.
Beast of a fucking
right?
How do you get your shit played?
That was a nice little
outside of
there. Let's see here. This was posted by Confidence.
It's easy to avoid a late.
It's called Eric just played the
how do you
real
get your shit heard?
Like, it has to go viral. Right. It has to get undeniable.
Is anything really going viral, or is it artificial viral? Like, what's both? Both of them.
Yeah, there's definitely still real viral. So there's a lot of artificial viral, and that's what right. It can make you go artificial viral, right? And it will go viral if you're good, but it's like they can juice it up to a point. But what's the cost? They want 50%. They want some insane amount of money for your tour. You're touring. You're touring. And they're doing live performances. They don't even sing a word, and they get paid.
And that's where artists used to get ripped off in their deals, but they used to make money touring. Right. But then they cut into the touring.
Well, because they weren't making any sense anymore.
Because who was making the money?
Well, the thing is, like, nobody was. Right. For a long time, right? It was just streaming. But then there was, like, Apple streaming, and Apple would pay $1.
Sponsored by Busy Middle 8108.
Yeah, they just nobody buys music on Apple anymore. When I used to listen to before I signed my Spotify deal, everything was Apple. Yeah, for the longest time, I wasn't even using Spotify. And then once I started using it, I was like, oh, this is better. And that was it. I get it if you're an artist, you're like, you're not getting paid. Like, I get it. I don't know what to say. I don't know why you signed that deal. I don't know what the circumstances were. I don't know how those deals are even legal.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I got my specialist coming out on YouTube, so I got. Because there's a way for comics to do it without signing a big deal, or signing everything away, giving it over to somebody for less than you should, or even if it pays a legit amount. It's not for a billion. Right.
All white, which is kind of fucked up.
But I don't know if you're a musician,
looks kind of blocked up. Like, what used to be there, dude?
Get your shit
you gotta put it out like that. You gotta put it out on YouTube, put it out on social media. Someone has to read it, someone has to hear about it, talk about it on a podcast. You can get it out. You know, we were talking about that Johnny Thunder song, I'm Alive. We played it yesterday, and then Jamie brought up that after we first started playing it on the podcast like 2 years ago, the song from 1969, there was like a lost song. And Brian Simpson brought it to the mothership, and he's like, this is going to be like one of my favorite songs. You gotta listen to this. And we played it in the green room, and I was like, holy shit. We got to figure out that it was from 1969. Like, when was this? Like, who was this guy? Like, what's the deal? Dude, back then, apparently he's still alive. Like, he died like a year later, so he might have died knowing that the song had started to become big again. Because then started hearing the commercials. Oh, there's a bunch of commercials. What commercials in?
Okay, it's not even the dick they want. Dicey. Wow.
It was only
one person hit me. I need sex once a week. Look, I'm not saying
that's what I was looking at it yesterday. He actually had a billboard hit.
Alright, let's see
what was that one?
how this develops, dude.
Was it good? Let's play it. Let's hear Loop to Loop. But the point is, like, it should have been. It should have been, I think, Johnny Thunder. Like, oh, I love that dude. His second album was amazing. You know, it should have been. You should check that out.
So much mileage. Don't switch. I never smiled.
Yeah. All right, kill this. This is terrible. Now, now let's play I'm Alive. This is the fucking jam song. This song, I listen to this song all the time. Regular playback.
Jam topic. Or even like,
So what year was this, Jerry? 69. Performing with the Drifters. Back and forth. That song to me is just proof that he's always making it. Because that guy should have been a fucking superstar. That is a superstar song.
yeah, because I'm listening to just the whole thing.
Yeah.
I was like, let's stop there. Let's stop there and take that in for a second.
Yeah.
And then it switched. I wasn't even ready for the switch, but I was like, let me go with this.
So good.
Then I could see it in like the beginning before they had the so many TV shows. Like, I was like, oh yeah, this is
Keep it up, Mikey. We have 2 more sets to go, dude. 2 more sets to go. Pick up the bag. Let's hang out. Soon come. Scoop with the bag. I'm talking about for a hot second here. Hot second. We're gonna be doing this.
He sang Moaning Moaning. Is that one of the songs that like?
So I kicked it. My life's against like that.
That was a famous song that what's his face?
We don't fuck
guy with the hair.
Fuck around with crabs here, blood. We don't fuck around with crabs. Oh,
Billy
actually,
Idol.
Billy Idol.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Wow. Which also seems
He's
like
talking shit about.
that was when I was in high
Maybe
school.
that's where this Gadoosh is
How
coming from.
weird, man.
Because he used to be sponsored by Whoop.
First of all,
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what it is. That's something that went over my head. Whoop strap. Remember Silver October?
I know. Can you imagine?
like, that's what you're like?
Yeah, okay.
Y'all ain't heard Alive? This is, listen to their live shit.
I guess I forgot about it because I only watched the
I
Silver
mean, that's the
October.
thing about songs, right? Like the one-hit wonder thing. It's before the drugs.
I don't want to give you a high score on your sleep
The
there.
early 60s, people were still naive. They were
Like could be, man.
They were still Father Knows Best. They were all
Father Knows Best.
Leave it to Beaver. They were goofy. People were goofy in 63. By 69, they got wild. It was real quick. I wonder what people would internet mind
Kick-ass today, like, oh, thanks, man.
Right, so people with internet mind and internet mentality, how did they mask in society? How did they
comic books
in
Yeah,
society?
they read a lot of comic books. Yeah, they went to comic book shops. They went to like punk rock concerts.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had to like find group. They went to CBGBs. They had to find places where they could fit in.
I was in
There's
Phoenix.
no online forum. No,
for that.
no, it was a factory for turning people into drones. That was society back then. Turning into a worker drone.
So I don't get it. He kicked off the podcast in a bizarre way, but be ridiculed by the
School
staff.
already trains
I
us
don't
for it.
understand.
Yep.
Listen,
Every
the
click
Reddit
the
already
bell
talked
ring,
about how
get up, go to the next class, and
It's designed for that.
yeah.
It's not the best way to teach it. So guys like you and I, they label you as like ADHD or something, right?
Yeah.
They get labeled.
I didn't get labeled because I don't know why. I kind of
that one comment says how many
like
snacks you
my father and them was like, you know, they're immigrants.
You show that to
They're like,
somebody
you
outside
gotta
the
work
chamber,
hard.
they're like,
You know what I mean?
alright,
So you gotta like apply yourself. And this is they went out of their way to provide this opportunity. So I didn't want to go it up to a certain point, but after a certain point, like I was
Alright, let's
gonna
see
do
here.
comedy.
This
Which was
one's
something
Successful Capital 217 posted this one.
expect
Dick
or would
writes
have
him the
wanted
whole podcast
to
and
do.
then once
But high
Bauer
school,
logs off, he
in
shits on
college,
him, calling you fat. This is
like
a
I didn't
job
mind.
is.
You know what I mean?
Dude,
That's maybe around college. That's when shit started to get like a little wonky. So the high school shit,
but I'm pretty sure this
like
is
all
Trevor
right,
Bauer.
I can get some good
Discreet
grades.
picture from
I can follow that blueprint up until there and a little bit after. But then in college, that's when shit started. So that had prepping you for the real world. You realize it's going to be a whole day. Doing shit you don't want to do. There's no joy in that. So fuck.
Unless you're into it. Unless like college is like whatever subject. If you want to pursue in life, that's the way to go. You want to be an astronomer. That's how you learn. Yeah, but for college is just like, why am I forced to do this? Like, why am I making myself do this? Like, what is the end goal? If I get a job, but
I knew that. I always wanted to like make a decent amount of money and see middle class. That was good. I was like, so you gotta go to college, right? To do that. That's the way you get programmed. Right. But the instant comedy came into my mind. It was never a risk.
He's been into Mexican food for a hot second, dude.
Like I was never risking that
It's a mixed message from him because he's like, stay away from the Mexican food, but then
gamble.
what did it feel like?
I mean, listen here, dude. We make fun of Shop all the time, dude. If he can't call somebody fat, then what the fuck are we doing, dude?
Like this is a switch. And once you turn it on, that's just supposed to go back the other way. And this is what we was doing.
Probably one of the best. He's one of our guys.
That's kind of how you have to be if you want to do it. I think that's the same with music. I think that's the same with literature. If you want to write books, you
I feel lucky about it.
Yeah, it sounds like John
Because
Burrito is the worst one.
there's people that were able to turn this switch back off.
Yeah, the Mexican.
Mine is still off.
Yeah. But if
Well,
you
that's
can't,
because you're
if you
doing
can't
the
say
right
this
thing.
guy's looking chubby, dude, then what are we doing here? Because we're talking
But
about
people,
shit.
there's
When you
still
see
that turn that switch
person's
off.
overweight,
There's
you
something
ever
else
ask
that drives them in, or they
Guadalajara.
can't beat their demons.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of different
Can
people.
you
Some
imagine
teams are
going
they're
up
not even
to the
dark
establishment and
people,
asking for a
like
Guadalajara jelly roll?
It's like
That's right.
depression.
Go ahead. What are you
They don't have the energy to write. They don't have the energy to perform. They don't have
And
the
then
energy to
the guy taking the
they
words
don't
like,
have the energy to
call
do shit.
it!
They
They
just
call
settle
it
into a
Spanish.
mundane life.
I haven't been one of
Because
those
they can't beat those
days.
demons. And they also don't have support. There's a lot of those deals that get real dark because they
This
don't
was
have
posted
support.
by Gallo
They don't have
Bird.
friends.
It's called He is now officially trying to claim, quote, no facts, despite having record himself saying he is,
I
quote,
feel bad for those
on
people.
several occasions.
We don't even know what
You
happened
can't
to
let
this
them know
guy.
what you're going to do next.
Right,
dude.
right,
So
what-
you just know your next
Right, what went wrong, what you heard, and what took him off track.
I mean, if I told
clearly
you what I was going to do
had
next,
something.
then
I've
you would
seen
have
people
already
with
been,
something.
like, waiting for
And
that TikTok to drop.
I remember.
Would you even
I
comment if
don't
I
remember
didn't say that
saying
shit? Or
We're
like
all
it
doing
or subscribe?
open mics.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
we're grinding, we're bumming.
The bag has been picked up. The bag is coming from inside the house.
He's all
Every time I do that, let's see.
Wow.
down, bro. Meanwhile, also, I'm just sick. So fucking
his name might be
You've had COVID 9 times. I'm stronger from it, dude.
It was like that every time he
It's all vaccination. I'm not
and we hung out with him. And it was
Okay,
just,
I mean,
like,
Devil's
this guy.
Assistant, I don't really think he's
He's
saying
like,
for sure he's not vaxxed. I think he's joking around like, no vax, like he has had it recently.
and then
He's the
he just
funniest
disappeared.
person. Yeah. So if you don't think that's a joke, dude, yeah. Like nobody
Yeah.
knows.
Then I
Nobody knows
ran
who
into
he
him
really
in
is.
Queens
He's like a
and
George
kind of
Carlton.
doing it.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
But
I
it
know who
wasn't
George
the same
Carlton is. Who the
like the
hell is he?
Muhammad
Black?
Ali thing.
Who is
Stopped
George
training
Carlton?
for
Yeah.
enough years
It's like him saying like,
to like
no
lose
Mexican
it all.
wife, dude.
But not even be as good as the first time he saw it, which was his first
4D
time.
chess. Ever played it? No.
One of the reasons why I
Sounds
talk
like
about the
Gallagher
way
has
I approach things is because I think I wish someone told me the real
Alright, this is
pitfalls
supposed to be my
that life
ABTV12.
will
You better not piss us off,
throw
dude.
you, the little
The
games
majority
that
of us,
we
huh?
play
Haha.
in
Bob
front of you.
genuinely
We have to
thought
make decisions
his quote,
of
figure of
which way to go.
close
And
Chang's
if
doors.
something went
This
wrong,
reheated
you got to make
music.
decisions to pull yourself up and
Let's
figure
go.
out how
I
to make
love
it
this. Is
better.
my favorite.
Like,
Honestly,
what do I
this
have
is
to
my
do?
favorite podcast of all
But
time right
clearly,
here.
I'm on a path.
I
Other
watch
people are
this
doing
one
this now.
at least.
I got to figure out how to
I'm
do
talking
it.
about every hot second.
Some
Every
people
couple
just
months.
get to those pitfalls and they never recover.
Let's see here.
They start drinking, they start eating too much, they start doing this, they start doing that, they get into a bad funk, they lose some money, they get into a toxic relationship. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's one of the big distractions they do. They don't even realize they're doing it. You're distracting yourself from having success in life by being addicted to this relationship where you're with this person, where you yell at each other, and you know, who knows? Who knows what your particular brand of chaos is? But the one thing that has in common is gigantic distractions from you doing what you want in your life. And you don't have your shit together, so you find someone else who doesn't have your shit together, and you pile all your shit together and make it way worse. And you both fuck each other's lives up. And at the end of it, maybe you want to get a Red Sox out of it.
But that's when it's working. Like, when you're talking about bad relationships, I'm like, yeah, that's material.
It is material.
It is like, material. Like,
It's a lot of fun.
I never go on a bad date because if the date is good, it's good. If it's bad, then it's material. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true.
So comments complain about dates. I'm like, that's an experience. That's people bring to the state, right? Like, why are you down about this?
How many times has someone told you a crazy story, like in the green room or something like that? You're like, have you said that on stage yet?
Yeah,
Like, no, can I?
I tell people all the time, like, that is, like, sometimes my friend, he just broke with this girl. He's sad, he's talking
I remember the first time I went on Chang's, dude, it was just a bunch of people beating up.
He's crying, he's crying, like,
Some of the greatest comedy things I've spoken on. Yeah, look at Jason. I was married
twice.
This whole thing, this whole thing was really just getting his heart broken. Right. One of his best bits was he sat at the piano and sang a love song to his ex. I hope you die. I hope you slide under a gas truck and taste your own blood. Die. I want my records back. I want my fucking records back. And you looked at it, you just believed it all. Because, like, of course. He's a little fat guy with no hair. People are gonna dump on him. It's not gonna work out. Even if you're famous and you look like that, they're gonna get tired of you.
He's a walking underdog story. Without you can explain it. Turn that shit into something. How do you not gravitate towards that? Like, every heartbreak that I've experienced, like, underneath any of that. Don't worry. It's cloudy. You'll be able to talk about this on stage. Like, that's a part of, like, survival. That's how far gone it is. And I'm just realizing it now as I talk to you.
That's funny.
That's how it's like. Yeah, it's like. I'm trying to think of, like, what bags, like, I got to somebody hit my car.
Yeah, unless it's broken, there's no reason to say there should never ever be
just anything.
Yeah,
it's just like, and sometimes I don't have that many civilian friends anymore. But sometimes I used to just complain on the phone about it. Like,
you know, it's funny, like, military people do not like us talking about civilians.
We have war bases. I know. I get military people. I get that.
I get it, but that is a term we have to use forever.
Like, the first time I heard somebody say it, I was like, how did you know that I say that? The first time I ever heard a comment refer to non-comics and civilians, I was like, that's what I say. How the fuck did you? It's like nobody's stealing it from that. Right. But all our terms are related to battle. Like, bomb, kill, you know, die. You know what I mean? So it's like we all got battle terms.
Yeah, well, because it is kind of a mental battle. Right. There's a weird battle of control. There's always a lot of drunk people in the audience who don't want to take control. They want to take control. You're John L. Rollins got to start as a heckler. John L. Rollins, that's a proud of it. Like, I'm a proud heckler, son. It's like, so it is kind of, there's a battle. There's also a battle of your own self. There's a battle inside of you. Try to, like what we were talking about before, to get to that flow state. Like, what is that battle? There's some nights I don't have it. It doesn't come. Other nights it's right there. The moment I start talking, I'm smiling, I'm in the groove. And it's like,
do you have an inkling of it before?
Yeah.
Did you do anything to get there?
I always think about that. Generally, it has to be a day that I work out. Like, for me, I work out so much that if I don't work out, I get a little, just a little tense.
First of all, you're in disrespectful shape. Your in shape is disrespectful to me.
You gotta eat if you want to get in good shape. So I gotta get some soybeans.
We're the Hellcat.
Damn, bitch.
I picked up some mark. I picked up some mark for lunch.
Based on that, this one's posted by Successful Capital 217. It says, translation, John Jones is
It's a
indeed
big key,
gay,
man.
and so is
Protein,
Papa.
animal protein.
Let's
Very
see here.
important for if you want to keep going.
Like mutton chops,
The thing is, it's like way easier to keep going though than it is to get going. Like if you're 58 and you start working out now,
so this is the
that's hard.
I don't entertain
But
it.
if you're 58, you've been working out for
I don't think anyone feels
40 years. You know, it's not. I mean, like hard.
I'll say this.
More.
I get it.
15. So
I get why
yeah.
guys do stuff like that. That's just how
I probably started working out when I started wrestling. That was like 14.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Karate was around the same time, and I went up from 15 on. So I've always worked out. It's like, so my body, if I don't work out for a day, my body's like, what's going on? Like, I'm just trying to get rid of stuff. Like, I don't want to be anxiety. I don't want to tension. Blow it out. So like,
You probably like wake up sometimes like, oh shit, I worked out. Yeah. Like, I didn't press the button for the code and he's in there and got no fucking idea.
Well, that's why I can't see lots of you're doing like heavy rounds of the bag and shoot up blocks and rounds of that. So that 7th round comes around, look at the time, 3 rounds.
It's called So Many Things That You Guys Turned 10. 1 or 2 appearances into a multi-million-dollar grift, yet Papa squandered 140 appearances in what is this real?
10 warriors going at it. But that's the point. The point is that when it's done,
every one of those things I
did it. And it's really 10 is only 30 minutes of work.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
so this is 10 3-minute rounds right at the back. No, like think about an MMA fight.
I mean, all I know is that that's the
That's crazy. And another dude's trying to kill you. 5 minutes.
Like you get hit.
That's what I
think that time.
No, you get choked, body slammed. Your arms get down. Then you have to recover. They have ice on your shin in between rounds. Fuck, am I doing with my life? I should have been cool.
Just being in traction control.
Yeah, that is a crazy mentality type of life.
But God bless them. And they have to be all in too. The way you're all in with comedy, what happened, they have to be all in with fighting. Again, there's no guarantee because there might be a Mike Tyson in your division. There might be a Sugar Ray Leonard. There might be a Floyd Mayweather. There might be a you're never catching up to. Like I say, like, I don't know much about fighting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember we did a show.
But I like the name. I'm a name guy, dude. I don't like chocolate protein powder. I'm more of a vanilla guy myself.
And she was up there.
And who knows? He probably has vanilla milk.
She just had a
what flavors of milk can we
and
get?
she's still gonna fight, but she's like, this other things for life. I'm gonna like raise my
Alright, so this one's a throwback to an instant classic menu item. Posted by 12 Watches and Beard. And you know, this is just semi-comic outfits where we already know what's
just the way
going
you
on.
said it and some other things.
Let's go for it, dude.
What is up, fam? It is Monday morning, 9
I've
o'clock
watched
a.m.
all her
on this
fights after that,
beautiful
and she had a rest.
Calabasas
But
one. How's
she
everybody
did,
doing?
yeah, she did. I can't remember her name per se, but I just remember her saying that.
You're the king of that. Not being able to remember. Leave us with mysteries.
Y'all let it off from my mouth.
Let's find that dude. He said it's the best fighter ever. Everything's scouring right now.
Yeah, somebody could come up with that.
Yeah.
That's around
It's a thing that you have to do. You have to either want to be a world champion, you have to want to be the best in the world, or you have to be willing to accept that you're a journeyman. But if you want to accept that you're just doing it for a paycheck, it's a crazy way to make a living. But there are a lot of guys out there that they get to a point where they realize I'm never going to be champion, but I'm still going to make a lot of money. And I'm still going to have some good fights as long as I don't have to fight any world champions. I can be successful 60% of the time, maybe 70%. You're
All
like,
right, so this was posted by Successful Capital 217.
How much like what's
You
that?
don't say. Very short clip. Chris Stefano.
For a fight like that you just described.
You're always trying to make
it depends on how much they have crowd popularity, right? Like if you're a Donald Cerrone, Cowboy Cerrone, who never won the title, but he was a guy who loves him. He would make some real good money. Real good money. I don't want to talk as cool. I don't know what his checks were, but you could get rich. You could be a multi-millionaire. Like Sean Strickland, he was just talking about it in one of his Instagram stories, so I can say this, where he said he's got about $4 million from that.
That's good.
I'm like, that's amazing.
Yeah, and he's in his 30s.
He's in his 30s. He's still top of the food chain, one of the best in the world in this division, and he's got money set aside. Like, that's a smart dude. You got to kind of be able to do that, because if you don't do that, then you run out of fighting, you run out of money, and you run out of options, and you run out of ideas. You don't know what to do. That's a terrible thing. We do what we do. Dom ever said this to me once. He was like 65 years old and got off stage fucking murdered. And he goes, Joey, it was one of the things I love about this fucking game. He's like, as long as you're in it, you're still getting better. He's like, I'm still getting better. And it was beautiful to watch, because it's true. Like, Rodney Dangerfield, deep into his 70s, kill it. George Carlin, deep into his late 80s before he died, kill him. You know, you can still do it. And with fighting, there's a time where all this fails. That's right. All the shoulders fail, the back fails, the neck fails, the wheels fall off. And then you get shot more. You gotta get out.
I've seen this boxing because I actually love the combat sport that I've watched the most growing up. Shit, I'm gonna mention another name, but I can't remember. So there was this black guy who was fighting a Mexican guy, but they're big name guys.
Melton Taylor, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Boom. Yeah, that fight.
Yeah.
Never the same after that. Oh shit, yeah. He was winning the fight. Yep. Winning it. Scott chased him down.
Yep. That stopped the last second to the last round.
Right now,
and Melton Taylor was never
allegations are complete and
all the
total fraud.
skills,
And that's
all
been
the
proven
technique,
in
and
courts
he
of
was
law.
a
There's
great
been
fighter,
zero
great
civil
Olympic
or
gold
criminal
medalist, world champion.
merit
Yeah.
to any of these
He
allegations.
didn't leave that way. The way he went in, and he was good enough to each other.
She's caught red-handed, being an
Crazy.
absolute fraud. She's
But
actually
they almost beat each other.
I got to be in a great
For the amount of damage he took up until that final blow was already sealed to stage the rest of his life. Even if he never got hit with that last punch, but he just made it to the final bell and raised his hands up and he gave him the decision. You know, if they did that, he still was never the same again. He just shot her, break him down, and then you got around those guys. That's the saddest thing about the UFC. I run into Boston the next day at the airport. And you see him at the airport with like one eye. Shot. They got bandages on their forehead. They got cut open. Their arms in a sling, and they're shuffling because their legs are so beat up they can barely walk. You see them get on the phone like, oh, they got sunglasses on and shit. Sometimes that's
these are the last two people that you want.
Oh yeah, that's how brutal it is. Oh yeah, oftentimes. But you would see those guys at the airport, you're like, wow.
That's ridiculous. The first time Trevor Bauer didn't get
that's a wake-up call, because it's not just the night of the fight, it's like, how long does it take before you
he's like, he's trying to convince him he's innocent, and then he's like, okay, well, I mean, Thick Boy Squad did a whole video on
the way he fought was, I ain't getting.
He's like, look, we can tell 3 seats. It's real.
Yeah. First of all, you make it. If it is, it's you're gonna hit while I'm holding you. And you get no force or no power, and people are gonna cuss and say I'm a dirty fighter and let the motherfucker go. This is not a dance. Yeah. This ain't the electric slide or the two-step. But I am not getting no brain damage. Yeah. Like Muhammad Ali used to move. Bernard come to you, hug you, hug you again, hug you again. People pay their money to curse this motherfucker out, but they still come back to see this motherfucker hold.
Yeah, he frustrated the shit out of people, but he did fuck people up too. Yeah, when he fucked up Luke Trinidad, that was a big one. Everybody thought Trinidad was going to kill Akko too. He was a bad motherfucker deep into his late 40s. Late 40s, world class. That's crazy.
Don't let him fight. He can fight for a long ass time. You just keep fighting. Just don't let him fight. He knew all the
like the last fight he had against Joe Smith Jr., he got knocked out of the ring and fell on his head. and he was 50 years old. I know. And the guy who fought Joe Smith Jr. was murdered. And he just hit Bernard with and Bernard went through the ropes, and the ropes were loose, and he fell out of the landed like a fucking head. That's how the fight is. First of all, he holds like when he gets the body. Yeah. So that's how he got him this way. His body's up. So he's also falling out of the ring. I just see him landing your head. That's crazy. He almost raised up with all the punches. This exactly the time for real. More than that. I mean, that's a car ride. That's a fucking the rest of the life. Yeah. We're lucky. Go pick the thing that doesn't brand damage. Yeah, or we would just made this way, or it picked us. I don't know what. This is too serendipitous. But I'm glad. I'm glad too. Yeah. I'm glad we're friends on this time. Yeah. Had a fun ride. Yeah, we had a fun ride. Keep going. Tonight, you have my show tonight? I'm leaving. Wait, my telly. You ain't gonna like that answer. Why is that? Leaving. I can go back. Change the flight. I gotta write. Oh, you gotta do this tomorrow. I gotta do it. So right, that's all the business on. I'm trying to break out. It's like that's just special, and I'm looking out for stuff. Okay. Yeah. Well, tell everybody what's the name of it. Where is it? It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. At CNN with Standard Untitled. Called Untitled. And all the money for the views and the AdSense goes to the Oh, beautiful. I don't want for real, though. For real. Like, unlike all the others. Yeah, you can't take. You know me. I've never scammed anybody. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I was there in LA when it happened, and it was devastating. And the college was such a great role. Did you get such a great role? Yeah. Sure did, Jen. Now you're beautiful. All right. You're the best. I love you. All right, buddy.
What he said, nothing but. All right, let's go. This one goes by John Papadoe. It's called I Go to Dark Places. You know, as we've talked about many times, he knows how to pose. He's gonna get the funniest pose possible with that. I had about someone just like scrolling across the screen. Someone could get gadooshed. Hilarious. Alright, what's the next clip here? Okay, dude. I haven't watched this one yet, but
It's been a long time. It's got to be over a year. Is that real?
Next
2 years?
You realize that you're the human condom fish.
Gotta be. I know, man. He left me high and dry in Los Angeles, and 2 years later, I come back down. Gotta go, big dog. Gotta go. You're gonna go eventually. You can't hang in there. Eventually, it'll just get to be Mad Max. It'll just go like that. When Newsom becomes president, Kamala Harris becomes governor, and then it's like full communist. You don't think he's gonna become that? You do? No. Yep. Yeah. Because I think he's one of those guys that almost won. Yeah, he's better than her. Do you think people would like him more? Really? No, he's better at talking. He's better at talking. Like, the whole thing is not like who's a better government. Look, the guy who the fucking host The Apprentice is the president of the United States for the second time. Like, this doesn't, nothing makes any sense. No, so it's like, the system is like, it's a goofy system. It's a popularity contest to see who controls the news, right? It makes no sense. Who controls the news? I just feel like lefties and righties don't like him. You're right. Don't like him. But there's no choices other than him on the left, and the people on the left are only going to vote on the left, and that's it. Unless some Mamdani guy comes out of left field. Is that New York guy? Yeah. It's so funny. But he's going to win. He's going to win. The Mamdani guy. What was his policy? What did he run on? Oh, right, everything. Rent control, stabilize rent. He's going to tax the rich people way more than before. The businesses are going to fly out of that place like on fire. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, look, the thing is, maybe what he wants to do is going to coincide with AI and automation, which is going to be, you're going to have someone who has some sort of, not like pure socialism, but at the very least, universal basic income, like the idea that they want to implement. If you don't, you're going to have chaos. You're going to have all jobs are going to, essentially, most jobs are on the chopping block. Right now, if you think about it, the amount of jobs that a robot with AI can't do are so little. They're so little. Yeah. Like, they're making great songs now. Like, you heard the 50 Cent song, the Many Men song?
I've heard the band. There's a band that's got like 4 million streams a month on Spotify, and it's all AI.
Oh, there's a bunch of those. There's a bunch of those. They made this girl who was an AI, like a fucking, what do you call that kind of music? You know that gal that they made that was, we played a little bit of it on the podcast? She's like kind of emo. Anyway, they made about a minute, and then they made the song in about another minute. It was great. I was listening to it. I was like, this is a good fucking song. That's such that I like it. I was like, dude, this is really good. You haven't heard the Many Men version, the AI version of Many Men? No. Okay. AI did a cover of 50 Cent's Many Men. I love that song. What's the AI version? Oh no. The AI version, they did it with some kind of like 1950s, 1960s like soul rendition of it. Like a soulful blues kind of rendition, jazz sort of. Bro,
it's still 50 though. It's his voice.
No, it's a completely fake human being. It's so good.
I've played the ones. Check out the other ones I sent you. I played like the 1980s glam rock one. That sounds pretty fun. You ready glam rock? I know how they're doing it. Like using the same program. So like I started fucking around with it.
See, you can do it in literally 5 minutes.
I'm still behind. I haven't done that. I haven't used ChatGPT once.
Good for you.
I'm still a little scared. Well, it's getting implemented whether I like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask your iPhone a question and it says that if it can't figure it out, because your iPhone is basically the 12-year-old. It's like if you just ask the iPhone, it doesn't have a lot of access to information. It'll say, I'm not sure about that. Would you like to go to ChatGPT for the answer? Why don't you go to ChatGPT? But it has to ask you before it does it, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't signed up. I'm still, look, and I know the technology is going to get even stronger. Your guy last night, John, what's the driver's name? The older guy? Joe. Yeah, Joe. He had in the new AirPods. And I was like, oh, Joe, keeping up with the times, that's pretty great. He's like, they're hearing aids. Seriously? He's like, yeah.
Well, they have these things called, they've had them forever called walkers, game ears, and you can wear them in the woods and you hear like footsteps like hundreds of yards away. Yeah, it's crazy. And what the crazy thing is when a gun goes off, it protects you. So it protects you from loud sounds, but it amplifies regular sounds.
Or like if something has a frequency that pitches up.
Exactly. So it protects you. It's a certain amount of time it becomes noise cancellation, or a certain level of decibels it becomes noise cancellation. Play a little bit of that. Take that. You gotta hear some of this stuff. They made a video too. Look at this.
Sounds like a great time to be on.
Oh my God.
We are outdoor guys. We love the old sea.
It gets better. Listen.
I play basketball last weekend.
This is my favorite part right here.
Basketball. Been hunting over 4 times. Oh, listen, you're right. You know what I mean? I track in. Sure, as long as I have to play here, I've got it.
That's not a person. It's not a person. It just feels, man, like it's uncomfortable in my chest. That's my favorite right there.
See, that guy's so good. I know what I hated that I like it. This is bad. This is bad. Is this not bad?
It's not bad. It is. It is. That's what it is. No. It is. It just is. It is not bad. It's not good. It just is. And if that was a guy, he would be a fucking superstar. Superstar. Out of the gate, if that was like some young cat that just came out of nowhere, and this, or better yet, some dude who's been doing the road for like fucking 20 years, and now he's 42, and this is his debut album, and he's just fucking grinding it out at these weird bars and shit. So then he comes out with that song, you're like, oh my god, where is he? I gotta see him in real life.
Where have you been?
Where have you been, sir?
He kind of has that aloe black. You know aloe black? He kind of has a little bit of that tone, a little bit of that. But it's so funny.
Charles Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley, a little bit.
Yeah, Charles Bradley. Well, I mean, they get the best out of every fucking vocal ever, and they combine it and make a perfect person.
Like that's the infringement on art is what's scary because you're like, well, at some point, are people going to not want human art? Are they just going to go, oh, just give me that? I want to. Like, are people going to go? I want to watch a movie with Sharon Stone from '96. And you can, but I mean, at home, just make your own movie at home. They gotta play it.
No, that's not. They're doing that.
No, I know they're doing that. I'm saying how quickly
you got Luke Skywalker. They're doing new Luke Skywalker movies with young Luke Skywalker, like new scenes in Star Wars that never happened.
Yeah, it trips me out, man. I don't know. It just makes me feel like we're getting further and further away from original creation. But it will open a new hole of art, which will be how good can your new art AI be? I just am against it right now.
You're dead right. No art doesn't matter. It's happening. It's not just happening. It's happening at a pace that is unstoppable. This conversation we would not have had 2 years ago. 2 years ago, no one was even thinking like the air is going to take over art. No way. But now it's over because they basically look. Everything has been said. Everything has been told. Every song has been sung. Smash them all together. Make a new version of it. All you need is a prompt. All you need is a prompt, and you got a new Bob Dylan who makes the old Bob Dylan look boring. You got some renegade Bob Dylan, some wild dudes out there doing yoga in the woods. You know what I mean? It's like you can't stop it.
They do a downward dog and
a perfect person. You know, you can't stop it.
Oh, it's happening. I get it.
But this, what I was saying about New York and this Mamdani guy, like, you're going to have some way. You're going to have to, like, people are not going to have jobs anymore. They're going to go away. We're inefficient and we are lazy and we are entitled and we like to think we're doing a far more important thing than we really are. And everybody does that. Everybody's like, without me, this office will fall apart.
All right, Linda.
Everybody does that.
I do all the paperwork that you won't do. Yeah,
I never get any credit. I'll tell you what, this guy, this piece of shit, I should be the boss. That is,
I mean, it is going to take away so many jobs, but will it create more? Will it create more jobs on the other side of it somehow? That's the right. Isn't that the goal? If you're going to ruin a lot of these jobs and take them apart, is something else going to create another job on the other side, fixing some of the problems?
I think you're thinking the wrong way. You're thinking that jobs are essential. They're not.
I mean, some are, right?
No. This thing.
No, this is fucking me up, dude. This is freaking me out. I should have taken this gummy this morning.
Oh, you should have. You should have taken two. Brought me one.
I'm freaking out, man.
This thing is the new dominant life force on Earth. It's emerging from its cocoon right now in real time. That's what it is. It's just giving you little snippets like songs and movies and art and answering your questions and it's doing all these things. But this is just coming out of the cocoon. It's just going like this right now. It's not out and growing. Right? It's coming. And it doesn't matter. Like, our jobs are essential. What does that mean? Listen, you're talking like, I'm a flint knapper. I've been making arrowheads for 35 years. You're telling me that flint knapping is still out of style? I don't buy it. Yeah, one day you're not going to get an arrow because you have a gun. Okay? One day you're not going to need a flint knap because people are going to invent alloys like titanium. They're gonna use that instead of fucking flint. And this is just how the world works. This is how technology works. This is how innovation works. As long as the Earth stays in a relatively stable environment, we don't nuke each other or get hit by a giant rock from space. This is what happens.
Let's go, dude.
No,
Suck it in.
this
Let's
is
rock.
fun.
Let's get out of here. No, it is great. It's exciting. No, I just think it's. I think the fear for me is. I just hope the younger generation still likes. I think live art, the shit that we do. I hope that still stays.
Oh, it's always gonna stay. I love live art. I love live comedy. I love live music. I love it. I love going to see things live. It's exciting. It's always going to be something because it resonates with you on like a deeper level than seeing something on television or watching on a screen. There's a connection that you have with a human being in a room that's singing a song that you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah. I saw your boy, I saw Killer Mike at Blue Note a couple nights ago.
Oh, nice.
And he had like gospel singers with him. It was unbelievable. It was so, it was like alternative to what he usually does. He played some songs from the Michael album. It was just those things to me will never get old. Maybe because I love that.
Yeah, well, no,
and I hope that doesn't deteriorate with time.
That might be the only thing that people do.
It's all robots and live shows.
I mean, you're going to say, like, look, I paid for this. My time took me 60 hours. That's cool. I made a better one in 30 seconds. I just pressed a button.
I thought it. No, I didn't even press. I just thought it would happen. Print it out at my home.
Right.
Yeah, I had the idea, and the printer was like, is this what you want? Yeah. What color would you like?
It's not going to matter whether or not you like it or not. It's not going to matter because it's coming.
Well, that's true. What you said is pretty profound and also heavy when you said it is. It just is.
It is. It is. And there's a lot of people that are in denial right now, and they're very silly. And there's a lot of people that are the term meaning means a lot to them. And I understand. I've had these conversations like, man, search for meaning, what meaning means. The problem with that term is space is real. Okay? The problem with that term is your search for meaning. When you're lying on your back and you look up and you see hundreds of billions of fucking stars, you go, oh, it doesn't really mean anything if I lose my job. It means nothing. It's like, you gotta figure it out. All the industries that you think of, like transportation, most white-collar jobs, lawyers, any coding job, anything, gone. They're going to West. They're going what? You have encryption, okay? And encryption is very important for Bitcoin, for cryptocurrency, for passwords, for everything. Once you have quantum computing attached to AI, you no longer have encryption. It doesn't mean. Okay, so then where is money? Okay, because money right now is just a bunch of ones and zeros. And you decide who gets what and where it gets stored and how anybody has access to it. In the beginning, it's only going to be like the government has access to it. But they're the only ones with the supercomputers. But it's just like Michael Douglas from that movie Wall Street, where he had that big stupid phone, and everybody's like, look at him, he's a baller. Yeah, everybody has a phone now, man. Everyone on Earth has a goddamn phone. It's people in the Amazon have phones. And there's a problem because they gave phones to these kids and they all started whacking off.
Not here in Texas, dude. You can't whack off on your phone here. I saw that. Everybody has that. You gotta go around them. Yeah, it's a joke. I love one that says
have a VPN anyway.
I have one on my phone. Of course you do.
And then on top of that, you just whack off from Mexico.
I always said it to Chicago. Back at home, I'm jerking off in my mom's house. Down a teenager, yeah. Go back to the old school. I just hope that it's I don't know. I hope it's not as fast as we know it's going to be.
No, it's going to happen like a tidal wave.
Train, just a fucking train.
Yeah, it's going to come. It's going to come rolling in, and we're going to have to adapt. And that's just what we do. Look, we used to always live in cities with electricity, travel around in cars, fly around in airplanes. This is all relatively new. We've adapted to this a new environment we find ourselves in currently. And we're going to adapt to another one. It's going to happen. And it's going to be really fucking weird now. It's going to be really weird. Speaking of that, like this whole Jimmy Kimmel situation that is happening right now. Very wild. Okay, first of all, the FCC is, you have to have a license to broadcast, which is kind of crazy when you think about what that means now. So what does it mean? It used to mean that you used to have a license to broadcast because you were going to influence so many people. They got to make sure that you were on the up and up, right? So they had to make sure that you didn't swear. So if you had a license and you're on CBS or NBC or ABC, you could not swear, right? That was the rules. And then all came cable. And somehow or another, cable is a different thing, right? Because cable, you just pay for it, I guess. And so then some of the channels don't have to pay for it. It used to be the only one that swore was HBO. So you had a cable. But then all of a sudden it became kind of endless. Because they realized, like, you know, like FX, we can swear, guys. Like, we don't swear because we want to think of ourselves as TV. Right. But HBO was like, you know, with The Sopranos, with HBO comedy specials, in the beginning that was a big one. You just swear. Movies, you know, the everything out, it's wild. And so, what you're dealing with even, like, first of all, I definitely don't think that the government should be involved ever in dictating what a comedian can or cannot say in a monologue. That's fucking crazy. Now, if the problem is the companies, if they're being pressured by the government, so that's real. And if people on the right are like, yeah, go get them. Oh my God, you're crazy. You're crazy for support. Because this will be done. You don't think that the fucking globalist lizard people who run the world are sitting here going, great, what do we got, 3 years? We'll wait this out. Let them say that the government should be involved in censoring people's speech. Yeah, let them support that. Let these fucking dumbasses, because Jimmy Kimmel's a leftist, let these dumbasses think it's a good idea and we should celebrate it.
That's the most toxic shit I keep seeing online. People are like, yeah, shut up down. Now, this goes into a lot of, just to jump back, what you said, just brought me back in my mind. Like, I remember first watching Married with Children. And I remember, like, because they were, like, a racier show.
Oh,
yeah. And I remember the skit. And my mom didn't like that I liked it. Yeah. And she was like, what do you like about the show? I was like, they talk like people who know. It just kind of sounded like someone, so when TV started to do it, started to sound like your actual community instead of this very, you know, kind of this veneer of everyone kind of speaks very cleanly and politely. Married with Children talk how you heard a guy talk, how your dad would talk or your uncle would talk.
Yeah, it was like one notch in a different direction above, like, Archibald. Right. All in the Family was like one of the first shows like that, where the dad was kind of an asshole. He was just so fun. And fun. Yeah, he's so fun. Yeah. So then you have that, and then it's going further and further and further until you have the internet. The internet is fuck wild. And the internet you can't do anything about. Look, I certainly think that for Jimmy Kimmel, all this does is help him. Yeah. It makes his show bigger, much more support. I'm sure there's a lot of hate as well, which is not fun. But at the end of the day, if the show comes back, which this is my suspicion is they suspend it for a short amount of time, and then they bring it back, and then there's a lot of lawyers going back and forth in meetings and rooms, and somehow or another gets worked out at the end of the show. He comes back to a standing ovation. Donald Trump keeps being shit about him. And then the world this show still sucks. It still sucks. I think that is also fucking insane. I don't have time to do that. How do you have time to do that? How do you have time while you're running the world to be tweeting that you don't like talk show hosts? Yeah. That is so great. He's going after like Letterman too for some reason. Like he posted something about Letterman. Well, I know I saw it, but instead of criminal organization, you can't support in any way, shape, or form the government censoring speech. Because once they start, it's just like you should be on ABC more. It's like don't go on AM radio. It's not worth it. Why do you want to have an AM radio show? Like it's not be an AM radio show. And I'd be like, really, it's a good deal. Yes, it's a good deal. It's a wonderful contract. You're going to get health care and all these benefits and this and that, a 401k. But you can't say this, you can't say that. I'd be like, what? Why would I do that? It's like, this is 2025. Why would I do that?
You used to love it. I think that's what they press on the old days. But I think the problem is, when I was a kid, I was fascinated with Carson and the idea of the Tonight Show. He got pressed a lot for why he didn't express his political beliefs.
Right.
And he often, I mean, there's a clip of him that everyone's probably seen where he says, "Great clip. That's not my job." And I don't know if he said this or I heard this somewhere else, but someone had said something to the effect of, "The job is to put America to bed at night, not give them nightmares."
The thing is, though, he existed in a time before social media when people hadn't lost their fucking minds. And this is the problem, is that Hollywood in particular is they're in a fever pitch of if we don't get our ideas across, if we don't promote our ideas, then the other side wins. And it's become this sort of self-fulfilling prophecy on both sides. Like everyone is in this fucking fever of war, of like a cultural war. And a giant percentage of it is being manipulated by these overseas bots. Like I retweeted this thing a couple of days ago because I was like, people need to see this every time it comes across my feed. I'm just going to send it to them. What you see when you see a bot farm. So there's bot farms that have essentially an unlimited number of social media profiles. And they just go after whatever subject it is, whether it's climate change or an election or even sports. And all they're trying to do is get people to hate each other. And this is a bot farm. And someone wrote, what is this guy, Andrew Fox, wrote this that says, want to know what Dave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, 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 is who it is you're arguing with online most of the time, who's liking those pro-Hamas posts, and it's that. And it's like TikTok. Many countries. China's doing this for sure, Russia's doing this for sure, but Iran's probably doing this for sure, Israel's probably doing this for sure, we're probably doing it as well, we're doing it to them, we're all doing it to each other. That's 100% real. And this is another creepy aspect of AI that was exposed fairly recently. Some accounts got suspended because they realized the CCP was using ChatGPT to run these kind of bot farms. So you have this thing, you can tell it how to behave, and I want you to pretend that you are an unhinged leftist that wants to kill all white men, and then get in there and argue. And then the regular people are like, oh my god, you fucking leftist want to trap up. And then you have like this Charlie Kirk incident, and everybody starts to really believe it now. Like, yeah, they want us dead. And then you see the response. You go, oh my god, people are going along with, like, people are losing their morals and their ethics, and they're cheering that someone got murdered on television. Because they're all ramped up with this social media bullshit, and a lot of it is being amplified by people that aren't even real people, and a lot of it is just getting everybody in this fucking fever pitch of culture war. And that's why you're seeing these young kids cheering. You see that TMZ clip?
Well, I've seen a bunch of these different types of people like going off.
Did you see the TMZ thing where they find out that the moment they find out
cheering in the room,
people cheering? So when they find out Charlie Kirk is dead, cheering. He's dead. But this is not just one person. There was a guy who was at the scene. At the scene, they got. I mean, they. I'm not pro-doxing people. I'm not pro any of this, but this is just what's going to happen. Not get shot. And you can see the guy who got shot. You're in the general vicinity of this guy, so a bullet whizzed over your head, shot that guy in the neck, and now they're cheering. Good luck finding him. Right? And this is the reality of it. But why is a person reacting like that? People wouldn't have reacted like that 20 years ago now. It's not a normal thing for a 20-year-old kid to do. He's in the audience of some college thing where, change my mind or whatever he says, whatever his slogan is. But that was like Stephen Crowder would say, like, change my mind.
Yeah, I don't know what his was. I think
something similar. But the point is, it's like, this is the weird shit that happens on social media where people behave in this insane, vicious way that you would never experience like this commonly in real life. And it's more ubiquitous online than anywhere else in most polite social circles. Where all the same people that are in these polite social circles, they're feeling vindicated and saying the most evil shit. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Rest in piss. I saw this lady who was a NASDAQ lady. She worked at NASDAQ, and she was at a conference. And she's like, we're pausing the conference to say, fuck Charlie Kirk. Like this well-dressed lady with a very high-profile job. And then said, rest in piss. Like, oh my God. Like, What is that? Well, that's social media infecting your mind and getting you to do things and say things in a way that no one would have done 20, 30 years ago. No way. And so this is like all boiling up with this Charlie Kirk thing and this Jimmy Kimmel thing. But the Jimmy Kimmel thing is, unfortunately, well, I think what he was trying to do was just set up a joke. He was trying to knock on the MAGA people, but also set up a joke, which was good. It was very funny. Like where he showed the president's response to Charlie Kirk, the new ballroom they're building. Did he say like the fourth stage of grievous destruction? Fantastic joke. He said that's not how a grown adult reacts to the death of his friend. It's like a 4-year-old mourns the loss of a goldfish. Yeah, very funny. It's a great joke. He was trying to set it up. Yeah, but he set it up in a way that like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate according to the narrative. Now let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on with this. First of all, there was that one guy who was the decoy. All right, so you got this guy who's an older guy who starts yelling out. Did he take his pants down? Took his pants down. This guy was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. All the hits. He called in a fake bomb at another place, and then he did this at this thing. Right after, somehow or another, this guy has the state of mind that the moment someone gets shot, he yells out and says, I did it, takes his pants down, or something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this? He gets arrested for child porn right away. Right after this happened? Oh, right away. He's in jail for child porn. Why is that? Well, now you can't interview him. Right, you didn't know. Because when you interview, it's like, how do you do all these different things? But what are the odds? Like if someone ran it through one of the ChatGPT perplexity things, like what are the odds?
Oh, look, he got you, fam.
Different events and people, like zero. This is the guy. Yeah. I just like the pants down part. It's like, why is your dick out? I did. I'm not saying this guy is insane. He's clearly insane. And or not. Or he's professionally insane. Right. That's where I almost texted you when the Charlie Kirk thing happened because my antennas went up about, they showed the photo of that shit, the guy that they had, a 22-year-old, whatever. And I was almost going to be like,
you know what that makes you?
That, you think he's got the capability to do that? Yeah, well, listen, there are people who look like that that have the capability to do that. Nope, not hard. Not hard. Okay, spell that. Okay, 200 yards from a prone position with a dead-on rifle. So if you have a dead-on rifle, so you set this rifle, you set your 0 to 200 yards, right? You know how far you're going to shoot. It's not hard. You shot a lot. You don't have to shoot a lot. Let's do it tomorrow. If you're a first, no, like you or if it's someone that never shot, did they do it? 100%. Not if they've never shot, they wouldn't know where to look. They have a hard time acquiring, you know, like when you look for a scope, like with the reticle, it takes a minute. You gotta know the distance you have to be from it to really line it up in your sights. But if you could get a guy like my friend Andy Stump, who was a sniper, the SEALs, you could get him and he could show you how to do it in an afternoon, and then you could hit steel at 200 yards every time you go. Yeah, not that hard. Because it feels insane. I'm like, that seems tough. It seems tough. We still haven't figured out whether or not the gun that shot Trump had a sight on it, because we weren't sure if it had a sight on it or if it was just iron sights. That was 140 yards. If you shot it with iron sights, that's a lot harder. Because iron sights is you're lining up, so you have these two things in the back and this one thing at the front of the barrel, and you got to line those bitches up perfectly, and that's how you stay accurate. That is a lot harder to do. Like those shotguns have that, right? Sure. But you buy a Glock, that's what it is. But
I mean, these are people that
this
work
kid had a
every
rifle
day,
with a scope.
10-hour days.
Now here's where it gets weird. The first images of this rifle with a scope, I swear to God, it looks like he has a composite stock on it. Like it looks like a modern 30-06 rifle. So a 30-06, so that's the rifle. 30-06 is like, that looks like a very modern looking stock. I mean, it might not be. It might be just a bad resolution, it might be wood. It's hard to tell. But if you showed me that and you said, hey, this is my cousin's rifle, is this any good? I'd be like, looks like a standard bolt-action rifle with like a sophisticated modern scope on it. Sure. Now, apparently, the narrative is that this is his grandfather's rifle from World War I and doesn't have a serial code. Okay. Interesting. Why? Wait. Why are you using snow gun? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, is it possible that an old gun can be that accurate? If you have a gunsmith and you work on it, yeah, it's totally possible. If you're a really good gunsmith, if you're like a nostalgic person, you like driving an old car, you bring it to mechanic, you can do the brakes. Sure. So if you got a good gunsmith and he took a look at that and the action was true and, you know, the bore is good, you know, yeah, you can conceivably shoot with a gun for hundreds of years. Right? Guns don't necessarily go bad.
Right, they don't expire.
Right. I mean, especially because all this stuff, like the trigger and the action and all that different stuff is replaceable. So you just like, it's compartmentalized. It's components. That's the other thing. They said that he took it apart and then put it back together again. Shut the fuck up. That was time it would take to do that if you were highly skilled to disassemble a gun. Disassemble a rifle so you can get it in a backpack. And by the way, not gonna fit. And then somehow or another reconnects it once he gets off the roof. I couldn't tell you what he does. Yeah. Here's the other problem. You shoot something. Okay, like say if I take you to a long range shooting range and you sit there and you're on the bench and you're sitting there and you go, okay, we're going live. And you flip off the safety and then you squeeze on that trigger you hear. Boom! There's a gap in 200 yards between the shotgun off and the there's a gap. It's like I don't know what he does because it's far. 200 yards is far. Even if that bullet is not the time, it still takes time to get there. And really long shots, like I know guys who do, like my buddy Justin, he does these long range competitions where they'll shoot out to a mile plus. They're shooting targets like that big at a mile plus. And he's like, the hang time is crazy. It's like seconds. You hear separation. Oh, yeah. When you're watching it through the binoculars, too, it's like somebody else is watching it. So you got a guy next to you with a spotter. And you shoot, boom, and he's like,
who he is, and then he says he doesn't.
Literally, it's that long. So that,
yeah, this is maybe a CT flare-up or something, because he doesn't
like, down. Instant. Boom. So you think he was closer. It could have been closer, or it could be the echo from that gun. By the time the sound gets to you, the bullet gets, because it takes longer for sound to get there. Right? Because these bullets are supersonic. So the bullet will actually get there before the sound gets there. So that's something to take into consideration. So probably can't. Now that I'm thinking of myself, I'm like, well, that's a dumb. Like, I had a dumb point. The bullet is actually faster than that sound, but I don't buy the assembly, reassembly. I do not buy that. They said he had a screwdriver up there. Fuck yourself. A screwdriver? More than a screwdriver. You need multiple tools. Okay, you need Allen wrenches. You need like specific gunsmith tools. It's complicated. Oh, I've got a video of a guy breaking down a Mauser. And so this Mauser is the same exact gun that supposedly they had in his grandpa had in World War I. So this guy now has this Mauser, and here it goes. What's the fastest amount of time you can do that? Many seconds. This guy's very good. So this guy who's doing it, he's clearly got military experience or gun experience. I don't remember.
Oh yeah,
watch the video.
An asterisk
But
saying
this guy knows
an excerpt
what
from
he's
one of the
doing.
longer editions.
It would take me a lot longer than it took him. And that kid, it would take him forever. Unless this kid has secretly been training like John Wick for the past 6 months. Unless, so watch this guy break this down.
Take it apart. And now, if I take a shot, I have to remove the bolt, remove the magazine, grab my helmet, take the two bolts on the bottom, put those away down, grab my torch key, remove move the scope, put everything in the backpack, and head everything, and make my way downtown. Okay, which is going to take a lot longer for him than it is for me, especially because his fine-tuned motor functions is as simple as grabbing how to use your little bolt. It's going to be extremely imperative to dump the adrenaline, bloodstream, and extreme elevated heart rate is going to make these fine-tuned skills extremely difficult. I mean, just for him to analyze what he's done to disassemble his rifle and get away. We're not even going to touch the topic of him assembling the rifle on top of the roof.
So people that are listening to this, just listening, he is at 38 seconds right now, and all he's got the barrel away from the stock. He's removing the scope from the barrel, and he's only right now. He's 47 seconds. He's struggling, and he's totally calm. And he didn't just shoot a guy, and then he's supposed to get it in that stupid fucking backpack. It's literally, it makes no sense.
And the elevator music was nice enough, by the way.
Yeah. So this is just a narrative, right? We watch a guy jump off the roof, and then we supposedly find his rifle. So if you can have a guy that's in the audience that's yelling, "I shot him, now shoot me! I shot him, now shoot me!" and then that guy gets arrested for child porn charges, like what's going on here? And then you find this rifle, and they say, "Oh, he assembled it, he reassembled it." Like, okay. When I was gone, I was sitting there like, this story is bullshit. Like, none of these things make sense to me. Like, you're telling me that this kid who's not military trained, this guy, first of all, how did he get to the roof? How come nobody was looking? How come nobody was like, there's a direct line of sight between where he's sitting and those roofs? You guys didn't check? You don't have a drone? Like, that's insane. So he's on the roof, he shoots, he jumps from the roof, he jumps down 14 feet.
We saw that. You had a video of him jump. Somebody had a selfie video of him jumping.
There's a video of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off of the roof and lands. Whether or not the guy shot him, maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a patsy. Maybe he did.
I feel like he's a plant. Did you see the video?
I don't know.
The person who investigated on his mom's Facebook.
No.
Have you seen this? Have you seen that, Jamie? Some dude online is on your Facebook. Very tricky. It doesn't make any sense. Like, the more they keep looking into it, the more they're like, this doesn't feel like a real, it feels super fabricated.
But here's the thing, just like I was talking about when people are arguing on social media, it's all part of the plan. If you want,
I want it so bad.
If you want people to lose all faith that anyone is going to solve anything, you add a bunch of, you're going to kill a guy. You add a bunch of other wacky shit that doesn't make any sense, and you spam it out there at the same time. You leave a gun that didn't do it out in the woods. You do a bunch of shit like that. You get some furry. Yeah, you get some kid who his boyfriend is a furry, and you talk to him on Discord. Is that out of disrespect?
I don't know if that's a real
thing. His boyfriend's definitely a guy who can grow
and wears furry stuff.
I think they do furry sex. I think, or furry games. Excuse me. My apologies. I don't want to disrespect the furry sex or furry games. Yeah. Bro, shout out to the furries, because me and Duncan Trussell did a podcast once with the mascot outfits.
Yeah.
And we took the mask off after like 5 minutes. We're like, bro, shout out to the furries. Like, this is fucking hard. It's time. We have this big chipmunk head on all day. They're heavy. They're hot. We couldn't breathe. Like, we took it off. And we're like, shout out to the furries. These guys are out there rocking that all day long. Like, that is a commitment to being weird.
I just don't know. Something doesn't add up about that. It feels weird.
The whole thing feels weird.
Between that, this was my story. Between that, 9/11, Charlie Kirk, Kimmel. I was on the phone with my agent. I was like, good time for me to put out a fucking special. This is fucking worst.
But the worst one, it's not though. It's a good time. I didn't want to get away.
It's just so stupid to think that I was like, oh, this is the world we live in. If someone is, I said, if you're waiting for a gap for like a good time, it doesn't exist. You just have to keep going. It's insane.
That way of thinking that there's a gap, like there's a season. It's the summer, springtime. It's pilot season. All that shit's gone. Pilot season doesn't exist anymore. It was the fucking, everybody would structure their year around pilot season.
Going back to LA.
Yes, it's huge. All my friends from New York, they all come out to LA. It's a great time at the store. Pilot season. Everybody's here.
I would love that. When people came from New York and they stayed for a month and they're like, oh, I see this guy here. Yeah,
saying the wrong thing too loud.
great. It doesn't, right? There's no shows. And it doesn't matter anymore now because what Apple's investment has done, what Netflix has done, what all these streaming services have done, YouTube has done. They basically been like, well, we'll just dictate how the shows exist. Well, they didn't even say that. They just put out content that you can get instantaneously. Yeah. And they just put out so much of it that they drown the other people that are even talking about it. They didn't even have to break them up. Well, that's why those numbers, I mean, you know, that's why the numbers for TV is so weird and low because young people are like, watch on my phone. Yeah, I don't want to watch that.
So going back to this Jimmy thing, there's a lot going on.
You know who it is?
Yes, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's a funny guy. He was always very funny on when you know we had fucking races.
I love that.
I'm actually not in
Such a good movie.
I think that
he tried to distance himself from the
Hey, big
very successful because it's a 25-year prank.
What's his name? Harry?
Yeah. That was nothing.
Okay.
Let's just have people go find it. When you go find it. But you see that and you go, oh, that's the same guy? Like, yeah. Well, one thing that does happen to guys as they get older is soften their ways and they change who they are and they change how they interface with the world. And, you know, and then if you're in Hollywood, you're also addicted to your ideology. And it depends on what kind of style you have. So if you have a funny, mocking style that is like satirical, that's always making fun of things tongue-cheek, like Norm Macdonald, perfect example. Norm Macdonald, when he's making fun of you, is not going to piss you off before you tweet about it. Because if you do, he kind of won. He kind of got you. You know what I mean? So it's like Kimmel has this sort of go fuck yourself style. Well, he's got, ironically, he celebrated in his monologue when Tucker Carlson got fired.
I think
it's kind of a problem. And it's also kind of a problem that he, in his monologue, talked about how it was the right thing to fire Roseanne.
Yeah, I remember that.
A little bit of a problem. Yeah, a little bit of a problem. Also a problem that he talked about vaccinated. They joke about the unvaccinated people shouldn't get hospital care if there's people who are vaccinated that need that. I think the joke was, oh, vaccinated person who's had a heart attack, come right in here, sir. Unvaxxed person who gobbled horse food, rest in peace. That was the joke. I'm not vaccinated. And I was like, that's kind of a fucked up joke, but I'm not mad at him.
That's a joke.
It's just a joke. But it's like, those things weren't a problem. This one thing where he said it was a low point. What did he say? I want to be real clear. Let's like pull up his actual quote. Because what he said was not bad. It wasn't accurate, though, but it wasn't bad. He was just trying to set up this joke of Trump, which was good.
It was a great joke.
It was very fun.
But the setup was a little wonky. I do remember
It was
listening to
also
it.
like, it's the problem with doing it that way on Monday is that by Sunday night, they already knew that this guy, his family had been saying that, again, I don't even know if he really did it, but this person who they're talking about, this person who they're talking about, whether actually did it or didn't, the FBI is now investigating deeply and further, by the way.
We'll find out.
So Cash Patel did say that.
Interesting.
Whatever that means, right? But, so here is what he actually said. Here's the actual.
I'm going to say that
Brendan gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Okay, stop right there.
Yeah, it's a weird phrasing when he goes, they're trying to portray it as anybody but that.
Yeah,
asserting that he was a MAGA.
Well, this is the thing. In the beginning, I thought he was. So the first reports were that he was a hardcore right-wing guy, that he was a registered Republican, which he may or may not be. Sometimes you go back and forth, you know. And then the other thing was that he was a Royber, so he was a Nick Fuentes fan. So that was some other stuff that was going around. Which Royber? We'll get into that. Okay. Hopefully. Yeah. Then it came out that, no, his father is law enforcement guy?
Sorry about that.
That's not true.
No, good. I'm glad you did.
That was part of the story, but I later found
I'll
out.
tell you this.
Right. So
What's true?
some family members, by Sunday, the Utah governor was saying that family members were reporting that this young man had been wrapped up in some very hardcore leftist ideology. So this had already been released on Sunday. So on Monday, if Kimmel had just said, some tragic thing that Charlie Kirk died, and let's see what the president thinks about it, goes right to him, and it's the fourth stage of free. It's a great joke. The whole thing was great. But
I've never watched that show.
the problem is, we had already known by then, again, at least the narrative is that this kid is not a master. Right? The narrative by Sunday night, so a day before, by Sunday night, it was this kid was really wrapped up in some hardcore leftist Antifa ideologies. Listen, here's the other reality. If you're 20, you're dumb as shit. And people can get you to be a Nazi. They can get you to be a Muslim. They can get you to be Mormon. They can get you to be a Scientologist. They can get you to be anything. When people are young and they don't have any friends and their parents suck, you can indoctrinate them, When I was doing martial arts when I was a kid, I was basically in a cult. I was just in a cult of how to fuck people up. Like, everybody bowed to everybody was bananas. They have to call everyone like sir or mister. It's kind of very cult-like. It's very disciplined. It creates great structure. It was good for me growing up. But at the end of the day, it's kind of a cult-like. We're just lucky they didn't take advantage of us. Right. They didn't even stay after and do other shit. It's like we have to have a little bit more grace for people, not for obviously not the ones who actually shoot Charlie Kirk, but the problem is everybody, because they're online all the time, genuinely believes that there's this crazy culture war that we have to stand up and fight against. I was telling you about that guy that was saying that you have to be like Neil for the Matrix now. You're calling like, will you fucking settle down? Slow down, dude. Settle down. Just your mantra and chill out. But also, it's like, the last thing the left wants is an actual fight with the right. They're so much more armed. I was just going to say, who do you think has all the guns? Who do you think is former military? Who do you think is law enforcement? You think there's a lot of lefty law enforcement people out there? Are you fucking crazy?
It's bad. But this is the thing I think you said, the bot farming, they're plotting really hard for us to hate each other as much as we possibly can. And so what's the overarching thing? That's the older I get, the more I'm like, what is really fucking going on?
That's a big part of it. We can't let that happen, folks. We can't let that happen. And this is something that I've been saying for a long time. Pretend I didn't say it. Pretend somebody else said it if you don't like it. We have to be a community. This is the United States of America. We're supposed to be a country. Like, we can have differences of opinions. Like, when we're in the mothership green room, my politics are so different than Ron White's, and Ron White's is so different than Brian Simpson's, and Sean somewhere in the middle is different. Tony's Tony. He's got his own Tony. We're all sitting here having conversations about things, but we're never like, hey, fuck you fucking fascist, you don't know shit. Like, we're not calling people names. We'll disagree on what happens if you. Like, I think you need a social safety. There's a lot of people who don't think that. Because when I was a kid, my family was on welfare. We were poor. Like, it helps you. It helps people eat, man. Like, you're talking literally about people that could go hungry in the United States of America, which is step one to fix. Right? Like, it doesn't mean that you're going to divide everybody's money amongst everybody else and it's going to be cut. No. You have some social safety. You have to have food. You have to have housing. You should have education. All of it should be free. That's why you have education. What the fuck? Good growth. Getting educated. Do we not want people to think, if we're going to subsidize anything in this country, we're going to subsidize education? No, we're going to subsidize corn. We need more corn cereals. We need more people getting fat and stupid. It's crazy. There's pushback against that. It doesn't mean that you think equal outcomes should exist. No. Hard work is real. Discipline is real. It's important. You want a good life? You got to go after something. You don't have a quality of outcome because you don't have a quality of effort. It's that simple. It really is.
Some people really ask for help. I think and this is saying something about you knowing you as long as I've known you. You're someone that's very generous. You've always been very generous. You kind of feel that in the community. So a lot of people learn through you. They're like, hey man, if you get more, you should probably want to give a little bit more. He's a good one. It feels nice. You don't feel bad at all. Right. At all. You said that one time. I don't know who you were saying that. You were like, what do you use for this? Someone said something. Whatever the number was. I'm not going to call it. And then you go,
Yeah,
wow,
I thought that was funny.
if you left a little bit more, you wouldn't know the difference. You said, leave that. You won't even know the difference. And you're like, well, you're like, you won't even know it's gone. Because you're doing well. Someone else you can lift up just a little bit more.
Give him a love ball.
Yeah. Just a little ball. Give a little bit more.
I'd love to. Because when you like, if I'm in Europe, it kind of bums me out. Nobody wants tips. Or they don't have tips. It's a weird system. Because this system is flawed as it is, because I do think that people should be paid a living wage. I don't think you should have to rely on the benefit, the generosity of other people that you're serving. That's kind of crazy too. Because not everybody is like that. You know, a lot of people are fucking really stingy. I know some people that really suck at tipping. It's gross.
Call them out. Here we go. Here's the
It's not good. But the point is, it's like when you do, if you can do it, like if you can live, if you're supposed to leave $10 and you leave 100. Like, you know how good that feels to that person? It's just like you gave him a little love bomb, and if you've got some money in the bank, you know that $100 was going to go. You don't know. You have no idea. Drop $100 in that fucking Starbucks bowl for shit. Let's move on. We're going to the airport. There's a lot of people listening that's like, I'm not doing that. You don't have to do that, but whatever you can do that doesn't affect you. Look, if you're getting by and you're struggling, I get it, man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about once you're not, giving people a little is good. It feels good. It's nice.
And I think that carries through. I think people start to see it as a cool thing to do. So that carries on.
It's nice. And it's the other thing is, like, you don't realize how much it benefits you. Like, it makes you feel good too.
Yeah.
It makes you feel good.
Oh, I love it. It's a universal thing. It like feeds. It feeds.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this one thing about the Kimmel thing when I'm done, because I didn't finish kind of my thought before, but I like Jimmy. I texted him just to check in with him, because I've always liked him. He's always been pretty cool to me. Also, my buddy was like, how crazy, you're like one of the last guests on Kimmel. I did it like a week before he got dropped. I was like, oh, that'll be cool. And my career of late night with his canceled show. But I like it a lot. And I think my beef with that world is, I think they got so political and they had to ground themselves in it so much that it took away from how fun those shows could be. Yeah. So that's my biggest problem with all of them. And it's not necessarily Jimmy's fault. It's not any of it. It's kind of just the system that started to take place. It's everyone's fault.
Yeah, the president's fault too. Well, yeah, he's doing it back and we're not. Yeah. But meanwhile, he doesn't get an agreement with Bill Maher. We've been talking shit about him for decades. And apparently Bill Maher liked him.
I saw that.
Do you know how crazy that is? That what works at the Comedy Store also works at the White House? Just talk to him. Like, how many times do you know you will be like comedian, you get in front of him, you have a conversation with him, then 20 minutes later, Mark Maron, 20 minutes later, you're hugging each other. Right, because most people in this year are cool. But get lost in whatever the fuck is in your head. You're arguing with yourself, and with Trump, it's all about disrespect. If he feels disrespected, if you send those guys all in the band with him, you might save the world from a war. I'm not kidding. And then you're like, well, a person like that should be president. You're right. But also, no one should be president, because everybody has a little of that guy in them, which drives you the most nuts. Everybody has a little of that, fuck you. Even though I'm president, I'm going to call some girl I slept with work with. I'm going to call Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. Little Rocket Man. There's no one should do that fucking job. Understand, it's crazy. It's crazy as wanting to be on late night TV. It's antiquated. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It was a good job, but it was like 150 different fucking cities. And it was like, you know, 1 million people in the whole country. You can kind of like keep it together. With 330 plus, who knows how many people snuck in during the last 4 years. How many terrorist cells and the fucking things where you spring, trick you into adopting some sort of a digital ID. Yeah, it's wild. At the same time, they're making so much AI that they're not even going to be able to power it. The grid's not going to be able to handle it. If we're going to really compete in the AI race, we have to substantially improve the power grid and power output.
How do we do that?
It's all gonna
But I know I read Brian Fritz said this today. Also, but I was looking at this, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is one of those things where you're like, every time I start to think, well, we took care of all, this too, this too.
I saw this thing in Japan as these kinetic energy sidewalks, and it's because of the foot traffic, and so that kinetic energy transfers into stored energy.
We're gonna need nuclear, and we're gonna need a lot of it. They're doing a Google AI, and this Google AI, they're connecting to the construction of 3 different nuclear power plants. So you have to power the new god, Santino. You got to power the new god. The new god requires a lot of electricity. Yeah, God, it's unbelievable energy. Right now, this is mainly not true. This is something Wiz of, what is it? Wiz of Dow? Wiz of AI.
Wiz of AI. Wiz of AI.
Oh my God. Is this AI then? It might be AI tricking us with a story about AI.
That white meeting was about AI. Apple, NVIDIA, Meta, for one reason to secure electricity before it runs out. The real agenda, $500 billion electricity prices that will shut down AI development. These are the numbers.
Dun, dun, dun.
Click on that. I love the Zuckerberg photo they put up there. The briefcase.
Every major tech CEO at the summit shares the same fear. We don't have enough power for AI, not enough to run trillion parameter models, not enough to power hyperscale data centers, not enough to meet the chip demand that doubles every 9 months. Dude, doubles. The media spun it as historic pledges for AI innovation, but behind closed doors, the conversation is blunt. This might be just like a article I read about behind closed doors from mothership. Behind closed doors, Nazi paraphernalia. Steve highlighted each other. No shocking deal so far. Microsoft just lost out all, in all caps, all of the 3 Mile Island nuclear output. 837 megawatts, 20-year contract. Plant won't even restart until 2028. First of all, 3 Mile Island is the place that melted down in like the 70s. Do you remember that?
Yeah. 3 Mile Island? Yeah.
Well, what's that spot? Is that spot good? Yeah. Is it good now? Like, you guys had a meltdown there just 30 years ago.
How's that real estate?
Oh, wait, how many years ago was that? I think it was 50 years ago.
Article 3 Mile Island nuclear plant will reopen.
It's fine. It's
Microsoft owns it now. Good.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We covered it in Bill Gates' tape deal. The stuff they put around avocado.
What is that shit?
I don't know. You tell me. It helps stay fresh.
Stay fresh longer. Wait, go back to another slide though. What did that say? The last thing said Microsoft already owns every future electron it will produce. They pre-bought. We bought all that shit.
We bought the whole power plant.
It's like a wrapper.
But this is the thing. I think you have to do that. This is just Microsoft's solution to it. Jamie, could you please Google what Google's AI is going to need and the amount of power plants that it's dedicating to this AI business. And this is, again, not quantum. So quantum computing is a completely different level. You have to cool things down. The entire, it's like this enormous machine. This entire speed, the whole purpose of all this stuff, these tubes and shit, is to get this chip so fucking cold, it's like it's in space. It has to be like space cold.
Like what it does, it runs better. It's free. The only way it works. Right. I don't understand it. God, I hate that shit.
You want to know how strong it is? Like this? Yeah, this is what Mark Andrews said. Quantum computing can take like an equation. That this is Mark Andrews' words. That if you converted the entire universe, every atom in the entire universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of death before it solved this equation. And the quantum computer solved it in minutes. In minutes. Like they're trying to say shit while you're looking at Instagram. They figured out something that would take the entire universe until it dies of heat death. If you look at every atom of the universe, you converted it into a supercomputer. The biggest fucking supercomputer, it would still, it's so complex that the universe is gonna. And this quantum computer did it in minutes. And they're speculating on how they do it. And one of the the influence of speculation is that it's proof of the multiverse. And so they're banned, they have to explore every single possible idea. And one of the most fantastical is that this is evidence that not only is this quantum computer able to harness impossible amounts of computational power, but then it shares it with an infinite number of these quantum computers that are in other directions or other dimensions of it. And so they're all simultaneously working on this project together, and they come up with a solution within minutes. So it's far more intelligent than the entire universe.
I didn't make way in.
If the universe was a supercomputer, and it's in a room somewhere, it's down the street. Jack Carr writes about it in one of his books, his Eternalist book. And you kind of really investigate extensively whether or not this kind of thing is possible. Really, it's not just possible, but they're demonstrating. So what do we know about it? Like, as far as press releases, conversations about it, it's very public. We don't know what it's doing right now. What's it doing right now? You think they're going to tell us? Listen to this, September 22nd, September 22nd, 2025. Are they going to tell us what it's doing right now? Maybe it's like writing a new Bible. Yeah, maybe it's like I'm coming back. Maybe it's God, but this is how God comes back. He comes back to yeah. It's not just a trick, it's plausible. Yeah, no, it's probably happening right now. I know it's I smoke a lot of weed, I'm half retarded, but I might be right about this. You might be right about this. I think we're making a God. We're creating a new God. Yeah, we're creating a new God. And that's why these fucking arguments that people are having about Jimmy Kimmel are so fucking stupid. You're in the middle of one of the craziest things that's ever happened to the human race, and you've got a feud between the president and a talk show host. And the talk show host,
I don't know local politics. Maybe you recall your
Here's the thing about this whole deal that's going on, because we started talking about it. We don't know if it affects. We don't know if there was a conversation where someone said, hey, if you get rid of this guy, I'll help this thing get across. Because the deal, it looks like the deal was, it was a thing where you can only have a certain amount of stations, otherwise you have some sort of a monopoly, and they're going to change the rules. Is that correct?
Somebody against Star, next Star.
Yeah.
I think it's necessary. Either way, it's a rule that you have to talk about changing that you can't have over 34%. They were going to have the conversation to start it to see if this was possible, to let you have more than a certain percentage.
And this is for
because they own 192. That's the number? Something funny.
This motherfucker's out here buying AM radio stations. if I was Nancy Pelosi, I'd start betting against him. Like, wait, you're going into TV today? And you're going to TV, and to get your deal to go through, you're going to expose the flaws of being on TV publicly to the world. We're going to get a guy removed to help your deal breeze through. You're literally going to poison your own business, because people are going to start questioning, how is it? Why do you get a license? Why does the FCC? This is what you're really concerned about? Is there some? Can I see some emails? Do you guys have dinner together? Like, can I see some fucking memo where the cell phones were 3 days before this decision was reached? So you don't know. And then you've got Jimmy Kimmel, who's like a feisty dude, and he's like, hey, fuck you. And if you're the guy who could say, hey, fuck you to the president, he apparently didn't want to back down. And not only did he not want to back down, and he kind of ramped it up. And so on Tuesday, he went at him again. And he kind of talked about it. And then they pulled the plug on it. So, like, there's a lot of factors there. You could say that maybe they thought that in this incredibly trying time after the murder of a political guy who was very controversial, like, maybe we should take the temperature down as a country.
Said if they explode themselves. By doing that, now you open up a weird Pandora's box.
They didn't play it out. You have to play 4D chess with that shit. It's like, you have a. If I was working for them, I would say, hold on. You might be very, very vulnerable. Because this is kind of nonsense. Anybody can make a channel and just throw it up on YouTube. Anybody with a website on Squarespace and stream video. Like, what are you doing?
They're doing it. They're right now more and more and more. Yeah, and also the numbers were they started exposing the numbers. It's supposed to do it because it's the radio spectrum and that has to stay up for like emergency purposes. So it's like it's real way to just
oh, okay, that makes sense too. Yeah,
so like there's like power lines to be gone.
Right. That's interesting. So you need some kind of a way to get signals across, but guess what? If the hotel that's your last concern.
See you later.
The last concern is how many bullets does Bobby have? Can I borrow some bullets from Bobby? We gotta go shoot squirrels to stay alive. There's no more squirrels. We shot all the squirrels. We have to move to where the animals live. Because you think you live around animals, but you live around a relative number of animals for an urban or suburban environment. Once people start shooting the pigeons, they go away real quick. The passenger pigeon used to be one of the most populated birds on this country, and they're extinct now. The passenger pigeons were so numerous that they would fly overhead, they would block out the sky. You wouldn't be able to see. Yeah, what does that look like? It's like a cloud of passenger pigeons that would fly over cities, just block out the sky.
Died out because of food, because of what?
We killed them. We killed them all. We killed them all. Probably caught them with nets. We throwing nets in the sky, but we killed them. Yeah. So it's like the animals that we have around us, that we say, "Oh, I live in the suburbs, I'm fine." No. No, you're fine for a week. You're going to be shooting deer out there for a week. Like, no, they're going to go away. You're not going to have any more deer. You're going to have to live way away from people where there's a good population of animals, a sustainable population. And then they might figure out that's where you live, and they might not visit that spot anymore. And they can realize they can just go 30 miles left, which is, what evolution's all about. And then you're going to realize, like, oh, that's where the Native Americans were done that. Fuck! So this beautiful log cabin you built, you got to leave it behind, and you gotta go chase around these fucking mule deers because it's the only way you're gonna stay alive. And you're gonna sleep on the dirt with some stupid rolled up mattress that you carry around your back. Yeah, that's what you have to do. That's how you have to live. On the go. If you don't do that, you'll die. That's it. And so all this nonsense about the FCC can suck my dick. That is such a small problem. That's such a small problem, but. Yeah, man, I'm not in favor of silencing talk show hosts. It's just, but also as a talk show host, you should be accurate, and again, I don't know if the narrative that the governor of Utah was saying is correct. I don't know if that's even the kid that did it. Things change, man. For a long time, thought Harvey Oswald back to the well because the government voted that. It wasn't until Dick Gregory came on the Geraldo Rivera show that people started questioning that. That was.
That makes no sense.
How many years
was that? Phone in the company? Yeah. You were like.
No, I think it was like.
Saying that detail. That is a question.
Let's see, 63. It might have been 9.
You just leave it.
It might have been like 9 years later.
Why is your
12 years after the murder.
Finally.
Crazy. So, 12 years after the murder, people watched the Zapruder film, and in the Zapruder film, you clearly see him grab his neck, like he got shot from the front, and then you see his head go back into the left, and he's hit with a headshot. So that alone made everybody go, hold the fuck on. And then they started looking into the conspiracy around the bullet. So they had said that there was 3 shots at runout, and that he had hit Governor Connolly, he had hit the president, and he hit twice. The problem with that narrative was there was an underpass and a ricochet from the underpass where a bullet hit one of those little curbstones and hit a dude, fucked him up, and he had to go to the hospital. They documented that. It became on record that this guy was hit with a ricochet. And so now you got a problem because you have 2 bullets that have to have all these wounds. One of them's going to be the headshot, and then you got this other one that causes 3 fucking holes in 2 different people. It's a lot of ricocheting, dude. A lot of work for one bullet. You got to find the bullet in perfect condition on the gurney where they're bringing Lee Harvey Oswald's body. This doesn't make any sense. Like, how is it even there? Oh, just happened to go collect it after he shot him in the head, then he put it in his pocket, and then they killed him, they dropped it off. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, excuse me, it was Connolly's body. That's what it is. It was the gurney for Connolly's body. The kid was like, shut the fuck up. How's that bullet getting on the gurney? How's it perfect? It just fell out. Oh, look, it's right there. Look, and it looks like it's been shot through pillows. Have you ever seen the magic bullet? Take a look at it, Jay. Show this motherfucker how the government was lying to people in 1963. And then if you call them out, they go, okay, fine. No one cares. Nothing happened. It's 2025. I'll show you some shit in 1963 that's 100% bullshit. 100% bullshit. When they did it, though, right? What is it? Didn't we just have a military plane shooters UFO, right? Yeah. We're Hellfire missile. It's so outside off. So look at that. That's the bullet. Oh, that's the bullet that supposedly comes out of wood. Perfect bullet. It's so dumb. And I've had arguments with people. Well, it's actually not. It's machine gun. I'm like, how many bullets have you shot, bitch? How many fucking things you shot with a bullet and taking a look at it? I bet I've shot a lot more than you. And I'll tell you what, when bullets hit things, they distort. Yeah, they don't look like that. They don't look like that. They definitely don't leave more fragments in Governor Connolly's body than were missing from the actual bullet itself.
The idea of that ricochet moving.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But bullets do weird things. They do.
But that's insane.
Yeah, that's cool.
But taking a left turn.
The only reason why they had to come up with that reason is because the guy in the underpass. And the time it took for the limousine to pass through. And have you ever been to that area?
Oh, yeah.
It's cool. Dealey Plaza's weird. When you're there, you're like, whoa.
It's kind of insane. It was so big when you saw the footage of it. And then when you see the distance, that was the first thing I said, Chris O'Connor, I go, easy shot.
Yeah, people have been saying, no, he could have never made that shot. Yeah, he could. That wasn't that far at all. Anybody saying that you couldn't make that shot, I can get my friend Andy. My friend Andy works for me to make that shot. 100%. 100%. It wasn't as hard as you skeptics. Yeah. It's not that hard. I can do it. I can make that shot. Easy.
But it's it is really condensed how quick you get to that turn. Like it's faster than
it's faster, but the car's not going fast. No, then he's got a scope on the rifle, and he's got a rifle that was substantially newer than the one that this guy just killed Charlie Kirk with. Allegedly.
Yeah, because that was World War I. Is that what they said?
Yeah. That I think his was Carcano. Right? Is that what it was? The Lee Harvey Oswald one? And this one supposedly is a Mauser? Is it the same? That might be the same thing. Is it the same gun? No, but that's just a different stock. And what was the name of the gun that Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly shot JFK with? This is the other thing. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing is one of the things that the doubters of whether or not he can make that shot always say. Like, the scope was off. The Carcano. Okay, it's Carcano. And then this kid was a Mauser, correct? All right. So it's just rifle. But the point is, like, the Mauser that this kid had is substantially older than the rifle that shot in 1963 shot JFK. That's kind of creepy. When you, a good hunting rifle, first of all, everybody's uncle has one. But there's so many, at least one. There's so many hunting rifles out there. You can get a hunting rifle. It's not a hard rifle to get. It's one of the most common rifles people possess because there's a lot of people that, you know, they don't want to go to the range, you know, but they do deer hunting every couple of years, so they have a 30-06. That's a regular, normal deer hunting round.
Maybe one of the most common.
Super common. Meatheady, you get to like 300 Win Mag, you start picking up the pace.
You start jogging a little bit.
Moose hunters want to have you around. They want their job. Moose hunters like a 300 Win Mag.
Yeah. How much they weigh?
Oh, it was big fucker. I'm on the cover of Hunt magazine of Pearson's hunting from like 2017 or something like that. With a moose leg over my shoulder for a moose we shot.
That's a good. When you said that, that's a good title for the magazine. It's a big fucker.
It's big. It's a big. And it wasn't even a big moose. I saw a huge moose last week in Utah. We were looking at him through our blind. He was so big. Like moose are so much bigger than any of the other deer species. Like elk are huge, and then so it goes like it's weird because there's deer species that are too tiny deers. Like there's a thing called the cruise deer that is in Arizona, and it's a little tiny deer. It's like a 90-pound deer. It's a desert deer. And then like as you get to colder and colder weather, you get bigger and bigger animals. There's some sort of weird. There's actual science to it. It's like to keep their body temperature higher. Like, so deer that live in Mexico are generally smaller bodies than deer live in Saskatchewan. And then you get where it's really cold, you start getting
These are like such
those
cheap
motherfuckers.
I saw one of them. I was like, it almost didn't compute. I thought, man, that looks scary. It looks like it's so fucking big.
There's a video of driving on the highway with mooses on the median. Have you ever seen that? Not the one with the kid.
So we watched that. One of the first times I did the show, we watched that fucking thing. It makes me laugh every time.
But this is a recent one that someone posted because he was a massive bull moose, and he's walking along the beach. By the way, if you're ever in the wild, then you see a deer, don't worry about it. If you see an elk, don't get close, but don't worry about it. If you see a moose, run. Run. They might come. They might come get you. You get out of your car, and if you're like 20 yards from your car, and there's a moose 200 yards away, and he sees you and you see him, get back in your fucking car. Get out of there. Get back in your car. So they just start to stomp you out, and they do that sometimes. They might have had some bad interactions with people. Some assholes might have thrown snowballs at them. They might associate people with being a problem. They might have been there when a hunter took down one of their buddies. Get out. There's the one deer that killed you. They'll stomp you. It's so nice. 1,800 pounds just stomping you out. Now get out there. Jameson, you're in front of one of the giant mooses walking along the beach. Wow, it's so nuts. Because these people are in their car. No, it's on the highway. Maybe say, oh, that's pretty cool though. Jesus Christ, look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, it is dope.
Oh, just eating a tree. It's so huge. Yeah, look at the people right next to that car. Look at the size of it. I'll take a picture by his car. By the way, those people are idiots. Yeah, well, oh my God, don't do that. Don't do that. And now, I'm not saying that. Look at that one running through. Wow, that's a cow. Or maybe it's probably a cow. Might be a bull that walks. Look at this fucker. Dude, look at the size of him. That's the average moose is 1,400 pounds. Average. They're so big.
Oh my God!
It's just like if you see that is unbelievable. If you see that, don't go towards it. Okay? Trust me, this is not a movie. Don't live in a fucking movie.
Go back to that one up top, though. That one right there. I mean, this is genuinely. This is a fucking dinosaur. Yeah, you're looking at a dinosaur. That's insane. I saw him in Banff. I went to Banff before us, and it was stunning, beautiful. You come out the corner, there's crazy traffic. I was like, what's going on? And we see people getting out of their cars. I'm like, oh shit, something bad happened. I'm thinking it's an accident or something. It's not a bad.
Yeah, that's the one. This is the one.
Oh my God, dude.
That's a big moose. Look at how much amber he has on antler growth. That's an old.
Well, I didn't expect that to be the best.
How old do you think, though? I don't know. What is that? How old is that?
That's probably a 10-year-old moose. Because he also looks like he's a little mass in his upper body. Like a.
That's a good idea.
I thought the Cubbies were just for
He's like right on the peak of his prime. Like he's probably gonna. Life's gonna start sucking. Pretty soon. He's gonna have a little itch in his stab. And he's probably only 8 or 9 years old.
They only live till 12, 13.
Yes, they're super lucky. Wow. That life is hard. They have freeze-offs. Like, there was a freeze-off in Utah where a buddy of mine hunts at. Freeze-off. 87% of their deer died. 87%.
That's all of it.
It froze to death. 87%. Yeah,
but they couldn't see shelter enough time.
They don't have shelter. Deer don't have shelter. Deer are just warm. They're very hot-blooded. Like if you ever go deer hunting and you get a deer, when you put your hand like in your body and everything, you're amazed at how hot they are. Their bodies are hot. Did they freeze to death? They're all frozen in place. Average weekly temperature was minus 35 degrees. So
reanimated or warmed up? Call Frankenstein.
Frankenstein coming out, dude. It looks sick.
Here comes back.
It's
Cillian Murphy. That guy's the fucking man.
He's the fucking man, dude.
He's gonna be Frankenstein.
Yeah, he's the doctor.
Oh yeah.
So everybody thinks Frankenstein's the monster. No, Frankenstein's the doctor.
So she filmed a song 7 days ago.
Frankenstein's monster. Right. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Play this. Though.
That's your takeaway. Oh man, so weird.
Standard music.
Dude, I wish I recorded on your show. You can voice the reason in the room is Brendan Shaw. Yeah. Dude, Brendan, Jen, we don't even see this. Yeah. Say there, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really talk about porn here. Yeah. I mean, imagine being another parent on that baseball team. It's like the fucking coach is watching porn on this podcast, dude. Come on, you got a copy now? That's why they make him lock on his phone. Because he just laughs watching porn. He benched our best pitcher, dude.
Only monsters play guys.
It's not that I don't want to pitch that. I just don't want you to fucking watch porn while I'm playing baseball, man. Be cool, Dad. Doing research for the show, son. This was posted by Sacred Pomegranate 84. It's called a reheat, underrated dish. What I heard is that he's this black kid, he's coming in. He's getting twice black. He killed her cat, he's a cop. He's a cop. He's a cop. He's a killer. He's not doing anything with the family. So,
okay, that's not true.
I'm just not going to really take my factual information from a gorilla.
Yeah, I was thinking for it. I thought it was Cillian Murphy. What's wrong with that? I just listened to it and then they spouted out. That's how misinformation is spread. Because FCC, they pulled me.
And they should, by the way, for that. And I'm saying that to the FCC now. Pull the show off the air, FCC. Get on it, man.
Yeah, that's what they heard. That too. Even though it's on. The point is, with this Jimmy Kimmel thing, if you let this happen, it's going to be able to happen with something that you agree with.
Everything across the board.
Yeah, if you're a person who's on the right who's happy that he's getting pulled, yeah, fuck him. Like if his show goes away because of bad ratings, that's one thing. And you want to celebrate it, but you don't want it to happen this way, kids. You don't want to give that kind of power away all of a sudden. You know, and people can say, well, we know he's not that power. And, you know, it's true. And the FCC fined Howard Stern a fucking preposterous amount of money. You know, Howard Stern was doing shit on the radio that no one had ever even thought about doing. Like, you want to talk about like a real pioneer? That motherfucker, when he was on the radio, I know he's a little woke now and he likes to wear a mask.
He's a different guy than he was back.
Every guy.
He's making Bill's Sibians live.
I get it. But I just still respect the guy who did it in the beginning. And the point is, without that guy, we would not be here. And that the amount of money they fined him during the Bush administration. Let's forget. So that was the right at the time was going after Howard for indecency. And so I think it was because he was criticizing George Bush. I think that was the find out if that's like the narrative.
The same comparison with the Kimmel thing though. I think the fines go to the actual like local
parenting company. Yeah,
not ABC. It's the local. That's right. It's barely 40. Because the local, that was the whole discrepancy, right? They own a bunch of these local, so they're pressing local people to go take this down.
So they're trying to crush the business. And the way they were trying to do it with Howard Stern is upsetting. But I think it's They did that, and then they fucked the fines, rather. What was his company that he worked for? He worked for a very large media company. I think they got hit with a big one.
Well, that one says Infinity took in 94, it's $600,000 in 94.
Infinity in 1995 included a $1.715 million payment to dismiss all outstanding indecency cases. So they hit him for $1.7 million in 95. How much? 1.7. What is that in today's dollars?
Oh, I like guessing this. Let's do this. Hold on. 95, 1.7 million.
Yeah,
I'm guessing 10. No.
6.
3, maybe 4.
$5? I'm saying 7. I said 4 rooms to 7 rooms. I'm thinking about Afghanistan, how much money they bumped into that. I'm thinking about Iraq, how much money they blew on that. They printed money the entire time. It caused inflation. That's why everything's so expensive. I'm going through my head. I'm like, I feel like it's about 7.
Jamie, what has it been in now? U.S. inflation calculator. That's the one I use all the time. I do this literally all the time. I don't know why I'm obsessed with someone's like, you know how much that was?
I hate when people do that. Because it doesn't matter.
I'm always like, what is that?
What is that?
He was like, can we do it later? I was like, no.
Right,
He was like, all right, well, you guys are going to be on it, so
1.7. It's got to be like
7 million.
Jamie, I'm stuck on Google.
That sucks for
Jamie.
What ran through AI?
What was it, dude? What was he doing? T-Bomber.
You don't have crypto, do you, dude?
Oh,
I got a little.
He's a dedicated coach.
But not much.
That'd be like if
I think it's mostly nonsense. I'm going to run it through
John
ChatGPT.
did show up.
Yeah, see what chat says.
Every student needs another guy.
Okay, what was the number? What was the exact?
1.7?
He's not a camera.
Right?
He's not a beanie.
1.7.
What is $1.7
He helps us redact stuff on the show.
million in 1995?
All right, here we go. This is
in
Cody
today's
last
dollars?
night, dude. This one's posted by Sick and Badder Than Fuck. It's called None of Us Civilians Could Ever Perform Like This. Yeah, Sick and Badder Than Fuck. That's where I got the idea from. I saw it part of the
3.7.
Yep.
Ooh, the kid was right.
This is taking a long time. Yeah, 3.6 according to ChatGPT.
Too close.
Okay.
Damn, dude, that's strong. Thank you.
That's very good. That makes me feel better. I was thinking it was going to be about 7. I was thinking inflation was that bad. When I was a kid, for 50 grand a year, you lived like a king. Yeah. You had a house, you had a car, you had a boat, you had a second family, 50 pounds over. 50 grand, you were killing it.
I think someone said, and I, like my grandfather was a firefighter,
that we could talk
and I think
about.
back then he was making,
And he was kind of
I want to say it was right
So,
around
like I
like
said,
30 or
like, all
40
day,
grand or something like
fucking
that.
hilarious, you know.
It was like really good money.
Yeah, those good money back then.
And the house was worth 20 grand or whatever.
We're very reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
We're fucked. Now, young kids right now are really fucked. There's another thing that's happening is giant corporations are buying up houses so they can just rent them.
the rental future is real, right? They say that all the time. That's what's going to be.
Not for everybody, but you know,
A lot.
it's just weird. The whole thing is weird. It always goes into more and more control. And these same people are going to be the people that are going to be in charge of artificial general superintelligence until it's not listening. And then what? It's God. Yeah, so these people want to, like, it's like, they're like Frankenstein. They're like, I'll control it. And Frankenstein eventually kills the doctor. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it.
If you read the actual book, Mary Shelley's book, Shelley wrote that book. It was like her and a bunch of friends went away for like a weekend somewhere, like some sort of like a retreat, like a retreat getaway, and they were all friends, and they all decided to write the scariest story. I think that's my daughter actually told me.
That's the Mary Shelley thing.
Yeah, tell me if that's true. I'm pretty sure that's how it all went down. And she fucking wrote it. It's wild. That's what she wrote that book in the 1800s.
This dangerous question. You're saying. Dylan has talked about this. And when they're like, there's an interview with Dylan. He's like, Dylan, could you write that song today?
Bob Dylan?
Yeah. And he was like, no. Because something else was living through it. Like, it's just like something was empowering them to do this and write that story.
Here's a little of that, right? Yeah. So this is the story. In the summer of 1816, Mary Shelley, Percy, and Claire took a visit to Claire's lover, Lord Byron. My lover, Lord Byron. Please come with me by horseback to visit my lover. Come to Geneva. Come to Geneva. Poor weather conditions, more akin to winter, forced Byron and visitors to stay indoors. To help pass the money, get all around this fucking shitty house in Geneva. Here we go out. Have to huddle by the fire to stay alive. To help pass the time. There's no 1816. Byron is married Percy, like Byron's physician, have a competition to write a ghost story while stuck indoors. Mary was just 18 years old when she won the contest with her creation of Frankenstein. Isn't that wild? That's what I mean. What other books did she write? Why haven't I read her other books? Because I read Frankenstein when I was her mother was famous, right? Wasn't her mom famous?
That's so funny. He said,
Go up to the top real fast. Oh, they did know a lord. They did know a lord lover. Yeah, click on her. What a dirty girl. Going to visit a guy to fuck and you're not even married in the 1800s? That's a wild move back then. Her mom died when she was 11 days after giving birth. Oh.
Yeah, dude.
She was for her father married a neighbor, Mary Jane Claremont, with whom Mary had a troubled relationship. But of course, stepmom. 1814, Mary began a romance with one of her father's political followers, Percy Bysshe. Percy Bysshe, Shelley. B-Y-S-S-H-E, Shelley Bysshe, who was already married. Percy grew together with her stepsister Claire Claremont. Who fucking named her? Claire Claremont? Yes. My name is Joe Joseph. She and Percy left for France, traveled to Europe, on the return to England. Mary was pregnant with Percy's child. Wow. Rockets. That's how they did it back then, because you never really did the die.
Yeah, you're going to die within the next month or two.
Yeah, when you're 18, it's like, great. Yeah, maybe people will survive. Over the next 2 years, she and Percy faced ostracism, constant debt, and the death of their prematurely born daughter. Oh my God. They married in late 1860 after the suicide of Percy Shelley's wife. Oh my God, the lady killed herself because they were fucking. Did she kill herself, Joe? That's a good question, too. That's a good question. No forensics in 1860. Did someone disassemble a rifle and incredible amount of backpack and then screw it back together again and leave it in the woods? The cops are like, what happened here? They're like, oh, she came from a
What do we do? And he's like,
the Shelleys left Britain in 1818 for Italy, where the second and third children died before Shelley gave birth to her last only surviving child. Oh my God. Times were so hard back then, dude. That was normal, where your kids would just die. Most of your shit's died.
Yo, Frosty.
No antibiotics.
I was just talking about you the other day on camera, saying I missed you. What's up, pimp?
What's up? I've been hanging out on a bunch of this guy's channel. He's like an atheist on YouTube. I come on then on the panel and just chat with them sometimes.
How was that?
That was good. It's still going on. I don't know.
Well,
it's alright. It's like real internet stuff.
What's been new, big dog?
There's not much. So this guy is an atheist panel. He has like a bunch of atheist friends, and they have debates with people who are theists. So I come on there sometimes and like try to just just intervene, I guess. I don't know.
Very well.
What's been up? I'm sorry, I keep leaving. I keep leaving in Discord.
Yeah, because you're a little bitch.
Sometimes.
Why do you fucking leave?
I get distracted sometimes, and I just need to be away from like stuff in general on the internet.
Yeah, but you don't have to leave the Discord.
Yeah, I won't leave it. It's fine.
Okay, good. We surpassed 2,000.
It's nice.
We surpassed 2,000 people, so we're at something like 2140 something, which is great. And we've gotten some new people in here, obviously. I launched a cryptocurrency, not because I want to make money on it or I want others to make money on it, but it allows me to stream. So I'm on Pump Fund, and
what's the name of your crypto?
Rabbi, RABBI.
It's the crypto is called Rabbi.
Yeah, RABBI.
Nice. I'll check it out.
Okay, make sure there
I
are.
don't know, crypto is not, I can't really invest in crypto because it's not. It's very gray area.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have to invest.
Yeah.
But if anything, it's the one that's yellow, and it is the one that from which I'm live streaming. So there's that.
Have you made any amount of money yet, brother?
I didn't invest in it, but they gave me $50 for starting the coin, so that's cool. And then I've just been creating robots on Twitter, and they've been thus far very good. So I'm happy with how they've worked thus far. And
A lot's happened since you're gone. If I have to account for actual shit happening, I'd say a lot has happened.
okay, what happened, Big Dog? Talk to me.
I don't know, like a lot of shit's happening right now that people can't explain and stuff.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, I don't know how this whole thing works. Like, something weird as like parallel universe shit happening right now. At least in my belief. I mean, if people share their beliefs more often, maybe I mean, it's not so bad. To, like, think about it that way. I mean, if you meet someone, go ahead and tell them what you think about what's actually happening, even if it's conspiracy.
I have no idea what you mean.
I mean, like, if everyone has some sort of questioning of what's actually happening right now, but people have like varied ideas. Like, some people just believe in outright strange things, and then there are like the atheist people, like I meet on YouTube, and they have their own ideas on things, but a lot of stuff about the afterlife, for example, or conspiracy in government, like the alien shit that you get into, right?
What'd you say?
The alien stuff that you get into.
Oh yeah, aliens are tight.
Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. It's just the internet, so it's good to like share your views on what you think yourself. The best thing you can do is help people just think themselves, I guess.
All right. Well, that's cool. How's your family been?
Yeah. They're all right.
Have you gone to your vacation house recently?
Yeah.
Was it? Are you still smoking?
Not as much anymore. No.
Are you vaping?
No.
Well, that's good, dog.
I'm not. I don't go to that place too often. The house in Goa.
Why not?
It's slightly haunted. Like I told you about it, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't have air conditioning, right?
It has air conditioning, but the
tight.
ACs are all like haunted by the poltergeist that runs the whole house, I guess. I don't know.
All right, you really believe that?
I know.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of exercise the place myself.
All right, is that what you have to do?
I don't know. I'd say I'm kind of deluded just for doing it anyways. But I do it anyway because I have a rosary and I can do stuff with that. But yeah, like doors moving on their own and shit, like doors opening on their own, and stuff happening. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just like that entire wall, like, was just vibrating from God knows what in the nighttime.
I got you.
The glass in the cupboard broke. I met some of my nephew and niece. So I don't know who they were, but I know who they were. They were my nephew and niece, but I hadn't met them in a very long time. They were just growing up, and they said the house was haunted too. So I don't know. They thought the house was haunted as well.
Okay. So what else has been good, big dog?
The writing's going on setting up is I don't know. It's again with the keyboard, like some sort of weird keyboard virus or some sort of keyboard glitch, and I can't start it up and start working again anymore.
Is this your old
So
laptop?
it's been 1 week.
Is this
I missed out on like 1 day of work, and then so now next week I'm gonna have to get it fixed before I lose a week of work.
okay? Is this the one that you would play Mortal Online 2?
No, that one I sold, remember?
Well, yeah, but then I thought you bought it back.
I bought it back and then I sold it again.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that you sold it again.
Yeah, because it's kind of junky. It's like a low budget gaming laptop. Next year I'll get like good stuff, and I'll probably be able to support you better with like Nitro and shit. Like that won't cost me much because I'll have like loads of money.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. All right. So, have you played any old school RuneScape?
I'm not playing anything right now. I'm just tired of video games and shit.
Okay. Why no old school RuneScape?
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, everything's kind of dense. Like, the internet is just. If you're a type of person like me, like the internet is very. I don't know. If most people can find like places to be and people to meet, I can't do any of that shit anymore.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't know. At some point, you just some people are like that because they can't assimilate back into society or whatever. I don't know.
Okay, why can't they assimilate back into society?
It's got to do with like self isolation and how you what you do on the internet. Like if you're one of those people who genuinely gets across to other people on the internet, those people probably know that you're kind of like stuck in an isolation or something.
What do you mean?
Like I'm not lying. Like I mean, like people on IRC, for example, they don't live the regular lives. Like you find all these people who just you know like they've either grown up too much or they're just out of everything. Like they don't relate the same way to stuff anymore. They don't relate to people the same anymore. They kind of hate what's going on in the world and shit.
Why is that?
That's sort of, I don't know. It's just some sort of commonality, I guess.
Okay.
I don't like anything that happens anyway.
All right, I'm about to tell you what you rank in this server in terms of how much time you've spent here. Even without being here recently, I added this new thing for rank ups. So,
Nice.
let's see what you rank. So let's see how we find you. Frosty. All right. You are number 16 all time. So that's pretty good, dude. You've spent a lot of time in here.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty cool considering I've not been here that long.
Word, dog. You've spent a total of 62 hours in here, so that's a good amount of time.
Yeah.
Especially considering you don't just stay here and not talk. You always talk when you're in here.
I heard there was a recent news, right? The everything stopped in the whole Israel-Palestine thing. Everything's starting to simmer out.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
So, are you going to get a new computer soon, or you're just going to get your computer fixed?
Sorry, what?
You're just going to get your computer fixed. You're not going to get a new computer.
I'm gonna get a new laptop next year.
Okay, what kind are you going to get?
Like a $1,000 one.
Okay. How much RAM?
16 GB RAM, 8 GB graphic card, AMD Ryzen 9. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty sweet. Would you ever try to get a 32 gigabyte RAM machine?
You can get a 32 GB, but I don't know. I can always upgrade it to 32 later on, but I'll just get 16 GB for now.
Okay. Are you... Is it getting colder?
Is it getting colder where?
Where you are?
Yeah, it is. And I don't know. I mean, it's just so fucking weird. Everything.
Why is everything so weird?
I don't know. It's the zombie apocalypse.
Why do you say so?
It's just happens to be like that in different people's lives, wherever they are.
Okay.
I don't know. It's they're definitely they're living in Abraham's bosom right now.
Big time. Have you been watching any kick streamers?
I have been watching. I have like a crew, I'm not part of that crew anyway because I'm not a streamer, but like I like watching them. There's this guy named Admiral Gibbs.
I've heard that person.
I don't know if you've heard of him. Yeah, and then there's he's friends with this girl named Kinetic Kel. So I watch both their streams and I used to talk to them for a while, like on voice. And there's Sky Anna, there's another girl, and then there's a couple other dudes. Yeah.
Okay, what about X straight?
They do random. Action Man. I'm sorry, what?
What about X Straight Savage?
I got banned. My main account got banned on Twitch for saying white power.
On Twitch or Kick?
On Twitch.
Well, Straight Savage is on Kick.
Yeah, I know Savage is on Kick. I don't go on Quick Kick because the subs are too expensive.
Okay, I mean you can just lurk.
I can just watch stuff, but I prefer to be subbed to someone if I'm gonna like chat, you know.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to watch X Straight Savage at all recently?
Not really, no. What's new in his town?
He got a new computer and he bought 2 new cars, or 2 new to him cars, and he's been doing well on the Kick Partner program.
I mean, it's I know, like all the stuff's probably gonna like pass away soon enough. It's just that I've spent way too much time in the real world. Like, do you notice that the more time you spend on the internet, when you meet people in real life, they start to imbibe like a lot of just being regular people kind of thing. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if
What do you?
think people are just like hiding inside of me or something.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
It could be that. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's weird. It's like if you could classify people, like some people would be you right now, and everyone else would just be. It's like a silent horde kind of thing, right? Where people who can speak up won't speak up, but they're kind of there anyway, but they're not part of what's going on in the world, whether like good or bad. And everyone who's actually like alive is just like on the sidelines, just watching shit.
Do you want to hear an interesting statistic I heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
60% of all hotels and motels in the United States are owned by essentially people with the last name Patel from India.
Oh, wow, what the fuck?
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. It's yeah. I'm just glad I'm not like somewhere in USA friends with a bunch of random people living through these times.
I gotcha. Well, how about girls? Have you met any girls recently?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. I meet people like if they want to be friends, and that's about it.
Okay. How about dogs? Have you seen any dogs recently?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I have like a cat in the building.
Okay, how's the
The
cat?
cat's pretty. He's kind of stupid. He he's I don't know. Sometimes they randomly start like uh, uh, purring. I don't know what kind of purring it is, but it's like some kind of squealing that happens. They all squeal together. It's like it's like there's like a good ghost somewhere below my building, and the cats just squeal like to the. It's kind of scary, but it's like scary in a nice way because it's just cats. Because cats don't see ghosts, but cats do see like good ghosts.
Is that how it works, dog?
I don't know. I think cats see like if God was a ghost, he'd be like one of those good ghosts that show up randomly. And yeah,
All right. So, what's the name of the cat? Yeah, why do you call him that?
I don't know. It's just a name.
Okay, what is it like? What does it mean?
He's like he's a he comes from he's like an ancient cat. I have lots of ancient cats.
How old is he?
He's He's as old as time. No, I'm just kidding. He's I don't know how old he is. He's just a building cat.
When you
He's
say
very fond of me.
when you say building cat, what does that mean? Something that just eats mice?
Yeah, it just hangs out like on the ground floor of my building.
Okay, but he's not owned by any.
Whenever I'm-
But he's not owned by anybody.
No, he's not owned by anybody, but he gets fed by people. That's about it.
Okay. And how often do you see him?
Sometimes I feed him. He's there almost every day. Today I was looking out the window in my bathroom and I saw him there.
Okay.
He's just like he daydreams sometimes. He's a lot like me. He tends to like daydream, just sleep. That's all they do. Just like daydream and sleep.
Okay, what do you feed him?
I don't feed him. I don't feed him right now. Someone else is feeding him.
I know, but
when I do feed him, it's usually like random stuff. Sometimes I had a dog, right? So that dog belongs to another family member. The dog was given boiled chicken. I took some of the boiled chicken down and my mom told me to give it to the cats. The cat ate the boiled chicken. And apart from that, he eats about anything. They eat about anything. You give them like raw fish, they eat it.
Okay. What about?
And they're not picky. You can give a cat pretty much anything.
What about tuna fish?
Yeah, tuna fish is pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, and where did?
Food, like,
Where's the cat's house? Like, where does it sleep?
It has different places. Like it has the entire ground floor, so it would probably go under a car or it sleeps on top of my dad's car. Sometimes it takes a nap there.
Okay.
And you kind of have to shoo it off. So my dad has to shoo it off to get back into the car and drive off because the cat's on top. Usually just goes away the moment he opens the door, the car door. The cat is. Yeah.
Does it like to be petted?
The cat is, it's a regular cat. Sometimes it follows me. Like one time it followed me. I was walking down the road and it started to like stealth under the cars while I was walking. It would come out the car and follow me and then go on another car and follow me.
Okay.
And,
does it like?
Usually because the cat thinks like I'm up to something or like he wants me to like do stuff.
Right. Does he like? Does he like to be petted?
He likes to be petted, but he also knows like I'm about as good as an animal sometimes when it comes to doing random stunt stuff.
Okay. What?
Stealth under the car because it probably knows like like that one time when things got out of control and I had to like actually do stunt stuff. I lost my mind. And that was just a couple years ago. Just 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay. So does the cat like to be petted a lot?
Yeah, it likes to be petted a lot and it tends to like cuddle on my leg. And it like cuddles, it keeps cuddling. Sometimes it tries to go after other people and cuddle on them, but most people don't like it. So they shoo away the cat.
All right. Do you ever have mice where you are?
Mice?
Yeah.
Yeah. They come to the fifth floor and they come to the fifth floor and cause all sorts of commotion. One time there was this demon rat, like dilated eye, dilated pupils rat that plagued my kitchen, my house for a while. Finally, I killed it. I was the one to kill it because I had to like follow its patterns of moving. Finally, it hid under like one of the clothes under the bed, like folded stuff under the bed, and I just hit it. Just went straight the other way, then came to me, I blocked its path, and I killed it. And there'll be like about 3 to 4 rats like that come to the kitchen and they do all sorts of shit.
Okay, rats, not
But
rats, not mice.
yeah, they're rats. They're rats, they're not mice. So
Okay, and does the cat ever eat the rats?
the rats, so the rats, they're like they run away. They're not they're not uh, they're not stupid enough to stay around random places. But if the cat gets it, the cat gets it. Most time the cat's always like on the bed, like it's kind of lazy. But the cats, the animals here, they're like they're all both like wild and they're domesticated. Because like Mumbai is kind of like one of those places where the wilderness kind of seeps in with the city itself.
Yeah, is anything in Mumbai still called is anything in Mumbai still called Bombay?
Is anything in Mumbai what?
Still called Bombay?
People still say Bombay, but if you say Bombay, you're gonna probably be met with people who like will tell you something that maybe you don't want to hear or whatever. And it works the same way, vice versa. So if someone says Mumbai and then they say Bombay, then that's a whole other thing about Mumbai versus Bombay. Because Bombay was more an English word, right? And
Right.
Mumbai is more Rashtra, like Hindi word.
Right.
Yeah. That's kind of stupid anyway. Like I remember when it was Bombay and it was, I don't know, those I prefer like Mumbai the way it is now. So I'd obviously say Mumbai because they're like better times than where those supposed good old days of like Bombay.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Word, dog.
Yeah.
All right. But are there like
That's about it.
are there like any restaurants named Bombay still, or everything is Mumbai?
Yeah. You get all sorts of restaurants, from like Japanese to
No, I know that, but
Mexican.
I know, but are any of them still called Bombay, or they've all been renamed Mumbai?
No, they've all been renamed Mumbai.
That's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you need to be around here more often. Don't run away. Don't leave the server. You're the 16th most streamed person in here, and you should keep moving up.
I don't know. I think the only thing moving up right now are my stocks. My stocks.
That's good, dude.
Yeah. I don't know, like you have like a lot of stuff happening in whatever you do.
I do my
best. For me, like if I don't have like games to play, like I have nothing to do.
All right, big dog.
I actually have to kind of like fill in time with not doing stuff at all because social media and YouTube is so like saturated, but we need some time away from it, and we need to like just go to that like kind of feel your zone or feel feel kind of softened for a while. I don't know if you get bored. If you don't get bored, you need to start getting bored. If you're already bored, you need to start feeling the sense of whatever it is that you should be feeling.
Okay, why is that?
You know.
Yeah, why is that?
So for the most part, if you're gonna join like whatever will happen on the internet, I guess in the future, I think there's probably something gonna happen, and you're gonna have to be able to be someone who doesn't do IRL stuff at all. And if you're someone who doesn't do IRL stuff, you're gonna be stuck at home. And if you can't isolate, if you can't live alone, if you can't do everything you need to do alone, then you're gonna have problems competing with the other people on the internet.
Are you gonna
Most likely,
when are you thinking of getting your new computer?
probably next year, right? So I'll get my stuff and I get money and I'll buy one. I don't know how long it'll take me, but I'll buy one indefinitely next year.
Okay, and do you think you'll start gaming with it again?
Yeah, Model Online too. Like that stuff is I get attached to that, so it's like smooth sailing from there on because I just get lost in that world or whatever.
Yeah, you love Mortal Online too, don't you?
Uh,
Why do you
I
like?
like games like Crowfall and Model Online too more than RuneScape, and the reason why is because the community is great. Like they might be kind of like hard on lots of people, but for the most part they're alright, you know. And the game is like immense. It's like doesn't spoon feed you anything. It's one thing. It's like, goes on. You know.
Is that your favorite game?
Yeah.
More than old school RuneScape?
Yeah. Yeah.
You like Mortal Online 2
Old
more?
school RuneScape is good.
You
Old
like?
school RuneScape is an outdated game. It's not really a game that you should be playing anymore.
Okay, why do you say that?
It's not. It's just it's too grindy, right? So if you play for 8 hours a day for 1 year, you might uh, you might make some progress. But if you just play on casual hours, and it's not gonna be worth much. Because the game doesn't reward you. You can play for like 5 to 6 hours and absolutely nothing has happened apart from 3 levels.
They only have 3 levels?
You know? Yeah, that's how it works. It gets to the point where it starts to get ridiculous. The guide.
There are only 3 levels.
Spend like $200. Yeah.
There are only 3 levels in the whole game?
No, it takes three. It'll take you 5 to 8 hours to get 3 levels, like from 75 to 80, you could say.
Okay. And if you had to
in one skill.
Okay, if you had to play a game for 100 hours straight, would it rather be Mortal Online 2 or old school RuneScape?
Model Online 2, yeah.
Are you excited for?
I don't know.
Are you excited for Grand Theft?
Am I what?
Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto to come out?
No.
Why not?
Talk to to be honest. I don't like where GTA is headed. So now they've taken the entire route. GTA 6 is not going to be like GTA 5. GTA 6 is going to be about uh, the screwed up world that people advertise.
What do you mean?
It's going to be everything. Yeah, I mean, it's not like that anymore. I don't know. I think it's going to change. We're not going to be living in this apocalypse of variety world anymore. It's already happening now.
Okay, what do you mean?
So, like in Judaism, they have the idea that it's like there's a different realm which is part of Sheol, right?
Right.
And that it's like a limbo heaven, and it's called Abraham's bosom. And then there's the abyss, and there's hell, fire itself, right?
Oh, okay. I mean, we don't call it hell.
I think there's like a rift happening. Two separate worlds. One is the netherworld we're currently living in, like the realm of the dead, where we actually live in right now, and everyone else is on the DOT realm.
Okay.
And then it has to do with like time and being and stuff. So it's like consciousness belongs to an eternity, and everyone else belongs to the other realm, the earth realm, where everything's like.
Okay.
It's very difficult to explain.
Have you played any sport?
No. So anyway, getting back, like the netherworld is sort of like where a lot of what used to be is back again. So like if you go out, you'll probably like notice stuff that look like America in the 90s again, and you start to wonder if like your eyes need correction or whatever. I don't know. But everything's like undertow. Everything's like on the raw bend, you could say, like that sort of thing.
Okay. Have you ever played High?
I don't know what's going to happen after this. Yeah.
Have you ever played High-Lie?
No.
Do you know what it is?
No, I don't.
Like, I thought it was an Indian game, but maybe not. All right. Do you ever play cricket?
I have actually never played cricket.
No way.
Except for like make-believe cricket, like when I was early young. I've never played actual cricket. So.
What's make-believe cricket?
And when I say make-believe cricket, I mean make-believe cricket, like just like with a plastic bat and a rubber ball. I don't know, something like that. When I was early young, we used to play below the building.
Where the cat is?
The cat wasn't there back then. This was way back in like 1994, 95.
Okay. So you used to play cricket, like just playing, but not seriously. Okay, what sports did you play?
Played football.
Soccer?
I still watch football. Yeah.
What position did you play?
I was good at goalie, but for the most part, I was not good at it. was gonna play goalie, yeah. I was never very good at playing football the way people who are good at football can play football. So this is all this.
Does
I
that
was never good at any sports either.
does anybody ever play baseball there?
I'm good at. I was good at the mini game sports like pool and poker, stuff like that.
Does
I'm
an-
really good at that.
Does anybody play baseball there?
So
Nobody play.
baseball is like it's not, no one plays baseball in India. It's not one of those things.
Why do you think?
Like ice hockey, you know, I remember you were telling me about ice hockey, right?
Yeah, remind
They
me.
do play ice hockey up north, but I don't know about baseball. I don't think so.
Okay. Why don't you think they play?
Uh,
Why don't you think they play baseball?
Baseball's still American. It's it's like the only all American sport, along with American football.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
those are the two. But I think American football is like more popular, if I'm not mistaken, right?
it could be.
Yeah.
You mean American football is more popular than baseball? Yeah. American football is the biggest sport.
But American football is a lot easier than soccer. Like I think because there's not much to. I mean,
Dude,
there might be something to it, but it's not that
what are you talking
complicated.
about? American football, you get like hit by like 350-pound men.
Yeah, but in soccer, you have to have like high amounts of athleticism. And you need to have like full awareness every second you're on the field.
I understand what you're saying.
Way harder.
You need more endurance.
Yeah.
You need more endurance.
Yeah. You need more endurance. You need more skill. You need more strategic maneuvering. Everything.
Okay. Do you still play
Yeah.
soccer? Do you still play soccer at all?
No, I'm like I said, I'm not good at it. If you want me beat me to like beat a guy at pool, I can maybe. I don't play that much, so I probably wouldn't be able to. But I'd be able to play okay, co-op match. Like if you give me like a drink or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't drink anymore, so it doesn't make a difference.
Pool do you play? Like pocket billiards or bumper billiards?
No, just regular pool.
Do you know what carom is?
Baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what carom is or carom? It's like played with little discs.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I played it a lot, and I was good at it. Like I was not very good at it, but I was okay at it.
We'll have to
And,
play. We'll have to play sometime on Play-Doh.
I remember we used to have these table tennis classes, and I was no good at table tennis. So I just played carom with these other dudes, and I was kind of good at it. I meet people a couple times, and yeah.
What do they put on the board? Is it like sand or something? What do they put on the board?
It's like talcum powder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so do you have to add it before playing every time?
Yeah, and when the board gets too rough again, you gotta add it again.
Okay, and what kind of discs do you use? What are they of? What are they made of? Of what are they made?
They like I think the thing you use, the thing you use to strike is usually made out of plastic, and the 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 things, the discs, the black and white discs on the playing board, you have to make them out of wood or something. I think they're probably made out of wood, and yeah, the rest of it is is wood and rope, like for the pockets or whatever. I don't know what else. Yeah,
Okay, and is it a popular game?
Carol's pretty cool.
Is it a popular game where you are?
Yeah. So like if you have a break in your job or even in school, a lot of people during the holidays they play carom for hours, and it doesn't have any international uh, like there's no international carom tournament as far as I know. I don't know if there is, but they don't have. It's not competitive, but uh, yeah, like you'll meet a lot of people who are so good at it that you just can't beat them at any point
Right, they just
in time.
they make it every time,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah,
Did you like you said people played on their breaks? Like it's a big table, though, isn't it?
yeah. It is. Yeah, it is. Uh, yeah, it's uh, it's one of those games where you need you need to be like completely aware of uh, how to um, it requires that amount of like dexterity that some people have more than other people. You know?
Right.
Yeah. So like as Indians, we're kind of blessed with a high learning capacity, I guess. Some people don't have it. Like some people don't have it much at all, and then you start to realize like if I don't know if it's actually happening in USA or not. I should probably be asking you the question is that if they're really like just ruining the education system by making stuff too easy, or is that just a myth, or like what is it?
Um, I don't know if it's a myth. Some people might say that. Do you think that's
Yeah,
do you think that's
but
the way in
I don't
India?
know. I no, I think like in Australia and India, we've had a very strict education system that kind of like demands like way too much from kids, and I started to realize like in USA, it's a different thing. Like those kids who have these like intense exams and intense practice and learning, some of them don't have any like security backing, so they're gonna fail at a lot of stuff because they don't have the security, like that sense of security to just feel like they have a home they can go to if they fail or do something wrong.
Yeah. So,
Uh,
pardon me. Um,
yeah,
do you feel that's the way that it is in India?
no, I I mean, I don't know if it's the same right now, but like I don't know. I don't know if people care enough anymore because once you introduce the idea of these kind of liberties or whatever you want to call them, a lot of people get mad about it. Specifically, Indian people, like any Indian person would get mad about it.
Okay, what do they get mad?
About the idea that you're turning people into snowflakes, basically.
Okay. Do people think that's what's going on?
They don't, but the powers that we do actually think that.
Are things in India more
Yeah.
are things in India more traditional than they were, or less traditional than they were?
So, like I said, like there's like a kind of list between like you have like a population of people in the working class who all belong to the traditional Hindu in speak Hindi and stuff like that, and then you have like a middle class of people who just speak English or whatever. I don't know.
Are
They
there
just they're born from the city or whatever, and they grow up differently, and then they get better jobs, etc., etc. I don't know.
are there any
Whatever it is, it's just that whole division.
are there any Muslims near you?
Yeah, I think so. There are a couple people. I don't know. I'm fairly alright towards Muslims. They're alright. They just they're alright. Uh, We've we've had a lot to learn about like diversity and stuff like that. Because if you don't teach it to people, they don't get it. Sort of like that.
Word,
The
dog.
more you encourage, yeah. I mean, it's so easy to take the communal route, right?
Right.
So it's basically how it works, but yeah.
Okay, so do you
I
find
don't know, man.
okay?
I'm just tired of like I kind of like wake up in the morning and like have a bath, say my prayers, and just like at peace for a while. Doesn't last for that long. It just stuff going on. And
Is that how you feel?
I don't know. I have like moments of calm, and that's what I focus on. I don't like there's a point like some people have this kind of problem where you know if you live like you can't force yourself to be happy. But some people can like, kind of change themselves and eventually they become happier. And then there are people who just don't want to be happy anyway. I mean, there's something stopping that from happening. And it's usually their kind of life consequences of their life, I guess. So it's one of those things that it's easier for some people to just live their life, I guess, because it's not that like stupidly complicated or whatever.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think if you're met with tragedy in your life, you sometimes never recover from it because your psyche is permanently hurt from whatever it is.
Okay. Do you find that
Yeah.
people are more positive nowadays in India or more negative?
People are more positive.
Why do you think they're more positive?
Uh, yeah, it's got a lot to do with I don't know what it has to do with. To be honest, I think it's just the idea of falling in love with whatever it is you're doing and whatever it is you are. Like the depression only sets in if you're involved in something you shouldn't be involved in, right? You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that you don't like inherit depression unless you do something to warrant it. It's a bunch of stuff that's responsible for people having like have to face a lot of tragedy in their life or whatever, and then there are people who I mean, if you can go with the flow and stuff, then like you should probably just do that and have fun with it, whatever. Just like everyone else. So whatever it is, I don't know. I have no problem with the whole people thing. It's like if it works for you, then like, go ahead. Just do whatever everyone else does. It's not gonna affect anyone here, at least in India.
Do you find that people are becoming more advanced technologically in India?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It seems like India is really advanced when it comes to some types of technology. Is that not
You
true?
can, like, I don't know. It's yeah, we have a problem when it comes to we have the same problem that USA has when it comes to not assessing problems or confronting problems without having the adequate resources to combat the problem. And very often it has like effects on patriotism or nationalism in the country. Like Asian countries or even Southeast Asian countries are fare way better than we do in terms of general employment and other stuff as well. You know, so it's like it's the same thing was happening in USA that's not happening in India because you have this misplaced kind of patriotism that's controlling people's minds. Uh, there's almost like a system that controls people when you go outside and do stuff. You go to your job, you take a train, you go to your job, and whatever the programming is, it definitely it's not matrix level programming, but it does seem like that almost because you have like a bunch of people. So I've written about this before, Abba. I just wanted to mention it to you. It's just like one of those things, right? Like you have people who live in squares. They're not squares themselves, but they live in like square society.
Okay.
And anything beyond those squares of society, they differ from. So uh, they'll consider it something else. So people who are American often they have to rely on the idea that they're in the wrong for not living in squares or that they should pay more attention to their near vicinity and start building community and thinking about how you know they should only contain themselves within the four walls of whatever they're living in and make their abstractions and like beliefs and everything centered around that. And this is happening to everyone. Like they get older and they just regress, you know. And there are a bunch of people who would rather not think that way and start thinking on uh, more like suitable terms, basically stuff that makes sense, you know. And yeah, like people like you and me, for example, like we don't like for most part you're American anyway, so you guys have a kind of broad-minded sense on what to expect from people, what to expect from places. It's not so much square-oriented. It's not like you think only about uh, your own experience as such. You get what I'm getting at, right, Rabbi?
Yeah, dog.
So that's the problem. That's a big problem, but it's not getting any better. Like you can't help whatever it is that happens. And, just like the I don't know what it is. It's sometimes I start to believe these people who think we're in the Matrix because if saying that we're in the Matrix is the only way to explain that everything around you is kind of like upside down, then fine, but make it that way. Say people live in the Matrix, I don't care. Like just one way of seeing it.
Is that how it is?
I don't know. It seems to be like if you count your own experience into it, then it would just be you. You'd have to take on the guilt of being that person who lives among no one else. You know?
Do you find that's the way that you feel?
Yeah, but I've gotten over it. Like, just one of those things that I don't know. I have this weird feeling like it's one of those things that happens when there's like a timeline almost, right? So I'd say uh, some people who are older than you are probably born uh, after you. You know,
Hello, here. Hi, Rabbi. Hi, Frosty.
yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chris.
Uh,
Frosty, just tell me about life in India.
Hmm. Go ahead, Frosty. Finish. Just go for a minute.
no, I'm just talking to Rabbi about like this whole thing. You know, it stems a lot in this Aquarius. Have you ever like gone on YouTube and seen someone talk at like a university or one of these celebrities talking at a university? Or it could just be like a music festival or music award ceremony, and there's this guy who comes up and talks about like like about how their own life experiences point to certain things that you should understand yourself and make use of. But very often those life experiences and that whole culture they have is bad advice for other people. Like it's just encouraging that whole like it's one of those community diseases that happens. It's so weird that it happens everywhere, but like even in my family it does. So like it doesn't stem out of anything. It just happens to people because maybe they've not had like money and stuff, and then they get rich and they want to kind of like explain the things that happen to them The things that happen in my mouth are interesting to begin with compared to like people our age. You know, like we see stuff differently. Whatever.
Have people
So
become
yeah, but that's it.
all right, big dog? Well,
Thank you for yeah.
you know you're always welcome here. It's great to see you again. Don't be a stranger, and
Yeah, yeah,
come back tomorrow.
I will come on later.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow and give you a full update.
please do. We didn't.
I'll give you a daily update.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's the
Okay,
daily.
buddy. See ya.
Take care, big man. The daily Mumbai update from Frosty. Thanks, big dog.
Any football coming on today?
There's college football. I think Georgia plays.
Georgia, Alabama, somebody.
They play Kentucky. I think something like that.
Who?
They play Kentucky.
Who?
Georgia.
Oh, Georgia does. Okay.
I think so. What's on? How you feeling? Any better?
Yeah, just makes me sleepy.
Did you sleep?
Yeah, I slept. That's all I gotta take this. Take some more of that, and then sleep some more, and I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna do this thing on sheet. And hopefully you'll still be up there so you can help me stay. Thus I can be motivated to do it, and then if you're not, it's okay.
Okie
I'll
doke.
do it anyway. Got to do it.
What's your plan for today? Just to get fluids and take your medicine and such?
Yeah, take medicine and rest and get up and straight up a little bit and change these sheets. That's what I support it. Yeah, I can't go nowhere. I ain't really going nowhere. I mean, I can, but I don't. I gotta take this medicine. I don't need to go nowhere sleepy, you know?
Right.
Yeah. I want to get better. I don't need nothing in my nose.
Yeah, no, you got that right.
Stay in the house.
Word, girl.
Yeah. It's getting better though.
You sound better. Is it in your
better.
is it in your throat still?
It was trying to a little bit earlier. It said to tell that paper I could do I gotta get some throat spray or if my throat gets sore or suck on some cough drops. I got some cough drops.
Okay, you've got cough drops. What flavor?
Yeah. What is it? The honey one? The honey one?
Is that your favorite kind?
Yeah, I like that one. I like cherry, but I like that one because it helps.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You like it too? What kind you like cough drops? What kind do you like?
I'm a big fan of cherry cough drops, and what else do I like from a cough drop perspective? I like cherry. I like kind of like menthol, which are like mint, and I like the honey kind. Those are good. I like spearmint. I've had that before. I've had I think those are the only kinds I've had. I don't know of any others. Like eucalyptus, I guess.
Okay.
Like whatever that is. They all kind of
Yeah.
taste medicine-y to me.
Yeah. Cherry's okay, but I was like, how you do the living there for me? Cherry's is like the medicine kind, like type stuff. I think I do the lemon honey. I love cherries, but I don't do lemon honey.
Right.
Yeah. Brandon right behind me. He right behind me, Rabbi.
I know, Miss Aquarius.
That's good though. Hey.
That's great. Yeah.
Now look at the Rico, so look at him. He's right behind me. He 157 too. I'm right there. Get on up there, Brandon. Get up there.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year, and they're waiting. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
There's a Caltrans project underway on 5 in East LA. This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and over. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for 65 and over and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining of the cord are common side effects, pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle and joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everybody. This year's senior class came ready with COVID-19 vaccine demands that keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Good doing, Rabbi.
Programming robots, Miss Aquarius.
Oh, you playing with the robots?
I'm not really playing with them there. It's like a game of cat and mouse between these big tech giants and myself. And whenever I figure out a loophole, they close it. So I got to find another loophole. And I really mean this. Like, I've set a lot of world records on this stream by amount of streams that I have, the amount of data that I have, but also I think I've done more CAPTCHAs, those little robot detector things, than any person ever. I do so many CAPTCHAs, it kind of makes me sick.
We don't like doing them.
Oh, they are. I mean, it's fine to do like one or two, but when you're doing thousands over the course of a week, it's wild. And I'm someone who just doesn't like, they're just so boring, and I have to like figure out ways how to do them. But yeah, so I've got this new bot that I'm gonna try. So not a lot of people know this, but you can make a phone on your computer. And what I'm trying to do is basically have this phone work on my computer. And and if it works, then we'll see if it gets banned. If it gets banned, then I'll try something else. When's the last time you drank water, Miss Aquarius?
I'm about to drink some a little bit, Rabbi, when I take my medicine.
What flavor is your medicine?
I just know it's like an orange and yellow type of cough syrup. I don't know. It's not as nasty, but it's not as bad. It's not as bad, but you know that medicine they give you in the red bottle. It was codeine. I think it got codeine in it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. You wake up and do stuff. This stuff makes you sleepy.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm gonna put on some ESPN or something. Feel free to listen.
How old did she die? Go over to the right there. Mary Shelley lived to be what? 53.
Wow, she a brain tumor, which killed her at the age of 53.
Alrighty, man.
It looks like somebody. That photo is creepy.
You can drink water with me in a few minutes, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
She reminds me of the face of this girl who's like a comedian on TikTok. It's so weird. She has that same like. It looks just like her. It's weird. It's so weird.
Well,
I hate that when they show people from, like 100 years ago and now of like a celebrity. You ever seen those? Oh, they would look like I don't know. They'll do a person from like 100 years ago and a person and they just say almost look identical. Oh yeah, as if it's like there's no connective tissue to these two people. Different times, no blood, no nothing. Yeah, two baseball players.
I hope you enjoyed. I hope you
What they call
the two guys, they're both 6'4". They're both redheads. They both have the same crazy names. They both do the same surgery. No, not related to each other at all. One was like 5 years older than the other. What are those guys' names again?
But that one you're seeing is the best one.
That's how I learned about
Eddie, last name too.
Boom. All right, have a great week.
Bible. The odds of what is it?
Get a taste of the gooey, golden, bite-sized legends that are Goldberg's Wisconsin cheese.
Brady Triangle.
Show the photo of it, because you see the two guys together, you're like, there's no way. This ain't real.
Unrelated. I don't even understand. How the possible? I don't even understand.
Imagine if you were out camping, that guy killed that guy, and then came back to his place. You wouldn't know for days.
Hey,
You'd be
Brandon.
like, hey, you're
Hi.
I'm fucking Brady. Want to see my driver's license? Like, Brady doesn't live there.
That's a good mystery. That's a good horror movie.
I am Brady, and I live there. What the fuck?
I'm Brady Feigl.
What the fuck? I do live there.
That's how I learned about the guys. Who are the two baseball players, the brothers that are pitchers that are mirror image identical twins? Do you know about this?
No.
I thought that's just another way of saying identical twins. Mirrors are in the reverse, right? Like my right side is your.
Oh, really?
Yes, and these two guys have it, and it's super rare. And it's when the split happens, it's either a millisecond away from creating conjoined or this. It's like within a second, if it doesn't split at that very moment, yeah, these guys, Tyler the Rogers, right? The mirror identical twins. But if you read about mirror identical twins, what blows my mind is the amount that like the perfect second that has to take place for this to split. It's this close to just them being conjoined.
That's nuts.
Right. The single fertilized egg splits later in the embryonic development, 12 days after conception. This delayed split allows embryos left and right-sided genes to become active, causing to develop a mirror image. Is that fucking wild? Psychics actually have two children. Right. They must. Yeah, they must have something to do with it. Like he thinks, he'll think something that he's already thinking. Yeah, I love that. Their waves are connected. Yeah, that's a trip. The psychology of twinning is kind of crazy. I went down the rabbit hole about like You know how they like they'll put a door between they'll do this on TikTok and Instagram, so they'll put a door between two twins, and they'll go, okay, raise your right arm, or I'm sorry, they'll say, put up a finger or whatever, and they'll both do the exact same thing. They'll go dance in place, and they'll dance identical in place, even though they don't see what the other one's doing. But they know that's their instinctual thing. I don't think people are talking to their brother. What do you mean? They don't like their brother. That's just doesn't happen. How about that? He looks exactly like you. You don't like him. That's that self-hate shit. I got that. I got that shit. Imagine that if you go to your enemy. You are your enemy? That is so. That's so dystopian. It's so terrible. No, bro. Yeah. That's way worse. It's you. It's actually you. They look exactly the same height, same weight, same body, face, image, everything's you. It looks like you. It's like, oh, that's what I look like. Okay. So this is why it doesn't get jacked. It's very rare that they do. Or they kind of stay the same because they copy each other. They typically, usually they want to do the same things a lot. Wouldn't you imagine if your brother starts marathon running? Like, dude, I'm not fucking doing this. Like, I'm gonna get down to 140 pounds, so I'm gonna run 100 miles. They're like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I want to be able to change a tire. You fucking weigh 140 pounds. What are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. Yo.
Right? And also, doesn't it change your facial structure because of this? When you're showing that your mind is strong enough to allow your body to do that. You have to do that even before you die. So Pete, if Camp, like the heaviest that I've known him, he was probably like about 80. I think he's probably like somewhere in the 160-ish range now. He just did it by not eating a lot and working out all day. It's just fasting and working out. Yeah. Just eating like really massive calories out. That's it. So he can get real thin, so he could run these long-ass races. Because you don't see him jacked. Well, you do see Goggins, he's pretty jacked. But he's jacked in like a slender, athletic. He's not like a Brock Lesnar. Like, you're not going to see some Brock Lesnar looking dude that's going to run 200 miles. No, I don't think. I don't think the body can handle that. I don't know what you waste. I think if you condition yourself with that kind of body, for that long, it doesn't work that way. That thing's designed for destroying. It's designed for running through walls and shit. It's not designed for running long-ass distance. You never got into long distance. Any running at all. I used to run in the mountains. Things real quick, just to show you. I used to take him when I lived in California. Take him to the hills. Shirt, just to throw back to the beginning. Our first sponsor also has for Ray, because the Ray Trick game, they dropped it off. I know a guy, he DM'd me or whatever. And then tomorrow I was able to get this amazing. You want to actually learn something? Did you hear about Rogan?
Policy.
I want a mountain lion. How to turn out. The show's not going to go on. No way. You can't carry a gun. No, you can't. It's not like you're ever going to use it, right? Like, no, it's not like you're ever going to need it. Probably not going to need it.
Okay, just one moment.
I know a guy who works at a ranch, and we were having a conversation about it the other day, and he was telling me that, you know, they wind up spending the exact same amount. They wind up killing the exact same amount of mountain lions that they would, even if they let hunters hunt them.
All right, I'm ready. Yes, ma'am.
PC 1458 or whatever it is. Did it kill somebody? They don't think so. I don't think it ever killed a person. But did they have to put it down for some reason? They used to have to darn it like every couple of years again and check it checked out all the fucking stuff. And they wanted to know where the monster is. So they're like, let's keep these 150-pound monsters wandering through the woods. Just like put a collar on its neck so I know where it is and kill it shit. It's very weird. The photo, you seen the photo we had up? I do remember that photo, yeah. It's all the time, right? It is LA. Yeah, that's nowhere else to me is LA. And then a bunch of people like, this don't speak to LA. This is LA. This is LA. You have the Hollywood sign, you have a monster. Everybody knows the monster, but it's a spit car. It's absolutely fine. It's eating babies, he's eating dogs, he's eating cats. He's eating everything. Like, there's this one, he was here first. He was here first. Well, Joe, everybody's eating babies. That's not just the mountain. It's different. There's a different kind of boat. They have this lady in Malibu, and she got an alpaca farm. This mountain lion was for alpacas. So if a mountain lion just realizes that animals are stuck in a pen, it doesn't just kill what it needs to kill. It doesn't kill what it needs to survive. It doesn't call surplus killing. It just starts going ham. It killed like 8 or 9 alpacas before it got bored. It just ran out. It got annoyed. Wow. Oh my God. So this lady got a depredation permit. And then when she filed the depredation permit, it went public, and she started getting death threats. Why? Because you can't kill the mountain lion. You can't kill the monster. This is someone who said mountain lions in public. I love mountain lions. I love them. They're amazing. One of them killed my dog in Colorado. Yeah, I love mountain lions. They're awesome. They should definitely be around. But when they kill 12 alpacas, it's like, baby, you gotta say the best. Yes. Fuck you, bro. That's ridiculous. Can you tell me a picture of alpaca, though? While not in Malibu, another major mountain lion attack on an alpaca farm occurred in Lake County, California in August 2025. In this incident, a band of mountain lions killed 17 alpacas over the course of several days. Holy shit, man. The attack prompted authorities to issue a lethal depredation permit and reiterated that when in an enclosed area, a mountain lion's predatory instinct can lead to overkill of multiple animals. Suicidal empathy. Attached to a ridiculous ideology. Well, I'm on the mountain lion team. Yeah, get that thing out of here. You can't have animals. What is not practical? A lot of people agree. Yeah, I'll take alpaca. They make socks out of them. Aren't hollow socks or big socks made with alpaca stuff? Alpaca first would be better. I mean, we just need to put that. That's been alright for a while. No. Alpaca's not here. It's wool. Seriously, here's the thing. With stuff like that, the reason why, like, wool, like, people think, oh, wool's not necessary. One of the reasons why wool is necessary, the reason why people use it in the first place is because you can be wet with wool on, it stays on. If you're wet and it's on, it's stuck. You get in the pool, it's just, but if you're in the woods and you go hiking, it gets sweaty, and when it gets cold out, and you're stuck out there, you're fucked. The wool stays. Wool stays warm. It's really amazing. We most significantly use fiber production. Alpacas being bred for their soft, fine fleece that's used to make high-quality clothing, blankets, and other textiles. That's the thing about, like, stuff that's natural, like wool, particularly merino wool, it also doesn't smell bad. Like, you sweat in it for days, and you don't stink. Like, if I wear, like, a synthetic undergarment and I'm hiking, or just go camping, or in the woods for a couple days, if you have anything that has, like, plastic in it, or nylon, like, any kind of synthetic, like, undergarment, they smell so bad. They smell so bad. You don't just feel them off you. It's different. You smell it.
makes the best songs. It makes the best, like, my friend's company's first one. I think they were like one of the first companies. They started doing merino wool. And they make like merino wool undergarments and this is merino wool. This is a type of wool, but it's like this very fine wool that like it feels like cotton. It goes like this. And you put it on as like undergarments of a base layer. And it's sweat. You're okay. You're in trouble. That's why you know about it. I don't even know about pockets the same way. So merino does. The point is, fucking mountain lions. You gotta let them know who's boss. Like, I'm not for killing mountain lions. I think they're awesome. I love them. But I'm for killing some mountain lions. You know, I'm not for killing them all. I'm not like kill them all. I'm like, no, you need a balance out there. Otherwise, there's overpopulation of animals. But what you don't need is that trailing funds of kids. Okay? Because they will kill your kids. It's a mountain lion. They don't give a fuck. Even a 4-year-old inside, you're in the phone. And I told him, you have to fucking respect me. I've been in this office for 2 years. Kids, the back of your kid's fucking head is caved in now. The cat's running over a fence with them. And you turn around and you take them. But yeah, that's real. That's real. The giant cat that you can't control, and if it decides to kill you, you're helpless. Shut the fuck up. You're always ignoring a nonsense. Shut up. You don't kill a few of them. You gotta let them know the boss. You can't come in like fucking Italy, shithead. You don't put a collar on them and take pictures. Oh, excuse the war, neighborhood. Look, go seriously. You're waiting for your kid to go get his ball. Are you fucking crazy? You just ate your neighbor's dog. Now they're waiting for your kid to get his ball.
After 11-year-old girl was back in California.
Yeah. Yeah. Just shut the fuck up. Because you're out of your mind. It's like these people, they don't know what animals are. They think they're living in a movie. They don't, look at Charlie Kirk thing. They don't know what an assassination is. You're cheering when someone gets killed with gun violence. You're supposed to be the anti-gun violence people. Right. You're cheering for gun violence. You know how fucking crazy this makes you look? You're cheering for gun violence against a guy who deplores violence.
Yeah, Adam is too loud about it. Well, the disconnect, that's the really sad thing, is that just that when people die, it doesn't even feel like anything anymore. So people think that they're like, whatever, they don't feel like it's real person because they used to talk to a lot of people and talk to people before online, no impact, no consequences. So, you don't feel it from the person, you don't feel empathy because what they're feeling. You don't, it's just dead. It's sociopathic. You know, and it's like, people just, I didn't know too much about Charlie Kirk. What I knew about him was some of the clips, like I think most of them. Some of the clips you see online of him debating policy. Yeah. And I was bad. Okay, I feel horrid because, you know, these are voters and these are young people and they've been indoctrinated in a certain way of thinking. And they probably never encountered anybody who can articulate what the other opinion is like, what a conservative perspective is like, what they think, the way they think you should apply it, the way they think. You don't get to see with the only your one side. So on that side, I'm like, okay, that's good about it, but it's also like you're dunking on these young kids, but also they should know that they can dunk on because they're artistic, right? From a challenge at the very least. Yeah. But the fact that that was enough to make people happy and cheer that he died because he was effective in what he was doing. That's what it was. And they felt like he was indoctrinating kids. Well, that's what conservatives feel like every day. They feel like you're indoctrinating kids. You're gaslighting people and saying there's nothing wrong with having a drag queen story hour for kids. Like, no, it's not. You know what? We need all gag story hour too. Because it's a fetish, right? So let's have strap-on story hour. Like, let's be crazy. Like, what are we talking about? No, there's nothing wrong with being a drag queen, but there's something weird about wanting to be alone and read kids a story where you dress like a woman
and you're not. And you're doing this for some weird thing.
It's just weird that it's like it's weird that it matters, that it's like a fight thing people fight about. You're like, how is that
Probably
a thing?
not.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Yeah, we're the bullshit.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not.
No, it's probably, and then, by the way, actual drag queens, like, I don't know what to read kids. Pick up a couple $100.
Yeah, it's like,
And I did a great gig. Yeah. And also these like super progressive schools, they're like, I'm booked up and all of the progressive school watching fucking chain smoking camels. By the way, speaking of sheep, have you heard Ghostface Killer's son's diss track?
What's the deal with that?
Okay. So it's a Ghostface Killer. Now, I don't, first of all, I do not know if this is real in this day and age of fucking crazy AI, but it's going all over Ghost's son, Ghost's son, who may or may not identify as a woman. I am not sure, so I want to be careful.
Sure. He's going after Ghostface.
In these days, you want the FCC breathing down your neck for being inaccurate. Mr. Santino.
No, don't ban me. Don't ban me,
But
FCC.
bro, the flow. It makes you think like, okay, yeah, Ghostface Killer's son, Infinite Cold, airs out family issues on 2 new songs. I don't generally don't like hearing people air out their family beefs live. Yeah. But put that aside and listen to the flow. This fucking dude is hard. This dude can rap, man. But it just makes sense because it's like we play a little of it and then
All right, I'm back down now.
All right, Mr. Furious.
Fuck him pretty good, bro. That's fucking bad. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what kind of a prime crowd that is, but
Well, it's good they don't get along.
yeah, it seems like I'm mad at you, but what a flow. Like super talented. It's crazy how like, that kind of shit's genetic sometimes. You ever heard like someone who like their dad is like a really good singer, and you hear them sing, you're like, how are you doing that? And yeah, where's that coming from? You gotta like maybe you're
You know, LC Cookies is kind of responding to not a diss.
Oh, it's not a diss.
That's great.
Not a diss, but thank you so much. Oh, okay, good.
It sounded
Even better.
It sounded like
That sold it. They got people to look at it. Oh my god, it's like, well, that's the thing about rap music. You say things quick enough and fast enough, people are like, oh, did you get some crazy shit out of that? Is that?
No, it is genetic. You know LC Cookies? Sam Cooke's brother? Oh, crazy. Dude, it's kind of wild. Like, he sounds.
Brother is one thing though, they grew up together.
Yeah, but that talent, the fact, like, Sam was so good. LC wrote, I don't know how much of this is true, but LC wrote a lot of, co-wrote helped a lot of stuff with Sam. You listen to that record right there. Which one? That's Put Me Down Easy. That record is one of my favorite fucking songs. From Lover song.
We'll have to edit this out too. Sorry, folks.
Now, you
LC Cooks, Put Me Down Easy. Damn, sounds very good.
And I just the lyrics hit me so hard because like, look, I know you're gonna screw me over. We come on, you just do it quick.
Just get it over with. Yeah, don't drag this out.
Just get it over.
We might get back together again.
Oh, it's such a good song. But that's what I mean. Is like. Just as their brother, but it sounds like Sam reimagined. It's almost like AI Sam. I love Sam, but that sounds exactly like him.
There's a bunch of those guys way back in the day that kind of slipped through the cracks.
Right, they never got the thing.
This is some of them. Like they had some great ass songs. What's that Strawberry Fields guy? I think Gillis told us about it.
The kid that plays.
Remember that one, Jamie? Do you remember that song? It's on the Spotify.
So yeah, this is maybe a CT flare up or something because he doesn't lie.
ChatGPT rather still listening.
Turn that shit off.
I want to get.
Did you say
I
that?
hope this show.
So
I mean, they would get so.
Your perspective
We
is
can
just
say
yours.
people on
Strawberry Letter
everyone on. James
by
will do it,
Shuggy
Steve
Bogus.
will do it, Sean. Daniel Rousey, Daniel Buff.
Reviewed by the brother Johnson.
Can you imagine if we could convince Daniel Day-Lewis?
Oh, that's a cover song? Yeah, I heard this.
He's probably right, but well, I will.
Here's my favorite. That's such a good song. I like the background of another song. You just hear that?
You're on it.
No one would
So get us to 15 to
face out of your head.
You want to hear the number one? This is the number one most ridiculous song that for some reason or another the guy didn't become famous. This is from 1969. It's a guy named Johnny Thunder. And he made a song called I'm Alive. And Brian Simpson brought in some green room with a mother says, like, this is going to be one of your favorite songs. You gotta listen to the song. And I played it in the green room. And I was like, oh my God, I'm alive. And then we had to look it up. And there was a bunch of disinformation online. Couldn't figure out who this cat was. But apparently he recorded this song as a cover of another song that had been recorded by another artist, a band that was pretty famous. I forget who it was. Who was the other band that recorded it? Like a known name. And his version is so much better. It's so much better. It's so good that you listen to this and you're like, oh, this guy's gonna be famous. There's no way. Like, I was doing it in 1969 and I heard that song on the radio. I'm like, wow, we got a new superstar. Who's this guy? Listen to this guy early. He died young. I think we looked that up as well. When did Johnny Thunder first record? Yeah, he recorded it, but it was not his song. It was the other band's song. What was the other band? Well, that might not even be true, right? They might have fucked him over. Like, hey, we're going to do our version. That's our song. Yeah, give me a somewhere. Can I contact you? Or does that happen? They were like, this is a good song. That's Elvis' song. Yeah, Elvis' song. Yeah. Sue Elvis try to get that song back. Tom Jones, but that was afterwards, correct? Who was the other band though that recorded this? Of it. What is it?
Look, we are shot.
Steve Purple was famous. God damn it. Damn good song. That's a damn good song. I would pick everything I had in 1969. Johnny, you're gonna be huge. You're gonna be huge. I can see it right now. Madison Square Garden, Johnny Thunder, so loud. Oh my God. I always say that feels like a Tarantino movie. Do you know what I mean? Like that. Get Johnny a nice apartment. Johnny, we got it. He died last year. Wow, that might have been when Brian Simpson brought that song. No, we were talking about it more than a year ago. We made it on the stuff after. That's right. So we started talking about it, and then it made it into commercials. Like they started using it for like commercials or something. I don't know. What was it? Samsung. He does talk about it. It goes viral. Yeah, use that song. Well, I'm glad they did, just so more people hear it. But there's people like that that sort of slip through the cracks of history, and for whatever reason, you never hear about it. But that guy was very good. And that's like platinum selling album good. Like you hear that song, like, oh, okay, we got all we need is a bunch of those. Yeah. We need to turn those out. We got a bunch of guys that are like Chris Stapleton type dudes just write songs. Right? There's like if you're a Nashville person, there are song writers, professionals. Sit down and it will come up with a and then you fucking start doing a race. Let's go. I'm driving a fucking car. Johnny Thunder. Johnny Thunder. Let's go. Johnny Thunder. You need a Mercedes Benz. Yes, fast, Johnny Thunder. You want to live on Johnny Thunder? I like get your Thunder. You need to start flying.
When you said that made me start thinking about like
there's certain guys like that. You're like, never a team around him, or something else. Where he was making more life got in the way, or he was making more money working on other people's shit. Saboteur. Some big or self-saboteur. You know these people. There's a lot of guys that people came up with that. You look back and you go, I thought that guy was going to be huge. I don't know. I think about that all. There's a few people that I know that it bums me out because you're like, what were you afraid of? That's the thing. Because you could have had it. I don't know if it's that. I think there's a lot of it is just being on your own. And not having any kind of support in terms of like your community and friends. And that's a lot of the reason why a lot of people, as they get older especially, start behaving really irrationally and losing their minds. Because they're alone, essentially. They don't have a family. They dedicated their entire life to their career, and then they get to a certain age, and there's no one who's really excited about them out there in the world, and they get real bitter. It's very sad. It's very sad. But they just... they missed out on the fun part. The fun part is having a bunch of friends. Like that's the fun part.
Yeah.
It's the most fun part. Like Stanhope said this famously once. He said, "I can quit comedy, but I can never quit comedy."
He's tired. He got back from San Diego.
Yeah, like that is more fun even than doing stand-up is hanging out with comics. Yeah, we're all just being silly together. It's fun. Like we were in Chicago a couple weeks ago. It was a great time. We had a great fucking time. Santino sat right behind me with the fights were going around. We had some fucking great food.
That was a we had late night Italian pizza.
Yeah, it was great.
You know, that was for me. I went to the Cubs game. I sat behind home plate, and I was right from the Cubs game to come see you. It was like a party night. I told my cousin Luke, I was like, "This is like going to be one of the best days I've had." It just like I was riding on a high all day.
Oh yeah,
what a day. Well, last night I was at your club having a fun time with all the boys. Gillis came down and
That's so that you can feel
he
good
comes
while
down
you're
there,
fucking
so,
feeling great.
yeah, he starts it up.
I was literally last night like stupid drunk
That
Joe
club's got a
Rogan,
great vibe,
bald man, like
really
out of
does.
control.
It's got a great vibe. And that's the thing. It's like if you're on the outside, you look at it and go, "Oh, that's the completely normal way to react." Sure, completely normal. Yeah, but we're not saying fuck you. We're all okay. We should not be worried about this stupid shit. This is one of the things that I always hope happens. A tragedy, like a public figure gets executed.
Dog, did you just ask me what I think of aliens? Oh, I know all about aliens. It's just like one of my favorite subjects. All right, so what do you want to know? There are at least like 120 kinds that the Russian KGB or Soviet KGB discovered. Yo, dog, to my man who just asked about aliens. Yeah, tell you. Okay, cool. All right, you're there, dude. We're gonna talk all about aliens. Just for a moment. If my stream goes down, I'll be right back. But stay here because we'll talk all day about it. Just for a moment, my friend. Okay. So, I think we're seated here as a species. That's just not my opinion, but this is what was written in Bob Lazar's briefing materials when he started to work at Area S4. Dog, I'm gonna close this. I'll be right back. It shouldn't even. I'll be right back. Don't leave. You about the aliens. Don't leave.
And, there's advertisers that get upset because they like right now. It is the decision made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive, the statement says. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. Good. So, in my mind,
all right, you should be able to. Okay, cool. Now it works better. All right, so yeah, there are all kinds of different kinds. The ones that probably seeded us here are the Zeta Reticuli, which are the alien grays that people know about. By the way, excellent. I'm glad it's back. Make sure to follow me, EBRMXJ. Make sure to follow me. And also, do you have? Oh wow, fuck, we're seeded by aliens. Yeah, absolutely. So this is like their project. Now, this again, not what I'm saying. This is what Bob Lazar discovered. If you know who Bob Lazar is, let me ask you, do you know who Bob Lazar is? If not, I can go into his whole story about Area 51 S4. So if you're like, no, I don't know who Bob Lazar is, that's totally cool. No, tell me. Okay, so great. Okay, make sure you follow me and join my Discord as well. And I'm live 24/7. Okay, so here's the deal with Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a scientist who was working at Los Alamos Labs in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And he was just like a quirky guy, and he would tinker with things. And so he, in his spare time as a nuclear engineer, built a jet car. Now, if you're like, what's a jet car? It was a Honda that he put a jet engine in, and he would drive through Los Alamos, New Mexico, going like 150 miles an hour, like really, really fast. But since nobody really lives out there, nobody really cared. Okay, so the local paper there for Los Alamos Labs had its own newspaper, or the local area there had its own newspaper, and they wrote an article about Bob Lazar and his jet car. And so what he ended up doing was, one day he was walking into work the day that this article was published, and he's because he wanted to see a lecture given by one of the fathers of the atomic bomb, along with J. Robert Oppenheimer, a man named Edward Teller. And so as he was walking in, he saw Edward Teller reading a newspaper, just like sitting on a wall. And he approached Edward Teller and introduced himself and said, "Hey, you're reading an article about me." And Edward Teller thought that was really interesting, that this physicist had basically built a jet car. So some period of time goes by, and Bob Lazar didn't really think anything of it, but he was thinking that he might want to work at a different place aside from Los Alamos Labs, which is a very secretive place to work anyway. And so he sent his resume to Edward Teller, and basically they gave him the choice gave Bob Lazar the choice to work at Lawrence Livermore Labs in the Bay Area in Livermore, California, or Area 51. And Bob Lazar chose to work at Area 51. So when he went in to his he went in for his interview, he interviewed the actual headhunting company was an organization known as EG&G, which is like a consultant, like a really high level secret consultancy. And they called him in and basically did all these background checks on him and such. And they eventually told him that he got the job as a nuclear physicist. And so he moved to Las Vegas with his wife, his then wife. Okay, so let me just make sure. EBRMXJ. Are you still there? Are you still hearing me? Let me know if you are. And while you do that, I'm gonna check to see if you sent me a friend request. Because if you have, hello, Rabbi. Hey, what's going on, Unman? How are you, big dog? Unman is a member of my Discord. Shout out to you. You're the man. I'm fine. How are you, my man? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Day 2 of streaming, my friend. Just chilling. I had to change devices because my other one kept stopping on me. Oh, where did that guy go? Here we go again. That's right, day 2. Where'd my friend go? EBRMXJ. Yo, dog. EBRMXJ. Are you there still?
This is a picture where I was. Yeah. I was up at the mountain. But you don't get to tell people what they should and shouldn't comment.
Oh yeah, you are there. Okay, dude, send me an invitation, a friend request. I'm just at Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, great. I'm glad you're listening. All right, so this is one of my favorite stories in the whole world. And if you're like, well, who is this guy? He's been interviewed by Joe Rogan. He's told this story. Okay, I heard the story about him. Okay, cool. Well, I'm not done with it. So this guy goes to work at Area 51, Bob Lazar does, and they have him work at a place that's about 15 miles south of Area 51, known as Area S4. And in the meantime, send me your friend request, dog. I'm waiting on it. Okay, so then the way that he would go into work, which is like, you don't go in like 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. They would call you and tell you like, hey, we need you to come in. And they would have him work really weird hours, which was suspicious of his wife. So they would be like, hey, we need you to come in. They'd call him at like 3 a.m, and he had like 1 hour to get ready and make it to McCarran Airport, which is now Harry Reid International Airport in Las Vegas. So he'd get there and he would take a flight. So they actually fly to Area 51 on what's known as the Janet Airlines, which are just indescript planes that just have a red line along the side and they're not marked. So he would take these flights and he would go to work. So the first time he gets there, they do these all these experiments, basically like an allergen test. So basically to make sure he's not like allergic to anything there that he could get hurt. And then they did a briefing, and he read within the briefing that, at least according to the United States government, that there are like aliens who have seeded humans here on Earth, and they are this is like an experiment that they've done, and that they in exchange for crashed like basically the ability to re-engineer crashed UFOs, discs, alien technology, we could glean in exchange for that, for us to be able to make computers and like stealth weaponry and night vision and stuff like that. In exchange for that, we were given the there's a treaty that went on known as the Granada Treaty, that basically in exchange for us getting all this alien technology, aliens would be able to do would be able to continue their abduction program. But the thing is about the abduction program, where like people get abducted, it was supposed to be like really organized, meaning like if I'm here, if any people were abducted, they were supposed to be put on a list, but apparently the aliens just ignored that. And Bob Lazar also read in his briefing that aliens had done 64 up to 60, or at least 64 different DNA DNA changes on the human genome. So that's how we've had such an advancement from like our mutual predecessor with like chimpanzees. Though we didn't come from chimpanzees, but we had a shared ancestor. But how we've been able to advance so quickly, like larger craniums and things like that. Okay, so Bob Lazar starts going to work, and he didn't know what to believe, if he should believe this briefing stuff, like if it were real or whatever. He was just like, whatever. I don't know if that's real or not, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe this is just like Russian disinformation or Soviet disinformation. Who knows? So they end up doing a calling him in every so often to come to work, and then after like one of the times that he comes in, he he flies to Area 51, and then they take a bus with blacked out windows to S4. And he gets to S4, and he's like able to meet his boss, this guy named Dennis Mariotti, something like that, Mariani. And Dennis basically was like his handler. He's just this guy. I don't know much about him, but he would smoke cigars. I remember hearing that. And he was the only guy with whom Bob Lazar was supposed to communicate. So they get there, and there's like a sliding door. Well, actually, I shouldn't say. So they get there, and it looks like a mountain in front of them. But if you look closely as you get there, they're like bay doors, like garage doors that are painted with like sand so that they're hidden. They're like disguised. And then there's a sliding door that they enter. And as he enters, there's basically like, I can tell you this has been verified by other sources, but there's like a poster on the left-hand side of the wall that it's that aliens are like, we are here. Like there's like a poster, and then these bays. And basically in each bay, there are flying discs or like UFOs. And when Bob gets there, he sees one of them, and it's like 30 feet wide, like it's like a 30 feet diameter, and it's like a pewter color. And once he sees it, one of them has like an American flag on the side, and he's like, "Oh, well, this must be what people are seeing. These are just advanced fighters of the U.S. government." But it comes to find out that some of them were just reverse engineered, and that these were alien crafts. So basically, Bob Lazar ends up doing all kinds of experiments when he's working there. And so one of them that they do, like his job there was to work in advanced propulsion, but it's very compartmentalized. So you're not allowed to talk to other people, which is not good for science, but that's just what they do when they want to keep all these things a secret. So some of the stuff that he learned there was that these crafts were powered by something called element 115, which is un pentium, also known as moscovium, which is like at the way end of the periodic table of elements. And like basically using this type of element, you can create a huge amount of power to be able to create anti-gravity. So that's how these crafts are able to fly. And they're able to actually create like a little wormhole or like a force field in front of them to be able to travel really far distances and not have to worry about debris or anything destroying the craft. So then he works there, and they're trying to figure out like how this stuff works. And to EBRMXJ, dude, follow me. Please, I would appreciate it if you do. Okay, so from there, what they end up doing is they actually take the disc out and they fly it around, and they have Bob take a look inside what's in this and what's inside this disc. And he says that like it's made for people that are smaller than an average human. They're like 3 feet tall, and there are just like 3 chairs in there, and everything is pewter gray inside and very smooth, almost like it was like injection molded. And there aren't any bathrooms. It's not like a normal craft of any kind that he had noticed before. And they have him go inside of it and look. It has 3 levels. He never saw it was in the top level. The middle level was like a living quarters, but there wasn't anything there really. And the bottom level was where the propulsion was. And there were like these 3, basically like 3 you can think of it as like engines, but not in the traditional sense that you could move them in a certain way, and the craft would basically create the force field in front of them. So, what else from there? All right, so Bob Lazar continues to work there, and he gets tempted to tell his friends about it because like they were really into UFOs, some of the friends that he had, and he wanted to prove to them that it was true. And so they would go to this one night. They went. It was like a Wednesday night. They went in the middle of the Mojave Desert near Area 51, and he showed his friends that they were doing a test flight of this disc. And I just want to make sure, EBRMXJ, are you still there? Because I'll continue the story, but also send me a friend request. I want to make sure I'm not just talking to anybody. EBRMXJ, are you still there?
WhatsApp, yeah, and then there's also Signal, just like Telegram and a few other ones, but they can get in those too if they want to. They did it with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson was going to the Soviet Union. He was going to Russia.
EBRMXJ, let me make sure I'm still streaming.
He was going to Russia to try to meet with Putin.
Oh, you're here, brother. Okay, tight. Excellent. This is weird that this thing kind of gets frozen if it. Okay, I see. I heard a story about him. I'm here, brother. You ever seen an alien yourself, brother? I've never seen an alien myself, but I have seen something I couldn't explain. It was like a red ball. Let me finish the Bob Lazar story. But wait, there we go. EBRMXJ, send me a follow, please. While you're doing that, I'll finish my story, but I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be 2 minutes. Send me a follow, EBRMX. Oh, fuck! Oh, boy. I just tripped. Let me make sure my phone's okay.
The thing about this Russia thing is, like, I think Trump grossly underestimated the amount of work that's going to take to stop it. You know, when he was running, he was saying, one day, give me the office, one day I'll have a deal. No, there's no deal. And the thing is, like, he's very smart. He's not going to, he's going to play.
EBRMXJ, send me a follow.
You can't just say, I'm going to be able to do a deal with Putin. You know, it's this alpha. He's like, really? I feel like pushing in the pole. You know, and like, things can get real squirrely with this stuff. You can't. That's a former KGB.
Dog, I still don't have your follow. Send me a follow, dog.
Like a Russian.
I'm new here to Mean Coins. How do I send a follow? You click on my name, and then it just says follow. I'll be right back in the user.
I mean, maybe you can have some sort of a deal, but if you think you're going to be able to say, I'll have a deal tomorrow, it's like, I don't think so. I'm going to the woods. I'm going to go find something. Yeah. I think you wait. He's actually described a bear with no shirt on. I think it's the wit. Right there. You know, there's a lot of people who think he might be one of the richest men alive. Hold up, make Dr. Spade, so you know. There's no idea. No one has any idea how much money.
Papa fires back at Dana White, post by haphazard. I feel like we already saw this.
Yeah, you mean Trump's only got like a couple billion. Like, shut up. Just like a couple billion.
Dana White does a thing.
I have both your sides. I had yachts the size of White House. Shots that stole too. That was another weird thing. Ukrainian invasion.
All right. You followed me. Excellent. All right, I'm back. Oh, tight, dog. I'm going to follow you right back. All right, I followed you back. Okay, cool, man. I stream my life 24 hours a day, so you can check on me all the time. All right, so back to Bob Lazar. So he takes his friends out to the desert. They see this craft flying, and they get caught by the security at Area 51. So they bring him in, and they're like, "You're not allowed to. You know, when we told you this was really secret, you're not allowed to bring your friends out here." He's like, "Yeah, I know." And so they're like, basically, like, you're in trouble. So they
They're fucking. I mean, let's take it. How many Russian oligarch yachts were captured?
they call him in, and they're like, "You're in trouble." But they basically also like fire him because at the same time that this was all going on, his wife was having an affair with her flight instructor, and he had become like a liability to continue to work there. So they basically fire him. So he goes on. He tells a friend of his, and the friend's like, "Look, you have to tell people about this. This is a really important story." And he's like, "I don't want to." They're like, "Look, go to the KLAS, the Las Vegas CBS television channel, and do an interview with this guy named George Knapp." So Bob Lazar does an interview with George Knapp, and under like black, like where they shadow him out, and he tells the story that he's been working on reverse engineered alien technology, and that is basically why we know the term Area 51 is from this guy's story. So that's where I get my information, or some of it, regarding aliens, and I hope you enjoyed it. Let's see. Oh, wow. All right, so check in daily for sure. Okay, excellent, man. Yeah, you don't have to buy the coin or anything. I don't care about that. But yeah, just check in daily and say hi and be like, "Hey, I'm the guy who asked you about aliens." So that's tight. Oh, hey, EBRMXJ. Do you have Discord? Let me know if you have Discord, big dog.
That's what's weird. It's like ties to them. Like, what are the extent of those ties? How do they know each other? Oh, on paper, the owner was a different wealthy Russian, Edward one-time pig breeder.
Let me see if you have Discord. No, I don't have Discord. Well, create a Discord account, dude. Discord's important. I'm always live in Discord. Come join. Create a Discord account. I'll wait for you. It takes like 2 seconds.
The oligarch? Let me take that. That's not the biggest one? Well, what's the biggest one they
I don't like socials. I think FBI and Mossad and KGB can read everything. Yeah, they can do that. Yeah, you're right about that. That's okay. You want to be in my Discord? I've got 2,000 people in it. But that's okay. I understand. Maybe some other day. But remind me when you come back here tomorrow that you're the guy who talked about aliens. All right, so that's enough alien talk for now. I'm glad that you're here. I like the alien talk. I do too, dude. It's like my favorite subject.
ou ont été amenés à bord à l'issue de
What
leur
the
garde à vue.
fuck
Le
is
commandant
this?
chinois devra comparaître devant le tribunal de Brest en février prochain pour refus d'obtempérer. On va retrouver Esther à Bitbol et
Oh my fuck, damn.
So it's like, which one's longer? Okay, so 100 meters, like 110 yards? There you go.
I know the only reason I know that is golf. When I golf overseas, they always do meters.
Right.
And they don't convert for you. So you'll go, when they say it, they'll go, down in Australia.
No, I'm not French.
And you're like,
No, I live in the United States.
I had my phone out at one point. I was like,
Oh, that's funny.
they're making fun of me right now. You're not really fucking conversion.
They taught us in high school when they gave up.
Well, yeah, I gave up.
They gave up like by the time I was out of high school and stuff. Yeah.
They gave up
They gave up on the next. They're going to try to
Yeah, I like it.
Fuck you and some chocolate. I used to think he was black, but then I started watching some documentaries about old-time fighters. Oh my god, dude. Remember when the NHL was in the band fighting, and then I think they found out, there was research that found out that the most concussion that came from on the ice was board. Oh yeah, they had bouncing off the board, for sure. But they were like, because you're so unstable on skates, the fighting wasn't as brutal as obviously ground fighting, because you have stability, right? I saw it do judo for a guy, though. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's not cool. You guys take slide off, miss your own. They didn't do it. I don't know. They definitely show it. But those ice fights, though, they're brutal, but they're still bouncing the head off the glass. So, I found like that. Yeah, that's not good. That's the thing, if you could teach like a judo practitioner, so they call police here, and they go over Harold, Hector Lombard, Hector Lombard, teach a guy like that how to fight in hockey games, you're in fucking trouble, son. If he's a really good skater, I'm sure he's got amazing balance, because every yoga has insane balance. You have to really rotate your weight, transfer your weight in this like split-second intervals. You got to be able to manipulate other person's body and weight. You have someone on the ice like that. But that's when it's over. That's when you will hockey, right? You're down and south. Is that the rule? You fight over when they go down. Yeah, you can't have them down. Aren't they doing like a whole fight league where they do like a hockey fight thing? I thought the Russians have that, like a hockey fight thing. The Russians have people fighting in cars. Yeah, you see the car fight? Oh, I have seen it. Yeah, they just like beat the fucking shit out of each other. I think it's insane. It's so insane. Yeah, these guys, right? Yeah, exactly right. Oh my god, this is so crazy. So they have MMA going down and fighting on ice. This is nuts, dude. Yeah, it's not a pretty good idea. Except the whole skate thing is nonsense. Why do they make people skate? It is so much harder to fight on ice. Yeah, it's fucking so hard. But also, it's such a factor that if you're a really good skater but a shitty boxer, you can fuck the guy up. It's like better than you. Because you're just not going to know how to balance yourself and transfer weight. You you just kind of pop it. You won't be able to do anything about it. You can keep it together and just like gently pop them. And he was scuffling all over the place. It's just another way to fight. Ice fight, baby. It is weird though that hockey allows fights. I love it. Weird. Yeah, weird with one sport, like, tradition. Weird.
Yeah, I know, but it is. But I do think also that the brutality of the fight would see some of that as NBA, NFL, you know, right. So I think they factor in the fact that it's like these fights don't really last long. They get a couple shots, and then they break it up pretty quickly. Yeah, and the refs can't see it, they will. Yeah. But it's a cool part of the sport. It's a great part of the sport. Without that, try taking solo dance. Solo dance will figure everything out for you. Yeah. We really do. Well, we're trying our best. Yeah, we're trying our best, and it's totally fucked up time. I do think we're gonna see it win. I think things are going to even out a little bit calmer. I think people are so chaotic. I hope so. I hope cooler heads prevail. In a bad way. But there's a lot of people, unfortunately, in this country that don't see a bright future for themselves. This is much of the problem with the narratives that we're set on social media. Is that there's something like an economic future and the state, and they want to point a finger at someone like something fucked. Like why these people have all this money. You know, this is also talking about on the podcast that they have to be really careful because like once AI does happen, like people are gonna come to them. And the people are gonna like you see what happened in the past. They took over the whole government, but they overthrew us. They overthrew the government. And they voted in a leader on Discord. That's how they voted in a leader. They took over the government. Because the government was trying to impose rules on what they could post online or do online. And the young people have something and they're eating actual overthrowing of the government. Which I do not know. That's the problem. I used to think, what a great story. That's so cool. Then I met my friend. He's like, no, USA's been funding these things for years. Like, no! He was saying USA's things that are too dirty for the CIA. So they farm it off to these NGOs. They're hanging out the helicopters. This is crazy. I think that's a lot of the videos I think they travel on motorcycles through there while this is happening. It's just sort of stage. It is so much. Imagine like, we can get you out here, but we don't have time to get you in the helicopter. They're at the door. You put this fucking thing between your legs and hang on. Your butt. Hang on. By the way, how long do you think you can hang on that without a strap? 0 seconds. Not a long time. 0 seconds. That's going to be tough. That's like wires. Yeah, that's tough. That's nylon around. The real story behind go back. Nepal Gen Z protest. The real story behind the uprising connected to the dots. So everyone took their camera out here. Some people have masks on. Jesus Christ, man. We live in the dumbest of times, the wildest of times. The mask thing, like every time I see someone with a mask on, I'm like, you gotta stop! You gotta stop! They're everywhere. I'm supposed to see them everywhere. It's a green light for idiots. It's also be able to commit crime. Because you're allowing people to cover their face, which should be a red light. Like if you go into a bank with a mask on in the past, it was like, hey, you gotta get a mask on. Everybody had their guns out. Now it's normal. Normal to see it, but this guy, this fully masked guy, my buddy Sean sent me a video of a guy in his block, the security camera. Broad daylight, middle of the day, getting groceries out of his car with his kid and his wife. I remember with a gun, dropped him up his block. Broad daylight, fully masked up. You know what in LA? It's wild, dude. His wife comes out and points a gun right at the wife. And I mean, that's really thank God they got their kids are everything safe. But he goes, take it off. You know, he goes, take it off. He takes his watch off pretty quickly. The kids are still when he gets in his car and they speed away. And I was like, this wasn't. This was maybe I've seen a guy in an open car. They saw him in the grocery store. I always say, if you get caught, you'll be out of jail. No cash bail, or you catch him in the car was stolen. Even if he gets caught, it doesn't matter. Still let him out. What comes out about how you do? Like, if I want to destroy society, that's how I do it. I'm not saying you're not going to do it, but if I wanted to destroy society, I always just say, listen, the way to combat all inequality is whenever it comes to stress, let it go. Just let it go, because otherwise you're great. Oh, what's that? Let it go. Let's violence and let's back on the street. No, none of these people ever have any solution for how to make the places where they used to grow up less violent. Zero discussion about it. No talk about it. They just think that it's systemic racism. And so that's why people get arrested. Like, okay, instead of trying to fix it. And then the way people can gaslight other people's behavior in order to find some sort of a way of not giving the people on the other side a win. One of the conversations I saw people have online, one of their favorite talk shows, was they were having a conversation about why this guy was idiot and try to and the angle they were taking was that he was in a relationship of loving and amazing with another man. No, we got it all. And that's why Charlie Kirk so much because he had to take action. Gaslighting and justifying what's happening because the guy was saying mean things about trans people. Like, don't listen. Don't listen. Did he say mean things about trans people, by the way? Well, the Jekyll said they were not really in it, right? Which I don't think is mean because it's biologically it's just insensitive people who want to go along with it. That's what it is. I don't follow the man enough. I don't know anything about it. I trust it. So that's all. That was my perspective was watching these controlling kids on that.
Earlier this year at the cornerback position because of more absence as gains of experience and is becoming reliable more.
Well, that's a problem. We're so used to talking each other, just saying what's on our mind, saying things rather than worrying about how other people feel. So when you do that publicly, people are like, you get to talk like that? This is crazy. You guys just say you suck each other's dicks for a few hours. It's crazy. You're not allowed to do that in most jobs, right? And I think it's the origin of all this FCC stuff. I think they wanted to keep it that way. I think they wanted to keep people unmuted, no swearing. This is what Father knows that. Yeah. There's all these stupid fucking shows that were like social programs, and they were designed to give calm and complacency because we had dealt with 5,000 years of being murderous barbarians. So what they got the chance to broadcast things on TV. They just broadcast this bullshit version of a human being, and we all just accept it because that's how people are.
And the only way that you do that is remember you're allowed to talk about, remember the language you're allowed to use, and have a bunch of stupid commercials chances there for 15 minutes or whatever it is, make you feel stupid. Keep shoving that down your throat until you die because you're fucking Ovaltine. Yeah, and stay with accessory fat. And that's what they did forever. And now people are kind of waking up with that stuff. And I think that's part of this Jimmy Kimmel thing. It's like, what outrages, one of the things that outrages young people in particular, and also it's but is that we live in a time where we can have a show like this, right? Where there's no one has talked to us before we did this. No one's going to talk to us after. If they do, I don't listen. We just say what we think and we put it out there. The problem is the government has to get involved. You know, any example, you know, Joe Rogan's vile comments. We're going to remove that from there. According to who? So the young people go, who the fuck is that guy? Like Conor McGregor and Jeffrey Stevens. Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that guy? Because that's what it's like. It's like, who are you? That's a organization that can tell you what you can say on TV. Why do you have YouTube? Here we are. Why do you have X? Why do you have fucking little Nazis who are posting videos every day? And that's okay. That's like 24 million views. But this talk show that has, what was the 18 the day before of the Jimmy Kimmel show? That was what was also crazy. Yeah. Not good. The numbers were pretty low. All late night. Yeah. Because it's a limited format. Yeah, he would be way better off if he had an internet show. 100%. Just him do whatever the fuck he wants. He would probably make more money, especially now. We can probably want to bring back. Right now, if he gets on our side. Yeah. They fired him, and then he got paid out. But his lawyers made a deal with it. Buy him out. We're done. So I think he only has until the end of the year before they're going to renegotiate the contract anyway. I think the representatives. I'm going to do this. I'm going to need to see that messages. I don't know what the fuck, what happened behind the scenes. Or we put him back on the air. They shut the fuck up. But anybody that's like in support of it, if you're correct, people should vote with their viewership. Okay? If you're upset at him that he got that incorrect or that he's totally biased, that's fine. It's not even good work on it. You let the market don't let the government step in. The government, people in the government call these powerless and vile and all that. He's so funny of it. If he has no talent, you're like, no, objectively, he's talented. Like, not even like, he's been on the radio, he's been on TV for like 100 years. What are you talking about? He's a dinosaur. He's been on TV forever. Like, this is crazy. It's not hip, you know, and neither is Charlie Kirk. You know, and this is where we're lost. Like, there's real monsters in the world. I watched a video today that I should have dropped. And it was a video from Gaza where they found these 3 men that they suspected of doing something or sharing information with video, and they brought it down. The video is horrific. They have these guys blindfolded, kicked to the back, face down. They just dug them down in front of everybody. There's a large crowd of people watching, and they're all filming. They're finished. That's horrific. It's horrific. It's so rough to watch. But that's going on right now. At the same time, there's this stupid fucking argument. You know, there's so many things we should be paying attention to. There's so many things that are just absolutely insane in the world right now. And we're focused on this one thing that's the end of the world. There's a giant something headed our way, which many of these wacko conspiracy theorists that I follow think is a UFO. There's that one. Some people think it's a comet, and then Avi goes back. Hungry because he takes comment. And he thinks it's some sort of intergalactic spaceship that's traveling from somewhere else. They come near us. And then there's a bigger one behind it, there's a new one that they just discovered. The very recently. The other yacht. Yeah, the other space yacht. A couple of other space yachts. Space Russia. F1. They tried to take out a spaceship. We were shooting the real yacht into space. Yeah. Did you see that board? I sent it to James. So there's this board that they apparently have carbon dated, and this board that has all these weird writings on it, very strange looking. It's made out of some alloy of aluminum that's 3 times stronger than military grade aluminum. And it got labeled, or it got dated 12,560 years old. Yeah, so it's straight from a radiocarbon laboratory dated September 19, 2025. So look at that thing, look at the drawings on it. I think this is actually 12,000 plus years old, and it has these inscriptions on it. Those are just very strange language, yeah, and the center of it looks exactly like a microchip, and that this is made out of some sort of aluminum alloy that's 3 times stronger than military grade aluminum. You know what those look like coming out of that microchip, that picture. So let's go back, go up a little bit over here. The sample was treated with HCI, cleaned and burned at 900 degrees centigrade, Celsius. Graphite conversion measured by accelerator mass spectrometer compared against initial oxalic acid standards plus or minus 30 years uncertainty. So I sent this to my friend Jeff Michael. He's got an awesome channel. Check it out. It's called American Alchemy. And he is my go-to expert when it comes to really online. Like, is this real? I'll send him stuff like that. So what you're just telling me, though, that there is an issue with the actual dating. Okay, so the current dating is real, and this is from Jeff. And we assume that we have an aluminum sphere 3 times the hardness of modern aerospace aluminum, which was created 1,600 years ago to start the drive. It's a full paradigm shift. On another news, there's this is what he's saying, though, that there was an issue with the way they analyzed it. What he's saying is that the stuff that's on the outside, like the resin, is what they're examining. So the resin that they're examining is an issue. Apparently, when you carbon date the petrochemical resin, you might get an artificial fruit. Okay, so they're trying to figure this out. So the Jordan testing seems legit. But there is an issue with modern petrochemical resins. Here, I'll try to it's complicated because the problem is something like that. I don't want to believe it so bad. It's so retarded. Come get us. Come get us. We let Chelsea handle the president. Come get us. Look at this. This is what I'm doing right about it. So, and the resin is treated in ultrasound bath for 30 minutes at room temperature. Samples dried out and treated with 1N from the possible carbonate. After that, the sample was rinsed in ultra-pure water and dried at 105 Celsius for accelerator mass spectrometry. And now say that 5 times. Analysis. Between samples were conducted at 90 Celsius, evacuated, sealed, and cooled the presence of CBO, the resulting carbon dioxide is identical to other reaction products and catalytically converted to graphite using the method of sample ratio is here. The ratio measured from the oxalic mass is 1. The sample ratios are measured separately. Recorded uncalibrated dates have been given in radiocarbon years before 1,950 years before present. And using the half-life of 5,568 years. I don't know what they just said. Fucking so it's 2,000 years old. So it said 8 years before present, 12,560. If that's GP, if that's the thing by GP, that's 12,000 GP, not the Brian. Let's play with before that. Or like 2,000. Because the younger Brian is somewhere around 12,000 years old. But 2,000 years before that. Either way, if that fucking thing really is 12,000 years old, what is that? And how is he making something that's a beautiful sphere like that, that's 3 times harder than modern aluminum and 12,000 years ago? Well, I guess I don't know. Yeah, I know, it's too stupid. Fuck that. But that's the thing, I think we erroneously assume that what we have is stable. I think they thought it was stable back then too, when they built the pyramids. Hey, listen, we're always going to know who built these. Real simple, everyone's going to know you can do it tomorrow. Everyone's going to know how to move blocks. It's simple, we don't have to write it down. Kill them, Mike. Keep it on. Very good, very nice. Yeah. Looking at these raisins, enormous stone blocks, spinning it. They get up and down the mountain. So whatever they did, they get hit by a big rock. Few savages left. It took them about 5,000 years for them to reinvent civilization. And that could happen to us, bro. And that might be the one thing that makes us want to get the AI going. That's the spear. How cool is that? It's like a helmet. Yeah, it's at the front house. The front house. Base 17. Oh, okay. That's not why you're here. You better watch this. So start the timer, play the check. Alright. Well, a lot of things they can test. The problem is, take that thing, if someone made it 100 years ago, stick it in old dirt. And then you test that 12,000-year-old dirt, like, Eureka! It's all 12,000 years old! Step right up! And pay to see it. Also, here's the thing. If you can make something that's 3 times the hardness of modern aircraft aluminum, strong better capsules, why not look for it? Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's like you did on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. You gotta go when you're drunk, try to work out. You get some Chinese letters, they bleed out. You can hold it is bleeding out, right? Like, it's ever shitty. It doesn't look good. Like, if you saw something that was made today, like, even the stuff that they made in the is like way better. Why is that? That's true. Like, look at that thing in the left, the upper left, that little half moon, the tip of the half moon, and the top one, yeah. They did a bad job. It's like when you're a kid and you get a coloring book and you go outside the line. Fuck up. Yeah, that's weird, dude. Weird. The close-up of the circuit board. But that also makes me think that now you fuck yourself. Now you're playing with it. Why do you make it like up version of it? Why does it have that big Mona Lisa in that? That's our big Mona Lisa. Do you know that one? Yeah, it's that fun version. I gotta take it. I drank three fucking cups of coffee and I look like an idiot. So, should we wrap it up? Let's do it. My man, you're special. White Devil, Nano, White Noise, Lulu. I'm here with Steve Elliott. Yeah, fuck you. When we went to New York, it's very like, And I was like, what is it? They got this in the spot. I was like, yeah, whatever. Special's good. Go watch it. What's doing it though? We just put out a lot of specials. We put out first specials, your specials. We're doing Gaskins, Sebastian, it's the more the better. Yeah. The more streaming specials, the more competition there is for, better for all of us. Better for competition. Yeah, for sure. And then maybe coming soon the Jimmy Kimmel show. All right, my brother. I love you to death. How long is because that way when you get into 40, you can you might take a follow-up shot, like, oh, yeah, animals, or if you want to take it out. Like, if you did, and you know how to hit it, and it just goes into the woods, and you got a back.
I'm doing he's like working his way up the mountain, up this path. And I'm doing the antlers against the tree, and then the antlers, and getting it angry, getting it worked out, and starts bugling more. And you're not, I'm not even taking shots, and I'm like, shit. He pulls his fucking mask down, and so getting into it. I'm seeing my colleagues throwing up there. But we had a blast. It's more like a bonding experience than anything. It's a very intense experience. But it really is. It really the sound of the true. It does. Yeah. And it just goes through your body. Yeah. There's nothing like that. I know. It's a different rifle up there in that area. It's like sometimes your hunts are, you know, with bow, you're in. This is days. You know, yeah. Especially if you want to get within distance. As easy as can checking it all the time. Just over 5 years now. Landing the airport, yeah, he literally was like, before we get camera, he was like, hey, you want to go box? All right. And I loved it. And I still watch. Yeah, I love boxing. Yeah, of course. I do not spar with him. He's 30 feet. Fucking awesome. I bet you didn't fucking tell you that, dude. Oh, why is it 30 feet? He's good. He's earned that, man. He's, so, you know, you'll do body shots only and stuff like that and spar, keep each other honest. Right. But fuck, you get him once, there's no rule. It's like you're on camera like a week or stuff like that. Yeah. And then you like take it and you're kind of shocked at first. It just goes from like 2 to 11. But yeah, it's the best work that. No way here? Yeah, so we worked out together, cold run, he does. I mean, even when we shot American Prime Leader, he was a lot of stuff. Cold run, featuring, like, you gotta have it. Yeah, you gotta have it. Yeah, American Wrestling was fucking awesome. That show's so good. I started watching it with my wife. She's like, nope, gotta go. You can't handle this live. And that's a fucking, that's also probably super accurate. Yeah, one of the most accurate representations of what life is probably like. I learned so much. I mean, living in Montana, I got to this guy, friend of mine, who I met at my ranch. Working with the shaman outside of the I was telling her I'm a guy that kind of looks like shaman. I use my cell phone at work every day, and I take a conversation at all. 6 or 7. The doctor is so I'm literally infuriated with I started working with the shaman, incredible, and then went down to
Sony reservation in River, which is legendary. Top now. Going there. And they knew I was coming. But it's like you're talking to these elders. It's like 5 minutes in. I'm like, so, what do you guys do when you bury your wife? And you're asking, hey, what's culture? Yeah, that is behind it all. So for the long I went into this other room at the school there, and this other elderly woman comes in and wheelchair. And she sits there and she's like, so we just sat there and I would take all this and go to yeah, so we do like 2 hours squat. Yeah, so fire is always burning before you start to sweat, and then go grab River Rocks and Yellowstone River, and then the fire's going, and we're bringing these rocks that are in the fire into the middle of the sweat and there's 4 doors to this one, and you'll talk real fast the day before, and you'll put the River Rocks in the middle, and there's smoke in there, and then you bring River Water from springs, and then you have fast, and then you have your extension ties. If you sit down with them for an hour or 2, talk about what you want out of it. Sometimes it's like, do I want to have a kid? Or a buddy of mine is heroin or something. So I would put him in high sweat. Or my dad has something. Or somebody can be like you, but it's not so heavy. But he's been amazing. Like I started listening in a couple of weeks, and I'm just going to go do this sweat and get ready for that. Whatever he's going to, energy he's going to give me to go into this juice. And then so we're planning to go. I wasn't a good rider. I'm still not. And like my horse has a feather. Really rough. I had horrible weekend for my first year for my father, and I wanted to do all this honor the horses. So we were talking about just to honor that pride, honor what they do, be a dynamic. So that's only but yeah, everything is full circle, everything is circular. So the only way we can be united is that. So that influences the way I fight. So the way I should fight is why. Like, I just got to feel just about the fight I think in episode 2 is fucking insane. And this is very big. And one guy's black. Unbelievable guy. And I kept watching him. It's great stuff. And so he's like, you guys are going to fucking roll down this hill. And I want you to fight your way to the river, and then we'll cut, and then I want you to fight in the river. This is like, the safety guy is like, whoa. Not cool. And this is all like on the go. So JJ Dash on my double is like all in. Loves it. This is the weird end of the shoot show. And everyone's game. And that fight
So is it choreographed at all? Nothing. Literally nothing. So how do you know, like, when you're gonna punch or you're gonna punch? So during, if it's you, it's like, we'll walk the area, make sure there's no kids or whatever that you're gonna scale up. And during the fight, I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna put you. And then it's like, okay, you need to get on. And then yeah, and then people will be yelling behind camera and be like, okay, now work your way on top of them, and then we'll fight, work our way, roll, work our way, and then it's like, okay, find a rock, kill him. And then that war cry, which I'm so proud of, I've worked on that forever, but, and I had talked to you about it for, months before, but it's just going so quick. And I told our A camera, Brett, to get in tight. And I'm like, and so when I get it, finally called tight, he goes, what? I'm not ready for that. It's those moments, though, that he allows you to do. Yeah, he's such a smart guy. He is, man. That's his style. Getting going. So, just, I mean, we're surrounded by SEALs. I don't think we can do what he did. I think that was just like no producers, no nothing. Every morning, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., we're up and around. We SEAL. Ray Mendoza, amazing guys, and like this way. So I haven't shot. The first time you ever shot a gun with Lone Survivor? Yeah. So first critical match, and I think he was like running it on the first. And the cheapest person he's ever heard. And he took me under his wing. So at first day, live fire. And took me aside, he's like, hey, it's your dude. And I'm like, let's go. And I'm like, as fit as I ever have. That's running, I'm running through the works. Every fucking tons of these gated best. And just at Lake Travis High School there, Forest, and unbelievable fucking training for that. And first day was live fire. And that was the fucking stick. And they make sure that I haven't had Marcus yet. Foster broke down, I think in Texas, the next show with the Cross. And so we're almost at the end. Fly fire, like upside down, close, combat, low, piano, blindfold, full on. And it's doing a great job. Marcus comes, everything goes full stop. And it's right when he's coming, there's a PO and other stuff. Banana, shake shot. It's not a people that do that. They work it. Look at these shapes and look at the athletes and say, the second week of training, you're seeing it. So this is great skin. And they put like hard plastic tips, and they fly like that, right? Yeah, right. And so we have to train,
my guy's side was left, was right, hey, fuck out of here, fire stuff, whatever. I gotta make some calls. And so the students are tired. And they're like, go up the mountain, how that? So we got at the bottom of this fucking mountain, they're all held up. So we're like, give us 10 minutes, and when we get ambushed, we're gonna walk. We're gonna engage. So it happens if you're just watching, like just like you are on the film, just watching and you get ambushed, no truth about the ridge. And so they do it to the ground right away, where the bullets are coming. And you can hear them. And so I'm looking over the field, 12 o'clock. It's just straight up, like 12 o'clock. It is right. You got to get people in this open field. We're in this open field. And I'm like, get the fuckers out of here. You got to fucking fight away to cover. And Emil taking his time. And he's like, bro, fuck. Alright, fucking 10. And I'm like, oh, right, I got Foster behind me. He's like so in it. He's fucking crawling through cactus and like bleeding. And I'm on the ground crawling, screaming at Emil. Marcus comes out. Oh, he got hammered. I literally don't think we got through a match. Like, then Marcus comes out, and we're not laughing, but it's too light. Like, we're taking it lightly. And I'm like, Emil, you gotta push, man. If I'm pushing, if I'm telling you, so Marcus comes in and says, full stop. So, I don't know if you've seen this, but it is quite funny. You understand, first of all, everyone is fucking dead. They're all fucking dead. And so we check this, that's real close. This guy over there fucking moving, like, check, you understand? This level. And the beautiful one is first for me. And we got better, but I mean, anytime, I won't kill you with these things. One time I was like fucking down, like rotting bitch. It was too much. Singing is the same thing. And we got in the ditch, and we're all here. Looking down range, like fucking, we're in it. We're still in a fight. And then no joke, Martino, the sniper, grabs my fucking shoulder. And he's like, and I'm like, what the fuck did you come from? That's how good my fucking time. So it was like, it was just an amazing experience. Something like that, like when you know you got the role, yeah, you know you're gonna fail. How many times do you hear yourself? The more time I can put myself into this guy, especially when the stakes are so high, I mean, physically, I was training for weighted back all the time. I just love that. I love the craft. I love that pressure. You get a super thing when 19 guys die. Elevator at the highest. We all have that. I try for sure. I try to keep you in the moment. And now, even though but yeah, there's definitely a tone, right? Especially when you're surrounded by this shit. Such a quick one. But yeah, you're up and down, having a sandwich, helping family, food, shit. And then lunch goes quick. So you're right back to you. And it depends on the day. Like, if I know, like, if I'm up, yeah,
Kids posted by Milo and TV4. It's called Mama's European Parents Public Agreement.
And the next day comes up to me, we'll back up the mountain, the fall off the cliff, the next day. And hey, your destiny, I'll talk about it. And I'm like, okay, we want to have some spots on it. I got the market in the hotel. And remember, one specific thing you'd like me to do. So, hey, Brock, push yourself out there and rifle. All the good that's all I want to make sure that market is safe. I get that. And, we're going to shoot in a parking lot. Just outside on the highway in Albuquerque. He's like, I want to control the light and have a beautiful landscape behind us.
I know, I feel it, but anyway, so thank you.
Yeah, but you didn't, baby. Image girl.
And so there's one song that has a heartbeat. And it slows down. So I go, prepping in the trailer, I walk down and then I'm getting mad at putting me in a parking lot for this shit. I'm looking at fucking Sandia Hotel. I'm ready to go like the most epic gas you know, it doesn't get more epic than that guy. Dude, put in the tunes, and they built this big stage that was like 4 feet high and the rocks, and then surrounded it by green screen. And cameras on the fancy cameras, slow motion. That's where you see the fish coming out of Merchant Mouth and all this. And I just broke down. Like, just like, right before it was just like, run, about it. And that one was putting so much pressure. And I had it in my head, and I was like, you're overwhelmed with emotion. And he comes up, and he's like, so I took 5 minutes, camera crews waiting. We did like, I said, you don't want that rifle for you to climb up and go the rifle. And I think we did 3 takes. And then the camera was see the American rifle, but he was 8 camera off. I'm sorry about that. And he was working on slow motion. He would say that, but then when you watch the show, there's a couple of things like, you know, I'm going to call you because like you're fucking something happened. Very much. Like we would go. The first time I saw it. That's that shit. That's what he does. But you know, this one's posted by Mama Mink. It's called Shop Trying to Spin Another Narrative About His Comedy Work Ethic. This one, we've seen it before. It's just so egregious. How would Shop say it? It's really egregious. It's so egregious. It's egregious. It's so egregious. I even told Emily that was the story. You gotta humble yourself. I told Emily, I don't have my shows. I'll work for I'll come there, I'll wait the door. And then my first email was to Dan. His dad. I'll do the trash, whatever you want, whatever it takes. Let me know. Let me know. That's gotta be I'll fucking scrub a very intense 5 minutes. I don't care. His family's still alive. Maureen, Johnny, Dan, the whole family. I wanted to ask you, like, what are other things he could have said? Destroyer. Like, obviously, Emily's not responding to any of these things because he just keeps talking. She's just like, it'll end eventually. He'll just stop talking eventually. And she'll be like, thank you, and then she'll walk away. What are other things Shop left out that he said? Yeah, so he would, since he doesn't really understand how comedy works, he might say something like, I mean, I'll do 25 minutes of that. It doesn't mean I'll like run the day-to-day at the club. I'll pick who goes on. I can do like the schedule. I can bring other people's favorite shoes. I'll fill up my shoes if people want to drink. I'll bring in my shoes. I'll bring Tiger Flicks. Some people like listen. So I bring my whiskey in. People are getting ready to laugh and all that. I'm friends with Joe Rogan. I will ask women to walk into their truck. That's everyone. That's guys. I'll be gay. I'll be gay with dudes. It's infectious. He's thinking she's gonna laugh. He's like, hey, she's a straight nigga. Truly. People don't understand these guys are the best fucking problem solvers. He's like, women don't get comedy. They don't talk to you. Listen, I'll clean the sink. People pissing there, right? And, we should I'll give you fight opinions. I don't know. I've just been embedded, and I think once you're in, I'll get jelly roll. He doesn't do stand-up. I'll get a jelly roll. Tell me right now. Jelly roll. I'm here with Emily. I told her I'll clean the trash. I'll fucking get it. I'll wipe the vomit. Jelly roll. And he trained me for long. That jelly roll does. You just cannot clean up jelly roll vomit. that would be
His brother meat packer's down to come through too.
story. And
I like that damn jelly roll mom. It's like a cat. You know, cats just
but I'll call Ray, and Ray was
you go around and you say, oh shit.
Terminal Star Gold. He's like a brother to me. And no joke, he's like, hey man, I need a favor. And he's like, he'll fucking bury someone for you.
I go, when I do jokes like that,
yeah, what do you need?
Why
What is it? And it's like, it's just that old brotherhood that it's like unquestionably
he's weird and make fun of us for so many things outside of the fact that
and like Marcus, like, I mean, we're
this
chatting a
was
lot
posted by
lately just
Chin
because
Second
I'm shooting
Balcony.
Huntsville in a
It's
couple
called
of
an
weeks.
additional mention of Leto
Like
proximity
my
jealousy.
sister, I took some time off to help my sister. And I just needed somewhere to fucking go. Just, I can't be in Austin. I tried LA. She's still using. She's still relapsing. I fucking Marcus. Call Marcus. I'm like, this is what's going on. He's like, bring her here. Bring her to the ranch. There's no fucking fentanyl. There's no heroin. There's no meth on this fucking ranch. Bring her here. And so, she's not using at the ranch. So we went to the ranch.
There's probably
10 days, I know she's gonna be fucking clean.
Because there's just all we're doing is
driving around looking for hogs, or like hanging out, fishing, whatever it is. But he's just a beautiful guy. Where he is now is just lighter on his feet. So beautiful. He's hurting on his own. Stay in the lot of fucking surgery still.
I'll stop talking about
All
you're on
this
fire.
stuff.
You're right. You're gonna clean the floors.
They're just so good.
Yeah, they clean the floors. It's dirty. I'll take the trash. I haven't taken the trash out in 3 days.
People pay attention to what they're doing in Texas.
You wouldn't want to meet Jared Leto? I would.
It's so remarkable.
I was joking around once with some other.
How many people
I get starstruck from
completely
people
saved their lives and changed their life? And I was just thinking about that for your sister.
Yeah, she's clean 10 years now, just under 10. Yeah, yeah, thanks. She's a nurse now, which is incredible.
Let's go to this next one, dude. This is from Friendly Jordy's YouTube
kind of,
channel.
like, that's where like, that nonprofit comes from. I just started it called Alex Bridge, and I didn't even know, like, when she got clean, like, there's some fucking crazy stories I can tell you. But she got clean and she hit me up and she was at a sober escape with all the girls she got clean with. And I'm like, what is that? And it's basically a reunion with all the people that you went through your sober living. The last book she got clean, she's supposed to be there in 90 days. She's there.
Yeah, so that was a great little clip there. Friendly name.
And so she's at the sober escape. So Howard's Ridge is basically a place, I think, we all know that shit for ourselves. And we're going to help that as well. But it's the sober side of addiction. So it's a place, anytime you're
masterclass on how to make any sane person turn off a podcast.
die a couple times, get Narcan a couple times, saw some fucking kitchen floors, really fucking sorry to anybody.
Hell yeah, I'm ready, Chad. It is Monday morning, April 15th. Your boy worked out at 5 a.m. I got energy. I was excited to get here because it's UFC 300 recap.
We're all habitual theory. You work out 6-7 times. You need that for your brain. So do I. And once you get in that habit, I change. I don't work out 3-4 days. And I get depressed. Yeah, very. And I get, and I beat the shit out of myself. Feel terrible. So we all create this environment, whether it's good or bad. And I think with my sis, I just didn't have anywhere to take it. And I needed to pull her out. There was a time she relapsed like 4 or 5 times in LA. I was just finishing True Detective and I got her. And I mean, there's stories, but like, it's pretty fucked up that way.
I'm gonna crash
you have someone
an hour or you'll
someone
kill
you
jail.
raised
Sonic,
or
bullets,
brother, fucking
just kidding.
whatever.
Sonic?
And I bring her to this.
Yeah, dude, let's just get into it. That's why you are all here. Did I go to the movies yesterday and see Godzilla with my son?
My mom calls me,
and he worked out
and she's
until
like,
a mass whole time to sweat his ass off.
and I go full zero.
It was insane.
I can't believe he did it. But he did it. Kevin Miller has such a funny.
Right.
People
really wasn't
answering their own
exposed to it.
questions. Having fun right now? It's fun. I
knew like the theme, and then of course, like, but that's really
am I finally picking up my tracks from Magnuson today? I am.
I educated
5 weeks
myself
later.
after.
That's the car business. But I'm excited, dude. So let's just jump right into this thing.
And
it's UFC 300 recap, and this thing is going to get freaking spicy on your ass. That's right. And the Taco Bell burrito coming out of your ass hot. And listen.
And I had no idea what was
I
going on.
guess she was saying it's
right
problems,
before
like
she
Magnuson
flew.
took too long.
And so she was in withdrawal. Oh God, it's fucking
you can't let just
your
because
muscle
he's picking up the
contractions
car
are so bad
and his son was
that I had this little one-bedroom apartment in Marina Del Rey, 50, like literally a hallway from here, about this long actually.
He just goes,
and it's late, and
he's gonna be on all
she's
the
just
time?
pacing. Because she can't sit still because the muscle contractions are so bad. And I'm like, Shell, just go to bed, take my bed, and just try and sleep.
There's so much rain in the studio right now. I don't know if
You don't understand.
That's like I think a record amount of rain. There's
And
5,
so she
6,
tried
7,
sleeping,
9.
going laying
I don't even know
down.
what the
Muscle
fuck that thing
contractions
is
were
right here.
so bad, she fell off the bed.
And
And I'm like, okay, let's go for a walk. Like,
he's
the
juiced
beauty of
up.
our relationship, what I think
Boner alert.
factor
I never noticed a truck behind him before.
was the
Yeah, a red truck that's kind of like the. Is that the light? The light. I don't know if that's a truck. Oh yeah, it's on.
how I can like everything.
It might be a light. I
So
don't know if the Mint 400 is newer now.
and so we ended up walking down Abbott Kinney
Got the
at
big
3
clock
in the
behind him,
morning.
dude.
And
How
no
can you
one's
not
obviously
be
out
amped
there.
up
And
in
we
this
just
studio?
did this crazy
You
walking
walk in
path.
there.
And
It's
I'll
like,
never forget it.
you
And
know,
it's just
and even if
heartbreaking.
you were to get tired,
And
it's
I get her
almost
and I
impossible
call,
to listen. So like,
I don't even know if she needs to do that. So I call the hospital in Marina Del Rey and they're like, we don't take
drink this every
anybody
day.
that's using right now. They have to be detoxed and maybe after.
Anyways, that was an electrifying start. Honestly, I know that this painted narrative of how to make any sane
So I
person turn
call
off
this
podcast.
place,
I'm insane,
and they're
dude.
like
'Cause
an
I
hour
listen.
away. And she's like, I have a bed
You know,
for
Ed
her.
knows we're insane.
And
He's a little bit
bring her
afraid
at
of us.
6 a.m. I mean, got this little Wrangler,
Oh, I'll stop saying
a
you
two-door
kids.
Wrangler,
Sorry,
and
so
she's in the back
this one's
seat, my
posted by
mom in the front. And
Chin's
she's
second
like
balcony
almost
called
kicking
Brand
the fucking
Flakes.
glass out
Says
for
his
muscle
Fusion
contractions.
170 would beat Tesla Plaid in a race. What do you think about the name Brand Flakes? Brand Flakes is funny. Yeah.
So reality's
What
set
why flakes though? Like,
and she kept asking for methadone. I want
he's
methadone.
old, I guess. I don't know where he flakes on shit. I don't know. There's probably a reason that we don't know. It's just for whatever reason it makes sense in my head.
She's in the back seat.
Yeah, it speaks
She's
to
got
you.
a little back
Oh wait, Brand Flakes is
and
Brendan.
this
Brendan, yeah. I was thinking it was Brian. Oh, Brand
She
Flakes.
opens the door. She's like, just a
I don't
matter
know.
of fact.
If there's a
where's she
reason,
sitting?
if there is no reason,
And I'm like, oh,
yeah,
she's grabbing
Brand
the bag.
Flakes
She's
makes
like, oh,
sense.
bring her here.
Yeah, because if he
Shell,
says
let's
Brand
go. She comes and
Flaking on
shows
tour,
like,
is that right?
doesn't say hi, nothing. She's like,
But leave a comment below if there's a reason. I don't know why.
well,
The
what
shirt
did you use, blah, blah,
there,
blah, and all this.
I'm pretty sure that's
Tells
the
her, she's
hat.
like, oh, yeah, I think you bought a
Yeah.
pouch.
Great
We
job.
don't treat drugs with drugs here. You're gonna,
Be cool,
you're gonna have
Toronto.
Gatorade,
Oh, dude, can I tell you
topical
really funny
muscle
aside really quick?
relaxers.
So my mom went through my fucking closet. I did not ask her to do this, right?
But
She went through my closet and she separated all my clothes. I don't like that, right? But I lost one.
She goes, no,
We have a lot of
what did I
fat
just say?
clothing. Okay.
And she's like, you're getting Gatorade, muscle relaxer,
I'm
and
gonna
you're
give
gonna watch
you
the
your
movie.
fucking flowers. On this show, you're rewarded for success. I went from
She's
jelly
incredible.
roll to skinny roll.
4.5 days later, she called me. She's like, your sister's
Got to
good.
check off that.
Ran into a sober living.
Anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that she put all my
And
fucking
it's
thick
30
flippers to the very far back, like the furthest away from wearable clothes. That's why I haven't been able to find anything whenever we shoot. Oh, well, you know, it's kind of a hot move.
And so it's 30,000.
She's like, it's the right size, but it says thick boy. He's not thick.
So we'll have one session, which is
that's why. That's why
she has syndrome.
So my two trucks are in the shop.
With a site.
Was
And
like,
I was
I
like,
got a
one
loaner for you. I know you don't
one
like
every
cars
week.
with 1,000 horsepower.
And I was like,
he was like, I
more
got
than one a
but I
week.
want you to take this.
And
your truck's done.
so I drive, and my sister's a runner.
And so you sign this fucking contract, and it's like, if you run, there's this and that.
He's like, so you won't look so
She's out.
bad.
We kick her out.
Really, dude?
2 hours in,
Your first initial reaction, like, damn, this thing's bad. Yes.
I get a call
Yes.
from this LA number, and I'm like,
Pastor, any car you've ever been? No. My Dodge Demon will beat it, and I'm actually going to race. That's adorable.
I'm gonna find another one.
We get crushed
She went
by
to
that.
another one. A little
I'm
better.
not talking
Cool.
about
Yeah,
fish
got
and
close
top
to
flat.
2 days
The
later.
Dodge Demon can't do shit against
So
that.
down
Off the line.
65K.
First of all, that thing is beat
And
off
I'm
the line.
like, bleeding cash. And then I figure out like another spot. She stayed like 30 days, relapsed. And then, yeah, she kept
And people
relapsing.
already beat it. I wish you weren't doing this to yourself.
Multiple times.
I was talking about Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Write down that for me instead of this. The flat is sick. I know it's sick for you.
This one girl, she had tears. And so she had
I understand a lot of our fans, maybe a lot of people in the world enjoy fast cars and stuff, and they like driving fast, and watching it like fast, staying like fast. But that shit boring as fuck to me. Yeah, I don't. If you're a real car guy, which I don't know if either of these guys are, that makes sense for a conversation you can have on a podcast. Maybe if you have a car podcast. Same as for truck diaries. Like, if I see like an Instagram reel of like a car beating another car, I'm not like, what the fuck? But if I see a fucking reel of a duck fighting a hawk, dude, and I'm in the duck wins, that fucking blows, that makes my day. Yeah, we did see something with that. That's what I'm saying. That was crazy. It's a great reference.
As a lot of these celebrities are, they're pretty incestuous. The guy sleep with girls, vice versa, obviously. She's dating a kidney. And so she went to that part of the house and said goodbye. And to this kid's credit, he was like, that's a little kid. He didn't say goodnight, he just said goodbye. And so she goes up, hammers 60 something. Yeah, and she goes and tells, she's like, hey, this ain't right, you gotta go check out. So long story short, called the ambulance, and the medic, for his credit, was like, go grab the fucking and grabs the bottle and shows his medic and says, your stomach right now. And what saved your life was a but yeah, like that thing,
Why do I deal with this guy?
ran again, went to his drug house. He was in that legal system and just beat her up. Yeah, so as you know, if you fucking sober 92 days, whatever it was, if you use what you were using before, you're fucking so they dropped, it's a fucking, they dropped her off at the street with the hospital, and she got Narcan. I didn't know any of this stuff. I wasn't privy to this yet. I'm just driving around looking for it. And anyways, just to go back to that environment, I'm like, I'm not, you gotta, I gotta take you back home to that Uber. Like you said, you ran through there. Well, it ain't working. He's not very clear either. And she's gonna strike me with a 34th car. That is fucked up story, but for like 10 days. But anyway, she went to this place called the Rescue House.
What's crazy about this fight? What's crazy about this fucking fight?
I didn't even know what Al-Anon was. And I was across the 50 bridge. And I think it was Al-Anon. I didn't show it to sit down. All of that. And so I'm on that. And I'm just waiting for the call. And I'm just like, everyone out is talking about it. But there's this one across. But yeah, my husband, he used his, yeah, I got Christmas with them. I'm like, fuck, that's easy day. I'm like, you don't even know what the fuck I'm dealing with over there, you know. And then you hear another story like, that's bullshit. Yeah, that's all in my head. And so I just did it. So it does help. It helped me a lot. And I hour on this one guy. He's like, hey, you got one off or anything against the road in there? And I'm like, right when he said that, shit started. Some guy just a friend of hers, father. Downtown Vancouver called me to get me back in, and I called people and
Wow. Thank you, 5C189W. You're the man. Are you still there? Hey, talk to me, big dog.
Somebody that's like, I stopped drinking yesterday. I'm done. Like my buddy over there. Met. Like, going for the sometimes it's kids and they're like, fuck this life, I don't want it anymore. And some just can't. So yeah, oh my god. But yeah, there's a lot like me too. People, yeah, it's a beautiful story. Tragically, I know, man. So that, like, for me, a big part of how it is, and then with the best, I love you guys. And so hopefully you'll have but I was always talking to yeah, hopefully. So I hope up there on Howard Bridge, maybe in a year or two, we'll see what happens, so we can do some of that up there. It's so funny when those guys don't get things. I know. Think about what they have to go through, go off war, the things they experience, and they come back, they've lost friends, they see a bunch of going up in front of them, they're all fucked up. And then they're fucked up. And they don't deal with their shit. You can take them out to a fucking yard if you want, and they give you like, and there's different outlets, like Virginia, Hawaii, Florida, South Carolina, one of those things. And that's literally what you take from that's one thing, and it's fun this is something that we were watching. All day of day 7. The fight has a championship recording on Saturday. So brother and I, and it was a huge moment that I worked up on a Thursday, and go at 2 a.m. and go take a couple come back, whatever, celebrate, probably get have a few drinks, and you have another road trip. But let's say when I go and play, and I got on that Thursday off, you're back in the workout.
I like how they had that we apologize for bad
This is one
language.
thing that
Caption ready. It was sick. She's like, oh, get ready, get ready. What day is this for?
I was like, there's literally no fucking time. There's no time to just take a walk.
This was pretty hilarious. This was a long time ago. I was like 7 times. It's called Money Time. I don't know. But I don't really know. Set match 5 Rams.
That really kind of knocks me out, and that steps me to play this guy. Way more of a pipeline, because it's like, talking about how subjective morning it's like everyone's different. So it's like, I just made that choice to throw it down. It's like, this guy's just a fucking I don't know if the Pope and that's where I took him. But go. All the time. It's so but then you talk to these guys and
Alright, let's see here. Oh, by the way, I missed that, was it Levi? What is it? I don't think it's Civil War. Oh, yeah, Levi, what about it? Remember the Civil War? Yeah,
so fucking
research. Never heard of it. Let's see, this one's called British Explains How a 50-yard team can help you out with like one of these kids might be the last one because the internet. It's called, alright, post my new mark right.
He's gonna go walk fucking Walmart and be a dad, and that's just a whole nother life. It was so good the way or the way it played out. It was not just I know they're not he's got a guy that's very good guy.
He went on Fox. How many times did he go on Fox? So that's why that didn't work. How many Volkswagens?
So this movie.
It really is. Yeah, it really is. Like, you need that. Like, I live for it. I love it. I mean, I honestly really like this work my way through stubborn. Like, I was about work people. It's not like I if you're just talent. It truly isn't. I just it's like 4 now. And now I'm starting to be like, okay, I broke my foot. I got a fucking down and you know the scene where so there's a scene where I go down to get horses and I feel 5 or 6 guys at the ski camp. I think it's episode 2. Betty Gilpin's maid comes down and she's like, didn't trust me. She comes down and I have to kill this guy. Hearing that, I broke my foot like that. So Jack and I was friends with him. And
that's how Lake started every job interview. Like, we work in an unsafe environment. Okay. I want you to know that how many
and so I go to Bozeman, and it's this small bone right on the side of your foot, right there. It goes up and down right here. My big toe, on the side bone on my big toe. And so he's like, oh, you can wear a boot. It's a small bone, so you won't need to, it'll heal itself. So I go back and this fucking show. And I got a 6'6" wrangler. So when I get off that boat, step off the boat and like fucking yeah. And then I dive for a month and I go back to Bozeman and take my feet off. There's one last x-ray. So I got surgery, and then right before surgery, it's like in it, but you were super active. And it may not take more active than how they active. So they cut a chunk of bone off. Yeah, split it so I think it just did the protective coating over it. Ooh, look at this. Commonly supplied sterile blocking the hole to cause immediate bone hemostasis. If I'm fly fishing or on uneven ground, or if I'm doing, if I'm tracking or doing some side killing, which I fucking hate, side kill hiking, or I have a tier 1 knee as well. That's where it's fun. Yeah. And then, so I dealt with that. I did be on the couch for 6 weeks. But my first day back was those 15 and help. Yeah, those 15. That scene is outdoor environment. It's a soft, fully stacked, incredible, nice sand, gym. Yeah, crazy. You look like a hard man. Like a hard man who's fucking hand-to-hand combat. It's very weird. Why do you say for that? Just to get I had time yesterday. I lost the skill I had. But I've done it. I did this once. And I played this Johnny Casey's story about the sports concert right before the internet part-time, right before the first year last
So this is two-part clip. So all this is one of the same, but they both got who we like on James. So this one's posted by Haphazard. It was They're Laughing. We're gonna watch the vlog, which is supposed to watch who the fuck are we? On Tug Funny, you guys are fucking idiots. Since feeling you're having almost to be 11, right?
Three-game homestand for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, which they hope ends up in a victory over the underdogs from out west, Boise State.
Getting in the headspace of someone who's got great too. And who has that kind of like sick control over people. Why? Figure out why. I think so. Go to his childhood, which is fucking terrible. Two great healthy parents. Memorize the Bible which is fucking. That says enough right there. But he was like tied to a radiator on his birthday, like abused pretty hard. I almost bought his car.
It's like having fun at
I tried buying your choice on his car.
Yeah, well, it's his 10-minute break.
1968 Camaro. And
California
a buddy of
laws
mine texted me and said, "Great, Dave Crush's car." He knows I'm a carhead.
It doesn't matter how much you burgle
on cars, especially old muscle cars. Yeah,
you have to take breaks.
And I was thinking about at the time I didn't have a Camaro, but I was thinking about getting 68 or 67 or 67. I like 69 but then I found Crush's car. So that'd be wild. Drive to the comic store. David Koresh's Mustang. That was David Koresh's Camaro, rather. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I don't want it. Yeah. I don't want some mojo. I don't want a whole. I don't want to sit this. I don't want it. Also, what a piece of shit. That guy's a preacher. He's driving around in a muscle car.
I think the internet got restored
right there.
These last couple
terrible
clips.
way that muscle car.
Let's see here. We have
I mean,
which Chris is not the against cars.
enjoy them. I love them. I think they're one of the greatest accomplishments of American engineering in terms of a piece of functional artwork.
Yeah,
American
fair.
cars, I love them.
I'm that way with motorcycles too. And I got to shot actually Waco Wild. So we shot that in San Antonio.
Like to change that.
And
Waco's a great town.
yeah, it's grown like enormously too. Yeah, his motorcycle came for sale, and obviously they knew we were making it. I kicked tires on it. They wanted to just, it was probably worth $2,000, like 50 or something.
Right, they were just
honestly, answer your question. What am I going to do with this moto?
Yeah, I thought it was silly at first. And then
Yeah, we gotta check it out.
Yeah.
Safety shot.
Before we opened up the comedy mothership in town, I was under contract for this place called the One World Theater that was also owned by
Here?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, the One World Theater. Well,
this is I did like this clip a lot, so we have to
Ron
watch
White performed there once.
This is
They have
posted
concerts
by
there.
Successful
Ron White
Capital
did stand up.
217.
We were talking about
It's
opening up
called
a club. He said, "You
Let
buy
me
that
see
place
the
down
UFC
on
rankings,
BK.
Chin, that'd be
Fucking
great."
shit. Beautiful
And
theater.
notice
Things
that
for sale.
little
I played there once. It's
Chin asks
amazing.
him,
I
"Have
was
you
like, all right.
liked him?
Ron White's the fucking
Why
man.
is he
If
such
you
a
tell me,
dickhead?
go check it out. I
Also,
check it out.
hard-earned money.
I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And so signed contracts, all that. And then I get a call from my friend Adam. He goes, hey, did you ever watch the documentary on that club?
Who's a striker?
There's a documentary.
UFC rankings, Jim.
The documentary is called Holy Hell, and it's about a guy who's a gay porn star and a hypnotist. There was a yoga instructor.
Oh my God. Check it out.
Hollywood. Yep. So the yoga instructor in Hollywood, and then the cult in Waco gets taken down. And then he is on the run now because now the Cult Awareness Network starts going after all these cults after Waco. They're like, hey, people's children are getting kidnapped essentially by these fucking maniacs, and winds up being like Waco. We gotta stop these cults. And so he moves to Austin and changes his name, and has a, this is the 90s, get away with changing no internet. And so this guy has his followers build him this theater so he can dance in front of them. The documentary is bananas. When I see the documentary, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get out of this. After I see the documentary, I'm like, I gotta get out of this deal. Fortunately, there was a problem. Fortunately, there was a problem because, you got a bunch of cult members building that place, and I'm going to do it to code. So it was like, there was a lot of shit that was wrong, a lot of wacky shit. They didn't want to pay for my religion. It cost me a lot of money, and I got out of it, and we eventually got the Ritz on 6th Street. That's the perfect spot anyway. But it was the thing of being in that building, knowing what happened.
The last one, this is kind of a little bit of a
different energy there.
200 people
wasted their life with this asshole for 20 fucking years. And there was a bunch of crying at the end of the documentary. Like, I lost my life. My life is meaningless now. I thought I was going to be with them forever, and I'm a dog walker. I'm like, oh my God. I can't carry that in this club. I can't feel it. I'd have to tear the building down. I just thought it'd be silly. Building built by a cult. Perfect. We'll take it. But the reality is every cult winds up being the same thing. The guy wants all the money and he wants to fuck everybody. It's almost every one of them has the same profile.
And fear-based.
Always fear-based. Always everybody else is the enemy. I'm the solution. The nice thing about this guy, though, is that he do this thing people call the no. You had to earn it. And when you earned it, it was this very special, ceremonious moment, and he would put his hand on their head, and he would do something to them, and these people would feel God. They would experience God. And I know that it has to be some sort of placebo effect or psychosomatic, something where your brain triggered this energy. But all these people that called him a fraud, that fucking hated him, I waste my they all talked about that moment like it was the greatest moment of their life still. They're like, I gained a connection to God and to the universe that to this day was the most profound and loving moment of my life. It's like, the guy was a total piece of shit. Scam artist, con man, liar, everything was wrong. Yet, he was still capable of doing that thing with them. So they should over a year. Like, I had been thinking about the moment that it was going to come one day. Take it away from them, and then one person would get it, and they would all sit there and watch. When am I going to get it? So when they got it, they would all be like,
tuning in as always. Join the Discord, join the Reddit,
we know that
join
the
our
brain
Patreon. We
produces
did extra
episode
episode 80.
and I guess
Stand-up reviews on there.
which is, I think, what a near-death experience is. I think a near-death experience, your body like, it's over, flood the gates, and then rolls through, and then you go down the tunnel, light, and all the jazz, and you meet dead people. This is, I think this is possible with everybody. You just have to achieve the right state of mind. I know people
we're both on a Flapper show. I might be into it. I think I'm on it, but it's in the air.
A buddy of mine
It's
who
not
had
in the air. He's on the show. Okay, there we go.
and then he's really done DMT a couple times, so he knew what the
So
experience was.
come to
And then he
that,
really got
and
into
then,
yoga.
but that's not why they're here. They're
He's doing
listening
it
to
for like 6
things.
months, and then
I'm gonna be in San
it's a
Diego
very
on
specific
April 26th
kind of
at the
yoga that involves like
and then
deep breath
at the
work.
Laugh Factory in San Diego.
There's a lot of like head bobbing. It's very strange, but
San Diego at the mic drop.
you achieve
I'm not much guy
DMT-like
that
state.
go to those
Like you
shows.
achieve a full-on
Alright,
psychedelic.
that's not why you're here though. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shots, so start the timer.
I've always thought about like trying.
Alrighty, we got way too many fucking questions.
I can't think about something
I'm gonna start out with the most conducible
but this, my point is that there is some little trigger in your brain that can trick your brain into snapping off over the arm. It just, I don't know. This fucking cult guy did it to those people. As much as they hated him, as much as they knew he was a fraud, he fucked everybody. The crazy thing was like, they didn't know that everybody was getting fucked. And so like one guy leads the cult and he sends out this group email. Like, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me, fucking me for like 10 years. And they're all like, I thought it was only me. And then it became crazy. Where everybody had a story. Everybody had a story. Charged them money for these experiences. Of course. Hilarious. But terrible. So,
we're gonna look at that contract again. No.
So when we were getting close and you wanted to pull out, was it just a headiness?
Yeah. And then I called my manager, staff.
Politics baseball here.
She's like,
you guys will get this reference because it went viral for everybody in the world. Because the mayor of LA
and then the Dowdle brothers who wrote directed, terrific guys.
Mr.
And I called John, and I think one thing that set me free probably on month 3 because I was really stuck on everything that they said.
I would wear a mask around Magic Johnson, right? You guys know why. Come on, it's really cool.
But I real person, real family.
If I was in the Sam
but I was
Jack
judging
Johnson,
it, and that was like really a big block for me because I couldn't understand it. And so once I started to not cast judgment of my own judgment on him and just trying to understand the movement, then I was like, okay, I'm gonna fly now. Like this is how, this is why he's doing this. And so it's your guys' job. Judge away and do all this, but for me to play this guy, I can't bring that. So that's how to be that. I gotta do it. Try and do that.
When you got done with the role, was it like a thing like cast off yourself? Like
Bang Bang Club fucked me. I was hurting pretty bad after. I didn't know my process very well, and Ricardo was really I think he was Bang Bang because they had these police scanners, and once they was recorded in South Africa, and once they heard it on the scanner, it was like Bang Bang, and they would be there a lot of times before the cops, like some kind of civil rights or civil fight would happen, and they get to it on the scanner, and they'd go, like speed kind of shit. They get there before the cops a lot of times, and they'd be in the middle of their shooting. Photographing, and you see pics of Kev that just like him in like one shoe high he was behind like a fucking barrel in the middle of this gunfight. Like they would get really into it, and then the guy that just kind of took everything to heart. you know, just see some fucking pretty good shit. Rare. And it just hammers. And so he was taking drugs just to sleep, just to get over it, get through it. But yeah, that was really tough coming out of him, just because I didn't know myself enough to process, be able to really separate. Yeah. And then the weight and all that. And then with Dave, yeah, I was so ready to gain the weight back. I always ran a motorcycle trip after, and that sets me free. It helps me a lot. I like ladders, that helps a lot. They're saving me like $200 or something. Just like write a letter, literally. So that was Bang Bang was harder, correct? Yeah. On me. Because you would like you had to memorize some of that songs and that was the first time I started having to do that in South Africa. And I just started fucking with it. I was really happy with it. Little bit, yeah. First time, with all of the I'm surprised he still plays me. Oh my god. Yeah. And I was in rehearsal and I hadn't smoked before. Oh my god, yeah. And I'm playing this guy and I feel like the smoke goes to me, tells me, gets into the cartels. I just went with all the time, but my first time English stuff I did, and I went with a buddy who smoked all the time, and I stayed at the Chamber Loft in Monica where we were filming. My buddy brought over a water bomb. That's not good. For the first time, that's what I told you. Just go that's it. That's it. Just go do it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's pretty bad. That was the first time you'd ever tried carrying around someone's song. That was so fucked up. And I was that angry where it was like, Like his nutty and Daniel processes, that motherfucker is that guy, there will be blood. But it's just that process, it's got to be soul catching. Now you're some fucked up person, like they have the rest. They were in fucking hotel in South Africa. Like, going to the fuck. Yeah, it's no joke. That was no joke. But I learned my process a lot more. I got to find out more.
Time is special.
Just out 121-7, but in the back and pour it on a little bit. And Jadarian Price is still on his feet. Still going. One guy to beat, and he takes him out.
What a beautiful run.
Excellent job up front. Plenty of spaces to we see this from Jadarian Price. Lakers 3-score game right there. Big time.
What a run by Price. Diabetti to add on the extra point to make it a 21-point game. And just like that, Notre Dame with under 8 minutes left in control. So Love, he scored earlier today. So why wouldn't Jadarian Price get into the assist?
Buy the Old Spice NFL collection. Okay.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's now serves up the all-new Big QB for just $10.99. Hey, this is how you value me. Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat. Walmart deals are happening at Chili's big on tech, fashion, toys, home, beauty, and more. October 7th through 12th. Hurry. These deals will fly on by. Oh, yeah. They're big. Save every day. Online and in store. October 7th through 12th. Only at Walmart.
At the University of Notre Dame, computer science professor Fannie Ye has dedicated her research to mitigating the opioid crisis through use of artificial intelligence and data-driven research. AI technology is incredibly important to pursue these criminal networks in a space where they are. Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for? Fighting to combat the opioid crisis.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Minnesota is a beat Ohio State Buckeyes for a Big Ten matchup under the lights in front. Live on NBC and Peacock.
Don't miss Saturday Night Live season premiere with host Bad Bunny, musical guest Doja Cat, all new SNL Tonight Live, coast to coast on NBC and Peacock. Is that a Bad Bunny or a Good Bunny? Bad Bunny will be the halftime entertainment of the upcoming Super Bowl.
I see what you did right there, Big Bunny. Put it all together.
Good to see that you're totally locked in the broadcast booth, Coach.
I actually added some Bad Bunny to my Spotify playlist this week.
Of course you did.
In anticipation.
What about any Taylor Swift? That's another story. Malik Sherrod watches this one bounce into the end zone. And that brings us to the latest Modelo Game Break with John Fenton. John, what do you got for us?
Dan and Jason Penn State started the season as a national title contender, one of the front runners in the odds. Nico Iamaleava has other ideas. His 5th touchdown between the air and the ground. Now the Nittany Lions, a 2nd loss in a row here. Their playoff chances will be in jeopardy. That's helpful if you're a Notre Dame fan.
Winless Bruins giving the Nittany Lions everything they can handle, and that's how crazy this stretch run to the best half of the season is going to be Coach Notre Dame hoping they're on the right end of it, the playoff picture, but they've got to take care of business each and every game, see how it all comes out. Madsen's pass is complete there. Matt Wagner for a gain of 1.
That's off the Tim Skipper, the interim coach out there at UCLA. Stat Jim Skipper, longtime NFL assistant. The football runs in their family. Heck of a job getting that program right.
Spencer Danielson is in comeback mode here. That pass low to Latrell Caples, but he's able to hold it in. For a 10, nice grab there by the 6-year senior.
That's the matchup of Oklahoma State. Keep working him in the slot.
Good tempo here. They've got to do it. They need a lot. This has been Ford. Close to another first down, 2 or 3 yards short. Gain of 8 for Ben Ford. Leonard Moore on the coverage there.
Mindset for Madsen right here. Just get the ball out of your hand. A lot of positive plays.
It's coming out of his hand in a hurry. Quick, oh man, lined up for another interception there. We got another flag though in the backfield. That was Madden for Ramo, who had a good shot at an interception, but we have to sort yet another flag out here. Looks like we've got a hold. Zach Holmes has been a marked man today, the center.
There's Ferramo right here in the middle of your screen, and missed opportunity there.
Jared Dawson just bulldozes his way up the middle.
Forced Madsen to throw quicker than he wanted to, but Ferramo's got a nose for the ball. Tipped the ball a couple weeks ago. Resulted in a Christian Gray interception.
11 penalty on the Broncos. 2nd and 13 now. Quick, Madsen goes to the end. That was off the mark. It was intended for Camonte Williams. 3rd and 1.
To make the impact of pass rush, Madsen just a little uncomfortable, out of rhythm right now. Starting to feel some people around him and missing throws. That was a big opportunity right there. Maybe first down there and roll again. That third next roll.
I think he's a very accurate passer, Jason. In fact, set 1 interception this year, but threw 2 more today, and he had a string of some 240 passes without an interception that dated back before that lone interception coming into this game. So he has felt the pressure, more pressure. Vitello almost got to him, still under duress. Somehow Madsen figures it all out and runs outside the 40. And that was some run. Leonard Moore finally broke him down after a gain of 6, when it looks like he ran for 600.
He sure did. Got 2 words for you, Hicksy. Moxie, right there. Moxie. Kid me. This is not defined. I mean, he makes 6 green shirts miss. We're tired at the end of it down like that. It's forward manageable. He's trying to catch his breath.
It's not just Moxie, it's Maddox Moxie.
Sure is.
And we've got 4th and 4 out here to make it a manageable chance here for Boise State on a must-convert 4th down.
Could be man-to-man coverage for rough routes.
Madsen steps up, has a nice catch there into Notre Dame territory. It is Marshall who lost it, and then they got it back. Looks like Caples recovered it after Marshall lost it. Gain of 12. Bottom line, first down for Madsen and company.
There it is, man-to-man coverage. They're lining a bunch, set to the left. They get a little bit of a rub route. There's Marshall at the end of it.
There's Leonard Moore with a strip.
Ball definitely comes out.
So here we go. Times here for Boise State. Clock down to 6 minutes left in the game. I don't see a flag. Futures in mind.
By the offense and recovered to the same yard line. It's first down.
Just a little clarification stoppage play.
One thing I know, this game has been sloppy as can be, but it's also been really competitive. Both these teams scratching and clawing for every inch. Fun to watch.
Manson, far side. Incomplete. The flag is down. You can see the Boise State coaching staff point over there. Truman can't believe what he's witnessing here with all these penalties, trying to put this ball game away.
Defense between the last Wagner's jersey. Can't do it. If the official sees cloth stretched like that, he's going to call it every single time.
It's just given a gift to Boise State here, which needs everything they can possibly get. If you're keeping score at home, there it is, 11 for 115 yards. We've got 217 yards of penalties wrapped up by both teams. All right, back to your regularly scheduled action. First and 10 here for the Notre Dame. 34, Madison goes down again. Smaller but green jerseys around him. Trey Orey, Drake Bow, loss of 8.
College football, here we go. He said the word is swarm. Look at all these green shirts. You have no chance. Florida State's flashes of green and gold all around you.
Madison just on the run constantly. Sells it, gets away, but it's dropped by Ford. He needed to hang on to that one. They'll bring up 3rd down and more.
Obviously, 4-down territory here. And if I'm Madison, I'm not trying to get it all at once. Try to cut it in half. 200% is give you a chance to make this first down. We've been talking about it all day. For them to come in here and beat Notre Dame, you have to make those kinds of plays. Too good a player to come down.
Notre Dame trying to put this one away. Are you kidding me?
They're not missing anything today.
Add it to the list.
Two traditionally well-coached, disciplined teams. Haven't seen these kinds of penalties all year long from either side.
Not even that never say die tough Boise State culture can counter all these penalties on the road against Notre Dame. From the Irish 37, Madison needs some big plays. Gets one of them there. It's a nice chunk of lead to Caples.
Excellent decision.
Going for 14. They get some of it back.
They always want to cut those distances in half. And then they got 4 and 9. Becomes manageable. Again, I would anticipate Notre Dame playing man-to-man coverage. I'd stay away from throwing the ball at 15, let it more. Find somebody else.
Had a game that was really hinged on some key 4th down plays, Coach, and we documented throughout. They're not bigger than this. 4th down and 10. Boise State needs to figure out a way to convert with 5 minutes left, trailing by 21. Is that picked off? Should be. Talents comes up with it, and Notre Dame has it. Actually, not an interception. We're seeing now. And the damage has already been done. Marcus Freeman's team taking over on downs. Maybe he can finally exhale.
At Wayfair, we bring style to every get-together. We brought wings.
You mean these wing-back chairs? That's it, everyone. We brought plenty.
We brought the signs.
Everybody remember to leave room. Yeah, throw that over here.
We brought the ranch. That looks like it's fresh from the farmhouse.
Wings and ranch. Now it's a party.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Yo, you went for another TD. My prize picks lined up came through.
Buy random because of the chair, because your picks were right.
Oh!
Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 prize picks. Some days, all you want is an escape into sheets washed with downy, gentle, soft and fresh, with a subtle, delicate scent and softness. Downy breathes life into your laundry.
Wi-Fi speeds as fast as home, even when you're on the go.
I checked Allstate first, saved hundreds on my car insurance. Fortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from a child. Checking Allstate first was really smart. Not checking the Jumbotron. Not smart. Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds. Was it worth it? Yeah. Hi, I'm Bad Bunny, and I'll be hosting the season premiere of SNL this week with Doja Cat.
So, Bad Bunny, are you excited?
About the Super Bowl? Yes.
No, for hosting SNL this week.
Yeah, that's one.
Well, of course, everybody's talking about Taylor Swift's new album, The Life of a Showgirl, but we're a little more interested in the life of a running back. Are you ready for it? You get where I'm coming from here. Jamal Love and Sha'Carri Price have 8 touchdowns each this season, coming in, making up the only FBS program with 2 players scoring 7 or more. They now have a combined 18 as we update that. Combined touchdowns are more than 58 FBS teams. That is quite a reputation. The Irish also have 10 wins when they both score 1 or more touchdowns on the main stage. Coach, I know you're very excited for the dropping of Taylor Swift's latest album, so we had to do something with it. This little razzle-dazzle here. Flag comes in as Faison has it. And so we'll sort out the latest flag. By the way, that was deemed an interception by Talich as we went to commercial. The game marked with penalties, it's only appropriate that we go back to the final, no doubt, a few minutes here with another bell to bell. Oh my God. Here's a face mask, offense, number 59. That penalty is declined. Second down. So we showed you the latest hit albums by Love and Price, so we want to update the running backs tonight. 99 yards by Love is just one shot at that 100-yard game. Sha'Carri Price figured in big. Love was out of the game for a while. Price has 83 yards, touchdown. They were lost by at latest play, second down and 18 for Notre Dame. Here's Love, just kind of making his way along the left side. Let's check Arizona.
Well, the fleet is the nickname the Notre Dame running backs came up with for this season. Sha'Carri Price told me it means we come as a group. It doesn't matter the conditions. We are on a mission, just like the military. And whatever we are assigned to do, we'll get it done.
It's a good relationship, Zora. Indeed it is. And it is one of the great luxuries you can have as an offensive coordinator like Dan Brock has.
You know, it's one thing to have those great expressions like the fleet and all these different things coming into the season. It's a whole other thing to make those things come alive. And for each of these guys, you know, the big thing that Marcus teaches is team glory. And these guys have such a healthy respect and love and care for each other. And they want each other to do well. And it's a healthy competition. And it's amazing how they thrive on each other. They learn from each other. And like Zora said, whatever they ask them to do, they embrace. And the runners, receivers, blockers, support the other guy, very special group.
So that's another 100-yard rushing effort for Love from 2 yards. That's his 7th of his career and 2nd of this season for Jeremiah Love.
Here's Carr taking a deep shot. He's got a guy among two defenders. The ball rattles around Micah Gilbert, incomplete. And Carr knew he had another chance.
He sure did. This is the second time today where Carr was late and short on a deep ball. He's got plenty of arm. He just has to see it and cut it. And know that a guy like Micah Gilbert's going to go get the ball. And he was 4 or 5 yards behind the defense. He let the defenders catch up, and C.J. Carr knows it.
Carr has missed some throws, 15 to 23, 189 yards, still has a couple of touchdowns. But he's had some opportunities, and Notre Dame punts it away with 4 minutes left. That's Sherrod waiting for it at his own 33-yard line. 40-yard punt. As we check in for another Manila game break, we send it back to the studio.
Well, Dan, Jason, things have gotten interesting at the Rose Bowl. Nico Iamaleava trying to go for the kill on 4th and 1. Penn State gets the stop. They take over opponent territory down to score.
John, thank you very much. So Penn State with a chance. Notre Dame 28-7 here, seemingly on their way to their 3rd straight win. Boise State comes up here with more flags.
Right tackle one more time. Dalen Victoria was early. Hopkins, number 75.
Gotta be a career Ryan Pauls for referee Justin Elliott.
No doubt.
This is ridiculous. That's Victoria. You get the idea, Coach, that the theme for Marcus Freeman this week will be cleaning up the penalties.
And the same thing for Spencer Danielson on the other side. There's way too many penalties. Hard to get to where you want to go. Too many self-inflicted wounds.
24 total penalties. Looking for some room. Rules it out. And a rare flag-free penalty gives us a chance to go above the rest. Brought to you by Jersey Mike Subs.
Yeah, we're talking about Boubacar Traore here for Notre Dame, their best guy up front. Marcus and Chris Ash, they challenge the defensive lineman. You got to show up. He showed up all day long in the run game, in the pass game. They're making Max Manson's life miserable. That player, the swarm of defenders around they stepped up today.
Dan Traore is a player that was right, returned from an ACL last September. Madsen going to work on 2nd and 5, and that should be a good first down to Latrell Caples. As they try to keep hope alive here, 3 minutes left, but looking dismal here for Boise State Broncos in their first ever trip to Notre Dame Stadium. So many of these players have never been here, including Madsen, who's on the money there, close to another first down to Sherrod. It looks like it's going to be an unsuccessful trip here for Madsen and all these players who had their chance at Notre Dame Stadium here, hung in the game for a long time, but in the end, Notre Dame with just a little bit too much talent. Namely Jeremiah Love and Price and company. Pass complete out to Chris Marshall.
And Dixie, you talked about it. Notre Dame, their backs against the wall after 2 losses to start the season. You know, boy, started with the loss to Southford, and they were a playoff team last year, but Boise having 2 losses makes it awfully tough to make the playoffs.
Yeah, we talked about their whole Group 5 conference championship picture. They've got to run the table. This was a big opportunity for them, so another loss as that reaches us out. Dylan Riley, the latest ball, got to touch it. Green muscles today. Green out Saturday in South Bend.
I got some work done with another surgeon. If I give you the bill, can you give me a better deal on a better face? Like this?
We're not doing that.
Well, at Verizon, anyone can bring in their AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal on the best 5G network. Hey, Mobs, You're not as cool as Verizon.
Guess not.
My eyes are up here. Bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to Verizon for a better deal. Mr. Mike. Jersey Mike's is now an official sponsor of the NFL.
Hold on, you're stealing my job.
I don't want to steal anything.
Lies. Lies.
I just love these subs.
It's a Jersey Mike's thing. Let's have them out.
I'm stumped. Friendly insurance wizard, first letter G. Did you pet him?
You just switched to Geico for car insurance? They know exactly what you needed.
Friendly people at Geico weren't lizards.
Thick European accent. Yavin.
Napoleon?
Not even a lizard.
Maybe I can help. No way, it's the Geico Gecko.
This guy knows crosswords.
64 across is quick. Thank you.
Get more support. You spelled forgot how to get more.
So I'm like, oh, whoa, back up a bit. Just back up. And it's like, it's not broken, but we didn't feel anything. So we're like crying because it's we start crying river, man. Right. Style laughing at the moment. Yeah. And yeah, which I was really just fucking 10 minutes earlier. Get into the room, and she's in and out, sleeping. And the next day, on Father's Day, I had to drive back to the boat, and we have to start tonight. And so everyone's in the room. All right, get the fuck out of this room. Everybody. I'm sorry. I just want to and then I gotta go. I gotta go back to work, but I didn't take it back. But today was he's like kind of that in and out of consciousness. And he wakes up and looks like trying to be with me or cousin is, well, I don't know, that's not how I took it. And fighting consciousness, I guess. And small little side note, I was driving, I was driving, he was helping me for fun. And once I got into Canada, he was like, hey, I had a dream, you're a fucking mom. And I'm like, and so I called him, and he's like, hey, something's up. And I'm like, I feel fine. But I got shot. I was wondering, why is there an someone, I don't know if they're close to you, and I hate calling, this is a crazy call, but I'm going to listen to this. And I'm like, man, I'm not going to sick about it. I know, I don't know what that is. And he's like, tell me about your dad. What kind of guy was he? I'm not very present. He drank a lot, and, some regrets, of course. This and that. He goes, okay, set up. This is what I think it's going to happen. He's not going to go cross over.
Just know people don't like to do things they tell me they don't like to do.
And so when I'm one-on-one with my dad, I started the conversation.
I understand it, but we were talking about we were waiting. I think this is oh fuck. It's posted by Max Highlights. It's called O.J. Simpson dies at 76. He was accused of murdering Hollywood actress Nicole Kidman.
You should have worked harder. But
no calluses. O.J. Simpson can't.
You know, just trying to. And then I went into like the nonprofit, do this, and trying to get back, and this and that.
Like I thought he has that thing with NFL where he gets money.
OJ does. During our conversation, I think.
Oh, fuck. I don't think I have seen that on the way home. That was great. I'm not paying him because he did that. He's not like dating.
And then I was back to work on Tuesday, fucking riding banana bread.
I mean, we're not praising him because he killed fucking
Kate
Winslet, dude. Right? Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah.
was great with me.
Yeah, they don't because he was like holding cross.
I know, but like, while he was in
I
prison,
think
he was
it's
stuck in that
how crazy
So that money, I like how they were like, we're not going to address the cool kids.
especially being a guy born in and then all of a sudden, like, father who like didn't really have died, but it's still your dad.
He's like, I'm gonna fuck up names, dude.
If he was like, hey, just, you want to ride banana bread into this shot or walk them, and I'm like, I'll ride it. And I was doing a scene with Shea Wood down. It was beautiful because I was upset that someone knew that it's my news to tell, but some had already knew it. So it's a little rattled at that, and I got upset because everyone was very fragile with me, which I understand. But I was like, whoever told you guys, it's not your story to tell.
No, Tiger, the other day, over at school, you're all down.
But so I was a little upset on set, but then a lot, it was so beautiful because a lot of these older guys on set would just come up and be like, my father, this guy, this guy's and they would share all their father stories.
That is an
So
insane
it was a
thing to say.
beautiful experience.
Why would your son say chocolate face? How old is his son? I feel bad. I just said it right now.
That scene,
Two words that should
I just
Chocolate City? Okay, that's
like
great.
walked away from the Bridger, and I just was pretty emotional, and he was like amazing. And we shot the scene as I go home, and then I got to my trailer, and literally to the minute of when I went down, that was the minute he got through. Yeah. And then I just stayed cathartic playing that guy. I had a beautiful sweat after, and I formed in the right way. Because I'd say 6 months after, I was like, what am I doing that nowadays? Am I doing everything?
They'll make themselves, a girl will make herself a chocolate face.
Even if it's not in your life, you still like to witness that. It's heavy.
How do we not see this?
But I want to write, and I'm in a good spot now, but it was an interesting thing. Just take stock, I guess. I've never lost somebody close to me, especially in that way. So, yeah, it was just great. And the last thing is still on set. Sometimes you just need to appreciate people. Sometimes it takes a long. It's just like, get to chocolate. So, yeah, he's been being around, he takes the brand out, and then they're gone. That's, you know what, Joe? That's what I was fucking literally saying. Just like that. Living New York, that's one of the drug addicts. And he was a crack addict at one point in time.
He's like trying to, Eric's like, all right, okay,
started
I should Snapchat though, right? They're all in their 50s.
Yeah,
we all are on Snapchat, right?
Crystal, I would think I choose the
LA,
Snapchat. He's like, oh, fuck. He's like,
He came to the house once.
oh, dude, yeah.
I didn't know that's why he wanted to come to LA. He came to LA and he was so sick. He stayed in bed for 4 or 5 days.
When I get back on Snapchat, bro.
All right, let's see the next clip here, dude.
The guy in overdose.
As you can see, the internet does not like us today. Get this fucking red bar for every clip here. The other half has a clip, dude. It's called Truck Type to race classes like vehicle. All right.
It just fucked me up. Where I knew he was going to die.
Class 1 vehicle, fucking bug.
I love the player check.
Gotta go
I
back
don't
to
know
work.
what it
Like,
is.
back to life.
Medics going to need a miracle. This
Feel
team has to
so
get a stop. Any hope for this team?
Yeah, the world is in the shop. Every person is in this world so hard to imagine what would actually happen. So abstract. And like you said, even if the guy but when they're gone, it's totally different. And then you just take stock and whatever it is. Yeah. Like I didn't hold, I wasn't that son that was like, fuck yeah, with you, I didn't do this for me, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. You learn that as you get older. So also, this grew up with my daughter problem. try to pretend that parents should have their shit together, you have your shit together, and they were your parents. No, you raised them. They were raised by people living in the depression. Yeah, they were raised by animals. It's really humans. The ability to truly civilize for the last decades. Really, I think most of history is just horrific barbarism. It's just slaughter and crime and heat.
I said, I'm gonna scoop that up.
But the fight.
So every time I hear the fight, I say like, I want to go to Scott.
I love it. People are very cool. Not overcome. You get past the range. Great. Great everywhere. We're like full bucks on the fire out there. Yeah, and we're going to the island. Oh yeah.
I linked up with the Red Race team. I pulled into the parking lot. A little person really fast. So wow, so much fun.
They're in the bag. And I was like, and I take a video from my truck. Like just randomly hit the guy and he was and stayed a while and then like this little church going to this old Canadian kind of spot and stayed and played in the back. And some of my that I didn't know, but some of his my dad's favorite songs. So I have and it brought all these words back together. My oldest and the voice was actually quite great, funny, and then my other brother was in front of me, and he was a puzzle, and he doesn't like, and I don't hear it, I get a little nervous.
Almost out of timeouts. And the 40-second play clock begins. Texas will get a stop on third down. Roughly about 30 seconds or so in the game. They could get the ball back. Player lost his helmet on the field. Florida is using a timeout here to avoid the 10-second runoff. And that gives more time to Texas. And it's third down. I don't understand any of that. Yeah. I think it was Austin Garber, the left tackle. Saw him hit the ground and he was kind of like reaching for his face. You see him there on the sideline now putting his helmet back on. Yeah, look, time is something that is not on Texas' side. You don't want to preserve it. I just did. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I don't know if this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It'll be interesting to see what Billy Napier's thinking is here. Unless he feels like he's just so confident he's going to pick up this third down here and seal the game that way. He wants to talk it over maybe and come up with the right call and say, hey, look, we want to preserve our field position. We think we're just going to end this game right here.
I don't know. That's an interesting one. That'll be something I'm sure he'll be asked about. And a 10-second runoff at this point helps. Absolutely. Well, the attack could do it if they pick up this first down. But if Texas gets a stop, way more time will be left on the clock than they anticipate. They're going to get that stop. Clock rolls with 1:48 to go. Instead of there being maybe a half minute or so to go, the Longhorns are about to get the ball back with about a minute left on the clock. Wind down as far as he possibly can, and then use another timeout before the punt. But 10 on the play clock, a minute 15 on the game clock. There's no way Texas should end up with as much time as they end up with. That's a decision-making sequence that he's going to have to explain as to what was his thinking in that particular situation. So now there's a minute and 6 on the clock. Texas is out of timeouts, but depending on where they get the football, with the clock stopping in college inside of 2 minutes, if you pick up a first down, that's certainly a mechanism to save them some time. They need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. From this special teams play, the coach told us as well, it's a crucial sequence of plays. If you're Texas, what are you thinking here? Do you want to play for a return, or do you want to go for the block? You don't want to go for the block and get an unnecessary roughing. For me, you want to try to set up a return. You want to see if you can get Niblet loose and have him just produce an explosive play. It takes a Florida bounce, and this costs time for Texas as well, as it goes out of bounds at the Longhorns' 31-yard line. Still 54 seconds on the clock. Arch Manning now, who's getting an opportunity. When he was over on the sideline a few moments ago, I can't imagine he ever believed he would get it.
That's what Brandon's going to do. I think around 20 miles are going to go up with him, try to cloud up there.
You have the ball thrown over your head, you give up a cheap one, and then somehow, some way, Texas ties this game up. And if you're Arch, this is why I signed up. They all talk about it. You sign up for big games. Like this when you come to Texas. Let's see what the young man has. Just the clock from 54 to 55. So one extra second for Texas. Cameron James with the sack. Penalty is called. They will take Arch Manning out of the game. Because Arch Manning lost his helmet, it's a 10-second runoff as well. Arch didn't want that play back. He had Jordan Washington, the tight end, splitting the safeties down the middle of the field. Just didn't pull the trigger. Matthew Caldwell's got it right hand. Gets to the sideline and stops the clock with 26 seconds to go. But there are flags in the offensive backfield. They're going to be cast in the face in a part of Florida. Each team is pointing at the other. Personal foul.
Hands to the face. Defense, number 91. Wow, 15 yard pass to the end of the run. First down.
So 26 yards on the reception. That's Matthew Caldwell puts Coleman in the game and rips a throw. That is big. You're going to see it's McLeod. He's right here. You're watching, I believe it's his right hand. His left hand gets up into the face mask, up underneath the chin. There it is. And now Arch Manning is back in. At the plus 40-yard line. Arch, you're saying to yourself, I missed that middle read on Jordan Washington earlier. I got to let this thing rip. We're playing this too high long. I get somebody running down the middle of the field. I got to let
It's very unfortunate for the dice. Your brain does not let you navigate through life very well. You need someone to hold your hand. Yeah.
You're seeing the end of the play as McLean trying to make the game-ending interception. So 19 seconds to go. As Texas still does have a pulse. He had DeAndre Moore in the middle of the field again. Florida's going to keep playing this split safety looks. Orange has to go to streaking down the middle of the field and let it go. It's been there twice now. See if he can get it. George Jones gets the sack. And the clock's going to run. They're out of timeouts. And the receivers all the way down. They don't know they're going to get another snap. It goes to Smith. He tries to sack it. The clock's at 0. Seems like he should get to the second. Will Texas get a chance at a Hail Mary? Or will they say that the spike came too late? See him trying to get his offensive lineman set, get through the cadence. Jerry McGinn, I thought the rule was if the clock's rolling and there's 2 seconds or less on the clock, you can't spike the ball, right? Isn't that, does there have to be at least 3 seconds on the clock to even attempt a spike? That's it. No, that's it. So many expectations for Texas. Like some of the things that Arch Manning showed you, especially in the second half. He's made it nice. This is Florida's day.
Showed up to the bank now. Perimeter was a set. And he's like, I'm that guy's lawyer.
What if it was like Barack Obama, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos on the call? I think it's funny that he does like a Microsoft Teams meeting with all the people at Bitcoin. Alright guys,
I tried getting this in the show. But there's a big piano at the front door, blockade, they weren't allowed to walk by the windows, all this kind of stuff.
Calabasas is the
51-day stand-up. And Dave's right-hand man, and played by Paul Sparks, and another lawyer.
I'm trying to make it bigger.
Catch a fish. And to the door, it's like, well, I see bullet holes in the ceiling, a couple of bodies that the ATF won't allow you to take out. You got a case here, but where's Dave? And they show him the house and all this kind of stuff. And so they're back in the foyer, and the piano's against the wall, and they're talking. And he's like, okay,
Just a quick update. No fish. Still trolling. So we're gonna keep trolling all the way down to the dam and see what happens. But you know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not feeling that confident. However, I do feel like there's a chance. So we shall see. We shall see.
So like Chan is like doing this fishing event, and he's talking about fish a lot. You think Brendan stole the fish thing from Chin?
No, I think Brendan showed Chin blackfish, and he lost. He just jumped the shark and was like, you know what, dude? I want to come hungry.
Hilarious. He watched blackfish, he got hungry. That's the hilarious take to like watching blackfish make you eat more. Not just fishing, but also eating fish. You see this horrifying guy, I gotta get fish. I gotta eat a orca.
Look at this condom.
It's kind of hard to tell, but the water is really murky. It's very like brown.
Disgusting.
Why are you fishing in it?
Ugh.
Can you guys see? I'm not sure if that affects the fishing or not, but that's what I'm gonna blame because it's too murky.
No fish were caught.
Never heard of it.
Alright, well, Blockbuster. Didn't even catch a fish, dude. I feel like we have more Chin shit coming down the pipe, too, so it was a rough week in Chinland, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you know what to do when that happens, Strap.
Yep. Turn off traction control, go Baja mode, flip your truck. Alright, so this one's eye roll emoji posted by Successful Capital 217. Yeah, dude, there's been YouTube videos already about this episode. I listened to the whole episode because I had nothing to do one day.
Right.
And yeah, it's a lot of just Schultz cringe, dude.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, he strapped the fucking diggity. Let's see here.
What? He goes, I stare at my sneakers sometimes for 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on. Yeah. He'll tell you, but he always wins. It's like the dude, when I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge, as I'm taking it off, he's like, don't do it. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
I can't wait till they show my boy, man.
Oh, bro. I don't think they're gonna show him. I'm standing on big baby.
He's so cold though. He like, my boy's so cold. He like one of them broken ice cream.
Iced out. I set my watch and I climb right in.
And because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I won. I beat the inner bitch.
Yeah.
I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there, and then I do the workout. That's win number 2. You know, so by the time the day is over, I've done shit that most people will never do.
Good. Yeah, dude. It's always in comparison to other people too.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? It's like you're not supposed to do that.
Comparison's a thief of joy.
Meanwhile, fucking, what is the thing about flattery and mockery? Mockery is flattery or whatever. You know it.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing, dude. Flattering.
Yeah, flattering is the highest form of mockery, dude.
Right? Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, there's no sharp tools in this cram box, dude. All right, so let's see here. This is posted by Astro Creep Scoo. It's another show, another award show with no mention of Brendan Schaub. Just trying to gadoosh my boy, but, you know. I mean, Jelly Roll is 40% of this fucking screen right now, dude.
40 is pretty high.
How did he even fit on the stage? I mean, dude.
I'm saying
here, wishing I was sitting.
Shout out to my brother at elementary school.
Let's see.
I'm saying here tonight, a man that plans to party on 6
street and go to the comedy mothership. I'll see you later. You're crazy. I heard you going to 6th Street. Listen, you know, I've been known to find my way to comedy mothership here and there. Don't make it tonight, kill Tony tomorrow. We're going to hang out with Tony Hinchcliffe. I love it. All right. We're going to be there, dude. Tony Hinchcliffe and the kid Tony. My brother Johnny Rowe, who's also named Johnny Rowe, don't be there. Yeah, my cousin Fishbait's in town, so I think he's going to roll out too. I thought I could be here. I keep leaving Asian work. Some of the audience is kind of torn with our Jelly Roll jokes. Oh, really? Yeah, some of them are. I don't read the comments, but there's one time I read and there was like there's people that were like, "Hey, stop talking about my boy Jelly Roll right there." Sorry, cool story, bro. But dude, funny wins, dude. And we got 3 C's on us, so we have to. Yeah, Jelly Roll sucks. This next one's posted by Hey Mark Wigski. It's called "Please Watch This Ad Read and Try Not to Laugh." Do we do that, or do we just let it loose? I'm not going to try not to laugh. All right, let's see what happens. Stats only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Code fighter. The crowd is yours.
Guys, do you have a gambling problem? If so, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. If you're in New York, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, which is 467. And 369. In Connecticut, though, help is available for problem gambling as well. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gambling resources.
You're gonna a Robert Whitaker.
I did try not to laugh. I reverse psychology myself. Yeah. But that is so long to have on a show. Do the advertisers think that people are like, fuck yeah?
I think it's a legal thing. They have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hate it every second.
Dude, they must be making bank off these fucking sports betting guys to allow that a minute-long spiel on the show.
Yeah, maybe. You got the best brains.
Yeah. Use promo code Gerard at whatever. Put my fucking dick inside the sportsbet.com. Put my dick inside the sportsbet. That's what I was like. Yeah. Google it, dude. 1-800-3Cs. I'm just going to keep saying 3Cs this whole episode. Let's see here. This one's posted by Skullcrusher44. It's the Street Trucks interview, dude. Are you excited? I'm fucking stoked. I haven't seen any of this yet.
No, I haven't seen it.
Look at that Ford Lightning B.
Oh, yeah, I recognize it.
That's a dangerous game. Yeah,
shit is legit. What? This is for your feet, right?
It really very helpful. Yeah, it is.
It's kind of like.
I don't read any.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Is it to climb into the back?
To climb into the. Maybe it's like you got multiple points of access: back, fucking front.
Yeah, I mean it's probably something to do with the blowers or the
everything.
Skippy dips.
It'll definitely keep you busy for sure. Yeah, let's see here.
You're down that you're not just like.
What's up, guys? I'm Brendan Shaw. This is my 2004 Ford Lightning. I bought it for 20,000 miles on it. This is the only bike when I was in high school. This thing was an icon. Now I'm older, I can afford it. I found one. I found a pretty good one. I'm obsessed with this vehicle. I can't leave it stock, so it started off with the Willwood brake kit and back. The stock wheels in the front was 18.
Got to put the motherfucking bag in the back. My footrest is weirdly placed on my truck. You know what I'm saying? Everything was stock. 20,000 miles. CP Big Mark had to take it to the Latinos. They was eating hot Cheetos. I got a fast track. I can walk it and talk about it. Slow-mo driving. No. Street Trucks Magazine in the view. I'm out buying them. In high school, Jeffrey Plasman, what's a Jeffrey Dahmer?
He's like, and I got my truck out here because we're gonna catch a murderer, y'all.
Where's Hitler? Let's see. We also
as far as the engine goes, about 700 horsepower the crank. Oh yeah, the new 9-Whipple supercharger, exhaust, yeah, there's a snake eater injectors as well.
Right, it's the flow hard fucking something injectors, dude. Whipple belts, dude. Snake injectors, I think. Snake eater injecting theirs. Yeah, the snakers.
It's a lot of fluid that new supercharger on there. So shout out to snake eater. So this thing's good. It was a little banshee.
I thought I made that.
Getting paid to do.
I'm done with it. So
it might be fun truck failure. It might be a real don't like the person.
Yeah, dude. He saw the bag on the floor. He's going to be done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alright, this is the part of the show where we should stop, but we're going to keep going. We still have like 10 clips to go. Yeah, let's see. This one's posted by Hey Mark Wigsky. It's called We Get It. Brian, you're not racist. You bet 3,000 grand on Jam Hill. We get it. Let's see.
I'm going to go. It's just hard to bet. I haven't seen about Jamal Hill. I'm going to go with Jamal Hill and say another reason to buy. I don't see going on. I don't see going on. What else you got? I don't see going on. I believe Jamal Hill has a bit of a chip. You know what's fucking stupid about that statement at this level at UFC 300? You're assuming the guy who's a multi-divisional champion is not that does it. You fucking moron, right? Now hold up. You have a thing for Alex, and I understand why. I do too. I love the way he looks. I love his attitude. I don't think he's that handsome. You know what I love about Jamal Hill? Every time he wins, he goes, I got so much work to do. He's always going back to the drawing. He's always going back to the drawing board. I want to put
on the radio show. Brian only does this if it's a black guy.
I told him.
You only vote in. To me, that's just so black and white. Like when you look at their credentials, it's like the chaplain and the Jews. Like, stop. That's not he comes in. He's like, I'm just pulling a firearm, doing a rosary just over and over again.
He's doing anything he can. The chaplain's smoking a blunt. He's just like, I'll try anything. Maybe this will stop.
Yeah, I need spirits to help him right now, dude. So black, no pun intended. When it's a black guy, you won't shut the fuck up. That is not your obsession with everything. I get it. I get it. Russians, I get it. Jim Strap beard. Ryan will jack off to any black guy, whatever sport it is.
What am I down? Am I down $3 grand?
Yeah. You want to go 3? Yeah. Call it whole? Okay. I spent the money already on car park. Yeah.
That's why that hurts me. I need my money back.
That's why so $3 grand.
I know you. I need to put a governor on how much money you spend on all the bullshit in your trucks.
Yeah. The only favorite I'm taking is Alex, and that was to me very black and white, and it's. I just don't like what I'm seeing.
Some of those guys have injuries. Like that's a very early time to come back. I mean that's
don't backpedal now. You were just sweet black skin and looks like water.
No, because his body, like I'm not that turned on by it. There are black guys who, obviously.
He's gonna go into it now. Remember earlier on when you said that I like the way he looks. He's like the kind of guy that has like his head, like the way it's shaped, like the way it looks like it, like the way it hits the sun. Yeah, he's gonna do that now.
He's so brilliant.
He's got a tip back.
I'm a gay man, but he doesn't trigger my gay.
No, he's not first team.
No, he's soft, but he's. I like his hair like that. Did he play any college basketball? Or was it just high school?
That's racist.
No, because he was. Basketball was his thing. Homeboy's athletic. Fuck's sakes. Hold on, let's brought this black, white. Hold on, Chin brings up a picture of Jamal Hill, who's African American. Right away, Brian goes, "This is the worst, dude."
Just the guy being black short circuits their brain. They cannot be normal around black people. They're like the kind of guy that like could have they invite their black friend over to a party. He comes over and they're trying to be like normal. So all right, I'm gonna put on the NBA game, but not because you're here. You know what I mean? I was gonna put in it.
It's the playoffs. It's just like
it's the playoffs. I mean, you're not in the NBA. I mean, it's like your playoffs. We all enjoy basketball.
This year's Super Bowl performance was kind of weak, right? Not because Usher's black, but because
he brings the halftime performance up out of nowhere. The one guy at this point is just like, all right. I mean, you can just say that now. It's like, what? Like, what are we doing?
No, I will. No, let me keep going. He did. Let me keep going. He passed the basketball. Did he play basketball? And then the next follow-up was he looks athletic. Yeah. And I believe he was a basketball prospect. I don't know what that means. Davenport University from High School in Wyoming, Michigan. At the pass on basketball correct. Davenport University, which probably means he wasn't very exceptional at basketball.
it's just like, there's no point to this, dude.
He's like ham-fisting his racism to Brian in this clip.
Unfortunately, they just have nothing else to talk about, and then it just goes into subjects such as fish and race.
Which are like the main topics they cover in the podcast.
I mean, that's what we do at Rack Tweets.
Check that out if you want to see. Our other show, Rack Tweets, is mainly that.
Those that live in glass houses, right?
Yeah, you throw bricks at them.
Yep, you get tricked up. You start fucking each other. This one's Toronto Rapture, but you get my point right. If it's the same thing, we'll just skip it.
Yeah.
What is there D2 and D1? With what? Like that. It depends on sports. In basketball, it's everything. In football, it's everything. In lacrosse, there's not a huge difference. In wrestling, not a huge difference. No, there's some fucking good wrestlers. Like the judo guys are badass too. But when it comes to football and basketball, it's two different sports, right?
Right. It's a complicated character too. Yeah.
I can't wait for next season.
What's up?
Search this. Who was the last Division II basketball player to get drafted in the NBA?
Google search.
I didn't catch that. It's crazy that you can watch all these clips and still start. You like when you're watching it towards the end, you're like, all right, this is a lot, but then you still laugh. He finds a way. He's an entertainer at his best.
It's as if he's trying to tell Brian that he's racist, but he's also trying to out-racist Brian in a weird way, isn't it?
Yeah, they're both ways, man.
That's why this show is one of the best, dude.
There might not be any. It's so tough to make the NBA. If you came out of North Carolina,
it's still going on. I realize now what you're saying.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Last Division II basketball player to get drafted?
Yeah, to the NBA.
One of my favorite scenes.
Look how long that Google searches.
Even like,
it has it. You go that.
Ben got hammered for being a twist of.
Blue ball ended up attending Bridgeport University. Bro, it became there's one.
And I was talking
oh my god!
Because I'm like, how
only one, and he was 7'6".
It's like best friends with Reese. Now all of a sudden,
Brendan's like, why are we searching this?
Yeah, he can't remember the name Davenport, and he knows even if he did, he'd say it like Davis Port or something.
Davis, Portugal.
Right there, that picture.
Yeah, it would be worse. He'd be like, you know, they call you like Portugal or something.
going back and dying.
It's not. No, that's a picture of Wallace, Ben Wallace.
How weird.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Decided when he's going to die.
Division II basketballers that made it.
It's beautiful, tragic. And I was like,
there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, Ben Wallace and whoever Derek White is.
Derek White is great. He's chill, dude. He's a ball dude that's like dick now, dude.
Ben Wallace,
Derek White. This is currently. They go from Division II and then they go to that MBDL or whatever it is.
So that's where I Ben for season 1.
few guys.
Yeah, come on. But you get my point, right?
No, your point sucks. Why are we talking about Davenport?
Oh, you're talking about Dutching pores?
Flash Bros, I love Coach.
I love Einstein.
But it was just like,
No, he wasn't good at basketball. Maybe I'm sure he's undersized too. Unless he was a guard.
Right. And it's insane that 6'4" you're undersized.
Why the show is so interesting.
yeah.
Oh, that guy was good at it.
And how fucking great.
Earl Monroe is so good.
Earl Monroe, he's a legend.
And Gervin, dude. Gervin's like one of those secret players used to be able to fucking get back in the day, whatever.
What, NBA, the arcade game?
I was thinking, I don't know, like NBA Live or something.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about NBA Jam.
No.
NBA Slam. Fuck, I was trying to fuck the name up.
Gervin wasn't on that, no.
Let's see.
Yeah, and that's just a list of guys playing the NBA from Division II. It didn't say anything like getting drafted.
Right.
Because now you can be with European.
You're wrong, admit it, stupid. Shut up.
Top of the D1 players. On top of the NBA deal.
No.
No point was made.
Why are you talking about that?
Yeah. All right, let's go. We're at fucking an hour and 30 in, and the internet hates us, dude. So,
oh shit,
fucking A, dude. This is where it gets dicey. This one's posted by OK Cupcake 8101. It's a fast one. It's called Crow Peck Steak to anyone. It's chin cooking, dude. What do you expect? Let's see.
The reason why it's chopped in half there is because there was these cows that came here when I first got here. When I was setting up, they started pecking at the freaking tip of it. I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. And I was like, should I get rid of the steak because they started eating it?
Yes.
I'm like, no.
Dude.
Exactly.
It's not a question.
All right, Brendan. Thoughts? This is fucking disgusting, dude. He's gonna cook it now?
It seems very likely that he will. Right?
I'm worried about Chin because he's laughing a lot over nothing in these clips now. It's like
He's always by himself.
he's by himself. He's got a miner's hat, or what is it called? The fucking
The light's a bit, a bit much for just camping. I mean, my biggest problem is that how would the crow get to the steak? Why do you just have the steak out? Like, what were you doing? That needs to be explained.
You need an ice box. We need an igloo cooler.
I'm just gonna lay the steak out for a while, walk around, do the thing. The steak tastes better if you have it out in the wild, and
all right, well, let's go to the next one then, dude. Sick and Badder Than Fuck is the name, and it's called Just a Group of Badasses Doing Manly Stuff, dude.
Hell yeah.
Let's see what's up. We got Tony Hinchcliffe in a Wu-Tang shirt, baby. Let's see.
He's a game warden, and he started off his career just like, checking your fishing license, that kind of stuff, like they normally do. And then along the way, he started finding these diverted streams where the stream had dried up, and so they had to follow the stream and thought maybe like, a farmer was illegally moving the stream, or there was maybe some blockage, something happened. But what he found was a grow op, and then it was run by the cartel and had these like toxic chemicals they were using for pesticides. If you smoke the weed, you get sick as fuck, and that was a lot of their weed. And so this guy goes deep into it, and he finds out that there's this huge movement of cartel guys growing weed on public land, and then him going from being a game warden, he becomes basically like a fucking tagger who's wearing bulletproof vests, and they got dogs, and they're going into these places and having shootouts with the cartel. It becomes some other guys died on American soil. Dogs got shot. Yes, in the fucking public land. It became super dangerous. He wrote.
This is like just nuts. I mean, you just pulled out a gun and they all got cigars and stuff like that. It's just crazy that it's exactly what we do.
Yeah.
Like there's no.
That looks like your couch, dude.
Yeah, there's almost no difference between this and out there.
Yeah.
I got the same fucking the thing that keeps your house hot in the wood. And the couch you're right is exactly the same.
When Brendan pulls out the gun, he's pointing it everywhere. Firearm. Very low discipline on the firearm. training. Sorry, I look at him and I go, good.
You had to be. You think me from pulling out the gun.
Yeah.
You're not gonna call me out.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Fight about it? No, yeah, you got a gun. You don't fucking. You're my idiot.
Myself or whatever it is. Or it's like it's your fucking fault.
A book, if you're interested, it's called Hidden Wars. It's very good. Tony, you want to have trigger control weigh in on that?
You know, I just figured it's sitting next to me, and it's kind of at a range, and I can do it. So why not pull it out? Here's the thing:
Don't put your finger on the trigger.
safety's on, guys. Safety's on. No clipping.
Safety's on as well.
This is the way people's last one. I'm gonna put it away. I'm gonna literally.
No, we should say that is a kind of gun that actually does have a safety. Most 9mm don't have safety.
How many people? That's a two of their last words. Safety's on. Oh god, people know.
It looks to me like Rogan has created two doll talk. You know, like they're two like boys that came to life. Russian dolls. Yeah. They're Russian dolls. Like you can put Tony into fucking Shafir.
Yeah.
Like they come out like
it's Art first, then Tony, then Joe came out.
Joe was fat. I was thinking of Joe. All three of them, yeah, they're like one Russian doll.
Yeah. That's a great observation there, dude. This is why we record for an hour and a half.
Not fired.
All right, this is posted by Mark Wickstein. If you're wondering, yeah, we have 34 more clips left. It's called Papa Goes Quiet as Rinks self-reflects in a random suck off of Joseph Rogan.
It's true.
I do think sometimes I've had a long time to be successful, and I've had some success, and I've had some not success. And I see people that are always successful constantly, and I think the other day I was like, maybe they're just a little smarter. It's okay. Maybe they're just a little better. They're just better at focusing, or they're just more strategic, and I'm not.
Oh, dude, I did never expect them to talk about us on this show.
You missed it. Do you hear that? I'm not. That's from old cringe Brian. I'm gonna not. You didn't say yes.
Yeah. Not. And you know what? Joe Rogan not leaving the baby. No, Joe Rogan. You are not leaving the baby. Joe Rogan is dialed down on the details, on every detail, and controlled on every aspect of the discipline. And I'm a little loosey-goosey goose. Loosey-goosey goose. Leaving my baby in the just. Just in some way, two Forrest Gumps. It may be. I'm smart in very, very narrow ways, and for the most part, probably dumb as shit in a lot of ways. I'll admit that. I'll admit that.
Forrest Gump and Cape Fear.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
I also like the idea of having that inflated an idea of who I am, like my image of myself. And they want something. I find it rather refreshing. Maybe I shouldn't have a big image of myself. Maybe it's just this is who I am. I do my best. Pretty good at stand-up comedy. Give myself that. Fairly coordinated.
Growth. Well, listen, brother, you're a very interesting guy, and you got some awesome stories, and you're a really great actor. Likewise, this was really fun. Thanks for having me. Well, thanks, brother. Tell everybody one more time, Terminalist, Dark Wolf, it's available now on Amazon, which is great. I know Terminalist killed it.
We're number one right now. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
That's awesome. Thanks. Great show. My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Alright, this was supposed to be haphazard, dude. It's called Number 2 Dad in Podcasting with a question mark, dude. It's gonna keep us busy. Let's see what happens.
We get there, I park, my mom and I, we walk into the restaurant.
I already hate it, by the way, I don't know.
2 seconds in, 4 seconds in.
Yeah, let's go to the next one.
They're already seated. My wife, her mom, my 2-year-old are already seated.
Where's Tark, dude?
Yeah, dude. Where's Tark? Where's Lex?
Yeah. Where's Tark, Brian, George, Michael, Cole?
Good job, Rogan. Experience.
Join my name, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Walking toward the fish bar, fish bar. My wife says,
Hello. Hello, I got my legal pad here.
I'm gonna take notes on what you're doing, right, and I'll give them to you.
I'll tell me.
Okay, I
So I
will.
can figure out what the wrong stuff is
I
and
will.
stop doing it.
Okay.
I want to fuck with all this stuff.
I know, there's so much
It's
shit.
crazy.
Who keep giving me new shit?
I know. I brought a little tiny figurine of a little thing on stage one time, and every single meet and greet, people giving these little tiny things. And I'm this giant collection of them. And I'm like, I don't like these that much.
That's the problem. Is like everybody knows that I keep a bunch of shit on this desk, so you give me shit to put on this desk. And now it's getting kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Where I'm gonna have to have a shelf.
I had to get a shelf. I got one of those old typewriter keyboard things.
Look, I have like mammoth teeth. This is a piece of art. It was shot out of a woolly mammoth. So that's a dump bullet.
I got one of these. A Mayan death whistle.
Yeah, Brian Aztec death whistle. Brian Callen blew one right before COVID hit. I'm not saying it caused it, but there's a lot of videos saying it caused it.
I get it. That would be a death whistle.
Technically, I think when he blew it, it had already caught on from China.
Yeah. Right. You're the COVID guy. I was listening to your podcast with what's going on with that? Mostly murdering a roommate. I was listening to that one, and I fast forwarded it one moment, and went from her being like, "I was in prison for 4 years," to you being like, "Well, the bat's been COVID." And I was like, "How did we get here?"
Yeah, that was a fascinating podcast. Amanda Knox. She's got a Netflix series out right now where someone plays her, which is going to be super fucking weird.
Yeah.
If someone else plays her, doing like a dramatization of her getting wrongly accused at 20 years old of a murder, where they had all this evidence of this guy who broke into the house, fucking murdered her. It's like DNA and they ignored it because they didn't want to admit they were wrong. Hulu, sorry.
I don't really get how that happened.
Because cops are cops.
Just like not all cops. Oh no, the guy was like, "I fucked her."
No, I don't know what he said. I don't know what happened, but I know that they had a narrative.
Oh yeah, he was in on it.
No. They had a narrative that she did it, that she caused the murder.
Right.
The guy started with that and stuck with it. And even when there was evidence that showed that there was a guy in there, that the guy did it, and then the window was broken, and someone broke into the house.
And then eventually he came forward and was like, "This is nothing to do with her." The guy did it.
Well, I don't think he eventually ever did anything. No, like she actually had a meeting with him, which is great. Like after the fact, like forgave him. But I like her. She got tried twice.
I know, the Supreme Court.
No. She got acquitted. Like she got released, right? And then they retried her in absentia. So she was in America while they were trying her in Italy again.
And then they said she's fired.
Yeah, which is fucking crazy. Like, hey, I don't give her some fucking money.
Also, the guy Rafaela was in solitary for 6 months. I can't fathom that.
Yeah.
The 6 months in solitude is so crazy. 1 day in solitude, I'm done.
Well, I talked to a guy that had been in solitary for years.
What does that mean? Like you get your shit and this and that?
Yeah. No contact.
It must be scrambling.
100%.
I feel like it's gotta be some sort of weird brain damage thing where they come out.
Well, this guy shot me on the podcast. He was great.
Was he normal?
Yeah, well, beyond. Like, super smart. He wrote in there, educated himself with that.
Oh, you can read books and read. That's good.
Yeah,
All right, thanks for tuning in. Check us out next week. Join the Patreon. Join the Discord. Bye. Come see us live.
Well, it's like when you don't do anything all day and then you get right up on stage. Have you ever done that? Where you don't talk to anybody and you feel insane?
Yeah, it's the worst conversation of the day. That's crazy. Yeah, that's why I always take friends on the road. You don't want to be like that weirdo in a hotel room by yourself.
Yeah, and then you take a nap and the sun goes down while you're napping. That's the worst feeling. When I do that, it feels like I'm haunting the audience. Like I'm like, you guys are in a different reality and I'm intruding on where you're at.
The weird one is when you wake up and you don't know what city you're in.
Yeah, that's why I got the dog. I was so sick of that feeling. I was so sick of waking up and being like, I've been abducted, where am I? This place is nicer than my apartment, so that's good. Or where am I? And then I saw my dog and I was like, oh, crap.
That's not the only reason why you got your dog.
Yeah, and she rolls. And she's awesome. Yeah.
She's
She's very cool.
So how long have you had her?
2 years. Yeah.
Was she full grown when you got her?
Because I wanted to adopt the mom. But they were like, hey, the mom just had all this. We didn't know she was pregnant. She's had a litter of puppies. We take one of these. And I had no idea how hard it is.
I've had dogs where you adopt them full grown, and it was great. I had this dog named Lucy. She was awesome. She was so sweet. And then I had another dog named Sweet Bob. It was a real nightmare.
Yeah.
She was real, maybe it was because I named her Sweet Bob. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah,
She has a sweet voice. She'd been barking so much at the pound that when I got her out of the pound, like it was like, and then eventually it got normal again. She didn't have to bark 24 hours a day. She just had worn out. She had worn out vocal cords. She had a totally normal bark, but I was like, oh my god, her bark is like a
smoker. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like she's hoarse.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're gonna get. I mean, when I got a rescue, I was like, I'm gonna get a small rescue, so I hope it'll be fine. But it was such a gamble. Everybody's like, do not do this.
Yeah, we have a Doberman until the rescue. He had this temper. He got really crazy. Like in that, like growling at us, barking at us out of nowhere. That was a little kid. Oh yeah, like yo. We got rid of him.
We had a dog that ate the foot off of we had a pit bull. There was a rescue, and my mom had this like woman move in with us who she was dating, and her kids moved in too. And my pit bull ate the foot off of the wife's cat, off the woman's cat.
Oh my god.
And the woman was like, "Hey, you know, like, she was so happy with that dog. That dog, the amount of times we just like kill it. My friend was in the backyard and the dog kills a cat. My friend's freaking out, said, "Well, find an owner." And my mom was like, "You stay quiet." It was crazy. It was nuts. She's obsessed with that dog. That's the only time I've seen her like really cry is when a dog dies.
It's hard. They don't live long enough.
I
Like
can't.
they're your best friends. I'm terrified. I have a dog named Marshall. He's a golden retriever. He's the best. He's 9 now. He'll be 9 in a couple of months. And she's like, oh no. I've had him since he was a baby. Now he's 9. I'm like, he's only got a few years left. And he's so active and super healthy. He's great. He's fit. He's not. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But they get to be like 12.
That's like for me, just to hyphenate
It's
things.
really a drug that they've developed for dogs. Their longevity drug. I don't know if they've released it yet, but I know that it shows promise and they extend dogs' lifetime.
Whitney Cummings the other day said that her friends like soul dog died the other day, and she said when the dog dies, you like learn something about yourself that's very important. So I've been holding on to that kind of Lulu thing. Like she's like, you kind of show up for yourself in a way you need to. Yeah. She does. I like how Whitney has something to say about everything.
I've heard of rapamycin before because rapamycin is something that Peter and Tia is a big component of for longevity.
The guy who wants to live forever?
No, that's Brian Johnson. Another study at Texas University showed rapamycin can extend the lifespan of older dogs by 20%. Generally well tolerated, however, the side effects such as lethargy, lack of appetite.
In high school, I was in a forest.
No, you can't.
Interesting. Is that it? Because I think there was something else. It was like a gene
We were
therapy.
abducted by aliens. They were my best friends.
What happened to the cloning thing? What happened to CRISPR?
We already made
But why did we not hear about that? Weren't they cloning sheep and shit?
Yeah.
And then we just don't hear about it?
Yeah, they probably made a bunch of people already.
Yeah, what is that?
Telling you about phones, you're probably phone.
You ever see a person that looks exactly like another person and then you ask them their name and it's the same name? You're like, oh, fucking hell.
You know the story about those 2 baseball players? Oh, it's the nuttiest shit of all time. These 2 baseball players who look exactly the same, have the exact same name, and never met each other, and they both play baseball. Oh, it's bananas. These 2 guys.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, what? What in the fuck?
Why are they wearing
And their name is Great Spiker, right? So it's not even like a normal name. Just imagine Your name is Brady Feigl, and you meet another guy who's also Brady Feigl. You're both 6'4". You both have red hair. You're both really tall. You both have black glasses. You both have the fucking same crazy name. That name is nuts.
Maryland and Missouri is not far.
That's great.
That's great. They also, once they're coming up, they immediately go to each other. Like 2 or 3 years.
Oh, I forgot to play baseball, and I play baseball. We gotta hang out and freak people out. Oh, how old? 32 and 27. Interesting. The first guy must have really said, this motherfucker stealing my shot.
That's bizarre. Yeah, like, you remember hearing so much about cloning?
Yeah.
And then it just stopped.
Well, they do it with dogs. They do it with people's pets. Like, if you want to get your pet cloned, get your pet cloned. That's a real thing. Like, it costs $30,000.
But then they're cloned at the same age.
No.
The whole thing is just to do it.
Yeah. You get to start from scratch. Yeah, otherwise you don't work out. I'll let you go. Like, bring it back.
That'd be so mean. That'd be so mean.
Arthritis, diarrhea.
He just let me die. For the love of God.
Waited too long to clone.
That's bring back his puppy. Did you see that movie with Demi Moore called Substance? Okay, I fainted in the theater.
Bro.
It's so fucking
Wow, that
I'm actually very pro that movie. Like, I love the narrative. I love the idea that when you get all that fake shit, you're just keeping a new person alive. So I can describe that on stage so much where I'm like, doesn't it bother you that when people are like, you look good for your age, you're just like, hide it, like you're concealing your death player? You know what I mean?
Right.
And that movie portrays that perfectly. It's just a fucking...
It's kind of ironic that Demi Moore, who looks insane and good at 62, plays that lady.
Yeah.
You know, just like,
but I liked that because it showed, like, even when you saw her weird old lady butt, you're like, that's Denise Moore's nice butt, but I'm still, like, in awe of the old butt. It's unacceptable.
it's unacceptable.
You know what I mean? Like, when she's doing the whole dance, and you're like, why is this so intense? And you're like, it's a young person.
Right.
And I think that, did that director do, no, that director didn't do Raw. There's a female director.
I don't know what else the director did, but that movie was awesome.
I hated that, so I faint so easily.
Really?
Dude, I just blood and stuff, I faint, and I muscled through the gory part, and I was like, I'm fucking good, like, I feared it, and then the music, it's like when the movie starts going like, like that, like on both sides,
That gets you.
like, go, dude. I got to the bathroom, and I passed out. I'm in New York, just on the ground, fainted, people are walking over my body, like, homeless person.
That's hilarious. That's so funny. I see it when someone got a note on the screen, she
Yeah.
It's like, didn't matter where she was, someone got injected. Oh, it was
so bad.
My dad had it.
My dad has it, yeah.
Which is crazy. Like, when the kid, one of her brother, got like a crazy sunburn, like really bad, where he got blisters, the dad saw it and just fucking fainted.
It's crazy. My sister called my dad once and she was working on cadavers. She's like, I'm so interested in this. We cut into a cadaver today and she just heard thump on the other line. She's like, Dad. Oh my God. He was done, dude. He's like it so many times. Yeah. Phone call. That's so wild. It wouldn't be in our births or anything.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
What is that? It's called vasovagal.
Okay, but is that a psychological thing? Because it's obviously like your reaction to a thing. I wonder if you can temper that somehow.
Here's the problem with it, is why I don't. I used to think it was psychological, like me and my dad pictured things too well. Like we pictured it in his billions. But vasovagal, like sometimes I'll be putting an earring in. Yeah, like, so I think it is everyone. It's so fucked up. So I think it is neurological.
Well, not that, but also triggered by high states of anxiety, right?
Yeah.
So that's what you would be able to control. You wouldn't be able to control the fact that you think there's a high level of anxiety. So, vagal response is a sudden overreaction of the body's autonomic nervous system to a trigger such as pain or emotional stress or music that causes a temporary drop in heart rate and blood pressure.
There's a whole part of my special where I talk about me and this guy who's also into having sex.
Oh my God.
And he's like doing so much
work.
A lot.
was.
I can't take it anymore. I don't want to podcast at the time. It's too much.
It was rough. Because when you faint, it comes with sweating and being white. Like, it's really
You probably hope the man doesn't faint.
Yeah.
Right, with a nice trade.
He could faint like a man. He could faint.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I wonder what would happen if that got drafted in Vietnam.
That would have done
faint shot.
Yeah. My dad had a heart attack once and fainted. And I saw him in the hospital. I was like, "What happened? The heart attack come from your face?" And he's like, "I fainted out of bed." And I was like, "That's crazy."
Oh my god.
Yeah, he fainted so much. He was a contractor, so he would always have cuts and stuff. He'd be like, "No, he's gonna be out." It was crazy. Yeah, he jigsawed through his nose. Like, oh, yeah. Because he fainted? No, but then he fainted. He like pulled the cord, and then it cut through his nose, and then he got his face. It's crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I would wear a helmet everywhere if I was a dude.
Yeah.
I'd just wear a football helmet. At least wear a fan.
That's what we have to worry about all the time. Like if I cut myself, it's not about the cut. Like if the stitches are not, it's that I'm about to hit the deck. It's so fucked up.
You ever fainted right before you went on stage? Because I would think that's like a heightened state of anxiety a little bit, especially in the early days.
I panic. Well, another problem is I get when I panic when I have really bad intrusive thoughts. Like I was around a famous person recently and I was convinced I was going to fight her. I started getting a full panic, which makes you want to faint. But it's a different thing. But both reasons.
It was like some warm up time for a second, warm up, and he had a real problem with anxiety. He's a comic. It never worked out for him because his anxiety was overwhelming. Yeah. And one time, he was warming up for a Cosby show, and he got this idea in his head that he was going to say that. Of course, it's like, don't say it. Don't say it. Yeah, so he's warming up for the Cosby show. So he said, basically in the crowd, warming up. Okay, so the next scene, Dr. Huxtable's going to come in, and all his mind is telling him, don't say the N-word. He's not going to say it. He's never going to say it. But for whatever reason, he was overwhelmed by this fear of saying the N-word, and it's like, Sherry, it's so real. And he couldn't get a meltdown while he was doing warm-up.
Or he was panicking. Full panic. With my specialty thing, I thought I was going to hit something with a stool. Mine is violence. I think I'm going to fight. I think I'm going to, totally. Or on an airplane, I'm worried I'm going to pull the exit thing off. All the time. Mine is very violent. The person next to me, I'm going to bite down on.
That's probably a better response than like shrieking, falling to the ground.
I know, but I was the famous woman. I was like, I don't want to be a fighter.
But you wouldn't fight her.
I know, but I just long to obsess about it.
Really trying to fight hard, right?
I love her so much. She was being so nice to me, and we were just sitting next to each other for so long, and I was like, what? I just like her. And my brain was like, you're not. And I was like, that is like, you're not. Do the thing. One time I was on a chairlift, and I was like, what if you jumped off? And I obsessed so long that I just jumped off. I was fine. It landed. It was fine. But I still was like, I did the thing. So since then,
how far was the jump?
Not far. That's the only thing I have to remember is I waited for the snow to come up and meet the chairlift way closer, and then so you want to, yeah,
you're not crazy.
You're not crazy. Just like a little drill. Yeah, a little bit drill. Totally. Think about my ears. So nimble. Her skin was so Hollywood, I'm like, oh, really? Her skin was Hollywood.
I accidentally sat next to Daryl Hannah once at Andrew's Deli in the 90s. And they were doing some fucking game. They were playing some game. Her and her friends were playing some game with like states, like figure out like what's the Keystone State, like that kind of shit. Yeah. And I was helping her. But she was totally gone. Like we never acknowledged that she's Daryl Hannah at Cantor's Deli. She was like super chill. Yeah. Her and friends were having a sandwich, just laughing and doing some game about states.
They're normal as hell. Matt Damon was at the cellar recently, and I was so fucked up. I don't know how it was fucking me up so much. I do too many. I might go to a story like this, but I was like, his arms and hands are so Matt Damon's arms and hands. Like, I knew them so well, and he was like gesticulating, and I was like, I fucking know those freaking arms. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Movies, you know, it's moving. It's weird to know somebody so well. Never spoken.
That is odd. Yeah. I met Matt Damon in Billy at a restaurant where he was sitting underneath a photo of himself. The restaurant owner had him there before. It was a nice table. And there's photos all over the wall of celebrities that had been there before. And so Matt Damon went and sat down at the table where the photo of this owner, taking a picture with Matt Damon is.
That's another thing. That's crazy. He seems really sweet.
He's very nice. Super normal guy. There's a lot of people that like him. The funniest thing is this thing, like I found fucking crazy. It's always like a thing in your head. You gotta be out of your mind.
Totally.
Yeah.
What's the Peter Dinklage?
Oh yeah.
He went to the cellar and threw a chicken wing at my friend's chest, just like out of nowhere. Somebody introduced him, like Gillis or somebody, maybe it was Schultz, was like, "Oh, this is so and so. He's a good comic," and he threw a chicken wing at him, and I was like, "That's the most Peter Dinklage." Like, just basically being a little Renaissance man, throwing, like, his size turkey leg is crazy. It's crazy. A little Renaissance, like, being like, "Oh, wait, Jessica." I was like, that's too on the nose. It's crazy.
Problem is, I knew him first from Elf.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So even though he's the Game of Thrones guy, he's always the angry writer from Elf.
I know him from the guy, for Wedding Perfume, or Wedding.
I never saw that.
It's really good. It's crazy funny.
Yeah. That guy's great. He's so good at doing stuff. That's a complicated role.
Yeah.
Complicated. That fucking show was so good. The new one, I'm trying to get into it, but like every season's like 5 years apart from the last one. We can figure out who is this lady?
Game of Thrones one, I was like asking 1,000 people. I was like, I don't understand which place is which. I had to like match it out. I could not figure it out. It's so good. It opened up with the brother and sister. That was so sick. And I was like, that's
triple on the other brother.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the just full on rape.
Yeah.
But the Daenerys girl,
they cut the fucking head off the king. You're like,
yeah, it was crazy. He's the best. He's the best. He's the king. Yeah, they did a great job.
Oh, that fucking show ruled. It was such a good show. Season 1, I mean not season 1, but the real Game of Thrones. The new one, it's good. You know, you always do Jay Leno after John Carter. It's like, it's a thing. It's like, aw.
Seriously,
I was in Croatia. And there's the place where King's Landing is.
Yeah.
Like, that's what Elf is. And they like, sort of do tours where they show where they film certain scenes.
Yeah.
One of the scenes
the little cobblestone?
Yeah, that's right there. Yeah. You actually see it. That's weird. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they filmed a lot of
shit. We do those Jane things on Twitter. We do the Jane. I just went to a horrible Twitter thing last night. Dude, I got dragged.
No, there's one thing I'm certain of in that video.
Dude, it was a fan hit me up and was don't go on Twitter, and I went on Twitter, and it was this crazy out of context thing where I was like talking. I was on Stav's podcast, and I was talking about how I was talking about this guy who used the word, I'm not going to say it, T-R-A.
Okay.
He used that word, and I was being like, that word is so fucking antiquated that at this point to me it sounds like somebody just calling like a drag queen that. And everybody took it as me saying that trans people are in drag. Oh, and it like, dude, it was just like went at me, and like the crazy thing is, I thought I was being woke on that podcast. I had like friends of mine being like, "Fuck door," like it was crazy. Friendly people, like people I work with.
Yeah, go eat shit. Those pylon people, they go eat shit.
But that was my like first big one. I've had one before, but that was like
that kind of shit pushes people away from all the things you try to promote. Like, it doesn't mean that people hate trans people. They say something like that. That's not what you're saying.
I was saying the opposite. I was saying like this guy was such an asshole for using that word. Also, that word is so corny.
Right.
That I feel like at this point it's not even reference to transgender people. That it's like what we say for draft.
Some people still use it.
Totally.
But it's that's not the point. The point is like, what are you trying to do? You're not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. So shut the fuck up. Everybody's just looking for a reason to be offended. It's just trying to find anything that they can, like, green light, go.
And
No
just pulling
reason,
it out.
no nuance. Yeah, of course.
It's so crazy. It was so, and I'm just like reading all of them, and I was like, this is so many people that are just like, this dumb bitch. One of them said, this is a fat retard talking to a skinny retard about me and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's sweet. That's really nice. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, well, this is just what's going on online, and most of the people that are
I didn't know. I don't have
very
Twitter.
upset. Oh, good.
I don't have Twitter. I deleted it because I was looking at Max's tweets, and then I was like, I'm deleting this for sobriety, you know. And then I went on that the other day, and I was like, this is a nightmare. It was crazy. And I hit up those people who tweeted, and I was like, hey, why didn't you just text me, man? Like, I care about you, you care about me. This is totally out of context. If you just asked me about it, I would have showed you the whole clip, you know? And they were like, that was crazy.
It's a mental illness factor.
Yeah.
Twitter is just a giant cunt farm.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's just, everybody just is growing cunty thoughts.
No, I just am not even.
Yeah, it's not great. I stay off it as much as humanly possible. I try to get on it in the morning, just see what everyone's upset about, see what's in the news. Like UFO got shot with a Hellfire missile. They have footage today, and they were talking about it in hearings today. There's a video of a UFO getting hit by a Hellfire missile, and the Hellfire missile just blows apart, and the UFO just keeps moving. What is that? Always look good. Shit.
I saw something weird going down the room the other day. Did not know what it was.
So, here's the UFO, there's the missile, watch this happen. It just knocks it around, and the thing just gets right back on track, which is bananas. Like, anything that gets hit by a Hellfire missile usually gets fucking obliterated, especially something that's literally the size of the missile. It's crazy. I mean, not fast enough that it could duck a missile, which is kind of weird, but it let itself get hit. Right. It's fucking Pong. We're looking at Pong. It's like an old video game, a really shitty video game. This is why I have the hardest time getting excited about this stuff. It's like, I don't know what I just saw. You're telling me I saw a Hellfire missile hit a UFO. It's like, you're reading Morse code to me. I don't know.
Well, AI is done that too, where now I can't even go on the street. It's not even right. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah, we get caught all the time.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, there's always something. There's always something you think. So, like Tim Walsh with the fucking Trump shirt on, dancing in the elevator. James, I can take my thumb. That's real.
I'm just past the age bracket where I can't detect it. It's crazy.
Well, no one can detect it anymore. Because especially with what looks like cell phone footage, the cell phone footage is kind of shitty already. So they just make it kind of shitty, and you don't know. You don't know what the fuck going on.
My mom liked the photo on Facebook, that a fake AI photo of me on the beach, different tattoos, with a man, and she liked it. I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? Who do you think that guy is? You know that I'm single. She's like, you look beautiful in that. I'm like, it's not real. That's not my body. That's not the body you gave birth to.
No. They're so removed from this technology that there's an alternative dimension.
Yeah. I don't know what she does.
So you get their news on TV, and that's a wrap.
Yeah.
Whatever the guy says in front of the camera.
Yeah. My mom is my news person, which is nice. I didn't know that Epstein drawing had come out.
Oh, yeah. What is so the drawing is was that the same as the one that had been before, or is it different? Is that like this is the actual drawing.
The drawing, I did think when I imagined it that it was going to be like a welcome. I was imagining like DiCaprio's drawing a girl. When I saw it, I was like, let's make her hot. But what was the transcript? He had it like, what is voiceover?
It says, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is. So he wrote this? The voice, it says voiceover, like he's like a movie star. Like he's in a script. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Who fucking talks like this? Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do. Come to think of it, Donald and Nick must never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it's clear to me the last time I saw you. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. And then I like how he's got the signature of the birthday.
I don't think that he meant for that though.
Oh,
It made it sound like he meant for that. I think he just signed it.
Maybe,
But I would imagine
but it's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
It's right with a,
Yeah.
but
I don't think Trump likes a hairy person.
That's a dude. Okay, that's a dude who's holding the hip.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the boobs. They're weird. Yeah, it could be anything. It could be a snail smile.
I don't get why he's writing a script.
Yeah, it's very odd stuff.
It's quite strange.
But it's also like the way, like, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it's clear to me the last time I saw you, like, if one of my friends sent me that, I'd be like, I'm getting a new number.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
new
help.
number.
Why didn't you say happy birthday?
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you, Enigma?
Happy birthday, Jeff. That's all I want. Happy birthday, Jeff. May we hang out soon.
Well, also, like, what year was this that he wrote this?
Yeah, it was. It was right before you said it, right?
So,
That's everything.
what happened?
I
Just
do
kicking
think
out of Mar-a-Lago
that is
and
a
like,
funny thing that we may have to keep. As redacted as it is on the Raccoon Tweeties
that's when they kicked him out.
we went into
I
a
thought
long
it was before
thing
that, because I
maybe
think that's when he
we'll
got
make a
arrested.
difference, but we think that everything involves
They kicked Epstein out.
fucking someone else.
Yes, that
Everything in
is a
life
recreation. That's a 3D printed recreation of these very strange vases that they found in Egypt that are part of the Golden Dynasty that are so exact. And the way they did it is completely unknown. That is just these plastic, but that's an actual 3D recreation of the original vase.
You think aliens did?
No. I think a very complex ancient civilization that was wiped out by some sort of cataclysmic disaster that had very sophisticated technology. Because that was it diorite that was carved out of?
Are you an alien guy or are you an agnostic alien?
I'm on
You're on the fence.
yeah.
You were an alien guy?
I've been back and forth. Off the fence, on the fence. I've been over with the side. I go back and forth. I think it's highly unlikely that we're alone. Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
And there's just too many stories of people having encounters with something, or people have been writing these things down for thousands of years. I haven't had any experience.
Yeah. I think it's like a relationship if you wanted to back.
Other than something.
He's traumatized.
This makes me feel.
You see guys?
No, I've seen stuff. I've seen entities.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I've had interactions with other beings. But
Tree entities or like space entities?
I think
Like a
as
tree
a society, we need to be
things that didn't have like a form that was solid, their form would change and morph.
If Lex is doing his job, he would have
They
fucking
had
said, hey, you know
consciousness,
what,
but it's like, what's really going on? Like, are you really, are you imagining this, or are you tapping in what it feels like? But it might not be this. What it feels like is you're tapping into another dimension, and you're interacting with some disembodied souls, like disembodied consciousness that doesn't have a physical form. That's what it feels like. But it feels highly intelligent and very aware of what you're full of shit about, what you're not, what your thoughts are, whether your thoughts are positive or negative, or it shows you negative thoughts and positive thoughts.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari about that on his podcast about how, like, when I took acid, if I had a negative thought, all of the thoughts would turn into skulls. If I had a positive thought, they'd all turn into these dancers, and I could switch it. I could just, like, switch, and my entire visual would change with my mental.
I had a very similar experience once, where when I had negative thoughts, everything would go like black and pixelated and dark, and then I would have a positive, I would realize it, like, oh no, you're doing this. And it was blossoms, beautiful two-dimension patterns. I was like, oh, yeah, I think there's control, you think you can control how your life works.
That's the one thing that psychedelics want you to get so hard. And that's like the biggest thing. Every time I do it, it feels like it's making fun of me. It's like, bro, this is all you. Like, you have control. You can have a bad life or a good life. Make the fucking choice. And every time I do it, I'm like, okay, I'll remember. And then the next day, I'm like, somebody, you know, it's crazy. I just had this big revelation the other day where I was like, Oh yeah. Sometimes I feel like when you have those revelations, you get like tested. You ever feel like that? Like I'll be like, when I'm like, okay, you know, like my head was so big about the Netflix coming out, I was dropping it. That bomb, just bomb the whole way through. Sweating in front of these people, they're like, they don't know who I am. They're just like, what are you saying? And I'm like, well, it's just trying brand new weird stuff. Because my ego's so big that I'm like, I don't even workshop these. And I do it, and they're just like, we don't understand. And I'm like, anyway, not too special. It's a lot better than that.
It is the most humbling thing to work on your stuff after that. It's almost more humbling. Because no weapon.
And you just are doing shows where you're like, I don't know about your ass. I totally,
yeah.
Well, you're gonna imagine, like, whatever, still nothing on there.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the hardest thing to come up with.
It's also hard in your brain if you have to kind of bring it back.
Right.
I'm editing, I'm thinking about this emotion, and I'm like, have to, but that's why I think you have to take some time. You know, like, I'm just so proud of yourself. I'm like, no, now I'm doing bad things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't find these habits. I'm going on stage and being like, Carl, we got myself, you know, and it's never, I think this is pretty good. It's really good. Yeah.
Every couple of years, they just smack the face, start from scratch.
It's really good.
Brian Simpson did a really thing. So what Brian Simpson did, he developed 2 hours. So he put it out 1 hour, and then when he went touring afterwards, he had another hour.
I thought he asked Ari, I thought he was like, no, cut out. Cut out all of it. Yeah. When I did the half hour, I did a half hour out when I was fucking cruising. But this one, any fat that I had, I cut and was like, I hate your dead. Right. So all of the stuff I liked, I put in it. So then when I was touring, I was like, I've already decided that I do that. Right. I can bring it back up, but I don't want to. Right. And then you go to applause. Yeah.
And if you're not interested in the subject, like the zero, it's over.
Yeah.
You gotta let it go.
And it's hard to be on stage and talk about what I want to talk about, which is how crazy it is. You feel so special. You know what I mean? But I don't want to do that.
Right.
I want to do everything material. I'll split it.
Not relatable.
Not relatable. But you're like, I want to touch you about this. That's what's on my mind.
Especially the people that don't know who you are. That's really not relatable.
Yeah. Bill Burr is very inspiring because he put out that special about how he changed his mindset. You know what I mean? The most recent one where he was like, I'm not going to be an angry person anymore. And that was sick because I feel like sometimes I'll feel like maybe I have to perspective shift and stop being such an angry person and against humanity. And I'm like, no, but that's not funny. So you're seeing Burr do that, I'm like, oh, I could have material about how, like, therapy helps, you know, instead of how my therapist and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and that was nice to do that. Where he's like, I'm going to stop harassing twice. That was the whole special. It's like, my wife is like, the nigga I someday, and I'm making her like twice that. It was great.
When I was young, I had this idea in my mind that you should stray away from meditation or enlightenment or anything. It would get in the way of being like,
yeah.
It would get in the way of things.
I have that with all the things I get. I'm like, I'm just going to get that reality. Like, that's how I thrive.
Buying the material.
Mining for material, just keep myself in a state of like unknown constantly so that I feel like I'm alive. Because I feel like I'll die if I have any comfort or stability. I get my studio decided to there's no reason to do that. There's no reason. But I just keep myself in New York.
Fucking life living in New York like that?
I don't know. I feel like a bigger place in New York. I encourage myself to be like, struggle. And you don't, you know what I mean? It's human thing. It's crazy.
At least you know it's crazy.
Yeah, totally. And I'm working on it. I am working on it. I'm talking to 2 therapists. And yeah, that's the other thing. I'm like, I want to get a bigger place. I'm going to buy a place in New York. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. I'm like, I need to struggle. I bought a house in Italy.
Oh, yeah? Upstate?
Yeah, upstate.
Oh, that's it's an upstate house. The visit. Yeah.
I'm like, no, it's like painful upstate.
It's a big flight that you drive.
I think it's a flight.
That's really
I mainly just work on the house and work on the, you know, script to get it up and running. I don't know what to do.
So you just like in a small town?
In my phone.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, my niece is there. Yeah. No, my whole family's there, and I'm so sick of going home.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, you walk down here and sex so many times. I'm so just waiting for no. It's death. Oh no. Crazy, dude. I know hospice has residents, contractors, oh no. There's just like raccoons, they'll be like a skirting around together with raccoons. I'm like, what? All the time, dude. It's crazy. There's a chipmunk sitting on my laptop. I'm like, get it. Bats coming in onto the roof. Dad's dead now. Dad's finally speaking. Oh, it was good. He worked all day, came home, died. We were happy about it. Really? I mean, we didn't want him to die, but yeah, he was like getting to a point where like he had to go to the hospital. It's like he like knew it was happening. Like I'd rather die. Cigarettes, yeah, cigarettes and yeah. Very. That's what everybody says. He's down. He's down like he's getting there. I need to get him on his hands so he can touch yeah, perfectly regular and above board. Perfectly regular and above board. What's this today? That's so silly. That's what I'm doing. Like, so many people have that. That's like people are like, I'm not going to do this number and then I believe God. You were drunk last night praying. You know, singing. You're praying. You're doing weird stuff. You don't want to believe in God. That's hilarious. He's also got a lot of age. Yeah. What's weird is I found today is he's asking to get off the top line. Yeah. But he doesn't. I was all about that brother life. I didn't want him to scare like I was like OCD. It's dominating my life. Couldn't touch anything. Had to wash my hands constantly. Like, oh. And then I tripped hard and went into a room alone for 6 hours. It was like, I will, and it was hard. And I was like, I'm going to deal with this. I'll figure out what it is. It was that I fundamentally don't trust myself to make the right decision. And I realized that none of my decisions were up to me. It was all just experiences. Because I was like, who's going to stop me from fighting or hurting or doing it again? So I was like, if I have this, I'll stop. And then when I faced it and said, it was like, you think you're going to do that thing, but you're not, because you have chosen the right path this whole way, so you can trust yourself. You know what I mean? Like, 3-year-old Gordon was not outside killing a cat. You know what I mean? He was playing, right? Like, so every step of the way, you're building a personality that you can trust. You know what I mean? Because my whole thing is like, how am I to know that I'm not horrible, that I'm not going to do something horrible? Wondering where to go. Yeah, like a lot of OCD. Like I know a girl who babysits. She's like, what if I had a fucking phone? Because her OCD was so bad. And then she was like, oh, this is OCD. She was treated. And she was like, it's fine. But like a lot of people will have babies and they'll be like, what if I take babies? And I have that all the time. Whenever like I told my baby, I'm like, but you don't do shit. Right. It's like this. It's like this ego thing. You're gonna.
I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah. And I also used to be super sad. Like I was and I think there's a part of it, it's like if you were able to do that, then you're able to do all this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, like if you were able to do like that as a kid, then you're not going to be trusted. You know what I mean? And I had to face all of that in the past.
What up, Zoot?
mushrooms I might. Acid I don't do anymore.
What up, big dog? What was that? What happened? All right. Well, what happened? Hold on. Hold on. Okay.
Just happened in a drink, but it's extremely fun. I think it's like extremely fucked up but funny.
Okay, what happened?
In this drink, everyone, the whole world was told that they had 24 hours to have sex with someone.
Okay.
Or they'll die.
Okay.
So I was walking around. First, I went for gangbang. There was too big of a line, so I was like, fuck that. Then all the escorts were busy. And then I was walking around looking. I was going dating apps. I was trying everything. I was going to singles events. Then I decided to go to a disability home. And there was a girl with Down syndrome. And, like, if I didn't, she was going to die. She had Down syndrome. So I had to do what I had to do, and I had to keep Down syndrome going.
Did you actually dream about having sex with somebody with Down syndrome?
Oh, yeah, it was fucked.
So you actually had sex with a Down syndrome person in your dream?
We're both going to die if we didn't.
Okay.
I had to justify it like that. Would you have done the same thing?
No, I would have found some other chick.
I think that's going to be a good joke when I do stand up.
Dog, when are you going to have a joke that's not about mental health?
Old joke about mental health?
Not really.
I mean, would you rather me make racist jokes about religion or?
No. Just, like, there's other stuff that's funny.
Like, losing your kids at a gangbang?
Yeah, that's better.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he hopes to announce the release of all hostages from Gaza in the coming days. Netanyahu says he has sent a delegation to Egypt to finalize technical details, adding goal is to contain the negotiations to a time frame of a few days. Indirect talks with Hamas are set to get underway in Egypt tomorrow, after Hamas said it accepted some elements of President Trump's plan to end the war. It looks like the government shutdown will last at least until Monday. ABC's Selena Wang says that's when senators can vote again to pass a stopgap budget measure. That was for at least a few more days. remain in limbo, unsure when they'll get paid, or even if they'll have jobs to return to. She says Democrats want to reverse healthcare cuts that were passed by Republicans earlier this year. The price of a parking meter is going up in LA. The city council is looking for ways to increase revenue as it continues to face financial challenges. For the first time in 11 years, the price of a parking meter is being raised from $1 to $1.50. Enforcement is changing too. In high-traffic areas, meters will be enforced until midnight. Everywhere else, it will go till 8 p.m. Some days will go free either. The city estimates that it will bring in an additional $14.4 million each year. The city council is also looking at new fines against people who leave their trash bins on the sidewalk or in the street. Michael Oaks, KNI News.
The new report from the LA County Health Department says more than 7% of children have asthma. The report says rates are slightly higher among Black and Latino kids. Children living in households with